Number 7, we're going to have Lisa Hennessy, Ellie Brooks, Ainara Ayman, and Natalie Martins. Each having first team of the day, Lisa Hennessy, red, Ellie Brooks in blue, Ainara Ayman in white, and Natalie Martins in gold and green. Team number 8, Dia Blanco, Ira Pinkerton, Frankie Herrera, and Diana Thompson. Team number 8, Dia Blanco, Ira Pinkerton, Frankie Herrera, and Diana Thompson. Team number 8. Team number 7, Ainara Ayman, you can check in with a beach marshal. Team number 7, Ainara Ayman, you can check in with a beach marshal.
Hola, bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Welcome to the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We've got an incredible lineup of surfers this year. QS 6,000 women, pro junior men and women. We're all going to be ripping out here at Zippers, one of the most iconic breaks in this whole region. Yesterday we were graced by some really fun waves. Today the waves are looking even better, just in time for day one of our webcast here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. So this contest has become one of the most important events on the QS season for women. This is where world champions are forecasted. This is where the 2018 World Championship Tour surfers could really start to shake up. Let's take a look at last year's highlights, the 2016 Los Cabos Open of Surf. A lot went down here on the beach at Zippers. Take a look at the action.
Darkness from my eyes, love is everywhere. Every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field, love is everywhere. So love is here, and love is there. There's a thrill, you can try it if you will. Love, love, love is everywhere. It's time to all agree. If we can, then we can all be free. Love is everywhere. I said love is here, and love is there, and the love is everywhere. wipe the darkness from my eyes. Love is everywhere. From every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field. Love is everywhere. So love is here, and love is there, and love is there everywhere. Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere.
Well, as you can see from last year's highlights, Zippers is a wave that's really rideable at any size. But fortunately, this year, we've got Zippers in its prime time size right here. It's about head high. The practice sessions have already been heated this morning. People have been out there since pre-dawn. And the waves are looking absolutely as rippable as you can get. Zippers is a right-hand, super fast point break. Doesn't really favor either front-siders or back-siders because it's just a fun, fast wave. So we've seen both the goofy footers and the regular footers on the attack already this morning. Now, yesterday we started competition. We didn't have a webcast, but don't worry, folks. We caught all the action. Here's a highlight package from day one of the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Mr. Yoga class, Jay-Z DeVoe.
if that surfing is any indication of what we're going to see today, you are in for a show. We're going to start with QS 6000 women today. At 10 o'clock, we're going to make the call to potentially go to QS Pro Junior Women's Surfing. Like I said at the top of the show, it's going to be shredding women all day. The QS level and possibly the Pro Junior level. The waves are suiting the styles of these just ripping female surfers to the teeth. So you're going to be in for a lot of action today. And to call the action, to start us on the day, two incredibly shredding surfers themselves, bilingual threats as well, Kale Carranza and Mitchell Salazar. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Christopher. It's awesome to be back here in beautiful Los Cabos. There you see us on screen, Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza. We'll be calling the first two heats of this morning, and waves are absolutely beautiful this morning here at Playa Zippers in beautiful Costa Azul. Kale, you've been here several times. What do you assess of the conditions today?
These are some of the best conditions I've seen in a long time. Usually for this event, it's pretty hard to find that right swell, the right size. And right now the waves are probably around head high on the sets. Just the right size, because if it's a little bit too big, the wave tends to kind of run away from you, and too small, it's pretty hard to figure it out. So personally, this is pretty much the optimal size for zippers. And
I know you've competed here several times. You've been a long-time competitor on the Latin qualifying series. You know, talk to us. What are these girls searching? 6,000 points on the line for our winner, our champion in the QS women's. We have a junior men's and junior women's as well. They're trying to qualify for World Junior Championships, which will be taken in January over in Kiama in Australia. How do you deal with this pressure, especially coming from such long places? Like a lot of girls from Australia, we have a couple of French Polynesian surfers. I mean, such incredible, vast talent across the planet, and they all meet here in Zippers for QS 6000. How do you think they deal with that pressure? Because you've been in that situation before.
Yeah, I think this definitely is one of the most important events. It's halfway through the year. We were talking about this earlier, that the girl that manages to win this event most likely ends up in the CT next year. So this is an event that obviously is super important for all these women. They know and they want it. The girls that are here, they know what they have to do to surf good. We saw a few upsets yesterday, such as Ella Williams. That was really unfortunate to see. But most of these girls are really used to this competition format. They know what they have to do. They have to catch 2 good waves in 20 minutes and take it heat by heat. They can't get too far ahead of themselves and actually think of what they'll do if they win. They really have to focus on a heat at a time. The tide is changing. We have peak high tide at 8:51 in the morning. It's going to be dropping throughout the day, so the girls really have to put attention into what's happening in the water. They can't just go home and rest and then come back and expect to know where the wave is going to break, because the wave is changing by the hour. So competition super intense. The waves are really good. The girls are awesome at surfing, so I'm really excited to see what they're going to do. We see out in the water now, heat about to start.
Yeah, we had just started. You heard the beach horn on screen there. As we see our competitor in green was having a look. That is Natalie Martins from Brazil. I saw her last year. She is actually Silvana Lima's travel partner. So if you know Silvana Lima surfs pretty good, Natalie Martin surfs as very good as well. But this is Brissa Hennessy in red. She's from Kailua on the island of Oahu. She's pumping down the line. What a beautiful wave to start off the morning, Kale. Making it around the section, though. Let's see if she can do something here. Nice carve to start her wave off. Another one in the pocket. Let's see if she can finish off on the inside, and she does. So 3 critical maneuvers, had to actually get around this section, but take it away, Kale, Natalie up and riding.
Natalie Martin's up and riding on her front hand. Nice little start floater. Let's see if she can make it around this section. This is the thing that these competitors are going to have to be careful with. You can't tell on screen too well, but the point, there's actually 2 or 3 different takeoffs. So obviously there is a priority system. The girls want to make sure that they catch the good waves, but sometimes they push themselves too far up the point, and which is what we saw on the first wave being ridden. So you want to make sure that you've managed to fit at least 2 or 3 good maneuvers, and this is what these girls need to do. 20 minutes go by relatively fast. We saw that yesterday. There are a bunch of waves in the heats, but you have to be really smart with what waves you choose to catch.
And, coming down to that, as we do have a 4-girl priority as well. This is Ellie Brooks, our goofy footer from Australia. Beautiful opening turn right there to start off this wave. A second carve in the pocket. And she's still got some more work to do down the line as she's going to stick with it. Another nice carve. And wow, 3 major maneuvers out the back. as Ellie Brooks and Aymara Aymat from Euskadi take it away, Kale.
Beautiful surfing, nice tempo. Really good flow. Oh, manages to make it around and hit that wave on the last bit. That was really, really good surfing and really nice tempo from the girls. They're actually sitting in the right spot as we see Red up and riding. Brissa Hennessy, that wave kind of runs away from her. So it's really key to catch those waves that give you the opportunity to manage to fit those 3 maneuvers. And we saw on the last wave, Brissa unfortunately just manages to get 1 turn in. It's really good out there. It's super cool to see really good surfing in really good waves. We're really used to seeing sometimes competitors having to surf small waves. This is the first wave that we saw ridden. Manages to make it around that section. This is where the wave gives her all the scoring potential. Nice little carve, another cutty on the inside, a 3rd maneuver. There the wave obviously kind of flattens out, but good surfing from these young ladies.
Yeah, Ellie up and riding here. That was a beautiful opening turn. I like that second carve as well. She kind of slid the tail a little bit too much, but then she recovers right here. Boom, actually uses all her weight and brings the board around. She knew that that wave ended up being on the shore at the end, so she kicked out. But our surfer from the Basque Country in white lit this thing up. That second turn sliding the fins. I liked how she fit in this 3rd maneuver, though. That was tricky, Kale.
Super tricky to fit in that last maneuver. You could see that she kind of cut her 2nd maneuver a little bit short, knowing that she had to make it into the 3rd section. Had she done that wraparound a little bit tighter, she probably would have missed that 3rd section entirely. So that was really, really good wave reading on behalf of Aymara Aymat from Euskadi, the Basque Country.
So Brissa starts off with a 4.67. That's the first wave of the entire day. Not a bad way to start off, but Ellie Brooks is going to drop a pretty solid score at the beginning of the heat. 16 minutes, so only 4 minutes have gone by, Kale. Managing your time is another key essential to actually winning a heat, because to actually win an event, you need to be winning heats. How do you manage that consistency throughout an event this long?
I think the way Ellie Brooks started off this heat is the way you want to start. Obviously, all these competitors know how to surf. They know how to get 4s and 5s very easily. Ellie starts up with a 6.5. As we see up and riding, Natalie Martin's nice little starting turn. Let's see if she can make it around this section. Fortunately, almost gets a shin to the fin to the shin.
That was a little dangerous there, Kale. It looks like she's all right, though. Yeah, but Natalie, I saw her last year. She dropped a 9 in a couple heats, and to be honest, I'm very impressed with her. I think she hasn't really found her footing so far in this heat yet. I mean, there's still 15 minutes remaining, though. And another big thing is, as scores were dropping in, a 6.5 for opening of Ellie Brooks. Really good way to start off for her. But we do have a 4-man priority system, Kale. So that's incredibly good for the sport of surfing, especially at this level. We're at the highest level of surfing. This is right before qualifying for the championship tour. So to actually get prepared with a 4-girl priority, going into a 2-man priority when you go man-on-man is essential. So knowing how to manage your time and how to manage priority, either use it to your advantage or to your disadvantage as well, because there's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the way to 4th too. But to actually obtain priority, you need to paddle all the way up to the takeoff spot. So we have a judge clearly just for that. I mean, our sport has evolved so much. It's really good to see. And as we see Ellie Brooks on screen, she's dropped the best score of this heat so far. But our surfer from Euskadi is right behind, a 5.5 for opening of white. And Natalie, a couple of 2s. Not going to be the score she wants at the end of this heat, but as I said, 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Natalie unfortunately didn't manage to make it around that section. It's not an easy wave to read. You see some competitors take off on waves and manage to fit 3 beautiful turns with a slow tempo. Those are the waves that actually don't run across the bank as easy, right? So some of the waves tend to go a little bit faster, which is what happened to Natalie's last wave. She tried to make it around that section, and sometimes you're not able to do those really critical vertical maneuvers. You're just kind of tapping the wave and trying to get to the open face. Ellie Brooks started off with a beautiful looking wave, manages to get 3 solid turns in. So those are the waves these competitors are trying to find. Going back to the priority system, it's so cool that we actually have this, because back in the day, remember, we actually had to be jockeying around trying to, paddle around surfers, and it was more like a paddle battle. Right now, the competitors have 20 minutes to catch 2 waves. That's plenty of time to catch 2 waves. Usually with this swell, they actually can catch 3 or 4 waves. So it's much more pleasurable to the eye and much more fun for the spectators on the beach to actually see good surfing, which is why we're here. We don't want to see people paddle battling and doing all this stuff. We want to see good surfing. As we see
Tia Blanco. She's from Oceanside in California. Next heat coming up, Tia Blanco from the USA, Oceanside. Kira Pinkerton, a youngster. She's only 14 years old. She's from San Clemente. She also grew up quite a bit on the island of Kauai. Her dad, Jim, is probably watching. Good morning, Jim. I hope you're having a great day. Frankie Herr, now competing for Germany, originally from Malibu, but a great surfer as well. And Tiari Thompson, she's from La Jolla, California. So pretty much an all California heat, except Frankie competing now for Germany. But I mean, such outstanding surfers in this event, Kali. It's a women's QS 6000 event. We also have a qualifying series for the junior women as well as the junior men for North America. And I mean, we're only still in the round of 72. We still have another round where we have the most heated surfers coming up in the round of 48.
And the heats are stacked.
Yeah, they are. I mean, even every single person at this level, you cannot underestimate anyone. And I think that's why 4-man priority comes into play so much, because back in the day, as you said, we're going to watch Natalie Martins, though. She's up and riding in green. That thing kind of running away from her. She makes it around the section, though. Let's see if she can get something on the inside. Nice carve. Actually putting that back foot to work. That's going to be the only maneuver. And it seems like Brissa Hennessy up and riding. Take it away, Kale.
Bigger looking wave for Brissa. Let's see if she can manage to get around this section. She does. Tricky section here on the inside. A little bit of backwash. She's managing to... Oh, beautiful. Last turn for Brissa. Great looking wave.
That could easily be the best wave of the heat. Possibly. Maybe even better the 6.5 from Melly Brooks. That last turn was very critical right of the pocket.
We can see that Natalie Martins is having a little bit of trouble finding the right waves. You saw the wave was a little bit smaller, kind of backs off a little bit more. And in comparison, Brissa Hennessy's wave was way more like it was standing up, and it was kind of rolling nicely. It had a nice tempo to it, and she manages to surf that last section really well. She reads it really well. It's super easy to dig a rail or mistime that section because there is a little bit of backwash that comes off of that sand. So right where the wave starts off, it's pretty far away from the sand, but towards the end, it's really close. As we see a replay from Brissa Hennessy. Nice top turn to get things started. And this is where I think the majority of the points came. She does a nice little tap right there, and this turn, drifting the tail a little bit. 3 solid turns on that wave.
Yeah, even that recovery time in between maneuvers, but we're seeing scores drop. Easily the best wave of the heat. It's going to be in the 7.67. Drops for Brissa Hennessy, 7.67 and a 4.67 have her in first. So now Ellie, just with one wave though, she's in second, so a 6.5. But our surfer from the Basque Country in the white is in third, a 5.5, so not a bad score for her. But Natalie's the one that's really, you know, not finding a score even in the mid-range. She has a 2.5 and a 2.13, so that has her in fourth. But she only needs a 4.01. That is not counting, though, that white or blue do not have a second backup wave. So once you do find that second backup wave, it's a long day from there. 9 minutes, 50 seconds, still plenty to go.
Brissa needed that wave. That's her third wave. You were mentioning Ellie Brooks and Ainat Aymat only have one wave, so correspondingly they're sitting in first priority and second. So Ellie Brooks has the second highest score of the heat, 6.5 with first priority. She's competing very, very well. She's very intelligent. She knows what she needs to do. Ainat Aymat having a 5.5, needs a little bit more. She really needs to take advantage of her priority. She doesn't want to give up priority and not get a wave equally as good as Brissa Hennessy. So it's an interesting scenario right now to see how these girls are going to pick these waves. They obviously have a little bit of added pressure, 9 minutes left, but they really have to make sure to catch those good ones. Little groms on the beach. It's great to see people come down and check out the action.
Another thing that I really love, Caller, and I'm glad that you brought up this Grom as we see him on screen. Look at him. He's just, I'm glad that he's a goofy footer because we have 2 goofy footers in the commentary box right now. And Christopher Cote is a goofy footer, which I'm really proud of as well. But, you know, you get the support from parents at such a young age, developing not only surfers and athletes, but they're developing people as well. And you see all those parents and your family members supporting not only yourself, but other people around you as well to become better people. It's outstanding because we're not only developing professional athletes, we're developing people. So
And it's super important for it to happen here in Mexico,
Yeah.
right? I mean, obviously the U.S., Australia, Brazil has so many contests, so many QSs, so many national events. Mexico doesn't have that many. Fortunately, we've had a few QSs in the past. Los Cabos Open has been an event that's super important, not only for the competitors who are coming from abroad, but also the possibility for local women and junior surfers to compete in such a prestigious event. I think one of the biggest things is you get a chance to see great surfing. It's a totally different thing to see it on video, see it edited and beautiful and nice and, you know, corrected. When you see it live, you see the mistakes, you see the speed, you see how fast and how good these guys surf, and that's how you want to surf. You know, you compare yourself to them and all of a sudden your standard goes way up. So I think it's really cool that this event is here in Cabos. We see a lot of local people. There's actually more and more local women surfers in Mexico that are interested in surfing, which is awesome. Back in the day, you know, their parents didn't let them go surfing because it was, you know, a dangerous sport, a sport that really wasn't well seen in the eyes of the local Mexican crowd. But now we see surfers like Regina Pioli, Leila Takeda, and sorts competing all over the world. We see a little bit of action out in the water.
Yeah, I mean, mentioning the Mexican surfer girls, a lot of Latin American girls out here as well. We got Annalí Gomez in the draw, Dominique Barona, who got second place last year, Melanie Yunta, who unfortunately lost out yesterday, Lorena Fica, Vania Torres, Leilani Aguirre. I could go on, but the whole scene in Latin America, not only in Latin America, but in the world, as we see Tia on screen, our surfer from Oceanside. And she's a girl that's been on the radar for so long as well. Women's surfing has evolved to another level. It's crazy how outstanding it is, and for us to have an event like this in beautiful Los Cabos, it's amazing, and I'm very proud for the entire event organizers for putting it on 4 years in a row now, Kale, and I'm proud to be here.
It's epic. Look, see on screen Tara Thompson. It's interesting to see how these girls are gonna manage their time and the strategy they have. It's a totally different strategy when you have 4 competitors in the water. A lot of these surfers are just trying to make it through these heats so they can get to that one man-on-man, you know, heats. They're more comfortable with that. They have more time. They can actually pick their waves better. 4 surfers in the water, 20 minutes, that limits what you can do in the water. We see some competitors try and start off right away with a couple fast waves, but unfortunately here at Zippers, it's not about catching a lot of waves. You want to make sure you're on the good ones. We were talking about the tempo the wave has. If it's fast, you're just running, flying, trying to make it to the open face, and the wave tends to close out, and it's really hard to read that backwash section on the inside. So you want to get those slow ones. You want to take your time. It looks like these competitors know what they're doing. They're chilling. They know they still have 5.5 minutes left, but amazing to see that Ellie Brooks and Ainara Aymat only have 1 wave ridden.
So with 15 minutes gone by, that's kind of a big deal, because depending on what their next wave is, especially losing first and second priority, many things can happen after that. This whole next exchange will change the entire course of the heat. So a 6.5 for Ellie and a 5.5 for Ainara, but I mean that could easily be backed up by an 8 or a 9, maybe a 7, depending on what girl is on which wave. But Ellie has a choice to go either on the second wave of the set or on the first one. Sometimes the second a little bit cleaner, but as you said, with this high tide in the morning, anything can happen. You have that little backwash, so maybe you want to go on the first one. You roll the dice on the second one. There may not be a second one. So with 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, it's going to be a little tricky.
And the tide is a super important factor you were mentioning, Mitch. High tide is at 8:50. So we all know that the tide will affect the amount of waves that come in. The next heat in the water, they're pretty much going to be in the water as the tide is peaking. So hopefully the swell still has a little bit of juice left in it to produce a lot of waves, but usually there's less waves ridden at peak high tide. So once again, key to find those right waves. As we see out in the water, a little bit of action with 4 minutes left. First priority, Ellie Brooks. Second priority, Ainara Aymat. They're the ones that need waves. They only have 1 wave ridden. A little bit of pressure for Brisa Hennessy. She's in first position, but the girls in blue and white can easily, as we see, up and riding. Nathalie Martins from Brazil. Tough looking wave. A little bit of whitewash there. Trying to manufacture a score. Unfortunately, the wave just not enough.
Well, she only needs a 4.01, so for Natalie to do that, a wave that no girl wanted, it's actually very smart of her. She had 4th priority. She needs a score. She's in 4th. So the worst thing that can happen is that another set wave comes and the girl gets the score. But if it's only one wave and she went on it, got the score she needed, she can go out the back and sit patiently and actually put more pressure on the other girls. But as you said, time winding down, 3 minutes, and it looks like we might have a paddle from white or blue. They're not going to use their first or second priority, so with 3 minutes remaining, things are coming down to the wire. Ellie Brooks is in second, though, and she has first priority, so she can block white if she wants to. And another thing is, if second priority paddles hard enough, she can lose priority as well. So that way third could go all the way up to first. So Brissa would actually defend her first position after that. But we're seeing some waves out there, Kale. Ellie Brooks might go on this one. She's not going, but there's some more waves out the back. Beautiful waves here at Zippers.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left. The pressure is on Ellie Brooks and Ainara Amat. They need to take off, as we see Ainara Amat from the Basque Country on her backhand. Great looking wave. Unfortunately, that's what happens after a long lull, is you get pushed too far up the point. You don't really notice it. The good thing is that this wave is short, Mitch, so girls can actually afford a mistake, and within 20 seconds, they're right back out again. As we see on screen, Ainara Amat, and a great looking wave. First priority is Ellie Brooks. Let's see if she likes it.
She is going, as she's committing to it. She needs to better that 6.5 and back it up. Nice first turn for her. Maybe make it around the section. She's not going to do it, but at least she puts more pressure on white and green. A minute 45, priority now with red. So that's what I was saying, Kale. A little bit of a mistake there from white, Ainara. And as you said, maybe sitting for too long was bad for your legs, as well as Natalie had a quick in and out. Maybe the pressure got to her. We don't know, but Ellie's going to drop a 3-range score. As last score still yet to drop from one of the judges. It's actually a 3.0, so that puts Ainara still in third, but she now needs a 4.01 to move up in a second. A minute 20, first priority is with red, so it's going to be difficult, Colin.
Ellie Brooks, smart. She sat with priority for a bit more than 10 minutes. She knew she had to take off on that wave. She couldn't afford any other competitors. She couldn't afford to give it to another competitor. And like you said, she makes it a little bit harder for our surfer from the Basque Country, Ainara Amat, and now as well Natalie Martin. She needs a 7. Before that wave of Ellie Brooks, she needed a 4. Now she needs a 7. So Ellie's surfing very well. She's being smart with her time. She's being smart with wave selection. And that's exactly what we need to do here at the Los Cabos Surf Open. As we see, 40 seconds left. Time's winding down. I don't see anything coming in.
And another thing is, Brissa is in first right now. She also has first priority. She does not have to allow Ainara to go on the first one, even though she has second priority and she needs a score. She still wants to back up and better that 4.67. I mean, because competition is competition, Colin, and unfortunately, things happen like that. 20 seconds remaining, winding down right now. Tia Blanco, Kira Pinkerton, Frankie Hare, and Tiari Thompson coming up. 10 seconds. We're going to count this heat down. So it seems like Brissa Hennessy and Ellie Brooks from Australia will be advancing on. Our top 2 seeds from the heat advancing on to the round of 48, and they are some happy girls, Kale.
Wow. Brissa Hennessy, Ellie Brooks. So unfortunate for Natalie Martins and Ainara Amat. Ainara only needed a 4.01. That's the way it goes.
And we're seeing the recap of the heat. Brissa Hennessy, our first place. Ainara, unfortunately, bowing out. She did get her job done, though, as she surfed a couple good waves. But Ellie Brooks advancing along with Brissa Hennessy. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back for the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Good morning and welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf here at beautiful Playa Zippers in Costa Azul. in San Jose del Cabo, Mexico. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza from Sayulita, Nayarit. Kale, good morning. We already did our first heat. We're in heat number 8 of the round of 72 here in women's QS 6000 action. Tia Blanco from Oceanside, California in the red jersey, Kira Pinkerton in the blue from San Clemente, California, Frankie Herr competing for Germany in the white, and Tiari Thompson from La Jolla, California in the green. Kale, last heat was action-packed. A little bit of a lull there, but as you said, high tide at 8:51. We're going to see a little bit more longer lows, but this is good for the waves. It actually allows a lot more smoothness on the face.
And as we see waves out the back, you're mentioning a bit of a lull halfway through the last heat. I'm sure the competitors in this heat were paying close attention to what was happening in the water. There isn't that many 4 or 5 wave sets, so let's see who chooses to go on this one. It's a bigger wave, so it's breaking a little bit farther over on the shoulder. As we see in position, our surfer in blue seems to be Kira Pinkerton. Great looking wave. Solid whack off the top. Wave unfortunately runs away. This is what happens on the bigger waves, Mitch, is they tend to break a little bit farther off in the shoulder and they run a little bit too fast. If you manage to get a wave like this and get 2 turns in, you're looking good. As we see our surfer
in white, Frankie Herr competing for Germany, not going to make it around there. And as you said, a little bit out of position there, Kale. First set of the heat. Priority is now with green, though, as red did have a paddle. So, and she did stand up. So priority is with green since she did not catch a wave at the beginning of the heat. Kira's going to drop a pretty solid score for that opening whack. Take it away, Kale.
Yeah, the judges really like the size of this wave, the commitment, and that turn right there. There's only 1 turn on that wave, but it was solid. Great bottom turn, solid whack off the top. So she's going to garner herself a 3.83. Tia Blanco only a 0.2, and Frankie Harrow 0.73. Just quick in and outs for the ladies. Tiara Thompson now sitting out the back with priority. Let's see how many waves come in on this heat, Mitch. High tide, 8:51. But the swell is still looking good for today, tomorrow, and Friday. Slowly we'll have a little bit of a decrease in the size of the swell throughout Saturday. Possible pulse on Sunday. Not yet sure what we'll decide to run. All the competitors were asked to be here at 7:30 in the morning because we might actually start off. And
we're going to go downstairs to an interview with last heat's winner, Brissa Hennessy. She's with Chris Cote.
Yes, that's right. Our first post-heat interview with our first heat winner of the day, Brissa Hennessy, making the trip from Hawaii to Cabo. And looking at the swell forecast that we saw, we knew it was going to be better than last year, at least bigger. How much do you kind of foreshadow coming into these events as far as doing your homework, thinking about what the conditions are going to be like?
I know. I think I go into the event like not having expectations. I know it could be small and it could be flattering. So just be ready for anything. And I think, yeah, just be ready for anything. I think that's my mindset right now.
First heat of the day is known as the guinea pig heat, and you're going out there after the practice session, which there was 100 surfers out there, some of the best female and pro junior surf talent on the planet. Have you had the chance to practice out here at Zippers? It can be a pretty tricky wave to surf.
Yeah, it's been pretty hard out here to catch waves, but actually yesterday, right after the contest, I paddled in from deep, and then I just snagged 1 set, and then I went in, and I was pretty stoked on that. So I might try that technique more. But yeah, it's been pretty crowded, but yeah, I've been managing to catch maybe a couple. So.
All right, well, we will potentially see more QS 6000 women surfing on the day. We're going to make the call at 10 o'clock to see if we continue into the round. Either way, we're going to see more of this young lady shredding out here at Zippers. Brissa Hennessy moving on into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you, Christopher. Awesome job down there with Brissa. And I loved what Brissa said, Kale. Going in there with no expectations at all. That's a free-spirited girl right there.
yeah, I mean, some of these competitors obviously know that they surf better when they're having fun and when they're more relaxed. So that's the approach that Brissa had on that last heat. Sometimes the pressure does get to you if you think too much about a heat, if you think too much about strategy and this and that and which ways to catch, you kind of find yourself cornerstone and kind of stressed out. Sometimes when you just let things happen, let things flow, things work out, and that's what happened to Brissa. So interesting strategy for her. Would have been fun to know what was going on in her mind when there was all that time, you know, in between sets. I'm sure there's already a little bit of added pressure with the fact that this QS is so important for these girls. Imagine any of these girls right now in these rounds could make it all the way to the final and win this event. You know, that puts them in an excellent position to qualify for next year, and it's such a dream. It's a dream for everyone to make it to the big leagues, and they're so close.
Well, that's any professional or competitive surfer that's so far dream to actually qualify for the championship tour. And once you do, it must feel surreal. I do not know how it feels, but I must feel surreal for sure, because it truly is the dream tour. I mean, we have so many fantastic waves in the entire world. I mean, we just had the women's event in Fiji, the men's event is still going on. Then you go to Jeffreys Bay, Tahiti, Lower Trestles, France, Portugal. You go over to Hawaii, and women have a fantastic event, one of my personal favorites. Fortunately enough, growing up on Maui, you get to surf the bay. But, I mean, having a 4-girl, or actually a 3-girl heat at Honolulu Bay is fantastic. So, I mean, it's just awesome. I think these girls are having fun, and it's what we like to see, Kale. Brissa saying no expectations, and it's a fun event. And, I mean, waves are really good right now, a little lows, but here goes Tia Blanco. She's looking at this one, Kale.
Looks like a good size wave for Tia. See what she can do here. Manages to make it around that section. Then under the lip hack. Smooth, beautiful flow on that wave. Nice top turn. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to make it that last maneuver, but good flow. Nothing too sped up, nothing out of control. Just connects the dots, gets a nice good wave under her belt. She had a 0.20, so that's definitely going to better her situation. And I like the flow that she had, Mitch. She didn't really try and force anything, and that's what you have to do at this wave at Zippers. As we see White up and riding, Frankie Harrer representing Germany. Beautiful top turn that gets things started. Another whack on the inside, and a third maneuver. By far the best wave of the heat so far. Great wave for Frankie Harrer.
Great wave as we see Kira Pinkerton out the back, the 14-year-old from San Clemente. She also grew up on the island of Kauai, surfing a little bit bigger waves. That's why she feels comfortable. Nice carve there in the pocket for Kira. She might get one more out of it, and she does. Hangs on right on the sand, Kale. Wow, that was a little dangerous. And it seems like out the back, Tiari Thompson from La Jolla, a little down carve to start for her in green. She's not going to connect with the lip afterwards, though. So good exchange there. Frankie probably getting the better, but Kira also a solid backup wave, and Tia actually posting her first solid score of the heat.
Really nice exchange. Really good to see a 4-wave set. Unfortunately, the last wave just ran a little bit too fast, but great surfing. Tia Blanco gets herself a 3.23. We're still waiting for scores of Kira and Frankie. Tiara Thompson is going to improve her situation, but probably not the score she was looking for. Frankie Harrer already dropping some interesting numbers for her last wave. I really like the fact that she managed to do 3 solid turns, and she had really good flow. I think the judges really pay attention to that. They really like to see just a kind of beautiful flow in between maneuvers. Here we go. That was Tia Blanco.
That was the best wave of the turn. I mean, the best turn of the wave, excuse me. That one carve that she had wrapping around, but you like Frankie's wave.
Frankie here starting off, beautiful top turn, a lot of water, straight into a second turn, and then right here, bam, third turn, getting pretty vertical on the last maneuver. As we see Kira Pinkerton, nice surfing, 14 years old, you were saying, Mitch. Amazing to see how poised these young girls are at such a young age. Great looking wave for her, also 3 maneuvers, last little tap in that last section. Let's see what the judges think. We're already seeing scores for Frankie Harrer, 5.67, and Kira Pinkerton with a 5.5. So well deserved. Frankie had a little bit more flow in between those maneuvers, and I think the judges really like that. Kira Pinkerton a 5.5, 3 solid maneuvers as well. So the ladies starting off the way they wanted to. Kira Pinkerton in first position, Frankie Harrer in second, Tia Blanco needing a 3.18, and Tiara Thompson needing a 4.58. 9 minutes and 45 seconds left. Time goes by so fast in these heats, Mitch.
It does, especially with those long lows, you know, depending on what position you are in the heat. It can either benefit you tremendously or actually affect your strategy in the heat. But, I mean, there's so many factors that go into a heat. As we see Kira, she's trying to back that 5.5. Right now, she's on the inside. She's up and riding. Nice first crack in the pocket. She might get another one. She's got to power that thing, and she does. 2 solid maneuvers. Could possibly better that 3.83. 9 minutes remaining. Smart move from Kira.
And well-timed maneuvers on that wave. It was a fast wave. It wasn't easy to surf. She manages to hit that lip right underneath that wave right underneath the lip and displaces a lot of water. So that's exactly what she needed to do. She couldn't afford to do just 2 little floaters. You know, she manages to get a lot of water. The judges really like that. We do too. All spectators really pay attention. I remember as a kid, there was always a competition to who could throw more spray. So at the end of the day, we're still kind of thinking that way. We still appreciate the amount of water displaced for power surfers. Tia Blanco on screen, currently in 3rd position, needing a 3.18. She was very calm and poised on the beach, and it seems like she's taking that into the ocean, which is really hard to do. You know, you get on the sand, you know you're about to surf, you know what you're supposed to do, but sometimes when you get out on the water, you kind of forget all that. You get a little bit too frazzled up, and you catch anything that goes. But Tia, knowing what she needs a 3.18. She's sitting with first priority. I'm sure she's going to really take her time and pick the right wave.
And Kira does better her second score, so her 4.27 increases her lead. Now Frankie in second, needing a 4.1. Tia in the red jersey now needing a 3.18. And Tiare in fourth, a 4.58. So definitely not impossible. Priority is first red, second green, and then third white. So as you were saying, Kale, if you're calm on the beach and you take that out into the lineup, many things can be beneficial after that. I mean, if you're poised out there, especially with a wave that needs a tempo, like zippers, if you want to keep your flow throughout the wave, speed, power, flow, that's what judges are looking for, and that's why Kira and Frankie have gotten the best scores of this heat so far. Frankie a 5.67, the best wave of the heat, but really keeping yourself poised and calm, especially with all this time in between sets, you can actually get jittery. You know, it's something that happens more than you actually think, but it's pretty common, especially in this high level of competition. But to see girls very calm and collected on the beach and poised in the water is something difficult.
I wish I had that when I was 14. You used to compete as a young surfer, and you don't know what you're doing. You're trying to go on anything. 20 minutes go by fast. As we see, Tia Blanco with priority. She needs a 3.18. Take it away, Mitch.
Yeah, this is a nice looking wave, Kale. Really speeding down the line. She's got to hit it right there. She does. Beautiful turn. Only one, though, so far. She needs to get another one. She does. Beautiful second turn as well. She finishes right on the sand, but that's going to be a great wave. And it seems like out the back, Tiare Thompson in the green from La Jolla. She's surfing down the line. Nice speed car for her. A second one in the pocket, really releasing some water. And a third maneuver. She's got to hit the lip right here, and she does. Floats the boat, and she's going to kick out. Great exchange from red and green.
Tia Blanco manages to get, I think, a better wave on that exchange. Tiare surfs it really well, but doesn't get that last section. We'll see what the judges decide if they do like and appreciate that last maneuver. Tia Blanco, great surfing, great flow. Tiare Thompson manages to, I really like that first turn. We're going to see a replay right now of the waves. Tia Blanco manages to get around that section, and this is where the damage happens. Bam, nice whack. Takes her time, boom, right in the pocket again. Great surfing from Tia. This is Tiare Thompson in green. Cool little hack underneath the lip. Another one. She's eyeing something down the line, hoping that the wave will give her that last section. But unfortunately, it hits that sandbank and just kind of backs off, Mitch.
It did, and I really liked how you saw the patience there from Tia Blanco. Another thing that I really noticed a lot from Tia is that she was always in the same crouched position. So she never really fully extended her body, which actually creates a lot more distance between your balance, which is more difficult to control afterwards once you actually hit the lip. So for Tia to actually maintain balance, that creates a lot of leg strength, Kale, and it's very difficult. But scores dropping in for her right now, going to be a pretty solid score. Definitely going to move her up in a second. But the thing is, though, Frankie Hare will probably drop into third. Tiare might get the score she needs, but since Tia is going to better her score and move up in a second, it's going to be difficult for Tiare to get another score. But priority is with Frankie Hare in the white. Second priority is with our heat leader here at Pinkerton. Third priority is with Tia Blanco, and fourth priority is with Tiare Thompson. As we see, Maud Lecard from the next heat, she's from France, coming up in the red jersey. A really good surfer. She's won a couple QS events before, the Shoe City Pro last year, as well as the Seat Netanya Pro in Israel. So 2 events back-to-back, a QS 1000 and a 1500. Alyssa Spencer in the white and Maddie Peterson in the green. 2 young surfers from the USA. It's going to be a great heat. But currently in the water, Kira in first, Tia in second in the red, Frankie in third, and Tiare in fourth still. So Tiare drops a 4.07. Frankie in third now a 3.67 because Tia dropped a 6.1. So things have changed, Kale.
Tiara really needed that. She had 2 waves underneath 2 points, a 1.83 and a 1.17. So this is her first important wave of the whole heat. She only has 4 minutes left. She's currently sitting in 4th position in priority, but hopefully there's a wave. Remember, high tide is at 8:51. That's roughly in 20 minutes. We're talking about the difference in the wave shape between low tide and high tide. We're going to have a pretty low tide at 2 o'clock today and then an extreme high tide at night. So we'll see how many heats we can get underway as we see White up and riding. Frankie Harrer needing a 3.67. Beautiful surfing from Frankie. See if she can make it around this section, and she does. Nice swoop on the inside. 3.67, Mitch.
It's going to be close, Kale. I think that last maneuver was very essential to the score. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. We're going to see the replay in a moment. Priority now with blue, excuse me. Kira Pinkerton, she's currently in first. Second priority now goes to Tia, who might drop down to second. And yes, she will. As Frankie, her score is dropping, it will be enough to move her back up into second. So Tia Blanco's going to need another score as we see the replay. I really like the first turn, Kale. Really in the pocket, down the line, and the second one straight up on the lip. But I think this is where it actually benefited her quite a bit. That last trap at the end, just consolidating the score and cementing her position in this heat. 4-1-3. She goes all the way up to first, and now Kira in second, needing a 4-3-1 to retake the lead. Third place is Red. Tia, a 3.67 is what she needs to move up in the second. And Tiare, a 5.7. Not impossible, but with 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Here goes Tia, Kale.
Action out the back. Tia Blanco needing a 3.67. Great looking wave. Beautiful hack off the top. And another maneuver. Solid 2-turn combo there for Tia Blanco. I think she likes it.
That was a pretty solid wave, Kale. 2 turns in a row. 2 minutes remaining. Wow. How quickly things can change in the sport of surfing is crazy. I mean, Kira Pinkerton was in first place pretty much the entire heat. Tia Blanco was in second. Tia drops to third. Frankie goes all the way up to first. Now Kira possibly going down to third as well. But she does have first priority, so she does need to catch wave before this heat ends. She might be looking at this one, Kale, and she's up and riding here.
Kira Pinkerton on her front hand. Beautiful hack to get things started. Wrap into the pocket. Smaller wave, but great line on it. Another 3rd turn on the inside and a 4th. Oh my goodness, she's making it all the way to the inside. Bam, finishes it off on the sand. Great wave for Kira Pinkerton. Similar wave to what Frankie Harrer had. It's those medium-sized ones, Mitch, that give you the scoring potential. Those bigger ones just kind of go too fast. Those really small ones break over to the right. It's like a 100-foot takeoff radius. I mean, you can be anywhere on the peak. As we see Green up and riding. Tiara Thompson needing a 5.73. Good looking wave for Tiara. Floater on the inside. Chipping away. Looks like we're going to have time for one more wave. Let's see who's on it. White, Frankie Harrer on her backhand. Tell the backwash affecting the wave. Unfortunately, not enough.
That was a excellent exchange, Kale. 30 seconds remaining. Frankie's not going to get a solid score right there. Tiari's going to better her 1.83. Absolutely. Kira Pinkerton now in third, needing a 4.31 because Tia Blanco dropped a 6.0 on her last ride, and she does have first priority. And it looks like she might be looking at this one, but scores dropping in for blue. Possibly the score right there as Tia, she's up and riding right at the end of the heat, trying to safeguard her first position. And she's doing it right there with a beautiful turn under the lip. And you see that backwash coming into play. We have called this heat. It has ended. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back for heat number 9 of the round of 72 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. As we're going to see our recap from this heat. Scores have yet to drop from last of blue, last of green, and last of white. Not enough. A 1.0. A 4.07 is the best score so far for green. And Kale, that was opening right at Kira Pinkerton, 3.83.
Here's Tia Blanco. She just showed a lot of maturity in this heat. I really like the way she linked her turns. As we see Frankie Harrer, great surfing. This was one of my favorite rides of this heat. Blue, Kira Pinkerton. Just a lot of good surfing. It's so much fun to see 4 surfers in the water, 20 minutes. A lot of waves, a lot of turns. Crazy to think that all this happened in one heat, Mitch.
It was, Kale. It was absolutely amazing, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back for heat number 9, the round of 72 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
California washed away, left us all their bills to pay.
Welcome back. Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Chris Cote here in the booth with Kale Carranza. Kale, you just watched 2 incredible heats to start us on our day 1 of the webcast, day 2 of competition. There was a lot of ripping that I just witnessed. That was a great start.
Yeah, and it's really good to see that there's so many waves at a high tide. That is only a good thing because we know that the waves get better here at a medium tide. Peak high tide is going to be at 8:51, so another 10 minutes, and then we're just going to see more and more waves coming in, which is good news for the competitors because there's 4 girls in a heat. We were talking about this with Mitch, that most of these girls are so comfortable with surfing 2-man heats. They're just trying to chip away and make it through these heats so they can get to the quarters and have time to get 2 waves. You know, priority system comes into play. But really good surfing, really good waves. There's waves that are breaking way out the back, Chris. We know, you know this wave probably even better than me. You come down here way more than I do. But those bigger waves kind of seem to go a little bit too wide. We got a lot of inside waves that give a lot of scoring opportunity. We've seen 6s and 7s on medium-sized waves. So plenty of waves today as we still see some action. Oh, good waves out the back.
Yeah, with this high tide, you know, you see that backwash. It can help you, you know, as we saw right here with our surfer in red, Maud Lacar. So surfer from France going up and under and out and then underwater. Maud Lacar, you saw right when she took off, the backwash actually kind of helped kickstart that wave a little bit. And you can't obviously count on the timing of backwash ever to help you. But Maud Lacar right there, she's used to surfing French beach breaks, which can have kind of a backwashy effect. Obviously a lot of punch. And Maud is one of these surfers that she travels around the world and she does a lot of these QS events on top of photo trips. And, you know, she's on a kind of an art trip as well. She does incredible work on her surfboard. So Maud Lacar, she's a bona fide superstar. Let's take a look at this heat. So Reika Noro from Japan. She's been out here practicing in the last couple of days. She'll be surfing in blue. Surfer in green, Maddie Peterson. Maddie Peterson is from New Jersey, and she's been staying in California just to try to get in a little bit of practice. And she's been here the last couple of days. She's rolling around with the DeVoe family. They're a big posse. And Alyssa Spencer, she is from Encinitas, California. And this is going to be Alyssa Spencer, surfer in white.
Great looking wave for Alyssa. Unfortunately, those are the waves that run away. It's really hard to see on screen how wide of a takeoff spot there is here at Zippers. You know, you see the screen, it looks like a great looking wave, and all of a sudden it just kind of runs away from the surfer. That's the thing that these surfers have to be careful with, is they don't want to be pushed too far up the point. With these lulls, it's very easy to lose position out in the lineup. You don't know where you're supposed to sit. Surfers, obviously wanting priority, push themselves too far up the point, especially when the heat starts. Once the priority is already set, then you see surfers actually try and pick a spot on the reef that allows them to take off where they want to. As we see a little bit of action out the back, this seems to be Maddie Peterson in green. Great looking wave for Maddie. Beautiful bottom turn. Solid whack off the top. Once again, wave runs away from her. So just a one-hit wonder. Nothing yet established in this heat. Alyssa Spencer starts out with a 0.80. Maud Lacar with a 1.0. Reika Noro now sitting out the back with priority. 16 minutes left. Plenty of waves. Really interested in seeing what's going to happen at a high tide. Will we get a little bit of a push? We know that the swell is going to hang around for a few more days, Chris. You were really excited telling me before we came down that it's looking way better than last year. It's going to be fun. Bring your board.
Exactly. Bring your board if you're going to come work the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Yeah, last year had moments for sure, but, as we saw kind of in the highlights, really small. And, one saving grace of zippers is even at 1 foot, you could still rip this wave. It's a kind of got a lowers vibe when it's small. It has enough push. Even on a waist knee-high wave, you can get full wrapping turns out here. Unfortunately, we don't have to worry about, effort in taking off, because a lot of boomerang effect when you first take off. This is surfer in green, Maddie Peterson, and I like the turns that she's picking. In talking to Brisa Hennessy at the beginning of the day, we're kind of talking about the turns you have to do here to keep the speed down the line. You can't do the full wrapping cutback to start these waves off at high tide like this. You kind of have to either go vertical and then kind of stop your turn short to keep projecting down the line. But, it's about turn selection, and then where you put it is going to be really crucial. With 14 minutes, 35 seconds to go, we're going to go down to last heat's winner with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Christopher. I'm here with Tia Blanco, last heat's winner. Tia, outstanding heat from you, a 6.1 and a 6.0. Started off a little slow, but you really recovered at the last 10 minutes of the heat. But Kira Pinkerton, Tiare Thompson, and Frankie Hare, what an outstanding heat. What do you think of it?
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I definitely was a bit nervous, so I was happy to get my feet in the wax and build momentum throughout the heat. All the girls in that heat were really strong, so I'm happy to pull away with the win.
And Kala Kiranze and I were talking up there about your real patience out there in the water. There's a long lull between sets, especially with this high tide. It makes waves a lot cleaner, though, but your composition outside on land translated into the water. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's awesome that you guys saw that, because the start of the year I kind of struggled with patience and a lot of priority mistakes. So, yeah, I just try to play it cool and make good decisions.
And, coming from a place like Oceanside, you surf the pier a lot, mostly lefts, North Jetty, South Jetty, really good beach breaks around there. You come to a point break here in Mexico like Zippers, a very tricky wave, especially around tides. And last couple of years has been pretty small. So coming into a little bit solid, more solid waves, how do you prepare for a wave like this?
Well, lowers has been really fun, so I've just been going to lowers and surfing lowers rights, and felt like it's pretty good practice for out here.
All right, well, thank you, Tia, and good luck in the next round. I hope to see you in the near future here in Los Cabos as well.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations to Tia Blanco. Mitchell Salazar, he is running double duty today.
Yeah.
In the webcast here and also on the beach. We've got, yesterday we had surfing from 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. That's one of the longer days of competition you'll see. There you see previous heat results. Tia Blanco in first, Kira Pinkerton in second. And, man, it's a shame for Frankie Herrera that with such a strong start, just couldn't quite capitalize on that solid score she got in Tiare Thompson. That right there, that is a super stacked heat to start your day with, right?
It's crazy. It looks like quarterfinals. We see a little bit of action out the back. You were mentioning high tide, Chris. High tide plays such a tricky role in this wave. You're either on or off. There's no mid ground in high tide. You take off and you either have to manage to poise yourself, take your time, manage to fit those turns with the bump, or you're completely off. That's why Zippers is such a tricky wave at high tide. Obviously, we all prefer to surf it at mid tide, but these surfers out in the water are doing an excellent job in fitting those turns in and picking the right turns. You were talking about that. You can't just go ahead and decide what you want to do on this wave. You take off, and as soon as you take off, you have to be really fast and agile to do what the wave asks you to do. So if you manage to do one really vertical turn, the wave runs off.
Yeah, it's almost as if you expect one, maybe two turns, and if you get those bonus 3 and 4 turns, you're just, you're hyped because you know that your competition, at least of what we've seen on the day, 2 turns is pretty much the norm out here. If you can fit a 3rd turn and even squeak in a 4th snap on that inside section, that's where you're going to start to see your scores go up in that 7 and 8 range. I think the judges right now, obviously, there's not a lot of air potential on this wave. I think in the juniors we might see a little bit more. If the tide drops out a little bit, you might see some sections coming through. It's really like a high-speed carving snap style wave, as I'm sure we're about to see from France's Maud Lacar. And we'll see. This is kind of that's the bad timing for backwash right there. That backwash not only hindered her ability to bottom turn, but it also kind of caused that wave to collapse down the line. Maud Lacar, she's got airs in her arsenal, and looks like Alyssa Spencer, or Reika Nora on the inside.
Reika Nora from Japan, beautiful turn. If you can only fit one turn, that's a turn you want to fit in, Chris.
Upside down, vertical. That was an action-packed turn, and that's what is going to get the judges excited. Be her first scoring wave, so Maddie Peterson sitting on that 3.47. I like Maddie's start right there. Just lock in 2 threes, and that'll get your ball rolling, and just a little comfort to start the heat.
Oh, for sure. As we see, boom, straight up and down. 12 o'clock. Reika Noro from Japan scores already coming in a 4.67. So her first wave and the best score of the heat. A bit more action out the back. That seems to be Maddie Peterson currently sitting in first position. Oh, backwash again gets the best of Maddie Peterson. That backwash is tough. You really have to try and time it well. You can't go too vertical. Got to take your time, possibly just kind of get a quick turn in and fit another one in. You were talking about this earlier, Chris. If you're going to fit one turn in, you really want to make sure that the bottom turn is really drawn out and up, because if you just kind of do like a speed floater and then the wave runs off, you lost priority. You got maybe a 2, and it's not how you want to start this heat.
I liked what Maud was doing right there. Just looking on that inside section to see what was going to go on. So, yes, beautiful. Cabo San Lucas. We're here at Zippers. This is probably the iconic wave here in the Cabo region. You've got waves surrounding this entire zone for miles and miles, for both east and west. But this is definitely the most consistent wave here in Cabo. You see up the beach, a place called Old Man's and The Rock. 2 really fun waves. It's kind of cool right here. You can really go beginner, intermediate, advanced,
right,
all down the line there, starting up at Old Man's, which is just a fun kind of longboard style wave, and then The Rock, which can get absolutely rippable, being the intermediate wave. And you come down here, this is definitely an advanced wave. Got a local crew here, shreds this place day in, day out. It's always fun to watch kind of the international field come down here, including Maud Lacar, who is fighting for this wave. And she's up. Ooh, I like the looks of this one.
Medium-sized wave. Let's see if she manages to just one quick turn. Digs a rail.
Not a make.
Not a make. Difficult wave for Maud Lacar. But yeah, Cabo San Lucas, one of the most popular tourist destinations in all of Mexico. And back in the 60s, when surfers from California came down, like Ron Stoner of sorts, they actually hit Ensenada first, then Cabo. Then they went over to the mainland, Mazatlan, and worked their way slowly south. So Cabo, found by Ron Stoner and the boys back in the 60s, one of the most popular surf spots that we have in Mexico right here at Zippers. Many national events held, many QSs. As far as logistics, it's a dream. The wave is really fun. You were talking about it earlier, that even a knee-high wave gives you enough to hold a comp. We got a bunch of hotels, houses, super cool people, endless supply of tacos, and we see Alyssa Spencer from the USA, 15-year-old, San Clemente, California. Beautiful whack off the top, Chris. And another one. Plenty of water displaced. A third turn. Wow, the gift that keeps on giving. Amazing wave for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, I was just about to say that will be your highest scoring wave of this heat, but then we saw Maddie Peterson. A little bit of a mistake there on her second turn, but yeah, Alyssa Spencer. I mean, she gets around not only break to break to break. She's at lowers. She's surfing seaside. She's all over, right? She surfs all day, every day. I would put her in kind of that super grom category. But you were alluding to the maturity of Alyssa Spencer, and that shows in this wave. The timing, everything so precise. Where she placed her turns. This is going to be an incredible score.
Wow. That was amazing. surfing by Alyssa Spencer. Obviously,
Well
enough.
rewarded as well.
8.10, Chris, best wave of the day.
Yes, that's what we like to see. You know, making the call is always kind of the trickiest part of the morning. You know, it's easy to say, yes, we're running today. It's pumping, it's super consistent, but you know, you choosing which division to run. You know, I think today was probably the easiest call that Brian Robbins from the WSL and our head judge have had to make. Probably in the last 3 or 4 years here historically, Los Cabos Open of Surf. You know, I remember when we first started this event 5 years ago, no priority, and this wave with no priority can be a nightmare. You know, these people were paddling each other onto the rocks, basically.
Yeah, and then they push themselves too far up the point.
It's unrideable.
And it's unrideable. That's what ends up happening in events. We've held a lot of national contests here, and before there was no priority system.
Right.
So you'd sit up top, and then the guy would paddle around you, and then green would paddle around you, and then blue would paddle around you. Before you know it, you're getting closer to old man's, and the waves are firing down the point.
You're going, guys, we need to work together here.
Yeah, can we please surf?
Now we forced them to work together. And it's the best rule that the WSL has made in probably the last decade, ever, really.
But you know what? It's such a hard job.
Oh, yeah.
To actually look, because obviously as soon as you paddle for a wave, you lose priority. And when there's 4 surfers in the water, it's way harder to keep your eye on all 4. One's riding, one's paddling, one's going around, and you really have to be on it to tell the judges and everyone, okay, it's white. Oh, blue paddled for a wave, she lost priority. She's in 4th, but white hasn't made it out to point yet. So I was actually at an event last year helping out a little bit with that, and it did my head in.
Oh,
I
yeah.
couldn't keep up with it. I did it for like 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, out. And these guys are doing it for 8 hours.
Yeah, the job of priority judge is probably become the most important, crucial part of the communication with the surfers. As Alyssa Spencer, who's sitting on that 8 now, backing it up, and she is finding the best waves of this heat. You see, packing in a 3rd turn.
Without priority.
Yeah, that's the
wave.
key. Paddling back out. I mean, you think of, okay, Kelly Slater. He is the master of the paddle out, catch the wave halfway out, and win the heat. That's what Alyssa Spencer just did right there. And it's just like a free surfing session. You know, you catch a good wave and you're feeling good. That positive energy sometimes has the draw, and it just, something happens with the ocean. It pulls those waves to you. That's what happened right there with Alyssa Spencer.
It's crazy to see when someone is winning a heat. It seems so effortless. And it's just like, oh, she paddled out and caught a wave. Oh, she fell and caught a better wave on the 2nd wave. So it just, you're talking about the rhythm. As we see our surfer from Japan, Reika Noro, the backwash goblin got her.
Ooh, that one hurt because it looked like there might have been some options down the line for her. Timing-wise, it's really hard to even see the backwash coming at you. Maud Lacar trying to fight back into this heat. That's the surfing that we have come to expect from Maud. Bam, 2 big turns, 1 final snap. You see the urgency with Maud Lacar running off, and if I'm a judge, I'm throwing out an extra point for that dismount. That was just perfection. Look at how psyched up she is now. She knows she's firmly planted herself back in this heat. To me, that's a wave that is definitely going to skyrocket her up into the upper portion of this heat.
I love this 2nd turn right here, Chris. Boom, tail drift off the back. Manages to make it to this section. Boom, finishes it off. And right here, my worst ankle nightmare. Oh, my goodness. That's so dangerous.
I feel like she's used to doing that in France.
Yeah, hey, yeah.
Yeah, she's used to sand coming at you quick. So you see the score that she needs right there, a 1.77. That last wave is going to by far improve on her first 2 waves, or I should say her first 5 waves. Maud probably feeling, you know, when you have a session where you just fall and fall and fall and you just, it can't quite come together. You get that one good wave that turns everything around. So Maud Lacar, she gets a 4.7 for that last wave, as Maddie Peterson now trying to fend off the French surfer who's making a run to drop her out. So with 4 surfers in the water, only 2 surfers will advance, take the top 2 scores. That's where you see in the scoreline right there.
Smart surfing from Maddie. She has a 3.0 and a 3.47. Just caught a wave. Knew that Maud Lacar is nipping at her heels. So she tried to better her situation. I don't know if it's going to be enough, Chris. But Maud Lacar, with a minute left, As we see up and riding, Alyssa Spencer from San Clemente, California, 15 years old. Beautiful surfing. How poised and how good are these girls at competing at 15, Chris?
She's having no trouble with the backwash. Notice that last wave. I think backwash hit that thing 2 or 3 times, and she just rode right through it. So Reika Noro now, last ditch effort. She's actually sitting on a 4.67. So this battle for second place right now is definitely tightening up with 40 seconds to go. Now Maud Lacar sits in the dangerous spot of not needing much to get through. She only needs a 1.77 now. She does have priority, 28 seconds. The Maddie Peterson in green, all she can do is watch and hope that nothing comes through.
20 seconds. When you're losing, the fastest 20 seconds of your life. When you're winning, how slow does it feel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Maddie's looking, come on, nothing. 10 seconds. Oh, man, a disastrous second half. I guess a disastrous first half of the heat for Maud Lacar. Then she got that last wave, a 4.7 that made it close. But, wow, as it standed, it looked like Maddie Peterson was safe. But Reika Noro comes through her last wave, a 2.53. That's going to be enough.
What an upset.
Wow.
Alyssa Spencer first, Reika Noro in second. As we see our highlights in this last heat, that was the first solid wave for Reika Noro. She needed something else.
All right, so Maud Lacar making the charge, not enough. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action live from Zippers. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are back. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf live from Zippers in beautiful Cabo San Lucas. Cabo has 3 regions. Cabo San Lucas, the downtown, the zone if you want to go fishing, partying, shopping. It's good vibes down there. And then San Jose del Cabo, which is kind of where Zippers is located. Beautiful downtown area. And this is where you have the flying manta rays out the back. So here is your women's QS 6000 round 3 heat 10. Chelsea Roet from Barbados, Garazi Sanchez Ortun from España, Spain, Brianna Cope from Hawaii, Nicole Fulford from the USA. And I love these heats where you have an international affair, 4 surfers from 4 distant corners of the world.
Makes you really think how much these ladies travel. We saw some of these surfers in France just 10 days ago. Now they're here in Cabo. Soon they're going to be off on a distant part of the planet. It's so crazy to see how much these girls travel and how they manage to stay focused. They want to make the tour, and it's not easy. It's a little bit easier when you're at home. You can do 3 or 4 events, sleep in your own house, chill. But when you have to fly halfway over the world, sometimes miss flights, then get in a taxi, then possibly go through the whole airplane thing, maybe even get sick. And these surfers do that, manage to make it to the CT, and when they're in, they're so stoked to have done all the hard work to get there. As we see Chelsea Roet from Barbados on screen. Saw a quick wave from Garazi Sanchez Ortun. She garners herself a 0.57. Chelsea Roet on her last wave, a 2.50. So situation in the water currently, Chelsea Roet in first, Garazi Sanchez in second, Brianna Cope in third, and Nicole Fulford in 4th position. We don't have priority for first or second, but the surfer on screen, Garazi Sanchez, sits with 3rd priority. So we see Brianna Cope from Hawaii, still dry hair out the back. We were mentioning that this wave, the fun thing about zippers for a contest is that it's so short that within a couple minutes, things change around so fast. You can catch a wave, and within 30 seconds, you're back up at the top and get another one.
Well, if you're Maddie Peterson, the last heat with 10 seconds to go, you thought things were sealed up. And then Reika Noro, who didn't need much, and there's really, I mean, there's not much you can do priority-wise when the waves are this consistent. You know, sometimes you can sit there and you can hold off your competitors for just long enough, but if you don't make the effort to paddle for a wave, your competitors can take off. And some of these insiders have really been the difference makers here in these last couple of heats. So 20-minute heats, top 2 surfers advance on the strength of their top 2 scoring waves. We've got an international judging panel just to the right of us. They have been spot on throughout this entire event so far. I'm sure they'll continue to. They're the best in the business.
And it's such a tough job.
Oh, man, and thankless. Nobody's going to come in and say, hey, thank you for that 4. That was awesome. But if you needed a 5, they're going to let you hear about it. Surfer in white, this is Roette from Barbados, and she is flying down the line.
Smart positioning
That
from
was great.
Chelsea Roette. There were small waves breaking on the inside, and they saw bigger waves coming, so they paddled out and over to the channel. She manages to get a good wave. We see conditions slowly starting to change. We had already peaked a high tide 20 minutes ago. Now we got a little bit of wind coming from the south, creating a little bit of added chop to the wave. Nothing major yet. It actually, many air surfers love that onshore breeze, such as Chris Cote.
Yeah, I do.
Onshore
This,
breeze.
you know, and this wave, you would think with so much speed, that launching takeoff, that it would be an air surfer's dream, but the lip line kind of runs away from you. As you see right here, she really had to bottom turn, go up and into the lip there. And that second turn, that was more of just one of those reactionary, like, oh my gosh, got it, bam, she fit it in. But she rode out cleanly, and she saved her ankles by ditching her board as the sand came up fast. But look, Roette already has 2 waves, a 4.33 and a 2.5. It's a great start. You know, that 4.33 in that last heat could have been a huge difference for Maddie Peterson, you know, who needed it, as well as Maud Lacar. You know, if in hindsight, when you're looking at heats, you're going, oh man, I would have paid $1,000 for a 4.3 in that last heat.
Literally $1,000 because
because we're in the money round.
13 minutes and 50 seconds left. Chelsea Roette currently in first position, a 2.5 and a 4.33. Nicole Fulford, just a 0.67. Brianna Cope with first priority, still needing a first wave. That's dangerous sometimes out here, Chris, how with priority, you don't want to take off on anything, but sometimes you're actually too patient. So Brianna having to be very careful with that. Very experienced competitor, Brianna Cope from Hawaii. She knows what she needs. Nothing major yet from the other competitors. Chelsea Roette's 4.33 is the best wave of the heat. 13 minutes left.
So as it's looking right now in the lineup, going to wait for this next wave. Well, let's go down to our first winner from Heat 9. She was the youngest surfer in that heat, and she blasted her way to the top and stayed there throughout that entire heat. San Clemente, California, Alyssa Spencer. Hey, Alyssa. Welcome to Cabo, by the way.
Hi, what's up?
So your experience down here, you know, you surfed some heats yesterday, I believe, and you had some great surfing in your first round, and now you're making your way through rounds in this QS 6000. Tell me about your QS experience, because I know you've been, you know, surfing a lot of pro junior events, obviously amateur events, but tell me about your QS experience thus far.
Yeah, this is like probably my 4th QS event I've done, and I've been having so much fun, and it's really cool to surf against like older girls that are on the tour even, and yeah, I'm having a lot of fun.
So you're surfing really, really well, really mature. How do you manage to actually keep your head cool when you're competing with competitors that have been in the CT and are surfers you've looked up to potentially all of your life?
Well, I guess that surfing against girls that are on the tour, I just go out there and think that I have nothing to lose and just try my best and see how it goes.
We were talking with Chris that there's a little bit of backwash on the wave. What is it like as a surfer right now with these conditions? Do you take that into account? Is a backwash a really big deal when you're surfing these waves?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky to like navigate through the backwash, but I found a couple and I think I got pretty lucky. So, yeah, it was super fun.
I would say that was all skill. You were shredding out there. Alyssa Spencer, congratulations. You are moving through into the next round. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you on our winners podium wearing that cool headset in the heats to come. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing more from Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you.
All right, so Alyssa Spencer right there, a teenage threat. Not only to take out this, but also to take out the Pro Junior. I believe she's one of our double threat surfers. And how cool is that, that you could come down to Cabo and potentially do what I believe maybe one or two surfers in history have ever done, is take a Pro Junior and a QS 6000 out in one fell swoop. I think Chloe and Dino did it once. That's the only one I can think of. And Alyssa Spencer has potential.
She can do it. She can do it by miles. It was really nice to hear that she has nothing to lose. Usually when we're young, we don't think that way. We're just like, I got to beat him, I got to beat him, I got to do this, I got to do that. She is so composed at her young age, and she has the right attitude. She was talking a little bit about the backwash, but you were mentioning it didn't seem like the backwash affected her surfing at all. So we see green up and riding. That's Nicole Fulford from the USA. Small looking wave, just a quick in and out.
Yeah, sometimes these medium waves kind of have a nice line for them. We'll see if that stands on this one. So this is the second wave of this kind of smaller set. Brianna Cope, you know, she's had some really solid results down here in Cabo. I feel like this wave really suits her style. I believe she was a runner-up 2 or 3 years ago, and you know, she really, that kind of springboarded her into surf stardom with a big finish here in Cabo. So you know, I expect now big things. Whoa, the Sea Vibes tent is going up. So JC DeVoe, she is a certified yogi. She made the trip down here to kind of offer up the surfers the chance to stretch out before heats, do a little bit of yoga, get their body and mind in motion. And, you know, Callie, I actually serve as communications director for the Los Cabos Open of Surf for the last 5 years. Part of that job is to really make the experience for the athletes as good as we can make it. You know, obviously this is an incredible vacation destination. They're here for work, but if we here, myself and the guys at Boardwalk Productions, if we can make their experience as good as it can be. I mean, every time we go to the competitors area, you see just lounging on the beach. So try to make it a good work trip for them. Here goes Brianna Cope. She is not thinking of anything but shredding this wave. 3 waves for Brianna. 3 turns for Brianna right there. And right behind her, Ortun.
Garasi Sanchez from Spain, a little bit too far up the point, doesn't manage to make it around that section. We can see the surfers out the back noticing what happens on the first wave and starting to work their way towards the channel. Once again, Chelsea Roette from Barbados too far back. Let's see if our surfer in green, Nicole Fulford from the USA, takes off in a good spot. She sees the wave running away once again, so she decides to wait. Interesting to hear, Chris, that you guys are putting so much effort into making it comfortable for the competitors. That's really huge. If you're feeling good, if you have water, if you're hydrated, if you have a nice, beautiful spot to check out the waves, shady, it makes your experience so much better. You know, you feel actually more relaxed and you can focus on what you're here to do, which is compete. When you don't have all of that, then you're worrying about, you know, where should I stay? How long am I supposed to be in the hotel? Should I come back and sit in the sun to check out heats? So really cool to hear that you guys are taking all this into consideration as we see, whoa, beautiful looking turn. Unfortunately, outside rail, digging her outside rail. Garasi Sanchez from Spain, and out the back, Nicole Fulford just waiting to be in the right spot as we see blue up and riding. Brianna Cope from Hawaii. She's had a really good flow. Ooh, manages to
intimidation
dodge
right there.
Oh.
The Hawaiian came out, and Brianna, I don't think maybe she saw her out of the peripheral, but that is just complete control as well, coming down off that floater. And you can just see sometimes with a surfer in the lineup when a switch is flipped, that's what's happening with Brianna. She's got 2 waves now already, and that'll be her 3rd wave. And you can just see synapses, everything is firing on all cylinders right now. She's feeling just calm. And her surfing right now is looking just spot on. 3 turns, nothing super crazy critical, but I'm liking the way Brianna Cope is surfing right now.
Yeah, she's not really pushing too hard. She's doing what the wave is allowing her to do, which is key here in zippers. You can't really push too hard because the wave will run off without you. So she's got this really good flow, really good tempo with the wave. I really like the way she's linking her turns. Great surfing, and she's actually building house. Brianna Cope starting off with a 3.0, then a 4, now a 4.4, and that's exactly what you want to do. If you're going to take off on a wave here at Zippers, replace your worst score.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that is just pretty perfect heat surfing right there. If you can't start with an 8, at least improve on every score you're going to get. Look at this, another international super heat. Teresa Bonvalat and Camilla Kemp, both from Portugal. Samantha Sibley, USA. Emily Nishimoto from Japan. And, you know, with surfing in the Olympics now, I feel like the focus on, you know, where you're from and having the country behind you. I know surfers from Brazil, Japan, Spain, all over the world are actually now getting government subsidies to help them just focus on their sport of choice. And it's happening in skateboarding, it's happening in surfing. It's really cool to see because just sometimes, not only with financial support, but with the, you can imagine if somebody from the government says, "Hey, Cali, guess what? We're gonna pay your way. We love you. You are gonna be the face of our surf, you know, our surf program here in Portugal or Japan." I mean, that's got to give you some pride and just stoke. And so I feel like, you know, with the focus now coming up in the 2020 Olympics, that we're going to see a lot of these young surfing nations come through. You were just at the ISA World Games. You saw firsthand, you know, USA and Brazil came into that event thinking, you know, we are the surfing superpowers, and they were humbled. 7th and 8th place, while France, Spain, Portugal, Japan, Mexico, all with top 5 finishes.
Yeah, it was amazing to see. It's a really interesting point that you make, Chris, as we see Green up and riding. Nicole Fulford, just a quick 2-tap wave. Nothing major yet. Nicole needs to replace a 0.67 and a 2.0. Let's see if she does that as we see Garasi Sanchez from Spain.
A lot of speed. She needs that open face. Finds it. Snappy turn. Liked it.
Yeah,
high
good
speed surfing.
Yeah, really good surfing. I like her foot placement on the board. She seems like she hit that section in the right spot. Really good timing. A little bit of drift in her tail. Unfortunately, the wave just doesn't give her enough to actually get a high scoring ride. Garasi at least is going to improve her situation. She had a 0.63 and a 1.2, so definitely better than her waves. That garners her a 2.5 as we see dealing with that backwash. Nicole Fulford with a 2.0 and a 2.23. This heat is pretty much open. Brianna Cope sitting comfortably in first position with a pair of 4s, but second, third, and fourth position up for grabs.
13 minutes to go. You know, there's a fine line out here at Zippers of striking first or kind of waiting, the patience game. This wave is so fast that that's the decision you really have to make when you're paddling into the wave. Okay, am I just going to crank it straight off the bottom and attack the lip? Or am I going to kind of stand up, look down the line, and see, kind of try to read this wave? It's a really difficult wave to read. Even the locals will tell you that. You know, the waves, they all are similar. But the difference is with each and every wave out here, it's like snowflakes. You know, you really never know. And some places you can get the second wave's the best. Here at Zippers, it's really tough to decode. Surfer in red, Ortun from Spain. Oh, she had a nice line on that one, but it's a little bit thinking of the next maneuver before finishing the maneuver at hand. She goes down.
We see the flying manner.
I love seeing that every time.
Chelsea Roy from Barbados, just another quick in and out. Under 2 minutes remaining. Wow. It's been a relatively slow heat, Chris. Not a lot of set waves. We saw a couple set waves towards the beginning, and then second set, catching the surfers a little bit. positioned too far up the point. So hopefully we get to see a few more rides. With 1:30 remaining, we see some lines out the back. Let's see if they get here in time. Brianna Cope in first position, Chelsea Rouet in second, Nicole Fulford needing a 4.6, and Garazi Sanchez from Spain needing a 4.33. So not a lot. You see the wind from the south backed off a little bit, which is great news. Sometimes when that death wind from the south comes in, it makes it even trickier to surf. So thankfully the wind is backing off a little bit, but we have a breeze. We know that here in the desert, that little breeze means a lot.
Oh yeah. I was just going to say, your weather report from Cabos, very similar throughout the year. Right now, we're just starting to creep into that 80-plus range here up in the, well, in the booth it's 95 already, but on the beach it's about 85. The water is 78, 80 degrees. So, you know, I was texting some friends last night, suffering through June gloom in San Diego, and
no June gloom here.
No June gloom here. And I'm talking, I mean, it's crazy that from Southern California, LA, San Francisco, wherever you're based out of, within an hour and a half, 2 hours, you literally, when we took off from San Diego, you fly up into the clouds and the sun pops and it just doesn't stop popping. From the minute you land, you just know it's on. And you know, that's probably one of my favorite things about Cabo, the ease of travel here. You land at the airport, and it's one of the few flights where you better wear shorts when you get on that plane, because when you get off that plane, it's on. Well, that's it for Heat 10 here of round 3, the QS 6000 women. And Brianna Cope, she feels very comfortable down here in Cabo. She has had some stellar performances in past years at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Just smooth surfing all the way through that 20-minute heat. Following her, your surfer in second. So it's going to be Brianna Cope moving through. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from the Los Cabos Open of Surf. All right, we are back. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf, an international super heat in the lineup now. Round 3, Heat 11, QS 6000 action. We're right into it. Emily Nishimoto from Japan. You see high speed down the line, getting back on that open face. She is flying big, beautiful snap to finish. Emily starting strong. So, like I said, an international affair here. Teresa Bonvalat and Camilla Kemp, both from Portugal. Samantha Sibley from the USA, and Emily Nishimoto from Japan. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, you've been watching from the beginning of today, and this is our 4th heat of the day, and so far, so good. I'm liking what I'm seeing from these QS 6000 women, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from zippers.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from zippers. I think every girl that's been out there in a jersey today has done outstanding, even though the ones that have bowed out from the event, I think they've all gone down fighting, and I'm just impressed with how women's surfing is nowadays, Christopher. It's just amazing. It's outstanding to me, and I love it. I think, you know, girls were underestimated a lot back in the day, but I think things have changed a lot in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, just from what we've seen from the first year here, 5 years ago at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, to now, I mean, it's a perfect gauge, because to watch the field surf the same wave year in, year out, you know, you really start to see the cream of the crop coming down here to Cabo. And, you know, I'm loving that this event being a QS 6000, you know, we get to draw and pull some of the best surfers from the World Championship Tour. And we get to kind of see what the future of the CT is going to be. Will it be Emily Nishimoto?
It could very possibly. I mean, that was beautiful surfing. I really liked her bottom turn, top turn combo right at the end, and it could very possibly be. It could be Teresa Bomolo maybe, but Emily dropping a 4.27, Teresa 4.33, 17 minutes, plenty of time. And another thing that I really like is that we have the 4-man priority system in place too. That really plays into the factor of a lot more sportsmanship and not really having to hassle for waves. So having a QS 6000 here is crucial for a women's event in North America and around the world as well. And just beautiful, outstanding waves so far. We're going to have a tide getting lower from now on up until around 2 p.m. I think. And then after that, a pretty king high tide in the afternoon. But so far throughout the day, waves have been outstanding. You know, you get those long lows in between heats, even in heats. But to me, that's actually favorable because it allows the wave of the face to be a lot cleaner. So those intervals can play into your advantage or to your disadvantage as well, depending on how your positioning in the heat is as well.
We've seen, talking about positioning, and surfer in white, Samantha Sibley, her backhand. I was just about to say I like the wind up, but halfway through that second bottom turn, she kind of got stuck. But I'll tell you what, 4 turns on a tricky wave to surf, that was 100% effort right there from Samantha. And I love it. I love when you see somebody make a mistake and that quick, I mean, a split-second reaction to her just recovering, getting back into her turn cycle. 4 turns on a wave of that size, that is admirable, and I feel like the judges are going to, you know, throw her a little love for that. 3.5, so this wave right here, that was the little mistake, but I love how she corrected it.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, you know, actually recovering and not giving up afterwards, you have that knowledge of what a wave will do, especially surfing waves like lowers, uppers. She lives in San Clemente, and she's so young. I mean, Sam does a lot of amateur events as well, so you have that experience of knowing what a wave will do, especially out here at Zippers. You know, a little bit slower right at the end. It speeds down the line right at the beginning, so you saw that kind of hiccup at the beginning, but I mean, outstanding surfing from her. It's a 3.5, might not be a keeper at the end of the heat, but it's a pretty decent score to start off.
Yeah, with 14 and a half minutes to go, talk about decent scores. This gal did that and more. Brianna Cope. I know Brianna loves Cabo. She's been coming here the past couple years. Some great results here in the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Welcome back to Cabo, Brianna.
Yes, it's nice to hear your voice.
That means if you hear my voice or one of the commentators' voices, you've won your heat. So just a pleasure to watch you surf that heat. Looked like you were nice and relaxed, and the waves seemed like they just kept coming your way.
Yeah, I actually made a couple of priority mistakes, but it worked out in my favor because I was way too deep. I was trying to like hold the peak, but it gets tricky like that with Cabo, so I just glad I moved to the side, and it was really fun. A little backwashy, but super fun.
Tell me about the stellar run that you had down here a couple years ago, where you were kind of the underdog coming through this entire competition, and when you made the finals, you got second place. That was an incredible contest to watch. Was that 2014?
I think it was 2014 or 2014, maybe 15. I don't remember.
Either year, it was an amazing run. Tell me about bringing kind of the emotions, the joy from a run like that back to competition. Last year, the waves were really small, really tough, but we got similar waves to your epic year down here. So how do you kind of take from past victories and bring them into current competition?
I just love Cabo, and I just love the vibe, and the wave's super fun. I actually have had a rough little start of the year, so I just wanted to have my restart here, and I know I like the wave, so I'm just enjoying it and trying to make some heat.
And Brianna, hey, Mitchell here.
Hey.
Congratulations, first of all, but your connection with Cabo here at Playa Zippers, I know the first couple of big events of the year have been in mostly beach breaks, Manly Beach, and then Merriweather.
Yeah.
Coming to a point break growing up in Kauai, do you think that favors you?
Totally. I actually have a little harder time with beach breaks because there's like 2 on Kauai, so I definitely love point breaks. And I kind of have like a weird thing with rocks. Like I like to see the rocks. Like everyone's scared, but my home breaks are all rocks, so I'm not like, I don't know. It's kind of like a comfort feeling, I guess, as crazy as that sounds.
It's rad. It's like you and Mason Ho could surf together.
No, not that comfortable. That's a little radical.
Right on, Brianna. Hey, congratulations. We're looking forward to not only more surfing, but also hopefully more post-heat interviews.
Yeah,
let's
like
get the run going.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you. We'll
Hi.
see you soon. Coming up, we actually got the schedule for the day here, Wednesday, June 7th. As it stands now, 8 to 10 a.m. will be women's round 3 heats 7 through 12, the QS women, and then potentially at 11 o'clock. We're going to go into the QS Pro Junior Women, which is going to be very fun. Our first look at some of the Pro Juniors here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. And if things go as we expect them to go, of course, this is all subject to change due to waves and conditions and all that. But we think we're going to finish off with QS Women's Round 4, heats 1 through 12. And let me tell you, Round 4, that's where we get some veritable surfing superstars. Tatiana Weston Webb made the trip from Fiji. She had to extend her stay because she was in the finals, and they wanted to run the finals in the best waves possible. So it was Tatiana surfing against Courtney Conlog. She got second place in bombing waves at Cloudbreak, and then she jumped on a plane. No rest for the wicked. She's right back down here in Cabo. Stoked to watch her surf. Past champion Nikki Van Dyke will be surfing later on. So you got your household names coming up, and from what I've seen in these early rounds, they are going to have a tough ask because there's no underdogs anymore. I mean, they're all these ladies have been ripping. You can't say any of them are an underdog. Anyone could win at this point.
And I love that you brought that topic up, Chris, because it truly is like that. That's why it's called the qualifying series, because anybody can win an event of this caliber. It's so difficult to actually win, but if you do, an event this big could mean that you qualify for the championship tour next year. It's such a big impact on your life. And I mean, if you do make it to the championship tour, there's a reason it's called the Dream Tour. But yeah, as you said, there's no underdogs at all. I think any girl in the draw can actually win. Summer Macedo from Lahaina, Maui surfed incredibly well yesterday. I think she's one of my favorites to watch in this event. As he said, past champions, Nikki Van Dyke, Bronte McCauley, another one who's in the draw as well. Her dad, Dave, former CT competitor, and I think there's some really good talent out here.
Speaking of that, Camila Kemp flying down the line. Beautiful bottom turn. Nice snapping turn. This glistening golden wave here in the mornings. So the sun, it's kind of a different kind of location than we're probably used to in California on the East Coast, but it kind of comes up down the line. So one thing that you can't see from up here, to add to the kind of trickiness of zippers, is when you stand up, especially going backside, the sun is just blazing into your eyeballs. So it just adds a little bit of just a little bit of added excitement. And, we were talking earlier about kind of trying to make the experience for our surfers as good as possible. And, I mean, does a contest get any better than this?
I mean, I have never been to a contest this nice, Chris, so I don't think so. But, yeah, it's that sun in your eyes, the glare in the morning is a little difficult, but once it actually gets on top of you, it's pretty nice. This is last of, actually her opening ride, Camila Kemp, started off pretty strong. I like that first lash, then a second top turn, so good combo, 2 maneuvers, 5-3-3, so it's the best wave of the heat so far. She's currently in second, but Sam Sibley still in first, a 3-5 and a 2-1-7. She's probably going to get rid of those 2 scores by the end of this heat, both 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Going to be a bit difficult. Teresa has that 4.33, but she doesn't really have a backup, and Emily has a 4.27. So really, at this stage of the heat, it's anyone's heat. 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Many things can happen, but we have seen those long lows in between sets, so that plays a huge factor into using your priority well, and it can be tricky. It can be difficult, but I think these girls are doing it pretty well.
You see utilizing priority surfer in green, Nishimoto. Nice opening snap. She's got some solid fundamentals right there, and obviously, as you can see, the ability to react quickly through kind of a little adverse situation on her backhand, makes the turn, gets right back on her board, is able to fit one more snap in right on the sand. And so far, Maud Lacar, she didn't make her heat, but she's had the best dismount onto the sand, which got to stand for something. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Emily Nishimoto right now.
Yeah, that second turn was beautiful. Caught a little bit of a rail when she came down, though. But she's going to be rewarded regardless for that one really nice backside turn that she did. She only needs a 1.07, so she's definitely going to move up into second, maybe possibly even first. But as you said, I mean, the dismount, I saw Malakar's dismount, and that was, I have no idea how she did that. It was outstanding, but she did pretty much a run straight onto the sand after the wave finished. But Emily, she's going to drop a pretty solid score, maybe even better her 4.27. But you see some waves out the back, Chris. Look at these beautiful lines.
Man, this is one of those dream scenarios where you wish you were a QS 6000 woman right now, because they are scoring zippers. I would say this is B+, A- zippers. I mean, this is not as ripple as it gets. This is Samantha Sibley on her backhand. And, you know, while that wave did have kind of chops coming up the face and a little bit of backwash, it allowed her enough open face to throw 3 backside snaps right in the judges' faces. The judges are just to the right of where the cameras are shooting, so, you know, they're seeing this wave unimpeded from beginning to end. And so far, the scores have been just absolutely spot on from where I'm sitting. Emily Nishimoto, she backs up her first score, the 4.27, so she's going to be jumping into the lead. Samantha Sibley in second. I feel like that last wave could potentially improve her. Coming up next, Kayla Green, Mia Collins, Alyssa Locke, and Lucy Campbell. So, you know, I would say in that next heat, Mia Collins has been on a competitive tear. But when you've got, you know, you kind of start to think of, okay, so who are some of the surfers coming through these pro junior ranks? You know, this to me is an event that is the perfect kind of bridge between pro junior and QS level surfing. As you see right there from Teresa Bonvillat, who's traveled around. She's been on the pro junior tour. She's done a bunch of ISA events and now surfing in the QS 6000. That score right there, 5.57. Bam, it's exactly what she needed.
Yeah, best wave of the heat so far, undoubtedly, and I liked her tempo on that wave. But Sam Sibley's up and riding. Beautiful bottom turn and a nice top turn as well. Only one maneuver though, Chris. That's not going to be enough. Maybe better her 2.17, but at the end of the heat, that's not a keeper score. 5 minutes remaining. She's got to get back out and actually get a solid wave under her belt. But, you know, going back to the relationship between the Pro Junior women's event and the QS 6000, it's huge. I mean, for a lot of girls, Alyssa Spencer, Samantha Sibley, who's in the heat right now, Mia Collins, all these girls are still pro junior age, so they compete in the QS 6000 as well. It's good to do a double event at the same contest, so it can be beneficial as to where you're getting 2 events done in the same contest, but you can also tire yourself out. But, I mean, I'd rather surf 2 events in the same contest than have to travel 2 places separately.
Exactly.
So to me, it's way more beneficial than harsh. So I see it as way better. But, you know, going back to the rankings, I think all these girls have all that amateur experience and all the pro junior experience that they can relate to that in the QS surfing. So it's good to see these girls still competing and trying to, you know, qualify at a young age.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, they are the pro junior women and men. They're all sponges. So, you know, Mia Collins, who's surfing, doing double duty, surfing the pro junior and the QS 6000. I know she is of the competitive mindset that every heat she surfs, she is drawing a learning experience from those heats, wins or losses. She is, you know, kind of a hyper competitive mindset when it comes to these heats, because you know that she's been training for situations like this since she really started surfing. You know, she started entering contests at a young age. Her dad, Richie Collins, you know, obviously a CT competitor for many years, legendary surfer. You know, she's been groomed for competitive surfing, and you know, I had a free surf with her yesterday, and she's smiling, having fun. She's not palling around. You know, she's just getting in the mix and having a good time. And then you see her put a jersey on, and it's just all business,
yeah.
Which I feel like is the perfect balance of, you know, when you surf, free surf, there's no reason to surf it like a heat.
Not at all.
You put the jersey on, and it's business, just like we're seeing from Samantha Sibley. Just one quick snap, but I think the judges really appreciate these backside vertical snaps. And I feel like we're going to start to see a distinction being formed between goofy foot and regular foot. The goofy footers that are able to get around that first section and start just throwing the board at the lip, you know, they've been getting rewarded with big scores, whereas some of the regular footers, it's a little bit more difficult to go into those vertical regular foot snaps. We'll see if Camilla Kemp can do just that. She gets around, goes up into the lip, but that's kind of the turn that we've been seeing. She liked it. I think the judges are going to appreciate the speed, kind of the power she went up into the lip with. But the closeout section is going to favor the regular foots. Those long open face walls, in my opinion, are going to favor the goofies just because you can fit 3 turns as opposed to a regular footer, maybe you can fit 2.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Having that backside approach, you really need to speed down the line. As we're going to see Camila's replay. Only one maneuver. She needs a 3-3-7. I don't think she's going to get it right there. Only one maneuver wave. But there's still 1:30 remaining. Maybe a set will come, 4 or 5 wave set. That would be super good for her. But as you were saying, backside, frontside differential, it actually is true, especially at a wave, that really speeds down the line in the first section. So as a regular footer, you're thinking, oh, I'll speed the first section, come around, do a big carve, but then the wave's already standing up straight after that. So as to where goofy foot, you can speed, then go vertical a lot easier on your backside. So there is a huge difference, and I think in a way goofies do benefit from that. But if you're a regular footer that actually knows how to control your speed well down the line, you will be rewarded accordingly to what you do on the wave. But it's a big contrast.
Yeah,
it truly is.
I feel like this wave too, it's harder to start your wave backside because I've surfed out here enough to have been caught behind this section on 75% of the waves as a
right
backsider.
there with you, yeah.
So the ability to kind of get up and going on the backhand is really, that's going to be vital to your success in surfing this wave on your backhand, whereas front side you can really kind of gauge the takeoff and everything better. So that's always a fun kind of contest within the contest to watch. There's a Bonvalat right there, or that was...
Yeah, that was Teresa.
Yeah, it was Teresa, so she's quick up and down. So that leaves Nishimoto out the back, currently in second place. That was a wise decision. That wave was running away, a little too zippy. That's why they call this place Zippers. It's one of these break names that really indicates how the wave breaks. Pipeline is a pipe. Zippers is a zipper down the line. So that was it. Heat 11. Man, these heats are flying by. Teresa Bonvalat is going to be your winner, and in second place, Nishimoto. So Portugal and Japan making it through. We're going to take a quick break. Lots of surfing to come. We're going to go deep into the afternoon today. We're going to continue through with QS 6000 surfing live from Zippers. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. 5 years we've been holding the Los Cabos Open of Surf here in beautiful Cabo. And so far, the 5th year has been a gem. QS 6000 women's surfing at its finest. There you see the beautiful Cabo region. An epic place, not just for a surf contest, but pretty much for everything you'd want to do in your life. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar in the lineup. QS 6000 action, Michaela Green from Australia, Mia Collins from Huntington Beach, California, Elisa Locke, also from Australia, and Lucy Campbell from Great Britain.
Yeah. I love it.
Yes.
I love seeing a way more big international field. And speak of her, she's right there trying to get barreled, a little shampoo.
Yeah, that was the first quasi-tube ride that we've seen of the day.
it would have been cool if she would have claimed it. Yeah, but you know, just mentioning this whole San Jose del Cabo and Cabo San Lucas region, what a beautiful place to be in, Chris. And just we saw the opening shot of this heat over at the Rock, and then right next door is a little break called Pescaditos. It's a super fun break when it breaks on low tide, and then the Rock is another outstanding wave. We're here at Playa Zippers though. Weather is pretty hot, I will say that, which is nice. It's good to get a sweat going. But you know, waves are outstanding. I talked to Tia Blanco earlier, and she told me that water temperature dropped a little bit, which is actually nice. So once the sun actually does come out, it kind of counteracts each other.
It's your surfer in red, Michaela Green. Yeah, you know, the second turn there didn't really go her way, but I like that she had the kind of fortitude to ride out of it. Mia Collins now, nice opening snap. I love the approach there. That, you know, that wave kind of ran off from her, but fitting that first turn in right there, you could just see she was kind of projecting down the line there, figuring out, okay, well, at least I can fit in one quick snap here. It's going to be a huge score, but you know, I like that she kind of just got on the move early. And you know, we think of these double threats. Mia Collins is one of them, surfing in the Pro Junior as well as the QS 6000. She's a threat to take out both of those events as well.
Oh yeah, and I think that comes with, you mentioned her experience too. It just comes with that. Her dad Richie being a former Bells Beach champion, and just growing up in that starving bred of people over in Huntington Beach, that just so many good surfers around there. I mean, Brett Simpson, Timmy Reyes, Jesse Evans, Teddy Navarro. I could go on for around a day.
On any given day, you're surfing with CT level surfers at your home break.
So you hang around those kind of people and surf with them almost every single day. You can only benefit so much from them. It's outstanding.
All right, I've got a paddle. This is Green. Campbell, big snap, riding down with the lip. And she you know, quickly got back out there to get that wave. She had that kind of opening semi-tube. Surfer from Great Britain. Well, I'm looking her up, get more information. It's what I love about these, you know, QS 6000s in the earlier rounds, as you start to see talent that you know, you don't normally get to see on, you know, on at least the CT webcast. And you know, this is kind of where we're seeing the future of Championship Tour surfing.
No, and you're right. And that was a beautiful turn as well. She's going to get rewarded. It's going to be a pretty decent score for one maneuver. And out the back is Alyssa Locke from actually Snapper Rocks area. Beautiful second turn right there on her backside. And that's going to be it for her, as it seems like she will probably get the best score of this heat so far. Mia Collins, speak of her, she's up again, Chris.
Wow, she looks like she could have a good zipping right. Beautiful, full roundhouse cutback, straight into a vertical snap. Attempting the little foam climb right there, but the damage was done with those first two turns. One of the first surfers that we've seen on the morning with the ability to, I should say, with the ability and the opportunity to do a full snapping kind of roundhouse cutback. Didn't quite get all the way back in the whitewater, but you know, Fanning-esque.
Yeah.
High line turn with the tail whip. Finished it up with a vertical snap. A great wave from Mia Collins. And Campbell now just floating. Looked like she was just caught a little bit behind from the get-go. So scores coming through for Mia Collins, 2.6, 4.57. She is now in the lead.
Yeah, but Alyssa drops the best score, a 5-1. So, and it looks like we're going to see the last of Mia. This was some really good surfing. I like that down carve. Her patented down carve just straight into a top turn, so she burns off some speed and then goes straight up after that. So it's that's a distinction between Goofy and regular right now, that Goofies can actually go up straight a little bit easier, as where regulars kind of have to burn off that speed that they get from the first section while pumping down the line. But I mean, a 4.57 is not a bad score for right now. Waves have definitely slowed down quite a bit. I think just because of the peak high tide an hour ago. But as soon as that tide starts changing, we'll see a lot more waves come through. Yesterday afternoon was outstanding, and I think we're going to see even better waves today.
All right, well, getting some of the better waves in that previous heat, all the way from Portugal, Teresa Bonvalat. Teresa, congratulations on that last heat.
Thank you.
It looked like you and Zippers are forming quite a relationship. What do you think of this wave?
It's a fun wave. It's not easy though. I mean, it's kind of hard to be free surfing here with all the crowds. So, I mean, I'm getting more waves in my heat than I've been catching in the free surfs. But yeah, it's a fun wave. I like this one as all the other ones around here. It's a fun ride, and yeah, I'm having a blast here.
Hey, Teresa, it's Mitchell.
Hey.
First of all, parabéns.
Obrigada.
Second, I know that you grew up in Portugal, really heavy, solid waves, but you've been focusing a lot more on the junior series than the QS. Chris and I were talking about that having two events, a Pro Junior Women's and a QS 6000 in the same contest is actually beneficial for you girls. Do you think the same way as to where you don't have to travel to two separate events?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have more chance to surf. I love competing, so I'm just having a good time there, getting more waves, getting more heats, trying to get better heat by heat. And yeah, it's just more experience, more eating in the pocket. I don't know. I feel good. There's good waves. It's not as small as like 2 years ago because I didn't come last year, but 2 years ago was really small. So yeah, it's good.
So last question for you, Teresa. Surfing both divisions, do you feel like that could potentially give you an advantage in either one of those divisions, but just because you have more time in this lineup without the frothing crowd that we've been seeing in practice sessions?
Yeah, for sure. You have more experience with the wave. You can surf more this kind of wave because it's not an easy wave though. And just putting more waves and surfing more helps you, and that's why people come here like a week before the contest. I couldn't do that because I had a contest in Portugal. But yeah, so it's good to have another heat with the juniors, and yeah, it feels really good to be here.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing more from you, Teresa. Congratulations moving through in the QS 6000, and we'll be seeing Teresa coming up in the junior women's round one. Wow, she might actually have a higher seat than that. No, she'll be in our round one heat. So looking forward to seeing more of Teresa Bonvalat, an extremely talented surfer from Portugal. And I got to watch a lot of her in ISA competition down in Nicaragua.
Pollo, yeah.
She was ripping down there.
Yeah, I think, she's dating Kanoe Garashi as well, so I think they both benefit from each other so much. They just both have that hunger to succeed. It's great to see, a young girl from Portugal actually come out and try to be the first girl from Portugal that qualifies for the WCT, and it's awesome. And you saw that. She actually said, hey, yeah, I do get more experience from surfing both events in the same contest because they get more time in the water than other girls. So, and we'll see her soon enough in the next couple of heats, actually.
Just during that quick interview, things have changed out in the lineup. Locke now in the lead, and Green now doing some work. She got a 5.93 at 2.90. We'll wait for that last score to come through. This heat's definitely spicing up. Mia Collins now driving down the line. Big snap. Unfortunately, the fins release. She goes down. She's on her way to a solid score. Looked like a quick setup turn, then going to that big snapping layback. Campbell, she was from Woolcombe in the United Kingdom. She's got a 3, 1.57. Definitely not out of this heat with 8 minutes and 53 seconds to go. And we've seen those crucial last 2 minutes really coming into play here. With the waves this consistent, the last 2 minutes of these heats is really, that can shake everything up. We've already seen it about 4 times in 6 heats already on the day. So here's a look at your replay. This is Michaela Green.
Yeah, Michaela did some good work on the outside, but then kind of came to the inside. Oh, that's actually her high score. That's the 5.93, the best score of the heat. I really like this wave from Melissa Locke. Nice speed float down the line, but she actually extended her board all the way out. Then another second one, but that's when it kind of got tricky. She didn't really know what to do at the end, and you can see it in her face that she was like, oh, you know, I could have done better than that at the end, because it probably could have maybe even got up into the excellent range at the end. But I mean, still, a 5.67 is a pretty keeper score for right now. But, you know, going back to Mia's wave, she did one really nice turn, pushed a little too hard on that second maneuver. Probably would have been better if she would have carved it instead of trying to do a sliding maneuver, especially with that little bump that we're getting on the face right now. But look at these lines, Chris. More waves out the back.
Yeah, who has priority? I believe it's White. This is a lock. And where she is in the lineup. She could be potentially in position. And here you'll see her making the decision to utilize her priority. She does. Striking into a nice looking zipping right-hander. Beautiful vertical snap to start this off. Another quick turn on her backhand. She likes it. The judges are going to like that as well. One of the bigger waves we've seen in this heat. Two high-speed snapping maneuvers. Goes Campbell again from Woolcombe. Nice roundhouse cutback. She makes her way around that section, and that right there, that's a perfect illustration of maneuver choice. You know, I did like the look of the nice extended drawn-out cutback, but when you do a cutback like that, back into the white water, Zippers has a way of running off down the line, and this is kind of the flip side of that. You see the surfing that we're seeing right here from surfer in white, Alyssa Locke, down the line, just kind of every turn she did, you could tell she was coming out of the turn, projecting straight into a bottom turn, making full use of the time, the short time she had on that wave.
Yeah, and, you know, she got a pretty decent score for it, a 7.0. Lucy gets a 2.4, but Alyssa dropping the best score of the heat so far. But we saw the contrast there in Goofy versus regular. Alyssa could get up to the top of the wave a lot easier than Lucy did, and she got two really solid turns out the back. The first one was beautiful, but I mean, she's surfing so outstanding right now. It's crazy how well these girls are surfing. But priority now with Michaela, she's currently in second. Mia only needs a 4.27 to move up into second. So thing is, these last 5 minutes with priority is absolutely difficult to, you know, not necessarily control, because you don't have control of the ocean. You can only control what you are doing. But if you have first priority, sometimes you want to let that first wave go, but if there's not a second, you're kind of rolling the dice a lot. So it's difficult. These last 5 minutes are going to be crucial.
Yes, these last 5 minutes always kind of play a role in the end result. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, we're here in beautiful Cabo for the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. So far, so good here on day 2 of competition, day 1 of our webcast. We're going to be webcasting throughout the rest of the event. We've got Mitchell, we've got Kale Carranza, two incredible bilingual surfers in and out of the booth. And later on, we'll have Ian Folk and Matt Myers coming down to fill out our commentary team. And as we go into juniors competition, we're going to have Fisher DeVoe on the beach. Fisher's going to bring the excitement for us on the junior side of things. And we're just stoked to be here. Like we said earlier, it's already about 85 degrees here on the land, 80 in the water. So if you're watching this and you're socked in June gloom at home somewhere in California, I would just say pull the trigger, get on the flight. You know, it can be between $300 and $500. Which, yeah, you know, that is a lot of money, but at the same time, June gloom can be taxing, and there is no June gloom in Cabo.
Not at all. I mean, it's a pretty short flight too, around maybe 2 hours at most. But I mean, it's such a beautiful place, Chris. I can't say it enough. Waves are outstanding. Not only zippers, you know, you got the rock, you got the estuary a little bit further down the beach, maybe a 10-minute drive, but it's a really, really good beach break. You got shipwrecks on the East Cape, monuments just in town. And there's so many things to do here with your family. You can go to the Arches. You can go see the whales. It's a beautiful place to come. So, I mean, if you're here on vacation with your family, there's tons of things to do. I know Dylan Horde, one of our junior competitors, his whole family's here down with him. Tyler Gunter brought his dad, Larry. So it's an outstanding place to come, not only by yourself as a surfer, but just as someone in general that wants to be a tourist. You know, so why not come down to beautiful San Jose del Cabo in Mexico?
Absolutely. And, you know, seems like every time I come back here, You know, I do the How to Do Los Cabos series. This year we did it with Alana Blanchard, Layla Hurst, and Camille Brady. And every year, you know, we think, what are we going to do this year? And every time you come down here, there's something new popping up to do, a new restaurant, you know, new hotel, new activities. You know, I brought my family down here in September, and we actually went out towards the Todos Santos region and went on a four-wheeling adventure.
Oh, sick.
Super fun. So it's not just surfing, fishing, diving. It's horseback riding, mountain bike. I mean, you can do anything down here in Cabo. I can't say enough how much I love this place. And anytime anyone asks me, where should I go? I've only got 4 days. All right, backhand surfing, back to business. You know, this is a 50-50 event. These surfers are going 50%. Well, I'd say maybe 90-10. They're so far 90% business, 10% pleasure when they're waiting for their heat. But it's all business in the lineup right now. Mia Collins, she's on a screamer trying to get back to the open face. Like she had a pair of nice turns out the back. She's looking for a 4.27. So with the start with that 4.57 for Mia, she was looking like she was getting in a good flow. She had a couple, you know, falls on her 2 previous waves, but hopefully for Mia, that last wave will get her closer to what she needs. Meanwhile, Alyssa Locke is starting to run away with this heat, a 5.67. She just dropped a 4.13, and we see our first look at women's pro junior action going to be coming up next. 1 minute 40 seconds to go. Scores coming through. Mia Collins, it's not enough. It does improve. She's got a 3.4. There you see Sea Vibes getting some yoga going for our competitors. I believe that's Maddie Peterson. Just getting limber, getting loose. I've heard yoga is the best thing you can do for surfing. I've done it twice. I'm going to try to do it again. I don't want to do it now because I don't want you guys to film me doing it.
Well, we probably will, so.
Yeah, so I got to be careful.
Watch out, Chris.
1 minute to go here. Alyssa Locke has a lock on first place.
She does.
Sorry about that pun. Michaela Green, second place, 5.93. She has a 2.9. She is not safe yet because Mia Collins just needing a 4.27. You see Mia in blue, wishing that she had priority. And now with a paddle for surfer from the UK, Campbell, she has to give way to Green, who had priority. That leaves Mia out the back with 38 seconds to go. So just like we said, do not turn away from the screen for a second because everything can change in these last seconds. Here we go. It is Mia Collins, her last chance. She needs a 4.27. Nice opening snap. She's got to finish strong. Do not leave it up to the judges. Make it clear that you have made it through this heat. Third turn with the dismount. Now I'm going to throw you in the hot seat, Mitchell. Do you think that's enough?
Oh, she undoubtedly got that score right there. But, I mean, that was a lot of luck, honestly. Michaela had first priority, and I think Lucy didn't know that. She was further up the point. She had second priority, so she did have to give away to Michaela in the red. But Mia just dodged a bullet right there. I think she does get the 4.27 she needs. She's going to move up into second. At 5.1 right there. So
good job.
Yeah, well,
you're spot on.
That comes a lot with competing and judging yourself. So,
yeah.
But I mean, wow, what a buzzer beater! What a heat, Chris. I mean, you said the last 2 minutes is where it comes down to.
Always comes down to it. So Mia Collins will move through. Alyssa Locke gets the win here at the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. And from here, folks, surf fans, get ready. We're going into Pro Junior Women's. This is going to be an incredible round of surfing heats 1 through 4 of the Pro Junior event. Now, this has always been a hotly contested event down here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. So stick around, Pro Junior action coming up. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from Zippers.
Every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field, love is everywhere.
morning and welcome back to beautiful Los Cabos. We are at Playa Zippers here for the Los Cabos Open of Surf. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza, longtime Latin American competitor himself. Kale, great to be here with you at Playa Zippers in Costa Azul. We're now moving into the junior women's event, round 1, heat 1, in the red jersey, Brooke Young from the USA. In the blue, Macy Callahan, reigning world junior champion from Australia, Maylee Davis from the USA in the white, and Julia Camargo from Brazil in the green. Kale, good morning.
Very good morning, mate. It's so good to be here, man. The waves are absolutely pumping. I got a chance to go down to the competitors area. Chris Cote was talking about how good it is to have a nice, comfortable competitors area so that the guys can chill, check out the waves, be in the shade, stay hydrated. And it's great to see all the girls about to compete. We're down there already checking the conditions, and I was alongside them checking the waves. The waves, we knew they were going to get better because the tide was dropping, but it's actually pumping. It got a little bit bigger. As we see right away, we're going to get started with Maylee Davis from the USA in white. Little bit of chop on that wave. Now we see that the wind from the south is a little bit stronger. The tide is dropping, so we can't have it all. Tide dropping meaning the waves are going to get better. A little bit of wind makes it a little bit harder to surf, but at least we're going to get rid of some of that backwash, Mitch.
Yeah, you know, tide hasn't really seemed like it's dropped out too much, Kale. It's been a little over an hour now as we see Macy Callahan on screen. That's our reigning world junior champion. She had a 1.4 to open up, but she's a girl with a lot of experience, only 16 years young. So for her to win a world junior championship at her age is something pretty outstanding. She's here in Cabo trying to get a win, maybe either in the Pro Junior Women's, in the QS 6000 Women's as well, or maybe even both. But it would be something difficult, not impossible though. So if she does secure one of those victories, it will be something outstanding for her. 16 minutes, 10 seconds. So Kale, we will be running all 4 heats of the first round of junior women's action, then going into round 4, which is the round of 48 of the women's QS 6000 action. We will be running the entire round, but those will be 25-minute heats.
Plenty of time to catch waves. It makes it actually more fun. It's a little bit stressful with 20 minutes. It almost seems like, especially in the beginning of the day, there wasn't enough waves to be surfed, and the person that got the wave in that 20 minutes managed to make it to the next round. So it's going to be more interesting to see a little bit more time in the heats. The guys are going to have obviously more opportunity to catch waves and to falter. You know, so we're going to have the last heat winner. We're in for an interview, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah.
What do we got?
It's Alyssa Locke. Alyssa, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hey, congratulations, first of all, Alyssa. I know you're going straight back out, so we're going to keep it quick. First of all, you know, goofy versus regular. I know you're going a lot more vertical than a lot of regular foot surfers. You're from Snapper Rocks, yeah? So does it benefit you to actually be surfing in a right-hand point break right now?
Yeah, definitely. It feels really similar to back at home, you know, a fast wave and a really fun wave, so yeah.
Hi, Alyssa. It's Kale over here. Amazing surfing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it hard as a competitor to pick the right waves? Because there was a lot of waves in that last heat, but we saw that a lot of the waves tend to close out, and you managed to pick the right ones. How easy is it to find those good ones?
Well, it's definitely difficult. I think I just got lucky, and yeah, you really just got to race as soon as you get up because you never know if it's going to be too fast.
All right, Alyssa, we'll let you go. Congratulations, and keep hydrated. Good luck in your heat.
Yeah, thank you.
Congrats.
What an awesome girl, Kale.
She's so cool, and she surfs so well. One of the main things that stood out for me in her last heat was how well she draws her bottom turns. You know, we see a lot of competitors trying to just make the next section, and she was really committing to her turns, and that's why she got those really high scores. Some of the girls that were actually sitting near me when I was checking out the action on the beach, a lot of girls were like, whoa, who was that? So you could actually see the difference in surfing. You can see the difference in the bottom turn, and really nice to see that this young lady's so cool too.
Yeah, no, the one thing that I like about the women's QS 6000 and the junior women's is that even though unfortunately some people have to bow out during the event, but they're all smiling all the time, and I love it. I love that they're always happy. They're always enjoying their time here in Los Cabos, and it's something outstanding to see because not only are they competitors, but they're people actually trying to enjoy their time to the place they're traveling to. So every event that you go to, you get to be, a tourist, as they should be. So it's just the little things that you actually have to enjoy, and once you learn to enjoy them, you're actually having fun with it.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Cabo is that there's so many cool people around here. They're so nice, so friendly, always cheering the ladies on in some events. Sometimes people may be a little bit more reserved, but as Mexicans, we're pretty outspoken, and we love to let the ladies know if we are cheering for them that they're the ones we want to win. So it's really cool and comforting for the girls to come in and get a little bit of support from the local crowd. Bit of a slow heat right now, Mitch. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Not a lot of waves, and that seems to be the case with a lot of heats. Some heats are on, some heats are off, as we see Macy Callaghan up and riding.
Yeah, oh, wow. That was a beautiful maneuver right there from Macy. I'm going to say that's going to go up into the really good range just for one maneuver, but that was an outstanding maneuver. I can't wait to see the replay. 12 minutes, 20 seconds, excuse me. You were saying, slow start to the heat, and then Macy just threw the house down right there. But a lot of girls surfing the Pro Junior Women's as well as the QS. Macy's one of them. So it's her first heat so far. She's a seeded surfer into the round of 48. So she will not be surfing until later today in the QS. She's out in the water right now in the Junior Women's. That's some action. A couple waves coming through the lineup. This is Julia Camargo from Brazil, Kale.
Great looking wave. Let's see what Julia can do. Just a quick in and out. An unfortunate mistake from Brooke Young. She paddled a little bit wide, tried to catch that wave, determined to catch it. Unfortunately, sitting with first priority, she loses it and is now out the back with second priority. Miley Davis from the USA sitting with first. So Brooke paddled for that wave, hoping that she could get it. And that's the thing with zippers is you don't want to be too deep because you'll see the wave run up in front of you. And then you don't want to be too wide because you won't even catch it. So interesting to see with the surfers. You see all the surfers sitting in the same area. We can see, as the crowd as well, the spectators get to see the waves a little bit earlier. We can see them wrapping around Old Man's. But the girls in the water, we see them adjust to the whistles on the beach and the screaming, and that's cool to see because you see whistling, you hear screaming, something's happening, and the girls know that there's waves coming, and that's when they have to decide whether they paddle left towards the channel and hope to get a wide one, or do they commit to going a little bit deeper to potentially get the better waves of the heat.
And, going back to that, Macy dropped to 5.5, and her positioning was a little bit more deep in the lineup. She knew that she was only going to fit one maneuver in. It was an excellent maneuver, though. Goes into the mid-range, as I said. 5.5 for just one maneuver is a pretty solid score. Julia Camargo has the second best wave of the heat at 4.0. And, we see some waves out the back. It seems like Brooke Young might be down. Like she's up and riding, Kale.
Brooke trying to manage with all that bump. Unfortunately, isn't able to get to the open face. But yeah, going back to Macy Callahan surfing, that was a totally unexpected turn. Solid bottom turn, goes up the top. I was expecting something solid, but not a crazy fin waft like we saw. The judges obviously liked it as well. So if you're going to do one turn on a wave, you want to do a turn like Macy's, 5.5.
And you're right. As we saw Alyssa Luck, she can't stop smiling, Kale. She's smiling all the time. But look at that competitors area. So there's like the little scaffolding underneath, on the beach for them. That way they can sit in the shade. And there's a pool behind them, as well as a little bar up top. Here's Macy up and riding again. She's pumping down the line. Nice carve right there in the pocket. She's going to do one more turn. Beautiful top turn right there. Really going straight up into the lip, throwing a lot of spray. She's going to back up that 5.5.
Wow. For those of you that just tuned in, we're watching the Junior Women's Round 1. So these young ladies are younger than 19 years of age and ripping like CT surfers. It's crazy to see the level of surfing, Mitch, that we have on hand as we see the amazing food. I was actually abroad for more than 2 weeks, so it feels so good to eat tacos again, Mitch. As we see up and riding, Miley Davis.
Yeah, Miley up and riding. Just trying to get around that second section. She does one good turn at the beginning and then goes down on the second. A little too late there, Kale. And it seems like Julia might be having a look at this one. It seems like it's going to run down the line, so she's got to speed right at the beginning. She gets up to her feet, one little under the lip tap. Not going to be a huge score, but going to back up that 4.0. Definitely get better than 0.9, but not going to be a super solid score.
It's super interesting, all the things that these competitors have to take into consideration. Usually, you think of which wave is better. Is it the first wave or the second wave? Here at Zippers, the tide plays an important role. If you catch the second wave, most likely is you'll get the backwash from the first wave. And if you catch the first wave, sometimes it has too much water. So you can check the conditions and hope to see which waves are better, but by the time you get out there, it might be a totally different ocean. We see waves out the back, as we saw that Julia Camargo again up and riding. As we see Red up and riding on her backhand. Really fast waves, Mitch. Seems like that wind is really hurting the wave face. Hard to make it around that section.
And same thing you said. Look at Macy looking at this one out the back. The second wave, a lot smoother, a lot cleaner, a little smaller, but it's actually going to offer a lot more wall to work with as she's up and riding. Nice first crack off the top, and a second one. I don't know if that's going to better her 5.0. Maybe. I doubt it, but I mean, still another wave under her belt. But I like what she's doing. She's actually catching waves and keeping busy. She's trying to improve on her scores little by little. 11 minutes on the clock still, so plenty of time for her. She's comfortably in first. Julia, not bettering your 4.0, but Brooke and Maylee really do have to get her work done right now.
Yeah, Macy really staying in rhythm with the ocean. She doesn't want to stay still too long. She knows that sometimes if you sit patiently out the back, it may actually hurt you in the long run because they're not competing against one competitor. They have 3 other competitors in the water. So it's really key for them to actually keep going, because you never know when 4th place could actually jump into 1st, and that just messes everyone up out in the water. As we see White up and riding, Miley Davis having a little bit of trouble dealing with that bumpy face. Let's see if there's a 2-wave set or a 3-wave set. Hopefully there's more, and there is. Brooke Young from the USA. Girls are having a hard time trying to make it around that section, Mitch.
Yeah, it seems like Brooke's actually wearing a knee brace as well, so I don't know how well one of her knees is, but Macy's going to have a look at this one. She's up and riding again. This girl does not want to leave anything up into the hands of the judges. Really nice down car for Macy. She's coming around this section, banking it again, putting a lot more power into that turn. She does not complete it though. Still, her intentions are there. She does not want to leave anything up to the hands of the judges, wants to get things done the right way, and I like her approach. She's actually trying to keep busy, get that momentum going, especially because it's the first heat she's served in this event too. So you want to get those first heat jitters out, even if she's competing in the QS 6000.
No, she's doing really well to find the open face. That second turn, unfortunately, I don't think it was that much her fault as much as the waves. The wave in that last section is really tricky to read. You bottom turn and it looks like the wave is going to break, and then it hits that deep spot in the bank and then it backs off. Not only that, it has a little bit of backwash. So I'm really impressed by the girls out in the water knowing how to read that last section, because it's not easy. I mean, we were watching guys free surfing yesterday. The world's best were out there. All the young Groms, juniors, the junior women's, and some CT women surfing, and it was not easy to get that last turn in.
And you're right, but this wind definitely playing a considerable factor right now, Kale. A little bit of an easterly wind. Definitely some waves though, so it's surfable. A little hard on the face, but you just need to speed down that first section and actually get around, as Julia Camargo tried to do that right there. Went a little bit too high on that maneuver though. Not going to complete it, but out the back it seems like White might be having a look. That's Maylee Davis. She's a little bit out of the screen right now. There she goes, and she's up and riding. A little top turn right there to start. She actually needs to connect a lot more with the lip to get a solid score. There she goes. That was a better turn for Maylee, and she's going to kick out. I think this is her first actual professional event, Collie.
Yeah, she's doing really well to actually keep poised and keep in control. It's super hard to have that pressure, surf against the world's best and not fall. I remember, our first competitions, you surf against some of the world's best, or even Mexico's best for us, and we were tripping. We were just trying to keep our feet on the board. So really good surfing, really tough to read. We saw on that last wave, it's not easy. Bottom turn, and halfway up, you don't know what the wave is going to do. So you have to be really spontaneous and act on it right away. Zippers is a tricky wave, and it changes all the time. We're talking about the wind, we're talking about the tide. Thankfully, the waves are way better than they've been in a while.
That is for sure. At least the last 2 years of this event has been considerably small. So this is way more beneficial for all competitors out of the lineup, not only right now, but throughout the week. I know we're going to see a decrease, I think maybe Saturday, but then Sunday picks up back again. So we're going to see some great surfing the entire week. We've been seeing it yesterday and today. So Macy Callahan still in first with a 5.5 and a 5.0. Julia Camargo in second, needing a 6.5. She has a 4.0 high score. Maylee, a 2.73, her best score on the last ride so far. She needs a 2.91 to move up into second. And Brooke Young, a couple less than decent scores for her. She needs a 4.7 to move up into second. 2 minutes 45. Definitely not done and out of the heat, Kale. Still lots of time. I'll tell you one person who was ready to go, though. That lady on screen, Emily Nishimoto from Japan, coming up in the next heat. She just served one of her heats in the QS 6000, coming out again for the junior women's as well. Macy Callahan doing the double duty as well. We saw Summer Macedo on screen a while ago. She posted the highest heat total of the event yesterday, as well as the best heat score of the event, a 9.0.
Wow.
So she is one to watch at this event.
It's crazy to see how well these young ladies are surfing. I almost feel like it's more dangerous right now for the CT women to keep their spot than it is for the CT men. You know, those CT women, the juniors, are surfing so well. There isn't that much of a gap at all in the talent pool that there is in the juniors and the CT. Obviously, these girls are going to have to translate that surfing in small waves into waves like Fiji, you know, Reeling J Bay, Honolulu Bay. But they're on the right track, as we see Julia Camargo from Brazil. Small wave, better. A little bit more line on it. Not necessarily as important to catch the big one, just to catch those open face waves. 1 minute and 30 remaining, Mitch. Brooke Young hasn't caught a wave yet over 1 point, over a single point. So she needs a 4.70. She can easily get it. She has 1 minute and 24 left, and there's waves out the back. Let's see who's on it.
Yeah, and bringing up that topic of Julia, she really did better her second score right there, 2.97. So that actually helps her out in her second position. Now Maylee needs a 4.24, and pressure's on Brooke to get a 6.04. But it seems like Brooke's knee has not been holding up too well. I see her wearing that brace. Macy Callahan is up and riding, our current world junior champion from Australia. Beautiful float right there to start. And a second beautiful steering turn off the bottom, and a third one almost attempting there right on the sand, Kale. And look at her, she's standing up right there. 40 seconds to go. Macy does not want to leave anything done and dusted.
That was for the crowd. She's got a commanding lead on this heat. Surfing really well. Wanted to give it that little bit of extra, that spark on that last turn. Unfortunately, the wave getting too close to shore, that backwash just sending her off into the skies. But crowd loves it. We love it. 15 seconds left. Let's see if there's any more out the back. Looks like competitors may have been caught off guard on that one. 8 seconds left. Let's see if that's enough time for Maylee Davis. You hear the countdown. I don't think it's enough, Mitch.
Yeah, it seems like time wound out, Kale. So we're going to be running straight into heat number 2, where we'll see Alyssa Locke, Summer Macedo, Serena Nava, Emily Nishimoto. It seems like Macy Callahan's going to run away with the win. She is our current world junior champion from Australia in the blue jersey. She's our heat winner. So we're going to get a talk with her as we're going to see the recap. This is Julia Camargo, Kale.
Julia managing to make it through on this heat, beating Brooke Young and Maylee Davis. Macy Callahan obviously in first position, but just amazing surfing. Look at that whack, Mitch. Amazing.
5.5 for that turn right there. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back for the Los Cabos Open of Surf here in beautiful San Jose del Cabo in Mexico.
Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Welcome back. Am I saying that right,
I was
Kelly?
just going to say, your Spanish has actually gotten way
That's
better.
the only phrase I know. Bienvenidos a Los Cabos, because that's really the only thing you need to know. Welcome to Cabo, because once you hear those words, you know you are on proper vacation, or in the case of these pro junior women, you're down here for a work trip. So we've seen one heat so far, our first look at the pro junior division here in the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Here is heat number 2 of round 1. Alyssa Locke, she just won her QS 6000 heat, so coming in with confidence. But watch out, Alyssa. Summer Macedo, she has the highest 2 heat totals of yesterday. So Summer Macedo, Serena Nava, and Emily Nishimoto. This is almost a replay of a previous heat we saw. Emily and Alyssa surfing earlier this morning. So all I know for a fact is this is going to be a great heat. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. Kale, give us the scoop as to where you've just come from. Give me a 1-minute replay of your last 2 months.
Last 2 months. I was actually lucky enough to go to a contest in Panama and actually help coach Johnny Corzo, who actually just won the ISA Worlds over in France. Got the opportunity to be in France and saw, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about, is there's so much pressure now and so much interest from countries around the world, countries that never before were interested in surfing, really, like Russia, Japan, Russia,
Afghanistan.
China, Taipei, there was Afghanistan, there was Switzerland,
Senegal.
Austria. Senegal absolutely killed it. So we got to see really good surfing, obviously from countries that brought their A game, like Brazil. They had Wesley Dantas. France had Jeremy Flores and John Deruge, Johan Fay. You know, the U.S. opted to take a younger team, and that's something that we were talking about, is maybe the countries are getting ready for what they're going to bring to the table in 4 years' time.
Right.
So you never know the kind of strategies.
They could be grooming, you know, I think Alyssa Spencer was in France, correct?
Yep.
So maybe they're grooming, knowing, you know, Kelly Slater is going to be
maybe out
40-something at that time. I don't want to, you know, late 40s. I mean, obviously he'd still be good enough to serve in the Olympics, but even think of guys like Chloe Andino and, you know, John Florence.
Yep.
Not that they're going to be old by any stretch of the imagination in 2020, but you never
these
know.
young ladies
I
are
mean,
going to be 20.
Yeah, 3 years is a long time in surf years.
Yeah, so we were lucky enough to go to France, and now we're here in Cabo. I'm so stoked to see the surfing, because back when I was young, when you saw women surfing and junior women surfing, the gap of talent was huge. That's what I was telling Mitch, is now I'm actually sometimes more excited to see some of the junior women's heats, because they're surfing so well. They're getting massive scores. They know how to read waves. They're super poised. They know heat strategy, and they're only 15 years old, as we see Alyssa Locke up and riding from Australia.
Yeah, like we had mentioned, surfing double duty is nothing new to a lot of these young ladies. Alyssa Locke's done it many times in the last couple of years. You know that Summer Macedo has as well. Nishimoto, you know, she is going to be a threat in both these divisions. And it's funny because you watch some of these young ladies surfing the QS 6000, and you're thinking, oh, okay, well, she is a QS competitor. And you see their names come up again in the pro juniors,
and you're
then
like,
you
no
realize
way
they're
is
under
she-
18.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what blows my mind, is I see these girls not only with how they surf, but how comfortable they are with a rash guard on in competition. And then they're in 2 different competitions. I'm like, there's no way this girl is under 18. Sure
Right.
enough, there she is.
Speaking of under 18, not only do we have some of the best under 18 surfers in the world, but we've got our first introduction to our pro junior reporter, also under 18. Fisher DeVoe is on the beach as our pro junior reporter and analyst. He is with the winner of our last heat, Macy Callahan.
Hey guys, I'm here with our heat winner, Macy Callahan. Macy, you're from the Gold Coast, correct? And so tell me a little about your game plan out there, and yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, it was hard out there. I mean, the tide's still pretty high, so I knew there's going to be some lulls and some funky waves, but I'm happy with the way I surfed, I guess. It was my first heat, so glad to get it out of the way.
So tell me a little bit, like, the difference between your waves at home at the Gold Coast between here and Cabo.
Well, I only just moved to the Gold Coast. I used to live at Boca Beach, but Gold Coast is good. It's mainly right-hand point breaks, so it's really helpful, but it's warm like here, so it's been good.
All right, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Congrats, Macy. Thank you, Fisher. So we'll have Fisher reporting for our Pro Junior division down here. Stoked to have him back. He became a star last year in the Los Cabos Open of Surf, so just like to have Fisher back. So Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza, and Macy Callanan is moving through along with Julia Camargo.
It's funny how comfortable these girls look with a mic. You know, when you were that age, Chris, and someone put a mic in front of you, you were like, I don't know if I should. But she's so comfortable. She was asked if she felt she surfed okay. She said, yeah, I guess I surfed okay, I guess. And she, in my opinion, was absolutely ripping.
She's got more in the tank.
She's got way
That's
more in the
up.
tank, which is it's a dangerous thought for other competitors. Not only that, but she said she just moved from Avoca to the Goldie. A lot of Australian surfers end up moving to the Goldie.
Right. It's, you would say that, San Clemente or Huntington Beach of Australia, just because that's where the industry is, but also, you got some of the best waves in the world, Snapper Rocks, Burley Heads, I mean, the list goes on and on, Duranbah. So it's really a surfing training ground, and not only will you be training in some great waves, but you'll be training with some great surfers.
Exactly.
It's the only place in the world where every other day you're surfing with Mick, Parko, Julian Wilson. I mean, even surfers that don't live on the Gold Coast in Australia, when there's a swell, you can bet the 300 out of the 300 people in the lineup, 200 of them are either current or former pro surfers, men and women.
Maybe that's why Macy was like, I surfed okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe her standard is just so high.
I would say so.
For us, we'd be over the moon.
I would be, for me, if I had a heat like that would just retire. I'm done.
I'm going to the pool.
I won, yeah. 12 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Summer Macedo, she finds herself in a situation that she's kind of feeling comfortable with at this point in the Los Cabos Open of Surf in 2017 in first place. Only got a 3.67 though, so with this wind come up a little bit, tide fluctuating, it's making it a little bit more tricky to, I wouldn't say it's trickier to get that big score, but to get multiple scores, because we're really seeing now, the sets are just a little bit less consistent, so you're going to get that one big opportunity most likely. Just get your 7, get your 8, hopefully, and then back it up with one of these kind of insider waves, maybe a 4. You squeak out a 5, you're going to be looking really good. The level of, the point totals that we've been seeing on the day between, 11, 12, 13 points has been pretty safe for first and second place. So it's probably the trend that we'll continue to see. And then, as we hope in the afternoon, yesterday afternoon just started pulsing and it got so good. So this is the usual situation for here in Cabo. You kind of have this morning pulse, then through the lunchtime area of the day, things slow down just a little bit, but it always seems to crank up through the afternoon. So fight through these heats. The further you go in this event, the better waves you're going to be surfing.
Absolutely.
And swell's sticking around for the next couple of days, so we're looking good.
But we're so lucky that we can actually hold heats in the midday. Most of Mexico, especially the mainland, from 11 in the morning to like 5 p.m., you can't surf it.
Right.
The wind is too strong, the glare is crazy. So here, zippers and a few spots around the area are known for that you can actually get a surf in midday, which isn't really common for Mexico.
Have a look. It's going to be previous heat winner. I feel like we were just watching her. That was actually 2 heats ago in the QS 6000. So Alyssa now, she's going to have experienced already 2 heats in really different conditions. She's going to see already 2 faces of zippers in this short of a time span. So you know that she's soaking it up, sponging up this opportunity to kind of just try to decode this wave. And she did it in her previous heat. We'll see if she can kind of keep the hammer down now. That last wave, just a 2.10. Put that up against with her 2. She's in first for now. Obviously, things are going to change. Summer Macedo, a 3.67 on her first wave. She has been dropping huge scores. 2 of the highest scoring heats belong to Summer Macedo in these early rounds yesterday.
So we see on screen Emily Nishimoto from Japan. She's currently sitting with first priority, way at the top, knowing what she needs. She probably heard scores drop. Nothing major yet. Summer Macedo, the 3.67, everything else under the 3-point mark. So heat is completely open. 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is heat 2 of round 1, the junior women's. You see a little bit of movement in the lineup. Looking like this inside wave could be of interest for Serena Nava. Just a quick in and out, unfortunately a little bit too far up the point. Now we see some waves out the back. Nishimoto sitting out the back with priority, and we see Alyssa Locke.
This wave just, she kind of snuck to the inside, almost capitalizing. Nice opening snap. That second turn was going to be kind of just exactly what the judges are looking for. She went down, so.
Spicy surfing, I wasn't expecting that. You know, it's really nice to see when surfers do a bottom turn and you're expecting something and then you get something way out of it. So
judges love that too. You know, they love to be kind of called to attention by what they're seeing in the lineup. Nishimoto, she gets caught behind as well. So the one thing, you know, we keep saying how awesome 4-woman or 4-man priority is, but at the beginning of the heats, no priority. So they have to establish the priority, and you know that really can dictate what you see for the rest of the heat as Macedo now. All right, now this is exactly why she's been dropping some of the highest heat scores of the day. Laser sharp surfing, 2 beautiful turns to start that wave off. And you notice that she's just doing the exact turn that the wave dictates. She's not pushing too hard, not being soft by any means, just doing exactly what needs to be done for the wave at hand. And I think right there the judges are going to have a really positive reaction from what they saw.
Yeah, just like that, things spin around. That was awesome surfing. And I like what the board looks like under her feet. You can see that it's working really well for her, doing exactly what she wants. Judging by the color of the board, it's not a brand new board under her feet, which means a lot of these competitors opt to surf with a board, a magic board, Chris, a board that feels good, it does anything you want it to do, and sometimes they only use it on these special occasions.
Yeah, that's where you I'm sure you had a couple boards in your day that you pulled, you got under the bed, you keep that thing on ice, and the contest is coming up or just the right swell's there and you go, ooh, it's time. You take it out from under. Hey, how long do some of your magic boards last? And what can you do? Let's say someone watching at home. What can they do to keep a magic board in play for as long as possible?
You just don't use it, eh? You just
that's the problem, right?
That's the problem.
You want the magic board, you don't use it.
But you surf better on it, and your level of surfing actually goes up. And I've seen this happen with surfers around the world, surfers from Mexico and the U.S. and even CT surfers. They get on that magic board and they just surf so much better, and you just ask yourself, well, why don't you use that thing all the time and then get a board exactly the same and get even better at it? But it's not that easy to get 2 boards that are exactly the same, as we see Alyssa Locke on her backhand just trying to replace a 2.10. Let's see if that's enough. You see a beautiful pano shot of the wave here at Zippers. You see that inside section. That's a section that gives these ladies the opportunity to lay down a couple turns. Some of the better waves actually come in over to the right, more kind of right underneath that sailboat that you see out in the distance. And we see Serena Nava from the USA on her front hand. She needs a 4.0. Unfortunately, not enough. Tricky wave, Chris. So tricky to get that momentum through that first section and get out to the open face.
Yeah, and this is a wave that if you get caught behind even for the slightest second, you are caught behind. You're not going to get around this section. It's not a wave that's friendly to your ankles or heels. When the whitewater starts touching your heels or ankles, you're pretty much done. There's a mindset a lot of times for competitive surfing especially, that you have to stay in the power source of the wave. And that usually kind of tells you, okay, well, I need to stay close to the whitewater. Well, this wave is not going to, it's not going to do you any favors in terms of making it easy for you to stay in front of that whitewater. But what it will do is slingshot you in. So you don't necessarily have to stay back deep in the pocket of the wave, because you can get out on the open face here. There's plenty of power to go around, and that's where you're really going to be able to fit your turns in. If you try to stay too close to the whitewater here, it's going to blow right by you.
Yeah, Zipper's such a tricky wave. So easily you can find yourself out into to the open face, but too far away from the pocket, and then you're just forced to do little cutbacks. And then other times you're just, a couple feet behind where you should be. So not at all an easy wave to surf. I've always had issues with this wave. Backhand, you can actually fit a couple more turns in, but there's been an endless discussion between the surfers around here if it is better to be goofy-footed or regular-footed out here. And it seems to be like depending on the tide.
Yeah, right. So this is a good example of that. You know, this is Alyssa Locke, and she's just staying out on the open face, just the right amount of space between her and the whitewater, and that allowed her to fit in 5 turns on a wave that most people maybe could have done 2. So that right there, that's what you call spicy surfing.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of, for that wave, for those conditions, you want it to be goofy-footed.
Yeah.
Because regular-footed, I doubt you could have done as much damage as what you just did.
Well, you know, regular-footed on a wave like that, you're really going to only be able to do half turns. You're not going to be able to do a full wrap. You're not going to be able to go vertical. You're going to be able to like snap it. And then, again, here's the flip side of that. So on her forehand, bam, straight up in the lip. That section, backside, would have been extremely difficult to get up into, and it would have been more of a backside floater than a snap because you're trying to project down the line. So that was a perfect example of backhand versus forehand, which is, you know, something that's always fun to talk about because that's the contest within the contest. And there's Emily Nishimoto on her backhand.
I really like those 2 waves. That last wave of Emily, she did a turn that I wasn't expecting. I was like, wow. And Summer Macedo's last wave, her second turn, that kind of made my heart beat a little bit faster. I kind of get a little bit more nervous, a little bit more excited when I see turns like that. And here it is. Alyssa Locke's last wave.
3.
Milking it.
4. 5.
This is going to be interesting to see, Chris, what the judges think of that wave versus this. 2 turns, bam, boof. Beautiful surfing, such good surfing. I'm really interested to see what the judges give Alyssa Locke and Summer Macedo on their last waves, because one did 5 turns to the beach, another one did 2, but one huge turn out the back.
Well, I think the judges reacted like we did. Whoa! You know, and anytime you can get the judges to say whoa, they're going to throw out a big score. So we do see some scores near excellent range coming through for Summer Macedo, Alyssa Locke as well. So 2 polar opposites wave. You had one wave, Alyssa Locke, where she had to do all the work. Summer Macedo's wave did a lot more work for her. Started her off blasting down the line. She got 2 big turns, reactionary kind of snaps, and the judges loved it. 8-1-7 for Summer Macedo. That launches her into the lead. Alyssa Locke still waiting for a score. And again, the perfect illustration of if you want to be a judge, this is what you're going to have to be able to decipher. Not an easy situation. Alyssa Locke did 5 turns, right? Smaller wave. You know, the turns weren't as risky. She did 5 of them. Whereas Summer, she did 2 turns, both way more risky than any of the turns that Alyssa did. The wave was better. So the judges, they had an easier job of scoring that wave from Summer because it was just action-packed from beginning to end. Alyssa waves come through, a 6.23. So again, a sizable score. And she really had to work for that score, whereas I wouldn't say Summer had an easier road to it, but just more opportunity for Summer. So there you see now the shakedown of your first and second place surfers as Serena Nava now tries to get involved. And that's the zipper situation I find myself most in, caught behind in the whitewater, wishing I was on the open face.
And usually with priority, you end up choosing those bad ones. It's so hard to get the good one. As we see, Alyssa Locke probably heard the last score of Summer Macedo. She says, I want more of that. Oh, unfortunately, just pushing a little bit too hard, gets her back foot to slide off the pad. Ooh, and Summer Macedo giving the other surfers a little bit of hope.
That almost was the closer right there. Well, I mean, it was. With 20 seconds to go, Summer Macedo dropping that 8-1-7, backing it up with a 6.5. She will take the win, where Alyssa Locke, she had a slow start, but she came through in the end again, making it through her first Pro Junior women's heat. Emily Nishimoto now will focus on the QS 6000, or Serena Nava. She is in 4th place, so she is out. All 4 surfers coming in and taking the win. Summer Macedo. And Look at that heat total, actually 14.67. Again, posting one of the highest heat totals of the day. No worries.
She is on fire. As we see the replay of the last exchange, Summer Macedo, beautiful surfing, just connecting the dots. And Alyssa Law, who came in second position, just really good surfing. She actually had to do, as you mentioned, Chris, a lot of the work. The waves really weren't helping her out. She was creating and manufacturing scores. Just really good, solid vertical surfing. We're gonna come back after this short break to the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Welcome back to the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. And we are into Pro Junior Women. We have QS 6000 women, Pro Junior men and women, 3 incredible divisions. Broadcasted live from Zippers for your viewing pleasure. And I know we've been viewing some incredible surfing, and you're going to see more of that to come. Here we go, round 1, heat 3. Kobe Enright from Australia, Brisa Hennessy from Hawaii, Kalohe Danbara, and Gabriella Bryan. So again, more names that we've seen doing double duty. I want to say about 75% of our Pro Junior women's field is also surfing in the QS 6000.
And why not, right? You come from Hawaii, you're under 18, you rip, you can surf in the QS women's, and you can surf the juniors. So of course you're going to surf in both events. As we see replay the last wave of Brisa Hennessy, a 4.17, just a quick wave. Nice start for Brisa.
I would put her in the category of favorite to potentially win this, at least this, the Pro Junior division for sure. But she could be one of these double threats that we've been talking about that could potentially take out 2 divisions. She is that good. She's been on a competitive tear. Watch her, Rip Curl Grom Search. I've watched her in all kinds of different events, QS contests, Pro Juniors, and she is just so poised, super consistent. Never really see her have one of those shocker heats. Every heat for Brisa, she reminds me of a Carissa Moore type surfer where every heat she's just on, and she doesn't, she doesn't get aggro to do it. She's just on. So it's gonna be really fun to watch Brisa's run through this contest. So let's go down to our Pro Junior reporter now, Fisher DeVoe, the winner of last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with Summer Macedo, the winner of our last heat. Summer, tell me about how was the waves out there, and tell me a little about your score. You dropped to 8.17. What was your game plan?
I've been watching the webcast all morning and surfed, and it's actually really tricky. There's a bump on the face right now, and it's getting a bit inconsistent. So I just wanted to really pick my waves carefully and get the right ones.
Awesome. So tell me a little about how you've been liking your stay here in Cabo.
Yeah, Cabo's one of my favorite places, definitely. We're just staying right on the beach here, and it's super easy, and I just feel really comfortable, which makes the competition a lot easier.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you, Fisher. So more rounds to come. As it stands now, we're just going to get through 4 heats of Pro Juniors action. And then after that, we're going to go back to the QS 6000 women. We're going to give them 5 extra minutes in their heats. So we're going to go into 25-minute heats. So just more surfing to come. And as we've seen, we get through this kind of mid portion of the day. Things slow down just a little bit. Around about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, starts to heat up again. And we've been seeing super consistent conditions through the afternoons. So in this heat, Brisa Hennessy, a 4.17 and a .5 starting strong. Enright, Denbara, Brian, nothing yet on the board. So Cali Carranza, you have been all over Mexico. Lived, surfed, traveled, you've done it all. Where does Cabo kind of stand in the, I guess, think of California, you've got Lowers, you've got Huntington Beach. Where does Cabo kind of fit in the puzzle that is Mexican surfing?
Cabo's really, it's a weird place because for us that live in the mainland, it almost seems like most surfers from Mexico, most of the top guys come from either Puerto Escondido or Sayulita. And Cabo San Lucas is a place that has the waves to produce quality surfers to potentially even make it to the CT. As we see Green up and riding, Gabriela Bryan from Hawaii on her first wave. Good looking wave, really surfing it well for a tough wave, full of bumps.
For how good she surfed a wave that was that hard to surf, I mean, that is a 10. That was incredible that she was able to surf like that. And in the Enright, our first look at Kobe Enright from Australia. So a couple quick waves there. Your point about Cabo.
So Cabo has the waves. I mean, you've been here a bunch of times. There's so many waves around the corner south. There's so many waves up north. There's a lot of surfers that come and used to come from California to surf and do magazine articles and do air, all those air trips that you saw. So many covers from so many magazines like Transworld come from here. So it's really weird to see that there hasn't yet been a major player in Mexican surfing that comes from Cabo, but that is going to change very soon. There's a really strong young generation that's actually surfing more and more. There's actually more opportunity for these guys to make money and not necessarily have to be working 7 days a week, right? So Cabo is a place that we all love coming to. It's a little bit different than the mainland. It's a little bit drier, but with waves like these, as we see Blue, Brisa Hennessy from Hawaii, great surfing once again. Wow, manages to get a little bit more speed off of that turn.
That wave was the gift that just kept on giving, and that wave definitely made her work for it, but that is just stellar surfing right there.
Yeah, I wish we could do that on those waves. Amazing surfing from Brisa Hennessy. Here in Zippers, these waves it's probably one of the most famous waves in Cabo. It's definitely not the best wave, but for the conditions that we have today at hand, these surfers are surfing so well with this sort of a light onshore breeze coming from the south. Well, as we see, this was Gabriela Bryan's wave that pretty much couldn't be surfed any better.
Yeah, and in the replay, you can just see the technicality of her approach on that wave, kind of making me eat my words about making it seem easier for a backsider to fit more turns in, and she fit in 5 turns on a 2-foot wave.
So no excuses.
No excuses.
As we see Blue up and riding, Brisa Hennessy. Really great surfing. This is a tough wave to surf with all these bumps. You dig your rail just one bit and you're completely off rhythm. There was full flow, beautiful transition in between maneuvers, and strong maneuvers. It's really hard to actually push that tail, get it out of the water, and continue with speed. So I really like that wave from Brisa Hennessy. 6.83. Seems like the judges liked it too, Chris.
Yeah, she's just doing what she's done in previous heats, is increasing her scores wave after wave, and you can see the comfort level growing. She always goes into these heats with confidence, and then she exits the water, and you can just tell it's like she's just done her job. It's that easy for her. So we'll see if she can hang on to this lead. 12 minutes, 22 seconds to go. A local surfer that I think of that's made a big push, Stosh Lindsay. He's been filming video parts. He's getting some support from Captain Finn, so it's kind of one of those, you start to see the local talent shine. That's a lot thanks to Instagram.
Instagram,
right?
is huge.
Because it's one of those tools that local surfers can use to get themselves recognized on a national stage.
And commentators like myself to get more information on these ladies. Many times we look online, we Google their names, we check the site. Oh, so we see just a crazy crispy turn from Gabriela Bryan. I really love that turn. But yeah, Instagram, if I want to have more information on these ladies, we're looking up on their Instagram, checking to see where they're at, where they've been, what they're doing. That's where we see pretty much their story.
Yeah, it's cool because, you can learn a lot about the personality of these surfers where, a lot of times you only see them in a jersey, and maybe you get 2 questions with them in a post-it interview, and you go, oh, okay, well, you know, they're well-spoken, professional, etc. But then you look on their Instagram, and they're like, oh, they're a professional dancer, or they love horseback riding, whatever it is.
Right.
It's a cool way to kind of get more a look into the lives of these young surfers. And right there, looked like she potentially had an opportunity. She goes down right there, and that's kind of where you see the frustration. She's got plenty of time to go, though. But Brissa Hennessy right now is closing this thing out. Do you see the Carissa Moore kind of look in some of her turns?
Power and so much flow. I mean, she has the strength, and she puts it into her turns, but somehow manages to come out with speed. That's usually the best combo. If you can put power into your turns and somehow come out with more speed, watch out.
You see a replay. Now this right here, I mean, springy surfing. Right there, just reacting. Kind of making use of that little bumpy section. You see just kind of floated over it and just straight into it. Just laser sharp reaction time. The judges, they're waiting for the score there. It's a 6.83 on her previous wave. We'll see what she gets in that last wave.
Yeah, definitely thinking about that last wave of Brissa's. She that wave really didn't have much. I was expecting just a little tap and a little floater, but she manages to come off that first turn with so much speed that she actually blasts the tail out. As we see competitors in the next heat, Teresa Bonvalot, who also competed just a couple heats ago.
And won.
Young surfer from Portugal who's actually in France as well, representing Portugal in the last ISA games a couple weeks back. Really good surfing. Nice to see these ladies are actually able to bring that surfing to a point break that they can so well do in a beach break. So, you know, if you want to make the CT nowadays, it's not enough for you to be able to surf little beach break waves. You got to be able to surf everything.
Yeah, and you got to be able to surf it well, like Brissa Hennessy. Again, didn't necessarily need that score. Her last wave comes through, a 4.9. It's going to give her a little bit more safety. Definitely not out of, the previous wave is a 4.9. That last wave, a 2.37, doesn't need it, just one quick turn. Brissa Hennessy right now only winning by 1.17, but the scores we've been seeing, that is relatively safe as far as advancement. Gabriella Bryan, she needs a 5.91. Kobe Enright needs a 6.46. And Kalohe Dunbara, unfortunately, finding herself in the combination spot, meaning she needs 2 waves to get a total of 10.56. Totally doable. We'll see. She has got 8 minutes, 20 seconds to go. The next heat's going to be fun to watch. Chesa Murayama, Alexa El-Siwi, Julie Nishimoto, Teresa Bonvalot. You heard the pause on
tough names to pronounce.
As we see 8 minutes remaining in this heat, Brissa Hennessy in first position with a 6.83 and a 4.9, commanding lead. Kalohe Dambara from the USA. Looks like some waves out the back.
She must have paddled for a wave, too, because she does not have priority. It's going to be Bryan with priority.
I think very possibly she could not have made that heat.
Yeah,
Chris.
You know what? She's not out there, hence the no score.
As we see Gabriella Bryan from Hawaii currently in second position. Good looking wave. Tough to do those floaters on those bumpy sections. She opts to pull out of that wave. 7 minutes left. Plenty of time. Possibly one more exchange. Conditions changing nonetheless by the hour here at Zippers. Tide dropping. We're going to have a low tide at 2 o'clock, and then we're going to have a really extreme high tide tonight around 8 p.m. We're pushing heats all the way through 4:20. This is the current schedule for the day. Chris was mentioning that we're going to be having certain changes in the schedule depending on the waves, on the conditions. We know that the swell is going to be dropping throughout the week, so stay tuned for what we have. Currently junior women's round 1, followed by women's round 4. The women's round 4 is going to have 25 minutes. A little bit more fun, a little bit more time for the ladies to catch 2 waves, and it's going to be interesting to see in this round 4 Nikki Van Dyke,
Tatiana Weston Webb, Paulina Do, surfers that surf in the CT with man-on-man heats. Now they're going to come into this event and have to surf against 3 other competitors. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust to these conditions and to the time change.
Yeah, and I'm kind of baffled as to the talent we have in round 1, the Pro Juniors division. These are household names competing out here. We're talking round 1.
And what an
Wow.
opportunity for these ladies, these young surfers that are competing in the junior and in the open, to actually beat the world's best. So we have, for example, Nikki Van Dyke competing against Leila Taquera from Mexico, Claire Bevilacqua and Carolyn Marks. Leila Taquera, by the way, having her birthday today, so what a birthday gift to be able to surf against Nikki Van Dyke. As we see on screen in red, Kobe Enright, who's been surfing super well in this heat, unfortunately not finding the right waves, but just crazy surfing. I really like the way she uses her body to push through those turns. Let's see if she has enough time to catch one more wave, Chris. 5 minutes left.
She's in a good position. I mean, definitely not out of this thing with 5 minutes to go. It looked like if that last wave just had, I mean, this is a game of inches, right? If it would have just had one more open face section, she could have turned that thing from a 2 to a 5, just like that with one more turn. So with 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go, we keep talking about the experience of the competitors, but what about surf fans? If you're going to come to an event and watch some of the world's best female surfing and pro junior surfing, I feel like, and I've told my friends, family this, I'm like, if you're going to come to a surf contest, come to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. It's close. I mean, it is right there. The beach is open. You don't have to buy tickets to this thing. You come and post up. Bring an umbrella and lots of sunblock and water.
And as a fan, you can actually be sitting a few feet from your favorite surfers. I think that's the biggest thing, especially for surfers that are up and coming surfers here in Mexico, to be able to see your favorite surfers just a few feet away, watch them surf, see how they react, how they prepare for a heat, how it is that they basically choose to go out into the water. It's really cool to see because some guys and girls opt to have headphones on. Others are talking to their trainer. Others are in the back quiet. So preheat strategy. So I was really intrigued by that when I was younger. I was really trying to emulate and imitate guys like Kalani Robb and Rob
Well, yeah,
Machado.
I mean, the heat starts 10 minutes before your heat starts. At least an hour. I mean, there's a reason why our competitors have been down here already for 2 hours, because they're watching this wave. They're studying, doing their homework, getting themselves geared up towards success.
3 minutes remaining, Chris. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Kobe Enright needing a 6.46. Conditions changing. Still plenty of waves, which is good. We know that the waves are going to hang out for a couple more days, at least. Similar size we're going to have tomorrow. Bit of a change in direction in the swell. Plenty of really good surfing coming up. We have round 4 of the women's coming up shortly.
Talking surfing superstars coming up. Look at the names we have here in round 4. Silvana Lima will be coming up. Dimity Stoyle, Chelsea Tuak, Ellie Jean Coffey. She's coming back down. Past champ, Nikki Van Dyke. I mean, Keely Andrews. So many incredible surfers.
Mimi Barona holding up the Latin flag. She got second place last year.
Half of these surfers in this next round came here straight from Fiji. Well, maybe not half, but, you know, a good 10 of them.
It'd be interesting to know, Chris, how these surfers, because some of them didn't even have time to go home. So how do you take...
Tatiana Weston Webb. I saw her day 1. She was rattled, just looking like a zombie.
And how do you take your Fiji quiver and bring it to Cabo?
A very different quiver, isn't it?
Just
Cabo
slightly.
quiver is really one board. It's your kind of mid-ranger, right? A wave that's going to get you through a flat section, but also allow you the knife to bottom turn into an overhead wave.
Not a lot of rocker.
Not a lot of rocker. That's key. So if you're coming to Cabo, you can hit up Kelly, and he'll tell you exactly. You're open for questions regarding quivers.
I think you have the right board here, Chris.
Yes, I just have a flat Super Brand. What is that thing? A unit. Nice wide flat board. Some girth in the nose. It'll get you into the wave. It'll get you down the line. 1 minute, 15 seconds to go here in women's Pro Junior round 1, heat 3. We've got one more heat of Pro Junior surfing, and I'm super excited. I mean, I love working with you, Callie, for sure, but Maddie Peterson's going to join us in the booth next. It's going to be really fun to get some insight from a competitor in this event. Under a minute to go now. Brissa Hennessy finding herself on a wave. It wasn't a good one. She did use her priority, but I feel like she's potentially feeling kind of safe knowing that this wave is potentially in the reach, but not quite.
Finally, some action. This is what the competitors were waiting for. This is what they were waiting for from the midway through the heat all the way to now is this set. 30 seconds left. Red needing a 6.46, and here she is.
This is everything. This is everything for Enright. Oh, man. You know, that starting maneuver, had she been able to kind of flow down the line a little bit, that was a good start because it was kind of wild. She did blow the tail a little bit, but nothing else on offer for Enright, who, you said it, I mean, she is looking super good out there, but that's just a case of not getting the wave. Whereas Brissa Hennessy got more opportunity. She capitalized. 6.83 and a 4.90. Not a huge heat total. Last heat with Summer Macedo, 14.67 as the total. In this heat, we're looking at 11.73. So right there in that range from 10 to 15, which is basically what you need to advance. So this heat is over. We're going to be moving on into heat 4. Let's take a look at the replay here from heat number 3.
Brissa Hennessy is here. Great surfing. I really feel bad for that last wave. Had she been able to connect a couple times. Great surfing. Look at that. Just beautiful surfing. Well,
we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Maddie Peterson joining us in the booth. One more heat of women's Pro Junior action to come. Stick around. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Welcome back to the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are live from Zippers. We are in heat number 4 of the Pro Junior Women's Division here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Chris Cote here, joined by, well, competitor, unfortunately former competitor, now commentator,
yes.
Maddie Peterson.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome to the webcast booth,
Thank
the broadcast
you.
booth.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't surf anymore, at least we can have you up here and put you to work. I'm excited to hear some of your insights.
Yeah.
And we're looking at this heat. Julie Nishimoto, Alexa El Siwi, Chesa Muriyama, and Teresa Bonvilat. So let's get to you, Maddie. You are from New Jersey, and you have been surfing, competing now for quite some time. I met you, I think, when you were 14 or 15 years old, and you're kind of starting your competitive career. And you're surfing QS 6000 level, and we're watching Pro Junior surfing. And I mean, you tell me, the line between Pro Juniors and QS level is really blurred.
Yeah.
Half of these girls are surfing both events. I mean, what's it look like from your standpoint?
Right. Well, I mean, you're surfing against girls on the CT level at 6 stars like this. So going from girls you're surfing the national events to girls you're watching on webcasts on the CT level, I think is kind of intimidating sometimes. But I think when you go into it, it's you have nothing to lose because you are competing against girls that might be a little way older than you. So, yeah, I think it's cool to get some experience like this. So.
Maddie Peterson, ladies and gentlemen. Maddie surfed a couple great heats. You had some trouble today decoding the zippers lineup, which is a really fun wave, but when it comes to competition, it can be tough when you need to get those scores.
Yeah, I think one thing that I really struggled with was timing of the wave and knowing what to do on what time and what part of the wave. So, yeah, it's all a learning experience, and that's what I think coming from this. It's not a race. It's just to enjoy every bit of it, and yeah, I mean, there's waves, and we're in Mexico.
Yeah, right.
It's an awesome place to lose.
It takes the sting out of losing
Yeah.
when you turn your jersey back in and you think, oh, well, good news is now I'm on vacation. Well, still with work to do, Teresa Bonvalat, all 4 surfers right now in the lineup with a wave under their belts. You see the urgency with Teresa right now making her way back out. Nishimoto, she's got a score of consequence of 4.33 for surfer priority. And this is not really new anymore. We've had this probably for the last 4 years on the QS and even the Pro Junior division. Tell me about priority at zippers. What do you see out there, and what are you really trying to gain from priority?
Well, I think that priority, it can obviously either work in your benefit or against you. So I think just being smart of what waves you pick, and wave choice is huge. And that's one thing that I've really been focusing on this year is wave choice, and not letting, the girl behind you and get a wave. So yeah, I think just being smart about it, and being aware of your surroundings too, and knowing who's under you, who's before you, because it can get pretty tricky and you can find yourself in a predicament you don't want to be in. So
yeah, priority is a battle in itself. You're not only going against the surfers with the waves.
Yeah.
And right now we've got a Pro Junior reporter, Fisher DeVoe, with last heat winner, Brisa Hennessy.
Hey guys, I'm here with Brisa Hennessy. She just won her last heat. Brisa, tell me, how are the waves out there, and what was your strategy?
There's definitely waves, so it's really nice, but it's pretty tricky out there. So I think I was just trying to keep busy and try to find the open ones for sure.
Awesome. So yesterday, were you guys warming up after the contest ended?
Yeah. I went directly after it ended, and it wasn't that crowded, so I got a couple fun waves, and yeah, just trying to catch anything out there because it's been so insanely crowded.
Yeah, it's been really crowded. Everybody's trying to get their share out there. Well, anyways, congratulations on your win, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, Fisher.
Awesome.
I think we're going to see a lot of Brisa Hennessy in those post-heat interviews.
She is one heck of a surfer, and she's an amazing human. Such a sweet girl, and very mature for her age.
One thing I really enjoy seeing develop here at these QS 6000s and these Pro Junior events is, the story of, you've got Brisa Hennessy, who, we know her by now. We've seen her in a lot of competitions, and we've seen her in post-heat interviews. Yeah. But then you have kind of newcomers. Julie Nishimoto, Alexa El-Siwi. These are 2 names that I haven't really seen much of in competition. Teresa Bonvalat, I've seen her just because I've, worked with the ISA and a few events there. Chesa Marimura. What do you think of this Pro Junior contingent we have down here?
Oh my gosh, I think girls surfing, and boys too, but I think they're blowing it out of the park compared to when I was their age. And women's surfing is, it's definitely taken a whole nother level. And I think just seeing these girls post some of these scores, Brisa's younger than me, and I think she's had bigger heat totals than I've ever had. So that's really cool to see them taking it up a notch. So, and it's cool because I've surfed against all these girls before.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here.
Yeah, this is it's a different feeling,
isn't
it?
It is.
You wanna really kind of when you're seeing some of these young ladies taking off on these waves. I mean, you of all people, you know exactly what's going on in their minds, knowing that you don't get a lot of opportunity in situations like this with the tide kind of fluctuating, waves coming through. Here's Teresa Bonvalat. Talk Tell us what you think she's thinking on that wave, which was not a wave she wanted.
Right. I just know how hard it is, and this is not an excuse at all, but I know how hard it is on your backhand at this wave because of the backwash. So I know when you're going against it and trying to figure out the timing of it, and that's one of the things that I struggled with in my last heat. So, yeah, it gets pretty tough in that little inside section.
You know, and I don't want to slow Band-Aid pull here, but in your heat, you're in second place till the very end, and this is just kind of a testament of how fast things can change here with priority in those 20-minute heats with 4 surfers in the lineup. You know, you had Raika Noro, who was kind of out of your line of sight, right? She wasn't next to you, so it wasn't like a battle at the end. When you hear those scores announced and you hear that you've dropped to third place after being in second for 19 and a half minutes, what's the immediate reaction? Do you even have time to think like, okay, I got to get one more wave, or do you just think, okay, next contest?
Well, in my situation, it was so tough because the girl in third and the girl in fourth both needed a 1. So it was like,
you know something's coming.
Yeah, so I was given the opportunity with a minute left, not knowing what was out the back, and I was like, do I go? And I went, and unfortunately it wasn't the wave that I needed to better my scores. But yeah, I mean, like that, anything could happen, and just giving it your all and knowing that you did your best, I think that's leaving that heat.
It's behind us now.
Yeah,
we're looking to the future. Here goes
Alexa.
El-Siwi. Am I saying that right?
Alexa El-Siwi, yep.
Okay.
That's right.
So Alexa right now in second place, 2 scores under a 2. So this heat on the flip side of the previous heat with Summer Macedo, high scoring. She had 14 plus points to win. Brisa Hennessy, 11.73. So low scoring affair as of now, halfway through. 10 minutes, 20 seconds ago, Nishimoto in the lead. Alexa El-Siwi in second. Murayama, who's been busy, but for her, wave selection is questionable at this point. She hasn't found herself on a lot of open face in this heat yet. And then Teresa Blondvelat, who you would think has all the competitive experience. She's arguably the most well-known surfer.
Yeah, and granted, there is 10 minutes left, so anything could happen. And
she's got priority.
Yeah, she does.
And that is a tricky spot to be in sometimes with 10 minutes to go. I mean, we've seen surfers, men, women, CT level, any level. We've seen surfers sit with priority for long periods of time. How do you decipher it? So yeah, you did it. So how did you react and come back from that?
Just like I said earlier, wave choice and not letting the good ones go by and not being too picky. I think that's key to all of it is just being consistent and being active and getting your good waves, and you'll have nothing to worry about. But
and you
it's not that easy.
Yeah, you kind of have to know that you have 10 minutes to go, and there are potentially going to be 3 or 4 opportunities within 10 minutes, most likely, you would hope. So, you know, you're going to get back into the top priority spot.
Right.
When do you start to, not panic or stress out, but when do you start to get a little concerned in your heats, in your experience?
I think when they start talking about saying 5 minutes, I think that's the key moment when you really should start kicking it up and scrambling a bit. But
the classic 5-minute warning.
Yeah, but also keeping your breath. And here goes Teresa on a nice looking wave, trying to get past it. Gets a really nice, good first turn. Goes for another float and comes undone. Ooh.
She got the best and worst of zippers
I think that might have been the score to get up to second because she only needed a 197. Hopefully she gets that.
Do some of the ladies that you serve with, do you have an internal judging system that you kind of work off of?
Like within each other or within ourselves?
If you catch a wave, let's say you need a 5. If you catch a wave and you surf it, you know, well enough, do you kind of in your own mind say, okay, I feel like that was a 6? Or do you judge your own waves, is what I'm saying?
Yes, and I think all of us know. All of us know our full potential and when we're giving it our all and when we're not. So I think our body language too says it all when you're paddling out and you don't feel as confident, and then sometimes it works against the complete opposite direction. You might have thought that it could have been a bad score, and then all of a sudden they thought it,
Yeah.
feelings don't always, aren't always the way that it
where
looks
we'll
like.
see kicking water,
Yep.
maybe a punch in the board every once in a while. A cool element of the Los Cabos Open of Surf is the Alana Blanchard Foundation wildcard heat that we're going to do. Not wildcard heat. It's basically for surfers who don't have the financial backing, the big sponsors to get themselves around. We're going to have a surfing super heat, and Alana's going to be giving a grant, if you will, to help some of these competitive surfers get around. It's not easy out there. I mean, coming to Cabos, but you're coming from New Jersey, so that's a trek. And for surfers from Portugal, Australia, Japan, that can be a costly trip. As we see Murayama, she's from California, and she's got a nice line on this wave, nice snap. So that will be her best wave. She finishes strong in that inside section. So, but you're in a good spot, sponsor-wise. Tell me kind of who you're working with these days, and what is your focus in aiding your sponsors?
So right now I am currently with Lululemon. I signed with them as of 2 weeks ago, so that's
congratulations.
Very exciting. Yep. So
that's a dream sponsor, isn't it?
It is, and it's such an amazing brand. Just what they stand for and what they're supporting me with, and worried about who I am, not what I am, and not the results. And so, but yeah, I just signed with them, and no other sponsors right now. I'm surfing for Sharp Eye Surfboards, so that's pretty exclusive, and yeah, so I'm excited for
you and Felipe Toledo.
Yeah.
That's good company to keep.
It is. And Marcio Zuvi is an amazing guy.
Yeah,
just
he's
super
rad.
Sweet and down to earth, always trying to help all the young guys out. And
he's been shaping so good for so long
I know.
that it's really cool when you see a shaper that was kind of relegated to not the backyard, but not up there with the titans.
Right.
But then one guy literally takes off, or girl, on your board, and now Marcio is where he belongs in the upper echelon of surfboard shapers.
And here we see Teresa on another one, floats the first section, comes undone on her turn.
I would say conditions are as tricky as they've been on the day, with 4 minutes and 55 seconds to go. So you got the backing from Lululemon, which at Lululemon's core, I know fitness, yoga, all that's a major part of it. I actually saw you doing yoga down on the in the Sea Vibes tent with JC DeVoe. That part of your standard preparation for events or just life in general?
Yeah, so I think yoga, some people it's meditation, and for some people it is actual exercise and stretching. So for me personally, it's helping my hips out because I have really tight hips all the time. So just keeping it in your repertoire of being active and your strength training and your Pilates and your yoga. I think balancing it all out within your week, I think, results in a really healthy surfer.
Now, one of my jobs down here, not only to help with the broadcast, making sure that the folks at home, the surf fans around the world are getting a clear vision of what we're trying to show here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf, but also to provide the surfers and the fans and the spectators on the beach the ultimate experience. Give me your thoughts, and you can be totally honest with me. How has your experience been thus far? How have you been treated at the Los Cabos Open of Surf?
So to start it off, the flight here on Alaska Airlines was super easy from San Diego straight to San Jose, and the car ride to Zippers is and to my hotel is
10
maybe
minutes from
20.
the
Yeah,
airport.
not even.
She's not getting paid to say this, by the way. This is all from Maddie Peterson.
So yeah, it's all been the hotel that we're staying at, the Hampton Inn by Hilton, is amazing. And I mean, the food, who doesn't like Mexican food? The food is amazing. The people are super sweet, super generous. And yeah, it's and the waves are super fun. We surfed shipwrecks with no one out. And I had the best time ever. So.
You're making my job very easy. Los Cabos Open of Surf, this is our 5th year running, and every year it just gets better and better and better. So for those of you watching at home, you could just as easily be down here with us. You could be on the sand watching Teresa Bonvalot, watching Maddie Peterson rip here at Zippers, and not only surfing, but so many fun things to do or not do. You know, now you're on vacation, so
chill.
you can really do nothing and
Yeah.
still enjoy your time in Cabo.
Yeah. Fiance comes on Saturday. We're gonna, have some fun.
Congratulations on that. New sponsor,
so much.
fiance.
It's all coming together.
And now, you're a professional commentator.
Yeah.
Things are happening quickly for you,
I
Maddie.
know. This is all so quick. But I love it.
And I know you're going to be throwing the jersey back on real quick.
Definitely.
Give me the rundown of your schedule coming up in the next couple of events.
So the next event would be in Oceanside, California at the Supergirl Pro. That's another 6 stars. So hopefully just going into it, getting a better result, and just having fun and enjoying the ride because I'm still only 19, so not getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and not a lot of opportunities for QS surfers to get those points.
And we were supposed to be going to El Salvador after this, but since that got canceled, unfortunately, but yeah.
That just makes every event that much more meaningful.
Exactly.
Well, the good news is you got some points. You got 700 points, $500 US.
Yep.
Which, I mean, that's your trip. to
Yeah,
Cabo,
that is
really.
my trip.
That's your flight.
Yeah.
So there you go. Now you've broken even.
Yeah, and
now
hopefully do well in the Alana Blanchard Foundation contest on Saturday.
All right.
Yeah.
So just a quick look right there. Murayama coming through as Nishimoto will be out the back with priority. So 41 seconds to go. So just as we're getting comfortable with Nishimoto in the lead, Murayama came through. Her last score, a 3.43. That's enough to get her out in the lead. Bonvalot now only needing a 2.16, and here she is, and she's going to be battling Nishimoto for priority. Now this is where Nishimoto has the ability and exercised the priority situation there to her full extent. Not a huge scoring wave, but what she did there is block Bonvalot, and we know Teresa Bonvalot's capable of. She could have gotten that 2.16 easily on that wave, so that was proper use of priority.
Yeah, and I think not underestimating any of the girls' potential, because you let anyone go and they're going to be able to, just the level of all the girls here, I think, is so over the top.
So our final heat of this round 1 is going to go to Chesa Murayama. Julie Nishimoto in second. Teresa Bonvalot, you have to consider that an upset with what we know what Teresa is capable of. Fortunately for her, she's still rolling through on the QS 6000. We're going to take a quick break. More to come. We've got women's QS 6000 action coming right up. We're live from Zippers. This is Los Cabos Open of Surf. Welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We just had Maddie Peterson here in the booth with myself, Chris Cote, and you know what? The equally as beautiful, just in a different way, Mitchell Salazar. Welcome back to the booth. We just saw Pro Juniors round 1, heats 1 through 4, and for the life of me, I could not tell the difference between the Pro Junior and the QS 6000 level. All the surfing is that good.
And most of the junior women's are actually in the QS 6000
Maybe that's
as
why
well.
I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, so that's Annalise Gomez, actually. She's a former world champion.
That's right.
In a different modality, the ISA. So she's from Punta Hermosa in Peru. She surfs La Isla, she says, is her home break. But Senoritas Caballeros, Pico Alto right in front of the cliff. Just a variety of waves right there in Punta Hermosa. But I got the best compliment of my life right now from you, Christopher, just saying I'm equally as beautiful internally, of course,
Yes.
as Maddie Peterson. It's
Yeah.
okay. I'll take it. I'll take it any day of the week. So
Yeah, so we're fortunate enough to be surrounded, literally surrounded
by beautiful
by
women.
yes, some of the best female surfing talent in the world. You know, somebody was asking me, they're like, "Oh, you bummed you're not in Fiji?" I'm like, "Yeah, well, you know, I'm pretty stoked to be where I'm at. We've got incredible surfing going on. 85 degrees. Cabo is holding in. Cody Klein, tenacious competitor from Australia. She's a powerhouse, and Cody's kind of rad because she's sparky in and out of the water. Yesterday, she got second in her heat, and she had some priority questions. She just marched right up to Brian Robbins, who is our representative from the WSL, and she said, "Look, I'm not complaining. I've just got some questions that need to be addressed." And I was standing right behind him, go, "Oh man, he's about to get, written up here." But I loved her approach, just going, "Look, I'm not, I made my heat, so it would be different if I didn't." But she just wanted to be totally certain as to the priority situation, what she needed to do to make sure she fully grasped what was going on in the priority situation. And, she got the explanation, and she said, "Thank you so much," note taken, and she went on her way. And I thought that was really cool because, again, we talk about these learning experiences, and, if she would have got third or fourth, probably would have been a little bit different of a conversation. But I really appreciated that she came up, and she just wanted to know exactly, okay, next heat, just so I know. She's just doing her mental checkbook right there. And, I think we're going to see her taking from her previous heats and going on. So one more time for our pro junior correspondent or reporter, Ace on the beach. Fisher DeVoe is with the winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mariana. Sorry about that, I'm bad with names. Anyways, she just won her last heat, and so tell me a little about how are the conditions out there, and what was your game plan?
Yeah, I just wanted to catch one wave right when the heat started so I can get a rhythm started. And I just caught 2 in the inside, luckily, and yeah, I'm glad I made it through.
Awesome. So how are you liking this wave compared to your hometown, Huntington Beach?
Yeah, I love this place. The water's so warm, just kind of so happy to be here. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, Fish. And Chesa Murayama ripping in that last heat. And she looks like she would be just as comfortable in the QS division as well. And you got to say the upset in that one, Teresa Bonvalot in third place, which is not indicative of where we're used to seeing Teresa finishing in these pro junior events. But, I mean, it's almost like a washing machine kind of thing. You throw all these incredibly talented surfers in, you spin them around, and then the surfers that start coming out first, you're going, "Oh, well, I wouldn't have called that one," or, this one was obvious. But every heat we're seeing the favorites moving through, a couple of upsets, and that's exactly the story you want to read for a surf event.
I like that concept too, because we were lucky enough to talk to Teresa when she won her heat earlier in the QS. So for her to lose in this round, sometimes that kind of stirs a fire in you a little bit more.
Revenge.
Yeah, losing in the juniors, she's saying okay, now I can just put all my focus into the QS. So what I did wrong in the junior women's, I'm not going to do in the QS at all. I learn from my mistakes and I get better after them. So I think that's good insight. And as you said, we talked about this earlier, anyone in this event is already a champion just for being at this level of competition. And I think there are no underdogs at all. Anybody's good enough when you have this talent and you're here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. I mean, QS 6000 Women's in the North America region, it's only one of 2 that we have now. So you got to make things count. And a heat win can be something life-changing for someone.
For sure. And the momentum really comes into play. Here goes Bailey Naj. Bam! Quick, decisive couple of turns for Bailey. Surfing in white, coming from Hawaii.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave ridden by Bailey, Chris. She grew up on the North Shore of Oahu, still lives there with her. Her mom Jill is here with her right now. T-Bone probably watching live, and her sister Kylie in New York now going to school. But look at this wave, Chris. I really like how she generated speed off of that little bank. And that second turn was crisp as well. I mean, it was a small wave, 407 though, so not actually that bad of a score for how small the wave was. And she lives right in front of Rocky Point. So growing up in front of Rocky Rights and surfing Rocky Rights pretty much almost every day. Not the most similar wave as to where this is more of a cobblestone kind of reef, as to where Rocky Point is definitely a way sharper reef. But it has that kind of speed down the line. And I know that a lot of surfers do the same thing, a speed, and then try to wrap afterwards at Rocky Point. So when you see that style of surfing from Bailey right there, it is very crucial where you grew up.
The backhand power approach of Annalie Gomez, and she uses full force when she surfs, and she is a tenacious competitor. And right behind her, Bailey again, somehow just shuffling the deck, finding herself right in the zone. The wave didn't pan out incredibly well for Bailey, but got one nice turn, and pretty a good way to back herself up. She's already got a 3.23 and a 4.07, so a strong start for Bailey. Cody Klein in second place as it stands now, 2.6 and a 1.83. Annalie Gomez in third. Get to see Dimity catch a wave. I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Hey, thank you for joining us here. Mitchell's running double duty on the beach and in here in the booth. Mitchell, you are an awesome commentator.
Thank you.
I love to listen to your decipher of this wave. Tell me so far what you've seen here. Is it safe to pick a potential favorite this deep in competition? I mean, we've got an incredible round ahead of us right now, and that's a tough ask. But I'm going to ask you that now. Who are the favorites to win this contest?
Well, if I'd have to give a top five, I think Nikki Van Dyke is one that her style I think really suits this wave. I think that's why she won the previous year in 2015 and got a third place finish last year. But this is another girl, Dimity Stoyle, who waited with priority all the way to catch this wave. But I think Silvana Lima is another girl that absolutely perfect style for a place like Zippers. Very down the line surfing and very quick. But Cody got one nice snap there and a second one. She fits it in, and if she can hang on, wow, she does. That's actually pretty good surfing there from Cody. But I think Nikki Van Dyke, Coco Ho, Silvana Lima, and then there's like two kind of toss-ups. I think that if waves kind of stay the size, I think Sage Erickson is a pretty big threat as well. I saw her surfing yesterday afternoon. She's got some really nice style. And then Bronte McCauley, last year's champion, really nice flow and pace to the waves. I really like her dad, Dave, shapes all of her boards. I like how she really uses the tempo of this wave to her favor. She really speeds first, and then once she reaches the open face, actually just glides through motions. Just a lot of flow, really nice pace. But honestly, those are like my top five threats. But I think that if anybody can win, it's like, as I said, there's no underdogs. I think anybody can really win, and we could probably see an upset, and I like to see that. I like to see someone that most people don't expect to win, because that's usually a little bit of a better story as well.
Yeah, it's cool. No one's quite dominated
the
Los Cabos Open of Surf, historically speaking. 5 years in, we've had 5 different champions. So this year we're going to see a women's champion, pro junior women's champ, and a pro junior men's champion. And as we saw last year, our pro junior champion went on to win the pro junior world title.
Yeah.
So this is a big event. And here we see surfing big. I love the power display from surfer in blue, Dimity Stoyle. And I believe she's surfing with an injured hand, although you could never tell. And the opposite approach, Cody Klein. All 4 of these women right now really displaying power kind of in different forms. You see, Annalie and Cody on her backhand. And, Cody's kind of more stretched out. You see Annalie kind of down a little bit more, a little lower center of gravity. But both surfers right now kind of sitting in a similar place score-wise. Here goes Annalie. And she just looks really at home in waves like this. You know, she's a world traveler. She gets around, and she's rolling with a heavy crew down here.
Yeah.
She is with Savannah Lima and that whole crew. And, you know, there's 5 or 6 of those ladies, and I tell you, if you're surfing somewhere and they paddle out, you're going to catch a lot fewer waves because they are that good.
That is for sure. I mean, Dimity, wow. You said she had an injured hand. It does not seem that way at all because that was beautiful surfing. And I just want to mention another girl that I forgot to say.
Oh, this is 6 now.
Yes, well, but this is like a wild card. I think Summer Macedo's been one to watch as well. She
because she's gotten the highest score.
Yeah, she's gotten the highest score. She surfed at least 2 heats yesterday. She already surfed her pro junior heat today, and she'll be surfing in the round of 48 today. But I just think she's always kind of showed glimpses of brilliance throughout this event in the last couple of years, but she hasn't really reached her full potential yet, and I think that comes with age, too.
Right.
She's only 16, but like growing up in Lahaina, you get waves like these. I think she's another threat.
Well, here goes Bailey, surfing in white. Comes off the bottom. Nice opening snap. A lot of speed down the line. She's patiently waiting for the second section. Beautiful turn. Still with open face. This is one of the better waves we've seen ridden. She used that wave to its full advantage, but right behind her, Gomez now, her backhand, fitting in 2 turns. Now this heat's starting to light up. Dimity Stoyles' last wave comes through, a 7. So Dimity jumps in the lead. Cody Klein now in second place, uses her priority. Bam, quick opening snap. Waiting for this wave. Goes for that second section, and man, these 4 ladies are attacking right now. This is a serious heat in the water. Again, Dimity Stoyle now. Back to back to back action. So we've got 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And in your experience, adding that 5 minutes might not seem like a lot, you know, to people watching, or even if you've surfed a couple heats in your life, adding 5 minutes might not seem a lot. But when you're as experienced as a Dimity Stoyle, a Cody Klein, a Natalie Gomez, when you have that experience, 5 minutes can mean the world to your campaign.
And I think it truly does. And I thought you bring up a great point there, because we saw a heat earlier where Mia Collins had that one exchange in the last 10 seconds. She got the score that she needed, and that was a lot of luck. If there would have been an added 5 minutes to that, maybe Michaela Green could have gotten the score she needed to move back up into second. Just little things like those, but I think a girl like Dimity, she dropped a 7.0 on this wave. Excellent surfing. I mean, look at the second turn. Boom. Just throwing and displacing a lot of water. I love her style. And then Bailey's been keeping really busy. 617 on this wave, Chris. And it seems like kind of Rocky Point out there, Rocky writes. But she's surfing really, really well. And just, I mean, you can see the level of talent. I mean, every round has been growing so far. And I think, you know, just when you hit the round of 48, it's just another monster, as Cody's been doing some work on the inside as well. 487 on this one. Been surfing really radical, going straight up and vertical. And she has some really good dexterity to herself as well. I have no idea how she goes all the way straight up. And actually, like, her shoulders are pointing vertically down. So to keep your weight centered over your board is super difficult in that situation.
Live action after that blistering series of replays. Quick up and down for Gomez, who was in 4th priority, I believe, so no harm, no foul there. This is the tightest heat we've seen of the day. All surfers within striking range. Dimity in the lead, Bailey second, Cody Klein in 3rd, on the lead in 4th. Both surfers needing something in the high 5 range. 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And watching Dimity Stoyles' last wave, one thing that kind of is a subtle thing, but something that I believe the judges really watch for is the way she pulled out of the wave, completely in control.
Yes.
That shows confidence, it shows poise, that shows that she knows exactly what's going on the wave, the way she pulled out the bottom. And it's not going to get her more points, but that's the last thing the judges saw, is a controlled maneuver just to get out of the wave.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds kind of nitpicky and weird, but when a surfer pulls out of a wave and kind of exudes that kind of confidence, that's the last thing that's on the judge's mind. So they're going to feel confident in giving a good score because, you know, they know that surfer is in command. And I believe that added to that near excellent score for Dimity Stoyle, that 7, just beginning to end, making that wave work.
Yeah, and you're right, because the second turn was really the one that determined most of the points. And Dimity had an outstanding wave right there, 7.0. But yeah, I mean, I truly do think that body language is a key factor to how not necessarily scores are judged, but as to where you're leaving kind of a taste in the judge's mouth as well. So they kind of feel your vibe. As we see Annalie on screen, she did a nice float to begin this wave off. Didn't really get a second maneuver out of that, but did one nice float. But she's sitting with no priority right now at all. So just for her, she needs a 5.58, so she could maybe get something on the inside. It seems like there we see the inside of our judges tower, our head judge with our 5 panel of judges, and we have 2 rotators as well. We have a spotter, and we have our announcer, and we just have a judge simply for priority as well. And that's a
tough job.
It is. It's difficult. It's something that takes a lot of experience and dedication, a lot of time as well. I think our oldest judge in WSO history might have been 74.
Jack Shipley?
I think so, yeah. But it's awesome. It just goes to show you. And another thing is that you need to be consistently adapting to everything that's evolving with our sport, actually surfing, so your credibility factor is there. You know what's harder, you know what's more difficult, you know what you want to look for, what you're going to reward a lot more than other things. So there's little things that maybe to the common eye won't see that difficult, but like once you actually dissect it and get very analytical on it, it's difficult.
I notice myself, I surf my best after, commentating a long event like this. U.S. Open's a good example of watching kind of small wave surfing for days and days and just decoding everything that these surfers are doing, men and women. And then you go out there, and not that you're going to surf like as good as Dimity Stoyle or Annalie Gomez, but you've just kind of soaked in inspiration in the subtleties of what they do. I hope that my backhand, my next session is going to be as lethal as Annalie Gomez's has been. But it's for the viewing audience at home, it can be much more than entertainment. If you're a surfer at any level, you can really learn a lot by watching what these surfers are doing. And this is, your home break might not be anything like Zippers, but I guarantee you, a lot of us around the world surf waves very similar to this on any given day.
Mm-hmm.
So, you use it for however you want, but I would say if you want to be a competitive surfer or just want to surf better, these events are a good way to study.
Very.
And then you watch, the outer known Fiji pros going on right now. They had the day off yesterday. So if you want to learn how to ride the tube, you can watch that.
Or if you just want to learn how to rip, wow.
If you want to do backside snaps like that, it's not going to be easy, but you can read the technique from Annalie Gomez.
Yeah, and that bottom turn placement was great. But I think you're spot on, Chris. I think just getting to know, and another thing is surfing with better surfers than yourself is actually one of the best things you can do for your surfing. You learn so much from seeing other people do things that you think you couldn't do, but then with practice they can't come true. As Bailey, just having a quick look there, but I've seen you surf, Chris. You surf pretty good. Don't be too hard on yourself. I know you do some.
I'm going to surf better after watching all this.
I know you already did last night at the Rock. So yeah, but I mean, zippers. I can name 5 spots in Southern California that are just similar enough. Uppers, lower trestles, Seaside Reef. The right gets kind of like this, a little bit peeling down the line, then it kind of fattens out. Then maybe Huntington Beach, Pier Bowl rights. Get like this speedy down the line, then it really opens up. So
Steamer Lane.
I mean, the Hook in Northern California as well. Sewers, 4 Mile. I mean, I can go on and on, but there's ways where you think that they might not be as similar, but once you actually paddle out, you're saying, hey, this actually reminds me of this spot.
Yeah.
Or this section reminds me of that spot. It's like you find similarities in everything, and once you actually realize that, you feel more confident with yourself and with your surfing.
So this is the finals coming up, right?
It seems that way.
Wow.
Look at that heat. Silvana Lima, Holly Wan, Sarah Macedo, and Kobe
already in round 4, and that's the level we're at.
Yeah, I know.
How did that happen?
It's Holly Wan, a quarterfinalist last year too, and she's a little bit bigger girl, but she throws so much spray. It's outstanding. But I mean, that's going to be an incredible heat. Kobe Enright has been making so many finals in the pro junior level in Australia. And then we see, actually, I'm surprised that she's riding large fins, Chris. Silvana's riding the large McFanning FCS2 fins.
No leash.
And no leash, yeah. That's her
So
trademark
rad.
here.
No leash.
With all the rocks, I wouldn't even dare do that.
She's fearless. And hopefully we see a ramp or two on offer for Silvana Lima, because it'd be fun to see her take to the air. One of the best female aerialists in the world. 3 minutes and 54 seconds to go. So in the previous round, C would have been over. Dimity would have won, but got just under 4 minutes to go. So this heat could still take a turn. So right there, that's your example. Dimity still had top priority. She made a fully exerted paddle for that wave. The priority judge said, nope, stripped the priority from her. But luck is on her side, because right from that next wave, Dimity finds herself in the position to buck the priority system. She found herself in 4th priority, still had the chance to paddle over to the inside, get away from the rest of her competitors, snag a wave. It wasn't a crazy huge score, one solid snap. Not going to affect her scoreline, but she got stripped of priority and then caught a wave right away, which is a rarity, and that's great competitive tactical surfing.
Yeah, and as you said, this heat would have been over in the last round. We did go to 25-minute heats though, so with the round of 48, top seeded surfers, and a lot more difficult round to actually surf. We wanted to give them a little bit more time, but this is where priority comes into place. Cody's currently in 3rd. She needs a 5.38, but she does have 1st priority. So that plays a big factor as to where, hey, do I wait for a set wave and actually risk maybe for a wave not even coming my way? So Annalie has 2nd. She can put a lot more pressure on Cody than the person with 3rd priority. Why? Because Bailey's in 3rd. In 2nd position, in the heat right now. So what Anna Lee wants to do is pressure Cody into going on a smaller set wave, so that way when she goes up into 1st priority, she can actually go in the wave of choice. But the thing is, there's only 2 minutes left.
Right. This is where time's really going to go down. Well, I feel bad because in that last heat I had Maddie Peterson in here, right? And I was telling her, oh, you're good. You got 3rd place. You got 700 points, $500. Well, I was wrong. That's the total. Now I owe Maddie Peterson an apology. But so Maddie Peterson, for example, in that last round, the previous round, 3rd place would have gotten you a 49th place overall. Still decent, 400 points. A couple, get some cash, but potentially, or actually no cash. So now I'm going to owe Maddie a dinner. It's adding up. So in this round that we're watching right now, you get 4th place. You get 37th place, 650 points, $250, a nice run. It jumps up from there. 3rd place in this round, 700 points, $500, and it just keeps going up from there. Let's say you make the next round, 3rd place there, 17th place overall. It's 1,050 points, which is solid, and $750.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between round and round. So it's seeding for next year, or maybe for future events this year. And Cody, that's exactly what I said. Annalie pressured her into going for that wave. She just lost her 1st priority, and now Annalie needs a 5.58. She's got a wave on her hands right here, Chris.
So again, Cody Klein had asked Brian Robbins from WSL about priority, and she knows full well what it means and how you have to get it. Priority's going to switch around again. Cody Klein now in 3rd priority with 1st priority. Bailey Naj as she drives down the line. Bam! Just high line, top turn. Getting right up into that section again. She is reading these waves perfectly. And you notice she didn't just put 110% in that 1st turn. She probably went about 60%, 70%. Just used it to get down the line, set herself up for another high-speed snap. 10 seconds to go. And she's in 2nd place. So I feel like that last wave, she needs a better 4.07. 4, 3, 2, get it! And that's it. Cody Klein was right there, needing a 6.17. So Bailey even betters her score line, gets a 5.5. That jumps Dimity Stoyle. So Dimity will still advance with that 7 on 4.03, but she'll advance in 2nd place. Bailey Naj gets the win.
Yeah, it was smart surfing too. I like that she didn't safe surf that last wave, even though she was advancing on. She actually tried to tap more, but unfortunately for Annalie and Cody, they bow out.
Yeah, and you said it. 2 threats right there to win this whole thing go down. So in every heat from now until the end of this competition, we will see upsets because anybody is capable of winning this entire contest. We have more QS 6000 women's action to come. We are live from Zippers. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf, our 5-year anniversary. Stick around, more surf action to come. We've got household names coming up next, including Silvana Lima. Stay tuned.
All right, good morning and welcome back to beautiful San Jose del Cabo. Welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza. We will be calling the next two heats of the round of 48. We're in the women's QS 6000 competition right now. Heat number 2 in the water. Silvana Lima in the red jersey from Brazil. Holly Wan in the blue from Australia. Summer Macedo, the person with the highest wave score of the event so far, from Lahaina, Maui in the white. And Kobe Enright from Australia in the green. Kale Carranza, how are you doing today, sir?
Oh, what a pleasure to be here, Mitch. I'm so excited to see these heats. I'm super stoked. I actually sat down and heard a lot of shouting and screaming and whistling, and I think this is why.
And we're seeing the replay opening ride of red, Silvana Lima. She's actually the crowd favorite here, too. Wow, what a beautiful floater was that second maneuver, and a third hit. That's going to be an excellent score, 9.0. That matches the best wave of the entire event so far, Kale.
Oh, heavy. You were actually just talking about that yesterday, Mitch, how this wave suits Silvana's surfing, and boy, does it ever. Really good flow. Actually knows how to read this wave super well. Manages to get 2 fast floats in the beginning and then a strong hit. Judges really like the fact that she actually surfed the entire wave. You know, a lot of these surfers getting stuck behind the section. As we see Summer Macedo with beautiful first turn. Nice little transition float. Makes it all the way inside. Tough heat. It's looking good.
Yeah, Summer doing some work right there, but Holly Wan out the back. Just one tap. That wave closed out. But, you know, talking about Silvana Lima, beautiful projection down the line. She actually utilized every single angle that that wave gave to her. And out the back, it seems like Kobe Enright in the green might be having a look. She's up and riding. A nice first car for her. Digs a little bit of a rail. She's coming around the section. Maybe get one more maneuver off. Beautiful float right there. And a third maneuver, sliding the fins. Wow. What a heat on our cans, Kale. I mean, wow.
This is epic. What a start. That is the way a champion starts a heat after hearing that your fellow competitor got a 9.0. No worries, I got this. Kobe Enright starts off with an amazing display of surfing. Silvana Lima, obviously, starting off with a 9.0. Holly Wan, unfortunately, just a quick 2.0, but looks like we're seeing scores drop for Summer Macedo and Kobe Enright. Summer, 6.83, well-deserved, Mitch.
Yeah, really good surfing down the line, really projecting herself, and Kobe gets a 5.5, so really good start for red, white, and green. The points for green on that last turn where the critical section really was, and priority now first red and then second blue, and it seems like we're going to go downstairs to Bailey Naj, winner of the last heat. Bailey, how you doing?
Good, how about you guys?
Thanks, Bailey. We're doing great. Well, first of all, congratulations. And second, I want to ask you one thing that's kind of bugging me. I know you grew up on the North Shore of Oahu, right in front of Rocky Point. Does this wave really suit your style because you grew up at Rocky Rights?
I don't know. It's a little bit different than Rocky Rides. I think Rockies doesn't get weird with the tide. Like this wave changes so much with the tide. But now I actually live at V-Land, and I think this wave is more kind of like V-Land, to be honest. I'm always surfing the right at V-Land, and when it's dead low tide, it's similar to this. Like I'm used to more like the shallow wave now.
Awesome surfing, Bailey. How are you? This is Kale. Hey, I noticed that you didn't have that much trouble going through those ribs that the wave has. It seems like it's a little bit trickier right now with that wind blowing from the south to actually go through the ribs or use them to your advantage. What was your strategy in actually realizing that there are crazy ribs on the wave and how to manage them?
My strategy was honestly just to catch waves. I knew before the heats, the sets were going really wide. So I was kind of like keeping that in mind, not going too deep. Obviously, it's a little hard because this wave is really easy to push everyone deep. But I'm riding this like brand new Channel Islands, and I swear to God, it's like my magic board. It's so good with going through chops and stuff. And I knew if I got 3 turns on a wave, it would be like a pretty good score. And I knew the girls in my heat were really hard. So I just knew I had to like surf and be focused. So I was pretty determined.
Wow, amazing. Well, it looked like it worked really, really well.
Yeah, well, fantastic job, Bailey. First of all, congratulations. I know your boyfriend Luca is definitely proud of you. Your dad T-Bone, your sister Kylie. I know your mom's probably crying on the beach right now. Congratulations. Enjoy the win and enjoy your rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you, Woodward.
Awesome surfing. Wow, she's so stoked.
Yeah, Bailey Naj. I didn't know she was living over at Vila now. That's a great spot to live. Really good rights. And the good thing, Kale, I don't want to reveal our secret, but as goofies, I love to go left at V-Land because absolutely nobody goes left at V-Land, so you get to surf those lefts pretty much by yourself. It's a pretty nice spot.
It's probably awesome, sorry, to live there and actually be on it because V-Land is so far, well, not so far, but pretty far from, you know, the main breaks that so easily you forget that the wave is actually there. Will it break in this swell or is the wind hitting it? But when you live there, you get a chance to actually check it all the time. So pretty stoked that Bailey gets a chance to surf that. It seems like it's helping her surfing and working really well for her.
Yeah, no, she's surfing outstanding. And what I really liked is that her last wave as well, she didn't need to better her second best score, and she still tried. It actually bettered it and moved her up into first. So what that tells me is that even though she does not have to surf that wave at her full potential, she still wants to, because that desire to succeed, that desire to become a champion, that desire to actually win heats and cement yourself at this level of competition tells me that she wants to win. And for someone to actually be determined and want to win, it's something outstanding, Kale.
Yeah, and it probably applies a little bit of psychological pressure to other competitors that are watching the heats. If they see a fellow competitor like Bailey surf the way she did, maybe that gets into their head a little bit if they actually happen to surf against her in future heats. So remember, this wave breaks really close to shore, and the competitors are literally a couple 100 feet away from the takeoff spot. So, I mean, it's awesome not only for spectators, but for fellow competitors to get to see where these competitors are taking off, what they're doing. I don't know, I'm just super excited to see this kind of surfing just out front and see how these girls adapt to the changing conditions as well. So pretty cool to see.
Well, tide really does play a huge factor out here at Zippers. We're coming on a lower tide at 2 o'clock, I believe. So with the incoming tide in the afternoon, it will absolutely get rippable again. It still is, as Summer Macedo is up and riding. She's got a beautiful right point break Zippers ride here. 2 turns for her, Kale. Not going to be a big score, but going to back up that 683 and possibly move her up into first. As Silvana Lima's up and riding, she's trying to back up that 9.0. Beautiful opening turn. Slides the fins again. She's going to back that thing up pretty well.
Wow, she's looking really strong. Looks like the board is working her perfectly. As we see Blue up and riding. Holly Wan, who just had a really quick 2.0. I don't think that's what she wanted out of that wave. Still plenty of time, 15 minutes left. Remember, there's 5 more minutes in these heats. 25-minute heats actually gives us the surfers way more time to regroup. You know, 20 minutes sometimes, you know, you make a couple mistakes before you know it, there's only 5 to 8 minutes left. Now, Holly still has 15 minutes left, plenty of time. And let's see how she gets around it.
All right, well, 14 minutes and 57 seconds remaining on the clock. Summer Macedo in the lead. A 3.5 was her last score, and priority now first green and second blue. Silvana dropping a 5.6, so she moves back up into first, backing up that 9.0 with 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Plenty of time still on the clock, Otto. And she's putting a lot of pressure on her competitors, on her fellow competitors. And I feel that, as you said, the psychological factor is a big thing, not only for the competitors in the water right now, but competitors seeing outside as well. They see you as a threat. They see someone as a champion already because they see someone that surfs this wave so well, as we see ourselves on screen. Hello, Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza. And Kale, just as a longtime competitor yourself, you see someone surf that well, it actually motivates you. It motivates you to actually go out and demonstrate why you're here, why you actually want to win as well. So actually getting these heats before you and telling you, hey, I can do this too. If I'm here, why can't I? So you get these competitors, you get that push from your fellow competitors and those little rivalries going. It's awesome to see, and I think with Silvana being one of the more older girls here at the QS, I think that she's paving a really bright future for future champions as well.
Yeah, and it's an interesting way to look at it because you have two options. You can either get motivated by the surfing you're seeing from fellow competitors, or you can be intimidated. And I think that's what actually marks the difference between the competitors that manage to make heats, is they can see a surfer like Silvana Lima, who you see on screen. Actually, that's actually Kobe Enright. Tough looking wave with Kobe doing her best to make it around that section. So talking about Silvana Lima, you see a surfer like Silvana Lima absolutely rip these waves, get 9s and 7s, and you have to be really motivated and driven to not get intimidated by that and go, okay, yep, she can do it, but I can do it too. As we saw there, just a quick in and out for Silvana Lima. She had a 5.6 on her second scoring ride. Let's see if she replaces it.
I don't think she'll probably better that score. It seems like scores are dropping in right now, going to be in the 2 range. But I like your insight, Otto. I think that as being one of the older girls, she's really setting the way for future generations. As you saw, Bailey Naj, she's only 21 years old. So for a girl 21 years old, you still have pretty much at least a good 9 years, a solid 9 years to actually maybe try to qualify. And once you're on the CT, try to win your championship tour title. We see so many kids like that. I think Ethan Ewing is a great example of someone qualifying at such a young age with such vast and great advantages to himself. I think his technique is excellent, and you see people like that motivating and pushing other people as well to become better as well. So when you have that little group that you're around, those little superstars, I think, like Kanoe Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti, you got Ethan Ewing, and then you got the older generations where it was Gabriel Medina and Kalohe Andino, Felipe Toledo. Those little generations and those little, not necessarily rivalries, but little push groups, those things motivate you to become, say, hey, I want to be the best surfer, not only in my generation, but maybe even of all time. So when you get those little groups going and you get people that motivate you around you, it just makes you become a better surfer. And I think that's what girls at this level of competition are doing.
And it's going to be really interesting to see what surfers like Sally Fitzgibbons and Stephanie Gilmore, how long they're going to be there, because they're not slowing down. They're surfing better and better and better. And after what Kaylee Slater has done over the last few years, maybe they're actually looking at it and going, hey, well, maybe my career isn't over at 32, 33, 35. Maybe I can keep pushing through. As we see, way out in the shoulder, Silvana Lima in red. Good looking wave, amazing projection off of those floaters. Just a quick attempt on that last section, pretty difficult. And out the back in blue, that's Holly Wan.
Yeah, a surfer with a lot of power, and we see right there. Unfortunately, she hasn't really found her footing in this heat so far, Kale. A little bit tricky conditions out there, but Silvana, beautiful projection down the line, as we mentioned before, a lot of speed in her boards. I'm actually surprised she's riding large fins as well. So I don't know if that has something to do with this wave here at Zippers. As we see it, look at the projection. Look at where her shoulders are leading her board toward down the line. I think that's something that only a person with her experience can do. At 3.9 for one maneuver is not bad at all. So you have someone like Summer Macedo in this heat. They can learn so much just from surfing a heat with Silvana Lima or Kobe Enright or Holly Wan. They feed from each other, and that's what's been happening this entire event.
Holly Wan, unfortunately, just gets a 1.23 on her last wave, but very Carissa Moore-esque. She really reminds me of Carissa in her surfing, just that strength, and she has that flair, which doesn't usually happen with strong surfers. You're either a strong surfer or a flary surfer, but when you can combine both, it's deadly.
And here goes Summer Macedo. Beautiful carve to open up for white. As the surfer from Lahaina, Maui, still pumping down the line. Another float. Might fit in one more. She does. A foam climb. That opening turn was money, though. Might better that 3.5, possibly 9 minutes remaining. Kale. And that was Kobe Enright. Not going to get much out of that. She did have first priority, so with 9 minutes remaining, that can be difficult for her because it seems like Summer might better her 3.5.
Yeah, and it almost seems like at this level, this round, you can't afford those mistakes. You know, these girls are highly competitive, highly experienced, and just a small mistake like that in priority can cost you a heat. Hopefully that's not the case for Kobe Enright, who's sitting currently in third position with third priority. So we'll see how this goes around. Silvana Lima comfortably in first position, 9.0 and 5.6, 14.60 average. So second place still up for grabs. Kobe only needs a 5.94, so totally attainable as we see a replay of Summer Macedo's last wave.
That was a beautiful opening carve right there. I think she got kind of stuck behind the section. She recovered well, though, right there and did a foam climb at the end. So 4.6, she does increase her second place, but still needs a 7.78 to move up in the first. 8 minutes remaining. Definitely very possible, but really what she wants to do right now is actually try to maybe even better that 6.83 just to put more pressure on green Kobe, because she has a 5.5. Kobe only really needs a 5.94, so that priority mistake right there could have cost her. But since 25 minutes heat now, Kali, there's a huge difference between 20 and 25. Those extra 5 minutes can play a huge factor in how decisive this heat is.
Absolutely. Had this heat happened around before, we'd be talking of 3 minutes remaining, and now the girls still have 7 minutes. Such a small and short wave right now that very easily a girl can catch a wave, go back out in a minute and catch another wave. So we saw a lot of lead changes in the last few minutes in almost every single heat. Girls that felt comfortable in that second position actually get overshadowed because the girl in fourth position gets a wave and jumps into first, and it just shuffles the pack so much. So obviously, Summer Macedo not feeling too comfortable. Kobe needing a 5.94. So attainable. The waves are there. The conditions are right. The tide is dropping. So we're going to see more and more longer waves throughout the course of the next few hours. Remember, low tide is approximately at 2 p.m. And it's going to be interesting to see what the swell does, Mitch, with the tide pushing.
Yeah, and I think that push in the afternoon will definitely be crucial to the conditions, as wind seems like it's really died down, Kali, which is good. You were talking with Bailey about those ribs in the face, but you can actually use them to your advantage. I think that Silvana did that on her 9-point ride, really projected and used those ribs down the line to actually project out in front of the wave instead of down the line. So what she's doing is actually trying to generate more speed off the bottom every time she comes out of a maneuver. So for Silvana to ride bigger fins, I was kind of doubting that for a moment, but now I see why. Using those bigger fins actually projects you down the line a little bit more, especially if you're bottom turning well.
And you really have to be in tune with your equipment to know how a board will ride with different fins. We talked about that with Ruby from Futures is here, and he was saying that, you can bring one board down, but 6 different sets of fins, and that will make the difference. So not necessarily having to use different boards for different conditions if the conditions don't vary that much, but it's more about the fins that you use.
Yeah, and fins, equipment comes so much into play nowadays, especially at a wave like Zippers, which really speeds down the line in the first section. So get a fin base and a really good board as well. I know a couple of girls and a couple of men as well have been riding a lot of epoxy boards. So what this does is it actually allows you to get it into the wave easier, But when it gets a little bumpy, that's when it's a lot more tricky to ride those epoxy boards, Kale. That's why a lot of people still sticking with the polyester boards. But really, if you want to be able to surf pretty much any type of wave, using both boards is actually beneficial to yourself instead of decreasing your ability. As we see on screen, former champion out here and former world junior champion as well, Isabella Nichols in the blue jersey coming up. She's one of our top seeds. She's all the way from Australia, and she's been surfing fantastic, Kale.
She's going to be clashing with Chelsea Tuak, Freya Prum, and Ellie Jean Coffey. It's going to be, wow, these heats, Mitch, are so crazy. They're so stacked. Usually I'm used to seeing this maybe in like the quarters and semis onwards, but I mean, since we got here yesterday, every heat has had superstars in it.
And I love that those names that you don't know as much are the people that you actually might even want to have to worry about even more. Freya Prum surfed outstanding yesterday. Ellie Jean Coffey, another big threat, has gotten runner-up to the World Junior title before. Isabella Nichols, former World Junior champion, and of course Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, a powerhouse that was on the CT last year. She's trying to requalify. She's in a good spot so far, but needs a good result here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf to actually make that happen. We see on screen Isabella, Ellie Jean, and Chelsea. Only person missing in that picture is Freya Prum, but it's going to be an outstanding heat as in the water. Holly Wan up and riding, Kale.
Great looking wave for Holly. She needs to get a good wave to get in this battle. A couple turns, nothing special, but definitely going to improve her situation. She had a 2.0 and a 1.23. So we see out the back, Silvana having a look. Seems like the waves right now at a lower tide are breaking even further away from the point and over into the shoulder of the wave. It's going to be interesting to see how these competitors adjust to the changing conditions. It's crazy. Less backwash, but shorter rides.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Holly, maybe not the most explosive ride, but definitely her best wave so far, and a couple pretty decent turns. It's coming up in the 4 range, so she might need around a 5 or 6, a 6.84. So a 4.6 is the score that she gets, as Silvana, our current heat leader, up and riding a quick in and out. So going back to Holly, she got a 4.6 on her last ride. She now needs a 6.84 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Not a little too late, but definitely a little later than needed, as Summer Macedo was having a look at that. Holly maybe having a look too, but with no priority established for her yet, it might be difficult to call it.
Yeah, well, Holly at least got herself back in the battle. She was looking pretty tough before that last wave. Now she needs a 6.84, totally attainable. Silvana got a 9.0 on her first wave, so the waves are out there. Now it's just a matter of luck and patience. Let's see if the ocean provides. That's the tricky thing about these surf contests, is that you might be the best surfer out there, but if you don't get the waves, you don't get to showcase your talent.
And that is what's so different from surfing any other sport, that you rely so much on weather and meteorological conditions that, I mean, it's really good for us, but it can make it difficult for competition sometimes. You really rely on swell, on weather conditions, on wind, on tides. As you said, you were in Biarritz a couple weeks ago for the ISA World Games. You told me that you guys were finishing at 9:45 at night because you were relying so much on king tides that you actually had to play around with them. I mean, surfing competitions are so different, and it's like, I mean, we're very happy to be surfers, but it definitely is a difficult sport, and we have to revolve around it. As a minute 10 seconds remaining, Kale, priority is with Kobe. She needs a 5.94. She's currently in third. She's up and riding.
Kobe, this is her chance. Great whack off the top, but unfortunately the wave closes out. Only one turn. Kobe needing a 5.94. Let's see what the judges decide. Pretty tough, 5.94 compared to Silvana Lima's 5.60. Silvana had a pretty good wave with strong, crazy floater. She got a 5.6, so I don't know if it's going to be enough for Kobe. 40 seconds left, nothing in the horizon. Seems to be that's all she wrote. Maybe one last little insider, giving Kobe and Holy Wan some hope. 20 seconds remaining.
And it seems like maybe Summer Macedo having a look at that, and she is up and riding. Nice turn for her. But it seems like that wave is going to close out on her. She's currently in second, though, so protecting her second place, counting down in 10 seconds. It seems like, unfortunately, Kobe Enright and Holly Wan are going to be bowing out. Silvana Lima from Brazil and Summer Macedo advancing on as we hear the countdown right there on the horn. Great surfing in that heat, Kale.
Amazing. So good to see Silvana Lima starting off strong with a 9.0 and a 5.60. Summer Macedo, amazing surfing. Let's see the replay of this heat. This is Silvana's first wave.
Wow.
A 9.0. Just beautiful projection off of those floaters. You were mentioning that, Mitch, all along, that this wave suits her surfing, and it sure does, as we see our surfer in white.
Summer Macedo. And Kobe Enright had a couple decent waves, but unfortunately bowed out. As we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Beautiful surfing there from Kobe Enright. We'll be right back for heat number 3 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Good afternoon and welcome back to Los Cabos Open of Surf here at beautiful Playa Zippers in Costa Azul. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside Kale Carranza. Kale, good afternoon. We're here in heat number 3. Chelsea Tuak, Isabella Nichols, Freya Prum, and Ellie Jean Coffey. Red, blue, white, and green respectively. What a great heat on hand. Silvana Lima dropping and tying the highest wave score of the entire event so far in 9.0. She's surfing outstanding, but Summer Macedo keeps advancing on, and she's been ripping as well. But Chelsea Tuak, Isabella Nichols, Freya Prum, Ellie Jean Coffey, our concentration is in the water right now, as you see all surfers' names on the screen. And it seems like Isabella got a 0.63 to start off, a super small score. She'll want to throw that one away. As we see some action in the lineup, this is green. Take it away.
Ellie Jean Coffey from Australia, nice whack on her backhand. Quick wave, just a quick in and out. Bit better start than Isabella Nichols and Ellie Jean Coffey. 25 minutes in these heats, most likely that wave won't be in her top 2 as we see red up and riding. Chelsea Tuak, just a beautiful fin drift to get things started. Surfers opting to sit a little bit farther up the point. Tide is dropping, so we're going to see a lot of different waves being ridden. Those inside waves seem to be the ones that have the best scoring potential, unless you can get the projection off of those floaters like Silvana Lima did on the bigger waves.
Yeah, well, Chelsea Tuak, really good wave to start off. Just get her feet in the wax. Going to be in the 2 range. Ellie Jean Coffey, 2.3 on her last ride. She had a 0.5 to start off. 2.33 for Chelsea. And Isabella 0.63 as we see her on screen. She might be having a look at this one. She's our former world junior champion, a former champion out here in the junior division. She's up and riding, speeding down the line. Beautiful first turn for Isabella. But that thing is going to close out. But as I said, really getting your feet on the wax. 25 minutes. These girls have a lot of time. And next heat, Nikki Van Dyke, Layla Takeda, Claire Bevilacqua, and Caroline Marks. Things just keep getting better and better, Kale.
Yeah, and I was actually down on the beach, and I heard Layla Takeda say that which waves she liked and which waves she didn't. So these competitors are paying close attention. Maybe this is why Ellie Jean Coffey, who you see on screen, is opting to go on those smaller waves, because they have a lot of scoring potential. If you get the right inside wave, it just wraps really beautiful and hugs that rock bottom, giving these surfers excellent opportunity to score. As we see wide up and riding, good whack for Freya Prum. A little bit stuck behind that second turn. Nonetheless, good attempt, difficult wave to surf. And out the back, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados.
Yeah, Chelsea got a speedy one down the line right here. beautiful turn right there, sliding the fins, and a second one straight up top. She needs to really cement her score right here. Beautiful carve down in the pocket, and she might get one more. She does. Sliding the fins right on the sand, Kale. That's going to be a pretty decent score. Out the back, Isabella. Sliding the tail, a second one. Back to back in a row, and a third slide of the fins as well. She might even get one more. She doesn't. But wow, great exchange there from red and blue.
Yeah, Chelsea Tuak, I really like the variation in her turns. It's nice to see something refreshing, like a nice, clean, open face carve. I think we've seen a lot of those foam climbs and projection floaters, but when you get a chance to see beautiful open face carve like Chelsea Tuak's last wave, it really it's appealing, it's pleasurable to the eye, and I'm sure the judges are going to love it. Still waiting on scores of Ellie Jean Coffey. Chelsea Tuak starting with a 2.33. Still waiting on scores for her last wave, as well as Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, and Freya Prum started off with a pretty decent wave as well. She still has her score to drop as we see her on screen. This is her replay. Really nice speed. I really like how she's really centered and has that low gravity stance. Beautiful second turn as well, but as you said, got a little hung up. And here's Chelsea's wave, really speedy down the line wave, kind of a little bit more projection on it. Slides the fins on the first turn, kind of hits the second white water. But this is the nice carve where she actually puts all her body weight into it and uses that torque to her advantage. Finishes up with a slide, and then Isabella going to town. Two big maneuvers in a row, right in the pocket, actually utilizing the entire part of that wave to her benefit. Couple good scores there, Kale.
Wow, just really good surfing. Hard to do that on your front hand on a 2-foot wave, to fit in that many turns with the variety that they did. As we see out the back in first priority, Ellie Jean Coffey. We see also Chelsea Tuak and Isabella Nichols duck diving. They found themselves out of position. Bigger waves coming in. We have a few sets, about 2 or 3 a heat, that are actually noticeably bigger than all other waves that come in. And you can see on screen how the surfers are paddling left towards the shoulder. That's because the waves are closing out up on the right-hand side, and they really have to paddle about 50 or 80 yards left to have any opportunity of even catching those waves.
And that's an interesting point that you just brought up, because we have a priority judge. So that's the only thing that judge does is establish priority. But the thing is, Kale, with these tides changing around and shifting, things move further up the point, further down the point, so that can change as to where you're going to establish. And we're going to go downstairs. Silvana Lima, winner of the last heat. Silvana, how are you?
How are you guys?
Good, thank you. Congratulations, first of all. Parabéns. You're tying the best wave of the event so far, a 9.0, and as you know, we've been mentioning since the start yesterday, your style really suits this wave. Your speed down the line, really projecting. Do you think, you know, actually wearing a leash, and I noticed that you were riding larger fins as well.
Yeah.
Why is that?
The large one, big fins, the larger fins. Everyone told me, like, why you use these fins? Because it's too big for you, but I love it. That's my first time I use that. I use the blue one, but I feel more cheeky. So this one is much better feeling. Because my body is pretty small too, 5'4". So I think it's going to be good.
And, you know, really utilizing the entire part of the wave, projecting down the line, using your speed to your advantage. You're always a favorite to win here. Got second before, got third last year. And do you feel the vibe from the people here in Los Cabos around you as well?
Yeah, always I feel the vibe for sure. I feel like room, like the waves look so similar for I'm living for, and northern Brazil, but I feel like so confident over here, and this waves oh my goodness, I love it so much. You know, guys, how much I'm feeling so good over here. Oh, I feel like I'm really happy. It's like I don't know how I can say, but it's like it's the best waves I have, like always in the contest, because it's so fun waves, always like broke like so good, and my body is really good too, and I feel like, oh my goodness, I'm home. I mean, just if I have my family over here, as if like it's gonna be like the perfect, but as I have all the guys, locals guys over here, I feel like confident and keep going. I feel happy. That's I think I surf so well too.
Silvana, how are you? This is Cali. Congratulations on your last heat. Do you feel like there's a type of partnership between Mexico and Brazil? Being a Latin surfer, do you feel partly like this is different coming to a place like Mexico to competing, for example, in Europe or anywhere else? There's kind of a Latin vibe around here. Do you feel that?
Yes, for sure. I feel that. I feel it's oh my goodness. The guys is so nice and the food is so good. The ways is like it's complete. Like everything is so well in the vibe and the. Oh. And last year the way is pretty small, but this year is worked so well. That's why everyone I think so stoked will be here too.
Well, parabéns again, Silvana, and keep continuing. Keep on taking care of those large McFanning fins as well, and good luck in your next heat, okay?
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. Silvana Lima, amazing surfing. Interesting to see that, yeah, those fins are pretty big for her small frame.
Yeah, that's why I really like that she said that she was confident in them, though. You know, she was riding the medium-sized fins, the blue ones, and she said, hey, I didn't feel that good on them. I actually wanted to ride the bigger ones, and I felt even better. So I think that actually she may even get a better projection down the line through with a little bit bigger fin, especially since her board is so small. She says that the mediums want to kind of slide out a little bit more. But, you know, unless you try something, you never know how it's going to feel.
Absolutely. I feel the same way about any boards or fins you try. You can't just diss it by looking at it. You know, you actually have to give it a go and see how it rides. What works for me may not work for you, and that's the case. Usually you would have thought that Silvana Lima would have no business riding big fins in 3-foot waves, but there you have it. She had amazing flow, amazing projection, and got a 9.0 and a 5.6. So.
Yeah, and we just saw Isabella Nichols on screen, a 6.17, the best score of the heat so far. It has her in first, but we're going to go downstairs with current ISA Open Men's World Junior Champion, Johnny Corzo. Johnny, first of all, congratulations, and I want you to know that we're all very proud of you. And first of all, oh, he is not down there, excuse me. We're going to go down there soon with him, though, so we'll be right down.
Johnny Corzo, who actually competed last week in the ISA World Surfing Games, taking out Joan Duru, Pedro Enrique, and
Jonathan Gonzalez.
So very experienced surfers. This young kid, 18 years old, from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, just made history. And it's awesome to see because we have had surfers before in the past in Mexico who cracked quarters, or Diego Cadena made semis one year. But finally, Johnny making it to the final and managing to hold his composure and beat 3 of the world's best in those conditions. I mean, the waves were small. It was difficult. It wasn't an easy find to get those really good waves. And Johnny just made no mistakes, surfed really well, and is now currently ranked #1 in the world for the ISA. So
yeah, and not only did he beat one current CT surfer in the final, he also beat one current CT surfer in the semifinal as well. Jeremy Flores, a guy who has won a couple of CT events, no slouch at all. So Johnny really, it was just his event, you know, the stars aligned, everything came together, and he just had an absolutely stellar event. He's here right now, he's enjoying his time. He's a superstar pretty much now in Mexico, and it's great to see someone that works so hard actually achieve what they wanted to do, you know. And for Johnny, a kid that I've seen grow up since he was 11, 12 years old, and you see him now, he's 18, turning 19 in October, and he's just such a world-class talent, and he actually knows how to manage himself. You don't see that too often, someone that actually keeps his composure not only in competition but outside the water as well.
yeah, and he's really level-headed as well. You know, he comes from a family of brothers. Both his brothers are excellent surfers, Angelo Lozano and Jimel Corzo. Yeah. They're known in the big wave scene because Jimel placed last year 7th, if I'm not mistaken, in the big wave, WSL big wave event in Puerto Escondido. So no slouch to bigger waves himself. We knew that he was going to be in that big wave scene along with his brothers, but no one would have guessed that he would have put in that much time and that much effort to be amongst the world's best in small waves. So there we see an amazing competitor staff hangout area that we have behind the event. Just amazing perspective. It's about 50 feet above. There's a beautiful pool on the right-hand side. There's like a blow-up unicorn and drinks and fruit, and it's just like La La Land up there.
Yeah, a flamenco too, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw. But we truly are spoiled here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. What a great event to be part of. Kale, as we see Freya in the white jersey. She's using her first priority right here, trying to make it around the section. She needs a 3.67 to move up into second. Not going to do it right there. 10 minutes, 35 seconds still on the clock, though. Could possibly very well still get into this heat, but Chelsea currently in second, a 5.0 and a 2.33. But Isabella has really controlled this heat. You know, starting off with some super small scores, then got a 5.03, then a 6.17, pretty much for 2 turns in a row. Beautiful maneuvers, though. And Ellie Jean kind of struggling to get something even more higher than a 3-point range score. So a 3.17 and a 2.73. She only needs a 4.17 to overtake Chelsea. But saying that, Chelsea has first priority and she has 10 minutes left. So being a CT competitor, she ain't letting that go.
No, of course not. And there's still plenty of time. And if things follow suit to what happened in previous heats, we are going to see another array of sets come in. We've only 15 minutes have elapsed in this heat. Still so much time. And from what we've seen in previous heats, there's been at least 3 or 4 heat sets per heat that are on the bigger side. We saw only 1 set earlier. Unfortunately, some of the girls missed it, but we have to take into consideration the tide as well, Mitch. I mean, we are going into a pretty low tide in roughly an hour and 45 minutes, and we know how much this ocean changes. So the girls are aware of that. They're sitting a little bit closer in. They're sitting a little bit farther over to the shoulder, knowing that a lot of these waves are closing out. This is one of our sponsors on the beach, Pacifico, who has another amazing hangout chill area on the beach. We have about 5 or 6 hangout areas at the event right now. So you guys are listening to us online and anywhere nearby, come down and check out the action at the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Look at the waves out the back, Mitch. It's firing.
Yeah, that's the rock further down the beach. It's a pretty good spot to surf to as well, Caller. So if you're down here in San Jose El Cabo and you want to see the competition but you want to surf as well, just go down the beach, surf the rock for a little bit. There's plenty of waves to surf on offer. There's even a left, which much people don't even go left. They think that the left is too shallow, but it's actually shallow enough to where you're not going to hit the reef and scrape yourself. But there's a really, really fun ride as well as we see our beach here. Waves got a little tidy in this heat, but Isabella Nichols has done well. 6.17, 5.03. Chelsea, that 5.0 has her in second, along with a 2.33, but a 6.2 will move her up into first. Thing is, though, she does have first priority, so she's going to wait completely as much as she can to get that one wave that she truly wants to move up into first. But with 8 minutes remaining, time's still winding down for Ellie Jean and Freya.
The wind playing an important factor, a little bit less push from the wind in the south. Let's see, conditions are changing. It's nice for the competitors in the water that the wind has ceased to blow from the south, but for everyone else on the beach, it's getting hotter, Mitch.
Yeah, it truly is. And I mean, don't take it from us because we've been sweating up in here since the beginning of the day, but it's, I mean, I'd rather be sweating than up in cold California. So it's going to be a good week for us, Kale. I'm very, very happy to be here. As we see, that's further to the south, I believe, here in San Jose del Cabo. There's a cliff over there, and I'm pretty sure there's some waves around the corner as well. And there's a really good stretch of waves here called shipwrecks up in the East Cape. A really good right-hand point break. Further down the beach here, if you drive approximately 10 minutes, there's an estuary called La Bocana. It's a really good beach break. Early morning surfs, really clean conditions, and it barrels quite a bit. A lot of bodyboarders go and surf over there. They love that spot just because it barrels and it's very hollow. If you want to go surf in town in Cabo San Lucas, you can go over to Monuments and surf that place. It's an incredible place to surf, really good scenery, and some awesome food downtown as well.
It's crazy how many waves there are. The first few times I came down to Cabo, I only surfed a couple, and then the next few times I was actually with a local, and he showed us so many spots. Obviously, you're going to have to find those out on your own because that's the whole joy in surfing, is finding new spots, talking to local people, getting invited to these spots. So Cabo San Lucas has over a dozen waves, and if you venture off 20 minutes south or 20 minutes north and onwards, you're going to find so many amazing waves because the road just keeps on going, and there's all these little dirt roads that veer off from the main road. And if you're clever enough to look at the charts, see where the direction of the swell is coming from, you can luck into world-class waves here in Cabo San Lucas.
All right, so we're going to go down He is here now, the current ISA Men's Open World Champion, Johnny Corzo from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca. First of all, Johnny, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I want you to know that we're all very proud of you. Johnny, how are you enjoying Los Cabos, and how are you enjoying just being a world champion?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot for sure. It's not an easy job, of course. I wanted to win since I started surfing. And I got a good result in 2015, Oceanside and under 18. And yeah, I was stoked to only with that result, and I wanted to prove myself on the next couple of years, my first Open. And yeah, it was a great contest, a couple CT riders in. It was a pleasure to surf against them, and good confidence booster for my next events. And the best thing, I won the thing with them in it, and I got the chance to actually take them out. So yeah, it's just a confidence booster for the next events, and I'm enjoying it a lot. It's yeah, super stoked to be representing Mexico, my country where I live at. Yeah, enjoying good time here in Cabos with all my friends and yeah, all the people that support me.
Yeah, Johnny, how are you? It's Kale. Congratulations, man. I was lucky enough to be with you there on the beach when you won. I remember asking you about 10 minutes after the final in Spanish. I said, "Te cayó el 20?" That means, do you understand what has happened now? How does it feel now? Because then you answered, no, I have no idea what just happened. But now, it's been a week or so. You've been in Mexico City, getting invited to MTV Music Awards and all this other jazz. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, I think like the day after of the contest, I really realized I was the world champion, and it was just an amazing feeling. It was just incredible just to actually see the medal, the gold medal next to my bed, look at it and just enjoy it. And yeah, it was super cool getting back to Mexico City, to my country, everyone receiving me with great vibes, they want a lot of interviews, and I got the opportunity to be on the MTV Awards, and it was something amazing that I had to do. Yeah, I had fun on it, and yeah, it was just stoked to be there with all the famous people. Yeah, just super happy with all that has happened in my life.
And I got a really important question for you, Johnny. I know it's a really, really super long road to become world champion. You've done it already. You're still 18 years old. I know you're searching for your first, real QS win, and a major QS win will be beneficial for you. But what are your goals in the future? I know you become an ISA world champion already this year. That's why we're calling you champ. But what's next for Johnny Corzo? What's after becoming a world champion for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. This is a big goal that I wanted to achieve. I think I achieved it, and I think I can really move on to the QS, because I think I got done with a world champ with the ISA. So I think my next events are going to be QSs. Actually, Acapulco coming up in a month. And yeah, I'm just going to try to really focus with a lot of training, a lot of prepare myself to win a couple QSs and get on the tour as soon as possible, maybe in the next 2 years. That's my main goal. Like, not to qualify on the CT, and once I'm there, actually win a world title and bring it to Mexico. So yeah, basically right now what I'm going to do is focus on the WSL tour, and of course on the Olympics. I think I still have to be on the ISA schedule too. So I'm going to be focusing on both, and I want to achieve the Olympics in 2020 Tokyo, representing Mexico.
One last question, Johnny. Did you see more interest on behalf of the Olympic Committee in Mexico in regards to actually sending surfers to the Olympics, now that they saw that it's possible for us to have a gold medal or any medal in the Olympics?
Yeah, for sure. They were super stoked, the Olympic, all the Olympic people, and I think it showed a lot of them that we have the talent, we have everything to become world champion or more. We have so much talent in Mexico. I think it made them open their minds and their eyes for all the surfer as an Olympic sport. I think we're gonna get more support, and yeah, looking forward, and yeah, getting more help from everyone, and keep trying to bring more medals and more goals back home.
Would you like to send a shout out to anyone listening right now?
Sí, un saludo a toda mi familia. Muchas gracias por siempre apoyarme de corazón, a todos mis amigos, todos por sus buenas vibras, que siempre me tratan súper bien en México y en todos lados. Gracias por apoyar mi carrera como surfista profesional, y más que nada contento con Dios y con todo lo que tengo en esta vida.
Yeah, Johnny.
Well, congratulations, Johnny, and don't let anybody tell you that you're not more than a world champion, because you are. You've earned it, and congratulations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Johnny.
All right, back into the action in the water. Chelsea Tulloch dropping a 6.33 on that wave we saw on screen. Isabella Nichols now in second. Chelsea trying to better her low score of 5.0. Not going to do it right there. 30 seconds left, Kale, and there's still opportunity out there for Isabella Nichols to better her second place situation. She needs a 5.17 to move back into first. Ellie Jean Coffey with second priority, though. So Isabella is going to do as much as possible to not let her catch a wave with 10 seconds remaining. It's going to be difficult for Ellie Jean.
One of the biggest sets we've seen all day just rolled in. Unfortunately, out of position. All the girls in the water. 2-1. As we hear the horn blow, that is the end of Heat 3, Round 4. Chelsea Tulloch from Barbados in first position. Isabella Nichols in second. Unfortunately, Freya Prum and Ellie Jean Coffey bow out. What a heat. What a heat, Mitch.
Yeah, Freya starting off really well. I love that angle right there. Then Chelsea Tulloch getting the heat win with the series of really nice spicy maneuvers. Look at this carve right here, her body torque into that. But Isabella Nichols dropping a 6.17 en route to a second place finish in this heat, as we are going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back for heat number 4 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
If we're a valley, every field, love is everywhere. This love is here. California washed away, left us all their bills to pay.
Welcome back to beautiful Cabo San Lucas. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are live from Zippers. We're into QS 6000 women's action. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. Usually, we're getting right on siesta time.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty hot. The wind kind of stopped. We were talking about hammocks earlier. This is the perfect siesta time.
If anything's going to wake you up, it's this heat. Claire Bevilacqua, we're watching the return, the comeback of Bevo. Nikki Van Dyke, pass winner. Leila Takeda, she's actually surfing for Mexico. Caroline Marks, surfing out of Florida by way of Oceanside, California. So this is a veritable super heat. I just laid my head down behind you two for 1 minute, fell right to sleep, and then bam, this hit woke me right back up.
And you were mentioning the return of Bevo. There it is. Claire Bevilacqua on her first wave, a 7.67. Just beautiful surfing. Just a variation of turns. 4 turns on this wave, all the way to the inside. That is the way you want to start a heat.
Well, Claire Bevilacqua, former, I mean, she's been a high-level surfer forever, it seems like. The last couple of years kind of quieted down, but she has made it known with waves like that that she deserves a spot among the world's best. So Bevo, we're witnessing the return, and watch out, past champion Nikki Van Dyke straight into it. You know, she obviously feels very comfortable here in Cabo. The big win that helped skyrocket her back onto the World Championship Tour. And it's just surfing like that. Strong, precise, fast surfing. And Takeda, we said surfing for Mexico.
Local from Sayulita, Nayarit. Actually, her mother is from Puerto Escondido. She decided to move her to Sayulita a few years back. She actually dates Dylan Southworth, who represented Mexico.
There you go. I know I've met her before, yeah.
So Layla and Dylan were part of the Mexican team a couple weeks ago in the ISA World Surfing Games, and it's her birthday today.
Oh my gosh.
So not a bad birthday present. Yeah, so much stuff going on for Layla, competing against Claire Bevilacqua, Caroline Marks, and Nikki Van Dyke. What an opportunity. She's the wild card. for the event given by the Federation of Surfing in Mexico. And obviously a great opportunity for her to showcase her talent and to compete with the world's best. She was seeded into this round 4. So she had the opportunity to look at the waves and the competitors all day yesterday and then go, okay, I know what I have to do. Heat 4, I got this.
She's doing it. Starts off with a 7. This is, why don't you explain to us, how do you get a 7 here at Zippers?
Just like that. That wave, she manufactured out of a 4 a 7, Chris, because that wave really didn't have much. Not only did she blast at the top of the wave a few times, but she actually did it with speed and finesse. So the judges like that. I mean, it's not just about hitting a wave and just going up and down, but actually doing a variation of maneuvers and managing to project through those turns. That was a 4 in my eyes. She made it into a 7.
Love it. And you know, you said Layla Takeda, it was her birthday. It's actually our director, David Bowen's birthday as well. So David, happy birthday, buddy. Sorry we're making you work on your birthday, but you're doing a great job. You're helping spread the love of surfing around the world, and especially you know, the love of Cabo. So if you're going to spend your birthday working, why not work in Cabo? Yeah. Just like Takeda's doing right here on her backhand. So you said she gets around the mainland Mexico area, most likely surfs the right-hand point breaks with Dylan Southworth.
Yeah.
But there's some sneaky lefts in that zone, isn't there?
There's a few sneaky lefts, yeah. And the cool thing about Layla is that her mom, back when I used to go to Puerto a lot, she was charging the beach break on a boogie board.
So it's in her blood.
It's in her blood. As we see, Nikki Van Dyke up and riding. Just really good flow. I love the way that board looks under her feet. Bam. Just connecting the dots. She already has a 7.0. What a great backup score for Nikki.
I feel like we're watching a highlight package from her championship run. Claire Bevilacqua back at it, coming off the bottom. You know, again, I like to when you see back-to-back waves like that, it's kind of cool because you get to see the different lines. Very similar waves, shape, size, length, and speed, but two really different lines. Claire was kind of more out on the open face, where Nikki was just really in the pocket, kind of on the attack. So I think the judging is going to reflect that as these scores come through. Right now it's Bevo and Nikki Van Dyke really controlling this heat. Watch out. Caroline Marks, we said earlier, she's from the East Coast, from Florida, and she's made her way to the West Coast, currently living in Oceanside or San Clemente. Maybe San Clemente, but either way, she's riding chemistry surfboards. She's soaking up as much knowledge as possible from all the incredible talent around her new home. And her backhand is absolutely lethal, and it starts now. This is Caroline Marks, big second backside turn. Another snap, finishing it off. A 1-2-3 punch, pulls out with confidence. I like the opening ride from Caroline Marks.
Wow, what a lead up to that wave. You killed it, Chris.
Well, now I'm looking at this heat again on paper, and this could be a final. This is crazy.
Marks. You just mentioned that her backside was lethal, and sure it is. Look at this. First little speed float, and then bam, right there. I love the way she actually hit the wave right in the pocket and got speed out of it. So that's not an easy thing to do. Usually when you go vertical on your backhand, you get stuck, and then you kind of have to like work your way into the open face. She went top to bottom 3 times. Judges are going to eat that up.
She's being coached by Mike Parsons.
Oh,
Mike Parsons, you can kind of see the backhand approach there. Bam, bam, just everything is right in its proper place.
He's got a bit of experience, Mike Parsons.
Incredible fundamentals as well. So your winner of that last heat was Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. Chelsea Tuak, you have a lot of competitive knowledge here down in Cabo. At this point, you've competed here before. Oh, how are you, Chelsea?
I'm good. How are
You're
you
pumped
guys?
up there. We're doing good. So you've been watching most likely for a long time today. We're seeing the waves getting better and better. How do you contain the excitement when you notice the trend is improving as your heat's coming up?
Goodness, I was having a great time watching the waves from the shore, and I was excited to get out there. And as soon as we got in the heat, we had that first flurry, and then we kind of sat for a little while, and I was getting so anxious on my surfboard because I knew that there were such good waves out here, and I just wanted a couple to open up on. But luckily, I got my 2. I thought I was coming out of that heat with a 5 and a 2, so I was glad for that last one. And hopefully I get some more waves in my second heat.
Chelsea, how are you? Congratulations. This is Skylar over here.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? You were mentioning that it went a little quiet. It seemed like a very difficult heat because there was waves at the beginning and then it went completely flat. And then when the waves did come, they were like the biggest waves of the day and they broke really far out. So pretty hard to have and find your positioning out there.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to keep your composure when you know you've got that one score and you just need a backup, and you don't know if you should just kind of turn and go for a medium one and get a score on the board, if you should wait for that gem. And I knew I've been here for about 5 or 6 days, so I know the lineup pretty well, and I knew that those set waves, they were closing out. They weren't giving me as much opportunity as the ones that the medium ones, and so I knew what wave I was looking for. I just had to be patient and tell myself that it would come, and luckily it did with 2 minutes to go, so I'm thankful.
Do you feel like that extra 5 minutes really helps out on the heat? We had heats earlier that were 20 minutes, now it's 25. Does it make a big difference?
Oh, certainly. It's a lot of pressure to have 20 minutes to find 2 scores out there, and you want to find the best waves. You don't want to just be scrapping for little ones. So I'm really thankful that there were 25 minutes because I got my last wave in the last 5 minutes, so it made a big difference for me.
Right on. Chelsea, congratulations. Moving through an extremely stacked QS 6,000 women's field. I mean, the competition at this point is the highest level we've seen ever here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. So great job. Looking forward to seeing more of you, Chelsea.
Thanks so much, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Lovely gal.
Barbados coming through. They've got a tight-knit, smaller group than, say Brazil or Australia, but I'll tell you, that group coming out of Barbados right now is just they're on a good one. They are a unit of shredders. Speaking of that, speaking of being on a good one, 7 and a 5.33. Now Nikki Van Dyke is starting to turn the heat up. Comes off her board there on the inside section. I love the way she started to wind up, and I was just waiting for that big finish, but unfortunately she went down.
That's so hard to do on this wave, to go top to bottom and get speed off it. Usually you see a double pump bottom turn to actually get to the top, but had she connected on that last wave, I'm still curious to see what the judges are going to give it, because look at this, just really nice flow, straight up and down, boom, and right into another one. So had she connected that last turn, could have been looking at another really, really good score. She's got a 7 and a 5.33, as we see. Birthday girl Leila Takeda not finding her rhythm. Must be pretty tough to be competing against Claire Bevilacqua and Nikki Van Dyke on your first heat.
Yeah, so she had the a higher seed. So she came into this heat, looking. She had to have seen this on paper and just thought, wow, this is going to be a tough heat. But we know what she's capable of. She can she can get her backhand going. She can definitely start to take it to some of these CT level competitors. I would say Claire Bevilacqua, Nikki Van Dyke, Caroline Marks, at this point all are veteran competitors. So Takeda, no doubt, needs to surf beyond her. She needs to get into that next gear, which we've seen. I've seen her rip this place apart in past years. So she's got it in her. It's about finding the right wave. It's about not getting frustrated either when you have a couple falls like she's had at these early stages. It's only halfway over, 12 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So more to come, and that's what's going on behind the scenes, behind us.
Just a cool little hangout spot for the competitors.
Wow, must be nice to be a QS competitor.
And they're working here, so that's work for them when they're not in the water. They just gotta, obviously they can't just chill. They're looking at waves. They're trying to stay focused. They're trying to stay relaxed. But you guys did an awesome job. Look at this place. It's ridiculous. You get to hang out in a pool and check out waves. Usually in competition, you're crammed in this little space. It's pretty hot. You're trying to see the waves, but you can't really hang out there too long. You got to go home and rest. Here you can do all of it. You got food. You got drinks. You got the pool. Wow. Cabo. Nada mal.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. And I think maybe for the majority of these heats, we should maybe move the commentary booth to the pool.
That would be
I
an
think
epic
that would
idea.
serve the viewers better. I mean, just
imagine just in
see.
board
Maybe
shorts
next
floating
year, yes.
in the water.
I could be on that unicorn floaty, and I could, we could still do this job from there.
I
Talk
think
to our
would-
producer.
It would suit you so well, Chris. 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Last heat, we saw the same thing. We saw a flurry of waves come in
on the back end of the heat. So most likely that's going to happen again. 11 minutes left. That's plenty of time. Remember, these waves, the bigger waves, are breaking farther out and farther over to the left. So interesting to see 3 competitors sitting on the right-hand side, and Leila Tequera from Mexico on the left alone. Obviously, she has last priority, and first priority is Claire Bevilacqua, our heat leader. Second priority, Carolyn Marks, who needs a 6.47, and Nikki Van Dyke, who's been absolutely tearing this place apart, is in third priority.
Soleado Cabo. They've built that beautiful pool, and they're about halfway through constructing what is looking like an incredible place to stay.
And I was actually just asking them.
We come to Cabo.
Yeah, I was like, so how's it selling? They're like, no, it's pretty much all sold.
Darn it. Maybe we could work our way in there somewhere for next year. It's 5 years into the Los Cabos Open of Surf, and we are excited to see Clara Bevilacqua back in a jersey and speeding down the line. Tons of speed. Nice floating section. Gets back up into the lip, but goes down. And again, loving the wind-up. And I feel like she was going so fast that it was going to be really hard to decide which turn to do. That end section, she had done a kind of a series of floaters. That end section, it's not really have enough open face to really throw a big, extended carve. So it's kind of tricky to really figure out what final maneuver to do when there's no section coming at you. She had a little whitewash coping to work with. But she had some pretty solid surf in the beginning of that wave. I think that's going to be under her 5.5, but it'll be something to hang on to.
As we see a replay of Claire Bevo's last wave. Beautiful turn to get things started. Projection float. And right here, she tries to throw the tail a little bit too hard, and her nose just pierces the water. Unfortunately, not enough weight on the back end of the board. Still garners herself a 4.57. So not a bad score. Potentially could have replaced her 5.5 had she ridden out of that last maneuver.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, it came through a 4.57. The rest of her competitors at this point would be wishing for that score. Nikki Van Dyke, she's right there hanging in. So Claire's winning by 0.84. Nikki has a 7 and a 5.33. Needs a 6.18 to advance into that #1 spot. Right now she's in advancing spot in second place.
As we see the Latin Mafia there, Mimi Borona, Annalise Gomez, Johnny Corzo, the whole gang.
Yeah.
Seems like a
lot of talent right there.
Yeah, and Latin surfers tend to stick together as well as Brazilians. Brazilians, you always see them traveling together and helping each other out. The Latin American surfers, it seems it's like the same thing. You see a fellow Chilean surfer or Peruvian surfer or Panamanian surfer over in France or Portugal, and you just gravitate to one another and just help each other out, because obviously knowing that there hasn't yet been, other than Sofia Milanovic, a surfer from Latin America that actually breaks ranks and makes it into the big leagues. So I think we're all patiently waiting for that to happen. We had a few close ones.
You were close. Come on, you were close.
By no means. We had Gabriel Villarán, we had Diego Carena, then we had Cali Munoz from Costa Rica. So there's a lot of good surfers in Latin America. It's just a matter of putting it all together. I feel like we have the same problem that, for example, Indonesian surfers have, where the waves are good, you start making money, get to surf perfect waves, you're at home. It's so hard to leave and actually get out of that bubble.
Yeah, and Instagram actually might be making that worse, because you can totally make a good living for yourself and show the world that you're just shredding, just filming sections at home and posting it on Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, the real, I feel like, you need to be a double threat these days. The McGonagalls are doing it, climbing the ranks. Noe Mar and his sister Leilani, who is competing down here. So there's a big future for sure down there. And just by Johnny Corzo winning that gold medal, the only Mexican surfer to ever win an ISA gold medal, that is going to send shockwaves down through the ranks. We're going to start to see more names. I mean, there's, for how good the waves are in Mexico, for example, yourself, Oscar Mancada, Dylan Southworth, there's of course a long list, Coco Nagase, a long list of competitors, right, that have done well on the QS. But I feel like the next generation is going to bring up dozens and dozens more, and that's, the pyramid grows. Caroline Marks now representing the USA, and
I love her surfing.
Yeah,
Chris.
she's definitely, one, you can't help but think of kind of the Olympics down the line. I look at Caroline Marks as her age is right, the timing is right, her trajectory through the ranks on the QS, the Pro Juniors, everything's right. You know, obviously, she's got a lot of surfers, you know, to fight through to potentially get that nod, but she is kind of right on that path, you know, and having Mike Parsons as a coach definitely helps.
Oh my goodness, imagine having Mike as a coach when you're a kid, learning not only from seeing your fellow competitors, but a competitor, big star like Mike Parsons, who not only knows how to surf big waves, but also knows how to make heats, such as helping out Kalohe Andino amongst other amazing surfers. I'm really excited to see the last wave of Carolyn Marks, to see if we get a replay on that. I was really excited. I'll sound like Potts right now, but the most overlooked maneuver in surfing, the bottom turn. Carolyn had an amazing bottom turn. As we see, Nikki Van Dyke in red. Beautiful surfing.
Oh, make it.
Yes.
That was radical. So this is a crazy heat right now because Claire Bevilacqua with a 7.67 and a 5.5, she's in the lead just by 0.70. Caroline Marks, her last wave comes through a 6.6. She gets into second place. Nikki now needs a 5.47 to get back into that second place spot. So now this has become the most hotly contested 1, 2, 3 punch in any heat we've seen. And this is going to be Takeda now fighting her way back into this. She's got a beautiful wave straight up in the lip, dealing with the white water. The waves are, as we projected and have expected throughout the day, getting better and better and better, it seems like with each set. So there are 9s out there.
Where did she go? There she is.
She was in the sand. The sand comes up quick here.
It's going to be fun to see now with the tide dropping. We're going to see some last section maneuvers on that bit of wave. As we see, this was my favorite right here. Beautiful bottom turn, amazing top turn. Judges loved it. And we see Nikki Van Dyke here, who needs a 5.47. Let's see if this is enough. Nice how she had her back foot on the tail pad, and as she drifted it, her back foot came up closer to her front foot. Really difficult to remain in control of the surfboard.
So I got a little excited. In watching the replay, it looked better live.
Yep.
What you saw there, it was kind of more of a reaction to a mistake, maybe a foot slip. 4.87. So, you know, in watching that live, and thankfully our judges, they do have replays. I get caught up, and I'm excited. I'd be a horrible judge because I'm throwing 8s, 9s for everything because I love what I'm seeing. But our judges over here, we've got men and women judging from all over the world, so an international panel, and you know, they watch way much closer to the subtleties, you know, and they kind of noticed that the difference there, Caroline Marks, 2 explosive turns. Her second upside down into the lip, you know, controlled, whereas Nikki's first turn set up, second turn was a little too out of control for what the judges like. Had she stomped that back foot and blasted that tail out, that could have easily gone up into the 6, 7, 8 range. But the fact that she had kind of slipped midway through that turn, I believe that was the reason why, you know, Caroline's score was just that much better than Nikki's score.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Chris. I think that Caroline Marks' bottom turn was the first bottom turn I've seen today that I'm actually wowed at. You know, I've been wowed a few times today with like top turns that I didn't expect, tail drifts and so on and so forth. But Caroline Marks' bottom turn on that second maneuver was just impeccable. Really drove through the bottom and whacked the lip super hard. So I think the judges are on point. They're really rewarding those bottom turns and that flow, and it makes sense. It's not an easy thing to do in such a choppy, ribby wave as Sippers is at low tide. As we see Keely Andrew there with Mahina Maeda paddle out a few seconds earlier. It's a big thing to be in this event and make these heats, Chris. I mean, sometimes we get so caught up in just watching surfers, you know, surf, 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 but you think about it and you go, well, one of these girls is going to win. She's going to win a QS 6000 and potentially have enough points to be surfing Fiji, J-Bay, Honolulu Bay. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And this really has become one of the preeminent, you know, premier events on the women's side of QS surfing because, again, they don't have a lot of opportunities to surf in events rated over 1,000. You know, there's only a handful of opportunities to surf a QS 6000. There's one coming up in Oceanside, the Supergirl Pro. But again, you draw from momentum, event to event, and a lot of times you have to wait. You know, especially on the women's side of things, you have to wait long time between events. So for these girls, whoever wins here or even finishes in that top 10, let's say, they're going to be bringing momentum to the next event, which is right around the corner. Nikki Van Dijk now trying to get back into this. A couple turns in the outside section, generating speed. We could see a big finish here from Nikki. Nice slashing carve. Wow, so Nikki needs a 5.47.
It's right there.
Wave didn't have much in the way of power, so she had to do most of the work. She did do a nice searing series of turns there, though.
Ooh, looks like we have some waves out the back. Let's see if the competitors have seen them. It looks like a big set, very similar to the big set that we saw last heat. I think it's going to get most of these competitors out of position, but we see Carolyn Marks, just amazing backhand surfing. What surfing?
She is a machine.
Wow.
30 seconds, Bevilacqua in the lead with priority. Caroline Marks in second. Waiting for a score for Nikki Van Dijk. It's not enough, a 4.8. With 20 seconds to go, Caroline Marks now just has to wait and watch. Bevilacqua has priority, and she is going to use it. Holding off Takeda and Nikki.
Let's see something big, Chris. She's already winning this heat. Let's see what she can do on this inside.
Oh, I knew it was going to be an air. Didn't come down with it, but I like the effort. And that's it. We're witnessing the return of Claire Bevilacqua, and she means business. Advancing through as it stands now with Caroline Marks. And that is a huge, huge upset, Mr. Carranza. Nikki Van Dijk goes down.
Nikki Van Dijk is out, courtesy of Carolyn Marks. Amazing surfing. You were talking about her earlier, saying that she has the surfing, and boy, does she ever. I'm sure this is going to be a really huge confidence booster for Carolyn. We'll see if she can take it through to the next heat as we see
Nikki
waves
was
ridden.
surfing so good.
Amazing.
So the tightest top three we've seen thus far. Our past champion, Nikki Van Dijk, going down, and Caroline Marks, the backhand whip, doing the damage. So one regular footer, one goofy footer moves through. So much surfing to come. You're watching the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We're rolling through Key West 6,000 women. Stay tuned. All right, surf fans, we are back. This is round 4, heat number 5 of the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are live from Zippers here in San Jose del Cabo. 3 regions down here in Cabo San Lucas. You've got downtown Cabo, where the party is. You've got San Jose right behind us. Beautiful little small town. And then, of course, Todos Santos. And here's your heat. Mahina Maeda, Keely Andrew, Ashley Spence, and Gabriella Bryan. 2 surfers from Hawaii. 2 surfers from Australia. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza.
Yes, Chris.
Mexican national champion in what year?
2003, I think it was.
There you go. And Mahina Maeda, she is born and bred Rocky Point Ripper. She surfs out of the Paisel Surfboards camp. And she is... She has had some incredible results here. Posted some big heat scores in Cabo. So She knows full well what it takes to win a heat, but after watching that last heat, she's got to be concerned in the level of surfing that she is seeing here in Cabo. It's, I mean, eclipsed at least by, you know, twice as much as even last year. Every year just gets better and better and better. I'm talking depth of field. There's everyone in these next couple of heats could be potentially the winner.
And Nikki Van Dyke, who just bowed out in the last heat. It's crazy to see WCT competitors fortunately not making it through round 4. That's how tough it is to make it. As we see on screen, seems to be Gabriella Bryan from Hawaii on her front hand. This young lady's been posting some huge scores on small waves, so let's see if she manages to find her rhythm and bigger waves in this heat, because if she can do on bigger waves what she's done on those smaller insiders, we're in trouble.
She, I believe you and I had a heat together where she pretty much rode a 1-foot wave and turned a 1 to a 5.
Yeah,
and
that was her.
Purely from effort, manufacturing the score. So these are 25-minute heats. Mahina Maeda, 4.83 in her first wave. Keely Andrew, 2.17. And this is Ashley Spence, the regular footer, coming around this section. Nice usage of kind of the lip line there.
That's so tough to do right there. That wave had actually 2 lip lines the whole way.
Yeah,
so
it was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it's really tough to actually decide what it is you're going to do.
Not
Are
the
you
kind of
surf?
2-for-1 you want.
But well surfed. I mean, nonetheless, 2 strong turns. Unfortunately becomes unstuck on that last maneuver, but like we mentioned, there was like 2 lip lines. Really tough to decide which lip line you're going to hit. We'll see what the waves decide to do. We're reaching peak low tide here at Los Cabos, Baja California Sur. So hard to say things with an American accent that are Mexican. You know, like guacamole.
I like the way you say it.
Guacamole. It's
much
so hard
better
to say
than the way I say
guacamole.
it. Guacamole. Guacamole.
19 minutes and 40 seconds left. Mahina Maeda in first. Ashley Spence in second. Gabriella Bryan, the 2.77 in third position. And Keely Andrew in fourth. So all surfers have 1 wave. That's Keely Andrew, who paddled for that wave. Let's see if the priority judge decides that that was a paddle. Does she lose priority or not? And she does. So now priority goes to blue, Mahina Maeda, who is currently sitting in first position with a 4.83. We were mentioning the tide, we were mentioning the rocks, and the swell. There's still swell, so hopefully we get a flurry of waves. Nothing more fun to see 4 amazing surfers go at it.
Yeah, and you know what we mentioned a lot in the last 25 minutes was this young lady's name, Claire Bevilacqua, on a tear. She's back, folks. We're watching the return of the Bevo we know and love. Welcome to Cabo, Claire. It looks like you're already having one hell of a time out here at Zippers.
Mate, I'm in my element here. I'm so happy. It's warm and yeah, all that talk about burritos. I'm getting hungry. It's the best food on earth. So yeah, I'm Italian, so I love food, and this place has got everything. So yeah, love it. I'm so happy.
So Claire, you know, I'm noticing there's stickers on your board. You've got some backing now. You're making a full effort. We had talked just a couple of days ago, and I saw you, and I was just so pumped because obviously I love how you surf. You've been relatively quiet, you know, for a little bit of time there, just at home, kind of reassessing everything. But tell me what's giving you the push now to come back and just tear apart this QS 6000.
Honestly, like I did everything I needed to do at home. You know, I had a little break and I built my house and, you know, like set up my little nest, and yeah, I basically just got a little bit bored at home. I was surfing so much, and I finally got to surf and train and work on all these things that I wanted to that I couldn't when I was on tour full time. So yeah, it was like being reborn. So just feel good, feel happy. There's no pressure. I have support, yes, but I'm here and I'm just living in the moment, and I'm loving surfing every day, especially in my bikinis.
Claire, how are you? Congratulations. It's Kale up here. I saw you up in the competitors area by the pool earlier, checking out a few heats prior to yours. Really awesome place to hang out. But what was your strategy? Because I saw that you were checking out the waves right at the edge of that balcony, seeing what the waves were doing. What was your plan when you headed out there?
Well, there are lots of waves coming through, so you know you have to be an opportunist and make the most of the bombs coming through. But then a lot of them are closing out as well. So I just wanted to get 2 waves. Basically, it's easy to scrap and over froth out there because it's so perfect and there's no one in the lineup. So just try to remain calm. I was working on my breathing the whole time, just trying to slow myself down and not over excite myself on the waves like I did one of my best ones on the last turn. I got 2 amps, so just trying to keep calm, waiting for the waves to come through and picking the right one when they come. There's lots of opportunity out there, so I was lucky.
So, Claire, you know, you have veteran knowledge when it comes to surfing heats. You were going up against Nikki Van Dijk, a past champion here. Caroline Marks, a future World Championship Tour surfer. When you see these names coming up in your heat line, obviously you're not scared. You've gone up against the best of the best, but what do you approach different names differently, or is every heat just, you know, you do your job and the rest will pan out?
Well, the good thing about having a few years off is I actually don't really know who anybody is, so you know, it is just another name in a heat. And you know, Nikki's an amazing surfer, she's a cool chick, but everybody is pretty much a blank face to me, and I'm just out there to get the best waves I can.
Wow, best answer ever. I love it. Yeah. Bevo's back. All right, looking forward to seeing more from you, Claire. You have advanced through, and man, we're excited to see what you can do out here at Zippers.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, man.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, you know, when you're just living that competitive surf life, you take a break from it, you come back, and it's kind of cool to just freshen everything up. And Keely Andrew now, this is her first or second scoring wave. Like the finish.
I think we're going to see some pretty
dumpy section in the end now.
Now with the tide dropping, we're going to see some really interesting last maneuvers on that end section. That was the first one we see that's kind of like a floater airdrop. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how competitors, if they manage to make it to the inside, what did they decide to do, because it's not an easy inside section, Chris. It's pretty bowly and it jacks up quick and it's breaking over really shallow water. So
look at this. First, second, and third right there. That was as close as it gets. Yeah, I get excited right when they stand up because you just know something big's going to happen, you know. And as we saw in that last wave, Keely Andrew making full use of that wave from beginning to end. That's going to be a sizable chunk of points for her, 6.33. So that gets her into second place. Maeda, 4.83 and a 5.33. So she is in the lead. You know, it's a precarious lead right now, only by 1.66. Ashley Spence in third, needing a 4.68. Gabriella Bryan needing a 5.74. All surfers with 2 waves now. Priority goes to green, Gabriella Bryan.
The judges really appreciated the speed that Keely Andrew held throughout that whole ride. As we see a replay of Mahina Maeda on her backhand. Really nice surfing from Mahina. Difficult wave to surf. And here we see Ashley Spence surfing really well. Unfortunately, that wave not really giving her the love. Keely Andrew, this is the wave that I was talking about. Just a lot of speed going through, making it all the way around that section. This is that inside section is going to start getting really interesting over the next hour and a half.
See a little bit of a Steph Gilmore and Keely Andrew.
Yeah.
You know, just the subtle little things. There's the score line. So we have 5 judges at any given time. Throw away the top score, throw away the bottom score. We average those mid-3 scores. And that's how you get that 6.33. 13 minutes, 10 seconds to go. I really like what I saw with the heat totals in that last heat. All 3, the top 3 surfers were up in the teens. Takeda fighting through. She gave a valiant effort. And we're going to be seeing more of Takeda, the surfer representing Mexico.
That's exactly what we were talking about, Chris, is in round 1, you have to try and make sure to break the 10-point average on 2 waves. Then round 2, you have to try and go 11 or 12 points. Now we're at round 4, and 12 points isn't enough anymore.
Right.
Nikki Van Dijk had a 12.33, lost out to Caroline Marks with 12.47, and Claire Bevilacqua with 13.17. So this seems to be the common growing trend that's going to be happening throughout the course of the contest.
Yeah, and I think Caroline Marks is going to be doing a lot of that in the future, taking down surfers ranked above her. She's just that good. Ashley Spence now. Nice start to this wave. Gets up and over it, but can't make her way around that section and just raced off down the line. Looking nice and glassy, and it's interesting when you see these waves like we see right here. Maeda, this is not a set wave, but has scoring potential. She goes up in the lip, comes down.
It's trying to replace a 4.83.
It's either 2 or 4 feet. There's nothing in between. It's you know, these smaller racy insiders or a full-blown set that's head high and you're flying down the line.
I'm sure that's why it's so hard for competitors to stay put.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you're looking at these insiders, knowing that a big one's come in and is going to come in at any moment. But are you patient enough to actually wait way over in the shoulder for that one big wave?
You know, I think there's really 2 types of surfers in free surfing or contest surfing. You have the grinders that are totally fine with sitting on the inside, picking off leftovers in crowded sessions or in heats, taking those mid-sized waves. And then you have the patient, only take sets. They sit out the back and, they get less waves per session, but, maybe better waves. I find myself sitting on the groveler insider kind of contingent more often than not because I don't have patience. But, in a heat with 25 minutes now, that gives you ample time, and we all know you only need 2 waves, so we'll see which side of the coin takes off. That's Ao Umura, surfing out of Japan. Rachel Presti, Bianca Beitendak, and Laura and Never.
Wow.
Rachel Presti. Okay, watch that name. Along the lines of Caroline Marks, she is a prodigy coming up. But then, then you say, okay, Bianca Beitendak, Laura Never. Didn't I just see them in Fiji like 2 days ago? Yes, WCT surfers coming to Cabos straight from Tavarua or Namotu, wherever you're staying over there, straight down to Cabo. Now that's a good lifestyle. From Fiji to Cabo?
Yeah,
that's a good commute.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Basically from poolside right point to poolside left point, back and forth.
And then if you manage to keep that flow and make it into the CT and make a few heats, solidify yourself on the CT, then you're just poolside all year long.
Right.
Loving life.
The perks.
The
there's
perks
all the BS
ripping.
of traveling in between, which people don't really talk about, the not so glamorous side, which they'll gladly tell you about if you ask them. But we prefer to just live vicariously through these surfers to live the dream life. 9 minutes, 17 seconds to go. Mahina Maeda in the lead. Keely Andrew in second. Ashley Spence in third. Gabriella Bryan in fourth. But with priority, she's got her pick of waves out here. It looks like she is in the perfect spot for this wave. Maybe just a tad late. She takes off with the lip. And if she can get around this section, that's her first win on that wave. But that is zippers right there. If you are even a second late, this wave will humble you. And she got caught behind from the get-go, and there's no getting around this section.
She was literally just 3 feet behind that second peak, and that was enough for the wave to just run off.
To see you're seeing open face. You go, I just need to be right there. You can almost touch open face, but you're stuck in that whitewater.
And then you just lost priority.
Yep.
So 8 minutes and 25 seconds left. Gabriella Bryan needing a 5.74. That wave had it. Had she just been a little bit farther off into the shoulder. Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. Maybe she got sold into it. She knew that she might not get another opportunity, so she opted to go. Hopefully we'll have a couple more sets in this heat with 8 minutes. Time winding down. Mahina Maeda with a 4.83 and a 5.33 pretty much right out of the gates. Gets 2 scores that right now are allowing her to be in first position, 10.16. So not a tall order. Gabriella Bryan needs a 5.74. Ashley Spence 4.68, so wow.
This heat right here has some year-end ramifications for sure. Mahina Maeda, 18th on the International QS circuit, and Keely Andrew, 20th. Not a lot of points separating them. Mahina Maeda, 4,310 points. Keely Andrew, 4,200 points. So they're already at the stage where if you make it through this heat, the worst you can do is 1,050. So as it stands now, they'd be, even going into this next round. But if Mahina or Keely lose, there's going to be some distance either gained or lost with these two surfers. And it's always fun to see surfers ranked close like that in heats like this, kind of in the mid, say this is the latter mid portion of this event coming up. Then we have 3 surfer heats and then, you know, woman on woman heats. So it's just going to get more difficult from here.
As we see, Janka Buitendag from South Africa was actually at the press conference, the ISA World Surfing Games 2 weeks ago, and she managed to make it to the final. Was absolutely ripping the entire event. Tough waves, wasn't able to take the win, but definitely a confidence booster. As we see Keely Andrew, beautiful surfing. Solid second turn, making it all the way to the inside. Nice way to finish that wave off.
Excuse me, sir. You just probably got the best background shot ever of Keely Andrew just flaring into a final turn as you're getting your family photo. What a photo bomb to get. Keely Andrew, who's potentially a WCT surfer. This is a nice wave, and again, I like the patience to big fin below right there, and showing more patience here, not forcing anything. Seeing that section, bam, that's where she got the photo bomb, the family photo.
She needed that second turn to be that radical to get the points. Let's see what the judges decide, and we see Gabriella Bryan hitting a 5.74. Good looking wave out in the open face. Let's see what Gabriella has in store. Another maneuver. Love that little waft into the inside. Manages to hold on. 5.74, Chris, as we see out the back. White, Ashley Spence.
Ashley Spence now trying to get around this section. Gets back into the open face, straight up into the lip again. She's been relatively quiet in this heat with a 3.83 and a 3.17. She needs to get back up into that 5 or 6 range if she wants to keep the pace that has been set by Mahina Maeda. And the score now for Keely Andrew, speaking of setting the pace, it comes through a 6.6. That gets her into first place. Drops Mahina to second. Ashley Spence needs a 6.33. Gabriella Bryan needs a 7.39. Not out of the question, but only 4.5 minutes to go.
Wow, Gabriella Bryan previously needed only a 5.47, if I'm not mistaken. Now she needs a 7.39. Let's see, is this a 7.39? Good looking wave. Takes off in the right spot. Open face turn, a little bit flat on that. Gets a little bit of a drift there. Connects with the inside. Tap to floater finish. Let's see what the judges decide. And Ashley Spence right behind her. Great flow. Unfortunately, just a little bit late on that first turn, and that actually it's kind of the same thing on that second turn. Just like a half a second too late. Lip breaking above the rail of her board, and thus not getting projection off of that turn. So only a 4.5. Gabriella Bryan, that was a 5.0 on her last wave. Now she needs a 5.17. 3 minutes, 41 seconds left. Laura Enever with the paparazzi right behind her.
Yeah. Getting the
I think he got the shot.
Creative angles. Laura Enever, surfing superstar. Callie, she surfs Jaws. So just think about that for a second. She rips in, 3 to 4 foot zippers, but also in 30 to 40 foot Jaws. She is a tiny thing too. She charges.
I think worldwide there's an underlying massive respect to anyone that surfs that goes out on giant waves. But we'll get back to that as we see Keely Andrew, who's currently in first position. Beautiful second turn into a third.
How did she do that?
Almost taking out Laura Enever's paparazzi on the inside.
Yeah, this guy's going to get sent in real quick.
Beautiful surfing, flow, speed, radical maneuvers. Keely Andrew, I love that ride.
This was, here you see the setup, the bottom turn, up in the lip, just nicely placed turn, and then this one, bam, vertical with the nose, kicks out the tail, has the presence of mind to come right back into her bottom turn, finish it strong, and that is going to be a massive score So basically, you know, we always hear the speed, power, flow terminology coming out of the WSL pipeline, and really, what speed, power, flow is exemplified by that last wave. Keely Andrew, an 8.77, fast down the line, powerful turns, flow, no bobbles between her maneuvers. You know, that wave, for most of the surfers we've seen thus far, maybe would have been a 6. The fact that she packed those 3 insane turns in that small of a space, the judges appreciated the risk. They gave her the reward, the biggest score. I mean, look at her heat total now, 15.37. Hina Maeda now is on notice, knowing that she needs to put some things together just to keep pace. She is advancing, but I tell you, Ashley and Gabriella have a lot left to offer, and both of them just need one wave to turn this heat. Here we go, Gabriella Bryan. Will this be the 5.17? It will not. 1 minute to 10 seconds to go.
We were talking earlier about not necessarily feeling too comfortable in first or second position because the wave is short and they can really easily and quickly paddle back out and get a couple waves. But if there's any moment in time when you could feel comfortable, it's Keely Andrew right now, who has a combination.
She's comboed everything.
Of 15.37. Mahina Maeda needs 2 waves. Ashley Spence needs 2 waves. Gabriella Bryan needs 2 waves. 40 seconds left. Keely Andrew must be over the moon. Confidence booster, looking really solid on her surfboard and comboing 3 of the world's best.
Yeah, she had a, you know, relatively slow starter. First wave was a 2.17, and you know, you kind of didn't really take notice, and then she dropped the 6.33, and you kind of went, oh, okay. Next wave, 6.6. Oh, wow, Keely. And then, bam, the 8.77. Locked, signed, sealed, delivered. The win, and we will get to talk to Keely after this heat. It's got to feel good when you get to walk up and you know you're going to be on headset, and you know you're going to be getting the accolades, right? It's just some of the icing on the cake. Show your board, show your sponsors, they get stoked. Your family and friends at home are watching. Yeah, go Keely. So that was a great heat. I mean, from beginning to end, all 4 of these surfers battling.
Here's a little recap from that last heat. Just amazing surfing. We have Keely Andrew, Mahina Maeda, Ashley Spence, and Gabriella Bryan. Gabriella, unfortunately, doesn't get the wave. Ashley Spence also needing a wave in the dying seconds. But Keely Andrew comboing absolutely everyone.
Well, more surfing to come, folks. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surfing 2017 edition. We are in QS 6000 women's action. Well, that was pool action from the backstage. If you're a QS level surfer, that's the reaping the rewards. Chris Cote here with Mitchell. Mitchell, welcome back. I know you were on the beach watching. Tell me about the excitement level that's going on the beach. I've just been sitting in here in this little booth, but you've been watching the whole beach just fill up with fans. You've seen the surfers come in. What's the vibe like out there?
Yeah, I've been trying to interact quite a bit with a lot of the athletes and just a lot of the staff as well. I just had a good word with Brian Robbins, our tour manager for North America. He's saying, hey, like these last 2-3 heats have been the best of the event so far as how good the positioning of the waves are and everything. And I talked to Chelsea Tulloch. I asked her how she was feeling in that heat with Isabella Nichols. She said, hey, you know, exactly as you said during the webcast, like the last 10 minutes, just my priority well. Everything's good. I mean, it's really hot up here where we are, but I mean, waves are fantastic. Conditions are clean as a whistle. I mean, things couldn't get better here in San Jose, Local. We're stoked to be here, Chris.
I'm right there with you. 23 minutes on the clock. Laura and Never is in the lineup. Bianca Batendock, Rachel Presti, and now Omura, surfer in green from Japan. So when we start these heats, no priority. So that's when the catfight starts. As surfers start to paddle for waves, priority starts to kind of filter down from top to bottom. So it looked like now right there, just had a little bit of a paddle for that wave. You see all three surfers on the outside section of the wave having a look. Nobody really making an effort. How picky is the priority judge? Wow, okay, so Omura, that decision to stay on the inside looked like it paid off. She got a nice little end section right there on a wave that was kind of just buzzing by our surfers on the outside of the lineup. I was going to ask you how picky the judges are when it comes to paddling for waves and giving out that priority.
Well, it's truly crucial, and luckily we have a judge just appropriately just for that. So his or her job consists of just focusing on the surfers and where they are in the lineup. As Bianca, this is her first time here, Chris, getting caught behind that section, but I like to see a girl like her. We saw that, and we talked about it, the goofy versus regular approach. I think she's tall and long enough as to where she can actually project down the line. Growing up in a lot of point breaks in South Africa, especially right-handers too, I think this wave could definitely benefit her.
So now Omura, her first wave comes through a 3.5. That is a decent start. She'll be looking to better that score. So this is Presti on her forehand. She has really just come into this event as a threat.
Yeah.
She has been the talk of the beach in the previous couple of heats, day one especially. Rachel Presti, everyone's going, "Do you see Rachel's heat? Do you see Rachel's heat?" And making a name for herself down here in Cabo. And right behind her, Laura Enever, already well-established veteran pro surfer on the championship tour, on the Big Wave World Tour, on the QS, in Cabo. She's probably got fashion shows lined up down here. She's hosting parties. She does it all. Laura Enever.
She does, and I think that comes with just being, an all-around variety of person as well. As you were talking about Rachel Presti, I'm so impressed with her. I see her a lot in Southern California compete, NSSAs, all the amateur ranks, but she surfed 3 heats yesterday and won 2 of them. As Bianca up and riding, really nice first crack, and a second one, pushes a little too hard and just gets caught out the back on that turn. But Rachel surfed 3 heats yesterday, surfed actually the last heat of the day yesterday and won it. And she just turned 15 last week, I think. So she's from Florida, excuse me. Surfed 3 heats, won 2 of them, won the last heat of the day, and she's out here right now. And the one thing that I see in her is that she doesn't get intimidated by the bigger names. She's out there and she just wants to compete.
Yeah, you can almost, when you see bigger names coming through the old heat sheet here, Rachel seems to be using that to her advantage, going, all right, I'm fired up. I want to beat Laura Enever. I want to beat Bianca Batendock. And speaking of beating the rest of the competition, Keely Andrew just went from 4th gear, 5th gear, 6th gear, improving that entire heat. Congratulations, Keely Andrew. That was an incredible heat to watch.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. The waves are really good out there.
Yeah, so I noticed in that heat, you had a 2, I think, on your first wave. You shook that right off. You started posting 6s. You got the 8.77. Tell me about building a heat like that. How much confidence do you bring with every wave that you improve on your previous scores?
Yeah, I started with that 2, and I just wanted to get my feet in the wax to start the heat. And then I made a pretty big priority error throughout that heat, which kind of put me behind the A-ball. But yeah, it was really nice and definitely confidence builder to dig that one out for sure.
Hey, Keely, Mitchell up here. First of all, congratulations. Really good surfing, one of the standouts of the event so far. But actually, considering the waves, I know you come from the Sunshine Coast, a lot of similar point breaks, really speedy down the line. Your style really suits this wave with a lot of down-the-line surfing. Do you think you feel that comfortable because of growing up in those waves into the Sunshine Coast?
Yeah, for sure. That definitely plays a part. I'm brought up on beach breaks as well, and I love the fast forehand snaps, and I always love coming back to zippers. I know the waves aren't always pumping, but it's always a lot of fun surfing point breaks for a QS especially, and I just love coming back, and I definitely think my style suits this wave.
We agree, and so do the judges. Keely Andrew moving on. Congratulations, Keely. More to come from this ripping young Australian, and I'm looking forward to how Keely's going to finish this event, because surfing like that has her high on my list of threats to take the win here.
It does, and congratulations again, Keely. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thanks so much, guys.
So with 18 minutes, 11 seconds to go, just like that, the tide turned in this heat. Bianca Batentok, she's got a 1.67 to start. She's starting to increase, a 3.07 to 2. She was in first for about a second, and then bam. Now Omura, 3.5 and a 3.9. That'll get her in the lead. Laura Never starts with a 3.43. Waiting for a score for Rachel Presti, and then just like that, little slip off the tail end of her board was Laura Never.
Wow, that was that body language there kind of told me something, Chris. She wasn't very happy with herself, but in this situation, you still got tons of time. Less than 8 minutes have gone by. You really just need to regroup and tell yourself, hey, you just have to admit it. You made a mistake, and you just have to tell yourself, I got tons of time left in this heat. I'm a CT competitor. I'm a seasoned CT competitor, and I'm still super young. I'm a former world junior champion. I compete on the Big Wave World Tour. It's like, I can do this. I've done this before. I've been in this situation before. So you just need to tell yourself those kind of things. I need to regroup.
Yeah, you said it right there. That's exactly what's going on in her head. And then she gets to watch Bianca Batentok now, who's turning things up on her backhand. This is her best wave yet. 2 big snaps on the outside section. Nice drawn out backside whip as she gets through to this inside section. One final maneuver, by far Bianca's best wave. Most likely the best wave in this heat. The strong South African surfer on her backhand, making her presence known here at Zippers.
Yeah, and the one thing I like about this tide, Chris, is that you get that close-out section on the end where there's a little sandbar, but Laura's up and riding. She's got a runner down here. Nice first crack under the lip. He's coming around the section. The second one sliding the fins, and that's what I'm saying. She has plenty of time to do that. As Ray's up and riding.
Rachel Presti, beautiful opening carve, straight up into the lip. Man, showing poise beyond her years. I love that exchange right there, because the smarts of Laura Never to whip it around in that inside section. Now they got to watch your current leader, now Omura. Things are going to change with that last exchange as the scores are going to come through. The judges have their work cut out for them. 4 waves to catch up on. I think Bianca, obviously, with the size of that wave, the amount of turns she did, the power, she will most likely get the nod. Then you got to think of Laura Never, that last maneuver, tail sliding, lay back, putting it all on the line. The judges are going to really like the approach of Laura Never as well.
Yeah, that one really, really radical maneuver on the inside. And, she kept her composure and actually got things done. But Bianca, maybe getting the better of this exchange. Really nice speed line, top turn, a second one right there going straight up. Does a nice carve, and this is where it gets interesting. You get this shore break section, and she actually has to put her back, the weight on her back foot so her nose won't pick. And Laura, nice first turn, but this is the money turn right here, Chris. Boom, lays back, recovers, and that's where she kept her composure from actually sliding her foot down in the heat before, in the wave before, excuse me. But Rachel Presti, she keeps her composure under pressure. She's only 15 years old, and she is not intimidated by anyone.
Yeah, and I think the judges are reacting as we expected. Bianca Batentok, a 6.7. She did 4 turns down the line. Her first turn was kind of more of a setup. It was nice, it was quick, it was whippy. But it was really on the strength, I believe, of her second and final turn on that wave. She chose the exact maneuver you would want to do in the position she was in. And that is going to be a nice chunk of points for her. 6.7. Add that to her 3.07. She is now in the lead. Now Omura drops to second. Rachel Presti in third. Still need some scores from Rachel and Laura. And we'll see now with the scores coming through for Laura and Never. The judges are liking the attack from Laura. And Rachel's score comes through first, a 5.67, so she's in second for the time being. We're seeing some sizable scores coming through, and it's going to be a 6.83 for Laura and Never. So that's a great example right there. The judges favoring the risky maneuvers that Laura threw. Bianca had a bigger wave, more maneuvers, but Laura going for more radical maneuvers, blasting that tail out, the layback finish. The judges spot on right there, giving her the nod, a 6.83 in that exchange.
And just as we were saying, Laura had that one slip, the hiccup at the beginning of this heat, but there was still plenty of time. Got on the wave after that, got that score, and it was such a short amount of section right there where she could fit in 2 maneuvers to get those in, especially the second one to actually blow the tail and slide the fins. It's super hard, especially laying back. It's not an easy thing to do. She got it done, though, 6.83, so that's actually a really good score. She's currently in first because of that, her opening ride 3.43, so that maintains her in first, but Bianca has a 6.7, and, when you get 2 girls as experienced on the CT as both of them up against a hungry lion as Rachel Pressey, who just has the desire to succeed and move on, it makes for a really good combo. But another thing that I really like is that Naomura posted some really solid scores yesterday. Unfortunately, in this heat, she's kind of trying to fit in too many maneuvers in such short of a space that it's affecting her performance on each wave. And speak of her, she's looking at this one on the inside.
Here we go, Omura. She must have taken note that Laura Enever got a great score on an inside wave without priority. So now Omura kind of trying to take that similar path. Unfortunately for Green, did not work out. 0.77. So the situation stands. Laura in the lead, Bianca in second, Presti in third, Omura in fourth. Nice heat totals coming through here, 10.26. The previous couple of heats, Keely Andrew with one of the highest heat totals of the day, 15.37. That's the benchmark to set. If you find yourself in the teens, more often than not, you're going to be making it through the heat as it stands today.
Yeah, and especially in that 15-point range. The first year Mick Fanning won his World Championship, I think his average heat total was 14.37. So as long as you usually have a heat total above 13 points, you're making it through almost each heat, unless everybody in that heat has a spectacular heat. But, 2 6s, 2 7s pretty much is getting you through almost every heat. But once you hit that round of 24, which is the round after this, you go into 3-man heats, a lot more difficult. Priorities different because it's 3 girls out in the water, so it makes it a little bit trickier. But if you're still posting solid enough scores and being consistent and not peaking early, that's another big factor too, and just getting consistently through heats.
Yeah, consistency is definitely a huge factor in any event that you surf, but especially down here because these surfers, more often than not, the average in these last couple of heats, throughout the day, 5 or 6 waves max. So you're really not getting that many opportunities. So you can't fall. You can't make mistakes like that because the falls are really going to, they're not only going to cut down your score, it's going to mess with your confidence. If you think of Rachel Presti, who's all the juniors have been saying, surfing this QS 6000, they've got nothing to lose. They're really focused year round on the Pro Junior. You're going up against Bianca Batentok, Laura Enever, and now Omura, who's a veteran competitor herself. You got to think the nerves play a factor, but if you can stay on your board, and what Bianca did, she didn't really just blast everything home, but she stayed on her board from beginning to end. She got that 6-7. So we'll see if now get herself back in this heat. Nice series of turns there. Goes vertical in the whitewater. Needs to stay on her board. She does. And that's the confident finish, letting the judges know she's in complete control. She'll get back out there. Her low score's a 3.5, so I have a feeling that it'll be right in that realm. It wasn't a really big wave, or maybe a couple meaningful turns there, but nothing crazy spectacular.
Yeah, the one thing that now does have, I see this in most Japanese surfers, is they usually have a really good base and technique. So for them to fall is actually pretty difficult, as their technique's really second to none, especially in beach breaks. But I think now a 4.43, so you called it, Chris, but just really having that consistency wave after wave. But you said Bianca not, relying on pressure. She's dealing with her nerves, and here she goes.
I have a feeling she is going to press a little bit harder on this wave, and she does. Bam! So again, already just knowing, this is smart competitive surfing, not going 1,000% on her previous wave, getting that 6-7. You saw that first turn on the wave that she just had right there. That's Bianca really opening up. She's got the luxury to mess around a little bit when it comes to how hard she can push her turns. And that opening snap from Bianca, that is why she's in the position she is now today on the World Championship Tour. She is a powerhouse of a surfer.
Yeah, especially when you're that tall, but you're thin enough as to where your arms and legs are super long, so it's easier for you to get into waves. Another person that I know is very like that is Dylan Southworth. Very tall, lanky surfer. He catches a million waves and surfs small waves very good as well, just because he can actually get into them before they even start breaking. So if you're able to control your weight before you're even on the wave, that's a tremendous factor into your surfing.
Well, and it helps, Bianca and some of the other competitors that we've seen who are on the taller side, if they're loose enough to really kind of swivel the hips, get the legs going, and kind of whip up into those turns, it's going to throw a lot of spray, and it's just going to look really pleasing. Here you see this is kind of the opposite side of that. You see right there, lower center of gravity for Omura, but she went vertical on her forehand. The judges liked it, improved her scoreline. She's still in fourth, but only now needing a 5.84. There was that just blistering opening whip from Bianca, and had she pulled that last turn, that would have been up in that excellent range. She did improve, 4.57, so that extends her lead, but only by 1.01. So Laura Never still hot on the heels of Bianca Badentock. Rachel Presti right there as well, only needing a 4.6.
Yeah, Rachel still in the game, 6 minutes, 35 seconds. And look at beautiful Los Cabos right there, Chris. I mean, what an amazing beach is Zippers here in the Costa Azul, which means Blue Coast, here in San Jose El Cabo. An amazing place to be. It is very warm. Wind has died down, which is really good for our surfers. But
Not
it's kind
for commentators?
No, not for us, because it is kind of scolding hot in here. But I mean, I'd rather be here in Los Cabos than anywhere else in the world right now.
I'm right there with you, and we're surrounded by incredible surfers, incredible beauty on the beach. You have the desert. It's one of the only places in the world where you really do have the desert meeting the sea.
Yeah.
And, I mean, camping. You can do everything from straight up sleeping on the ground on a towel to ultimate luxury. I mean, all within a mile.
Yeah.
It's really an incredible place in that sense. And then don't even get me started on the food, because we could be here all day.
Oh.
We have El Mercado, a relatively new spot. They have a giant, incredible market with about 6 restaurants in it right up the road, and they're here on the beach joining us. Thank you, El Mercado. And they're probably excited about this. Laura Never racing down the line. Ooh. Oh, man. So digs her inside rail right there, or outside rail, depending on where you're looking. But that was a rare mistake from Laura. And that gives priority to Rachel Presti.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Rachel. This is where it's really going to come down to the sense if she's ready or not. But now, has a wave. She's pumping down the line. She might get a good section right at the end. She's got to hit it as many times as she can, though. Kind of catches the rail right there. Tries to come around the section. That's a nice turn. I don't know if that's going to, really be the score she needs, though, at this point of this heat.
Yeah, it looked like she was winding up for something big and just kind of got caught up in a little bit of a refractionary spot on that wave. So with 4.5 to go, Batentock in the lead. Laura Never looked like she was potentially on her way to a sizable score. Unfortunately, went down on the after her first turn. So Laura's wave is going to come through in that low 3 range. So the situation stands. Bianca Batentock from South Africa in the lead. Laura Never in second. Rachel Presti in third. Now Omura hanging in there in 4th place. 4 minutes to go. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017 edition. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar. And I'll tell you, we have been just graced with good waves from beginning to end of this day so far. We've got about 6 heats left here in the QS 6000 for the women. The waves just get better and better in the afternoons here in Cabo.
They do. I think it really plays a big factor with the tide as well. And, I mean, what else can we say about beautiful Zippers? It's amazing. Rachel Presti says it's amazing. And she's up and riding. Not going to be the score she needs, though, Chris. A 4.6 is what she needed. Not going to get it right there. So maybe a mistake with priority as she handed it to Bianca, who's in first, and then Laura in second has second priority. So as soon as she betters that 3-4-3, he's going to put more pressure on Rachel. And time's winding down, Chris.
Yeah, you're right. Bianca Batentak using those long, strong arms to get into this wave, using her priority. She's got to get around this section. She does it with ease. Nice opening carve. Goes vertical. And talk about intimidation. And not only do you, so you, now by now, if you're a surfer, you know Bianca's name. You sit next to her in the lineup. She is a force to be reckoned with. Laura Never, not one to back down. Goes up in the lip with the layback jam. Get up. Stay with it. Stand up. So close.
Almost.
Love that turn. I love that she just took the rule book and threw it out the window right there. She just, I'm going for it. Laura never wanted to shy away from an oncoming section. But, back to Bianca. I was with her on a World Championship Tour stop, Tavarua, Fiji. First time I had, met her, and I from beginning of contest to end of contest, she speaks few words, but I'll tell you, her face, she's serious, all business, and I can imagine how it is to surf heat with her. Just sitting on her board out there, and you're just looking, going, oh my gosh, this gal wants to just rip every wave to pieces, and I'm not in her way. She's that kind of force. So definitely an intimidating surfer in any lineup.
I'll tell you one thing, though. She is probably one of the nicest people I have ever met.
Right?
She just has something. I don't know. It's just like she has like an aura. This person on screen has an aura too. Brissa Hennessy, another. She's just these girls, when they hit the lineup, game face on. As soon as they're out of the water, they're all friends. They're giggling. They're all smiling. And then I think to myself, hey, I still compete. Us guys aren't like that at all. We try to be, but sometimes it just doesn't work out between a lot of the men. And for some reason, the girls just always smiling. I love their positive vibes. And speak of her, she's up and riding again.
Yes, you're right. Bianca Batentak, just a quick up and down. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go here in round 4, heat number 6. After this, we'll have 6 more heats of the QS 6000 women, going all the way to Heat 12. And guess who's in Heat 12? Past champion Coco Ho.
Yeah, Coco. Growing up on the North Shore of Oahu. She's won here before. I actually think the year that she won in the final, personally, I think that's the best she's ever surfed in competition. I think that she was ripping. The waves suited her style so much. Just, that onshore little breeze that actually created a little lip to hit. She surfed so well. She posted a 9 and an 8 in the final. Just absolutely destroying those waves, and I can't wait to see her in Heat 12.
I'm right there with you. 28 seconds to go. Now Omura, last chance. Gets around this section, straight up in the lip, going for the air. Tricky spot to try that maneuver. She goes down, and she most likely will be done in this heat with only 10 seconds to go. Rachel Presti, though, she does have priority. Anything on the horizon? Don't think so. That's going to be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're done with Heat 6. It's going to be Bianca Batentak and Laura Hanover taking the win and taking second place. Rachel Presti, hey, she's got a huge future ahead of her. You said she's 15 years old?
Yes.
And already nearly taking it to some veterans.
Yeah.
Here you see Rachel right there in white. So much more to come from Rachel. I believe she is also in our Pro Junior, so we'll be seeing more of her. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action live from Zippers. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf.
Buenas tardes, and welcome to the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Mi nombre es Cale Carranza, and next to me we have el señor Michel Salazar. Excellent waves. Round number 4, Heat 7. Paulina Du, Felipa Anderson, Brisa Hennessy, and Kira Pinkerton. Tough heat. Swell on the rise still. Tide also coming up. We had some excellent surfing in the previous heat. Looks like this heat is going to be another cracker, Michel.
Yeah, it sure seems like that. As Brisa already having luck, she already surfed once today. Actually, twice, excuse me. One in the Pro Junior and one in the QS. Wow. How did she hang on to that last turn? I have no idea, but that was radical.
She's motivated. She looks sharp. I like seeing surfers when they come out of the gates firing, fast surfing. Usually when you're nervous, you end up surfing a little bit slower, a little bit more cautious. There was none of that on Brisa Hennessy's first wave. Really sharp surfing. We saw Paulina Du already dropping numbers for her first wave. We're going to get a replay on that pretty soon. So we see Paulina Du from France.
Yeah, that's a 4.83 on her opening ride. Not a bad way to start. Second turn was really nice. Unfortunately, gets hung up right there. And that's Kira 6.83 on her opening. Wow. That was a beautiful turn to start off. A second one right in the pocket. Kind of dropping the wallet a little bit, excuse me. And she's making her way around this section. Finishes off really strong, too. As I said earlier, Kale, 14-year-old. And Brisa Hennessy out the back, 17. And she's dropping a pretty nice mid-range score as well. Hung on to that turn. These girls are ripping, Kale.
Yeah, the judges leaving a little bit of room on the scale. Kira Pinkerton getting a 6.83. Some judges giving her 7s. Easily a 7-point ride. We dropped the highest score and the lowest, averaging out to 6.83. Kira Pinkerton in first. Brisa Hennessy in second position with a 4.87. And Paulina Du with a 4.83. 21 minutes left as we get a little bit of a fan boost. Feels good.
Oh, this is the best feeling I've had all day. It's so refreshing. It's nice. But our cameraman, Matt Schuster's not even feeling the breeze of the fan, so he's a little bit mad. I just want to take this time to thank all our production crew, not only from the Los Cabos Open of Surf, but just all our staff, you know, all our announcers, all our judges doing an excellent job. Schuster, you know, Chucky Regana doing replays, all the boys in the production booth. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you for doing such a good production here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf.
21 minutes left. One wave ridden for all competitors for Felipa Anderson, who's currently sitting with first priority out the back, and here she goes.
Yeah, Philippa's up and riding. She already won a QS this year, 1,000 in Siargao in the Philippines. And this is why, you know, she's surfing really nice on rail, a lot of flow, and she's trying to finish the thing off. That was the best turn of the entire wave right at the end, right on the shore break, call it, and that's going to be a pretty decent score.
Wow. To have the patience and wait for that wave and then capitalize on it when she does get it. I really like the way she finished that wave off. That's what we're going to be seeing more and more with this tide, is the finishing maneuver playing a really important role in consolidating a score for the young ladies. That was a great wave for Felipa Anderson. We're already seeing scores drop in the 7.5 range. Well deserved. Really great spark. Awesome surfing.
Yeah, so like she busts the fins out the back first turn. Second turn really lays it on rail. Third turn straight up again. Kind of sets up this last one. This is where she pumps and really busts the fins out the back on the last maneuver right on the shore break. And to keep your footing on the board right there with so much water moving around, it's difficult.
Yeah, she was really smart in reading the wave as well. I think you couldn't have really done much more. It was really interesting to see her wait for the wave to jack up into that sandy section and hit it hard. That's what you needed to do. Some competitors have a hard time reading that inside section, but Felipa Anderson killing it. And we're going to take it down to the beach with previous heat winner Bianca Buitendag from South Africa. Bianca, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was a pretty interesting heat. A lot of waves ridden. It seems like the ocean finally turned up for you. You found an amazing wave towards the end of the heat. Is it easy to surf those waves? Is it easy to read, or were you kind of trying to just work it as it goes?
Well, firstly, I think we haven't had much practice on the wave because during the free surfs it's really crowded and you don't want to show bad character when all your friends are out there. And yeah, you underestimate how fast the wave actually breaks. It looks quite slow from the beach, but it's much harder to navigate. And yeah, I'm happy we got a couple of sets in that heat.
Hey Bianca, first of all, congratulations. I'm Mitchell. This is Kale alongside me.
Hi, Mitchell.
And first of all, I really want to ask you, you're one of the nicest persons on tour first. And then second, being tall, lanky, is it a lot more difficult in these waves? And how do you put on that game face being so nice outside of the water?
Well, I don't know. I think being tall, especially during the QS, there's not much opportunity for real swells to come through because we have such short waiting periods. But I guess I have to make the most of my situation. There's not much I can do about my height, and I guess it has benefits in different situations. But yeah, I'll have to fight a bit harder than the rest.
Bianca Kala over here again. I saw you compete personally 2 weeks ago in France. Then we saw you compete in Fiji, and then you're back into Cabo. How do you adjust from riding small waves in France, then different quiver in Fiji, and then back to Cabo?
Well, I guess I've had almost 10 years surfing competitively, and I guess you're nurtured into being prepared for anything. I brought 2 board bags, one for Fiji. Packing was much bigger than me, and it ended up being quite small, so I surfed a board very similar to this. And I think that's why we love the sport so much, is because you don't know what to expect, and when the day you wake up and you walk down to the beach, it's always a surprise. So that's what keeps us going.
Well, Bianca, I hope you have a great run in this event, and congratulations again on the win, and just keep having fun.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Bianca Buitendog, winner of the last heat, 12.67. Amazing surfing. Just great surfer in all kinds of conditions.
Yeah.
Miss, to be able to come from Fiji and rip there and then come here
France
and adjust.
Before that too.
Exactly.
Wow.
Just amazing. Quite a lot of miles that these young ladies are traveling to surf these different events. And good thing for Bianca managing to get another heat win.
Yeah, and many people don't understand that like many people on tour have to travel so much. There's airports, going through airport security, getting your boards, airlines overcharging you for boards. There's so many factors that go into traveling. It can be exhausting. And people think that it is a dream tour, honestly, but it's like there's a lot of taxing things that come with it, and that's one of it. So, her doing 3 events in a row, she got 4th in France, she did well enough in Fiji, and she's already got a keeper result here in Los Cabos. So, I mean, Kale, you've been there before. It's not easy, but she's getting it done, and Kira Pinkerton is getting it done right now as well.
Kira Pinkerton currently in 2nd position. Beautiful first turn on the open face. Another whack. Let's see what she can do on the inside.
Wow.
Beautiful last maneuver. Unfortunately, digs her nose of her board. 15 minutes and 46 seconds left. Currently, Philippa Anderson in 1st position with a 7.83. An amazing first ride. And we have Kira Pinkerton, who we saw on screen. She has a 6.83. Paulina Doe has a 4.83 and a 1.87, currently needing a 2.01. And Brissa Hennessy, the 4.87, she is about to improve her situation. 6.27, bang, right into 1st position, Mitch.
Yeah, we saw a wave during the interview with Bianca. 6.27, not a bad ride for Brissa, but last green, Kira Pinkerton, a 4.4. So if she would have made that last maneuver, it definitely would have gone up a lot higher than that. Really radical, right on the shore break. And Pauline kind of struggling with scores right now. Philippa still has the best wave of the heat.
As we see a replay of Brissa Hennessy's 6.27. Difficult wave with a lot of foam in it. Manages to fit in 2 really solid turns. We see Kira Pinkerton in green. Smaller looking wave. Surfed it really well though. Manages to get a 4.4 on it. It's that last section of bam. If she would have been able to hang on, I think we would have been seeing a similar score to her first ride, which was 6.83. So Kira currently in 1st position. looking solid. Brissa Hennessy in second, Philippe Anderson in third, and Paulina Do from France, one of the favorites, currently needing 6.31, Mitch.
Yeah, the reason Kira's score didn't go that high was because the wave itself was a little slopier, so it didn't really stand up as much. So the sections that Kira hit were a lot easier to hit than a normal section. So if it actually stands up, the risk is higher, so the reward is going to be higher too. But that's why the scale's a little bit lower. But here she goes again. She's keeping busy, Collie.
Kira Pinkerton once again trying to replace a 4.40. Good looking wave. Unfortunately, just two quick turns. She opted to get that wave on the inside, surfing that last section. Then we see blue up and riding Philippa Anderson.
Wow, beautiful foam climb right there to start. A second one in the pocket. Gonna back that 783 very well. Nice short section for her to fit those two in, but she did it well.
Yeah, and I think she liked the way it felt. There was a little bit of a no claim there with her body language. As we see red up and riding, that's Paulina Do from France, who actually won the world. Oh, what a turn. I was just going to say, she actually just won 10 days ago the event in France, and now backing it up with amazing surfing here at Cabo.
Well, I can see why. I mean, that was a beautiful turn right at the end, especially that was steep and hollow. That's what judges want to see. That's the most difficult section to hit, and if you go up straight and vertical, it's actually way easier than if you're going horizontal. Why? Because your weight's coming down with you. Instead of horizontally, you actually have to weight a lot more on the lip. So when you're landing, you're compressing a lot more on your board. So your weight's not as distributed as it is vertically. And Brissa Hennessy has a really good wave on top here, Callie.
Brissa Hennessy currently needing a 6.0. Beautiful open face carve. A little speed check. Whack. That's a fourth maneuver. Let's see how she can finish it off here on the inside. Unfortunately, again, the backwash monster getting the best of her.
Yeah, that first carve was really nice, really putting all her weight into it. Unfortunately for her, she didn't really complete that wave at the end, but still going to get rewarded for what she did do. But I still think that Pauline's wave, 7.43, pretty much just for that one solid maneuver, Collie. A really, really good score. Philippa backing up that 783 with a 5.6. Brissa going to get an average score, and Kira 4.67 for those two turns on the short break pretty much. So she actually bettered her position, but it seems like Brissa not going to get the score. She's currently in fourth now. Philippa in first, and Pauline jumps up into second.
As we see Philippa Anderson, our current heat leader. Beautiful whack. You see here a little bit of a no claim. She must have loved the way it felt. It looked good as we see Paulina Do from France currently in second position. Connecting the dots, and that was the turn. That was the money turn, Mitch.
Yeah, very well surfed. But look at that one wrap from Brissa Hennessy, a 5.07 on the score. And if she would have finished it off, probably could have at least a point higher than that. Nice little foam climb, tail release right there. But as you said, the backwash got a little bit of the best of her, and it's still low tide. I think low tide was maybe 10 minutes ago or so. So as the tide does start incoming, it'll get a lot better as well. But conditions still perfectly well suited for these girls, Collie.
Blue water, sunny skies, 90+ degrees on the beach. We see people trickling down, coming to check out the action. Great surfing. And like you were mentioning, tide is coming up, so we're going to see a strong pulse in the swell. There's going to be a pretty high tide tonight at 8 p.m. We're going to be running heats all the way through to 4:30 p.m. roughly, finishing off with round 4, heat 12. 25-minute heats, Mitch. I like the fact that the tide's coming in. It's going to be an exciting next couple hours.
Oh, I mean, it's been excellent so far, and I think that it can only get better from here on as well. As Pauline's having a look on the inside, there's a reason she won over in France, Collie, and she's trying to do one better here, trying to win the Los Cabos Open of Surf. She's made the quarterfinals before, and she's trying to make them again, as those were a couple really nice turns on the inside.
Well surfed. She needed a 6.01 to get into first position. Not sure if that's going to be enough, but she might actually improve her situation. She needs to improve a 4.83. Now it's going to be really interesting. We were talking about the Olympics and how big of a part it's going to be playing in the future of the sport, but one of the major game changers is probably the fact that we're going to have more and more artificial waves, right? So that's going to really
make surfers and countries that weren't previously well known for surfing improve at a very rapid rate. Countries like China and Russia, if they decide to invest in a wave pool, they're going to be able to practice every day the exact same turn 100 times a day. And that's going to change surfing.
I mean, it can only benefit it as Barissa's up and riding. She needs a 6.0 on this ride to move up into second. And it seems like just that one turn is going to offer, as we see Barissa coming up. 6.0, not going to get it. Curie needs a 5.44, and Pauline needs a 6.01. Her last score, 4.23, so it doesn't go into her top two. And first priority is with blue, Philip Anderson. She's going to let this one go. But going back to wave pools, that's a good point, Kali, because, you know, superpowers like Russia and China that have Olympic teams in pretty much every sport except surfing, as soon as you get wave pools into consideration, you're bringing in a whole another level of talent, just because the wave is exactly the same for everyone. So you can nurture talent as much as you want, but if someone has the desire to succeed as much as they actually want to do, things can happen so radically. I mean, give a country like Russia or China a year in a wave pool. I'm looking that we could have some pretty good qualifying surfers on tour.
It was interesting to talk to PT Peter Townend, who is currently China's surf coach. Tell us a little bit about this, mentioning that China is actually trying to improve their situation in surfing, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. Let's go down to reporter extraordinaire Fisher. What do you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm all here with all the Groms for the Junior Pro. We're down just hanging out at the Salado poolside, and I'm here with Micah, Levi Slauson, JC DeVoe, Caleb Crozier, Bethany Zalosco, Gavin, Tommy Coleman, Al. We're all hanging out here. So tell me a little about Levi. Give me a little. I know you haven't surfed in your heat yet, but tell me how you've been enjoying it down here in Cabo.
Yeah, Cabo's sick. Just been hanging out with all of my buds and surfing good waves out front, and yeah, super stoked to be here.
Awesome. And Tommy Coleman, I know this is your first year here in Cabo, so tell me a little about, like, you've been surfing the waves and just the whole vibe down here.
Yeah, it's pretty rad, you know. First time in Mexico, Cabo, but it's pretty rad. Place is cool, and everyone's pretty rad here.
Awesome. Thanks, Tommy. And Caleb, I know this is also your first time here at a Pro Junior event, so tell me, what are you looking forward to, and what's your game plan going into the contest?
Just beat this kid Allen in my heat. He's my main rival. No, I'm just kidding, we're all good. But yeah, trying to stay focused on the waves, hanging at the pool with my friends.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, and keep enjoying your day here and living the Stoke.
Thanks so much, Fisher. The Groms poolside, checking out the action, loving life. Inflatable unicorns, free food, free lemonade, sunny days, loving life, Mitch.
How cool are Groms nowadays? I want to be their age and come to Pro Juniors to Los Cabos. Why didn't we get that, Kale?
I know. The good thing is that it's only going to get better.
It is.
Surfing's going to be in the Olympics. There's going to be more interest also in the WSL. More and more surfers coming up from different countries, so it's only going to get better, right? Remember events back in the day, there wasn't even a live webcast. Now we have live webcasts. We have excellent. We're here in Cabo for the QS 6000 for the women's, and we have poolside area. We have free food and drink. We have 5 different camera angles. I mean, it really doesn't get any better, because we haven't, we say this, it doesn't get any better, but we haven't seen any better. Potentially, it might actually get even better. Chris Cote was talking about potentially narrating events from the pool and being in the water. That could be a whole different thing.
Well, that would be super nice. You know who's getting better, too, is Kira Pinkerton, because she's just shredding this thing to pieces as she is going to town. Wow. I can't believe she's only 14 years old. I saw her, I met her a couple years ago as Philippa still. Wow. That was a beautiful blowtail. Second one, 2 in a row. Kale, you had to say the word better at least like 5 times, because that was way better than the last exchange already.
Yeah, Philippa Anderson really throwing her weight into those maneuvers and managing to get that drift off the tail. I really like that. It's not often that you get a chance to see competitors drift a tail on 2-foot sections it's not a maneuver that you do unless you feel really comfortable with it. And Felipa looking really comfortable with those drifts. We also saw Kira Pinkerton, you were mentioning 14 years old, and to be surfing like that, we could potentially see her in the WCT very soon.
Oh, very. I think she's got great potential. I think almost every girl in this event has the potential to make it to the championship tour. And we've seen tons of upsets today. You know, we saw former champion Nikki Van Dyke bow out. A couple upsets yesterday. Felicity Palmatier bowing out. It's just like, you know, so many girls in this event. It's crazy. Talent, as you said, just getting better and better. And I think those losses to top seeds just make them hungry. They tell them, like, I kind of want a result soon, and it's like, I better get it at the next event. If not, I'm definitely, you know, going to be hard on myself. I'm just going to train as hard as I can, eat as well as I can, and rest as well as I can because I want to do good.
As we see a replay from this heat's action, Felipa Anderson in blue. That was the last wave. We only saw the last two turns, but the first two were equally as good. As we see 14-year-old Kira Pinkerton, a bit of a drop wallet out the back. Love the way this board is looking under her feet. A lot of spray coming out in those rails. That was a 4-turn combo. Another little check turn towards the end, right all the way to the beach. So, wow, Kira Pinkerton, 5.27, needing a 5.44 to get into first position. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Felipa Anderson in blue, currently heat leader with a 7.83 and a 5.6. She is going to improve her situation. We're already seeing scores drop from her last wave as we see red up and riding.
Yeah, Pauline, just that one float, not going to make it across the section. It's a little tricky. 6.97 for last of Philippa, so that's a pretty solid score. And Kira 5.27. She still needs a 5.44 to move up in a second. You know, she's still got plenty of time, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. It can possibly happen, but you know, Philippa's waves was so well surfed. Those first two turns, especially the second foam climb, was beautiful. Do you know any of those towns, Kale, by the way?
Yes, I do. I saw Sayulita there, San Pancho, a lot of local spots around my neck of the woods. Chicama, one of the longest, if not the longest left in the world in Peru. It's always cool to see all these different spots around the world. Some of them obviously world-renowned. Chicama is one of them. Jeffreys Bay is another.
Yeah.
And there's always those spots as surfers we don't want to let other people know about, but some are just too good, too famous. Just Padang Padang is another one. Amazing waves all over the world. Wow. So nice to see. A bit of local art down here on the beach.
Yeah.
Local sponsors like Pacifico. It's a beautiful booth down on the beach. 1 minute, 15 seconds left, Mitch. Kira Pinkerton needs a 5.44.
Yeah, but Briss is up. She needs a 6.0 on this ride. Not gonna do it right there. Really nice first turn. I can see it in her body language. A little frustrated, but hey, you know, it's just part of competition. She's still got time, you know, and anything can happen. A wave can come through and she can get it. 60 seconds is still plenty of time. As we see Philippa on screen finishing up her ride. Really nice turn right there. We did not see the out the back part of it, but that last turn was really nice. 40 seconds, Kale. She might better that 6.97.
Our current heat leader, Felipa Anderson, already see there paddling in. She's done enough. Not a lot of waves out the back. Let's see if it's enough time for Kira Pinkerton. All of you listening, following our webcast, Kira Pinkerton needs a 5.44. And all you Hawaiians, Rissa Hennessy needs a 6.0. 17 seconds left on the clock. Paulina Du from France, current ISA world champion. Beautiful surfing. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a mistake there, but she's done enough. We hear the horn sound, and that was it. Heat number 7, round 4. Great surfing, Mitch.
Yeah, excellent. Philip Anderson just ripping. Paulina Du getting second. Kira surfing really well, and Brissa same here. But I mean, Philip and Pauline just getting the job done.
Really love that sharp surfing from Kira. Fortunately, just not enough to get her into the second spot. But Felipa Anderson, just amazing surfing. Really solid from beginning to end.
Another beautiful wave there, Brisa Hennessy. We'll be right back with more of the Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017.
Hello, welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surf 2017. We are in QS 6000 World, the women's side of things. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We just watched the veterans take down the rookies. Philippa Anderson taking the win with Pauline Adu, taking down the hard-charging Brisa Hennessy and Kira Pinkerton. In the lineup now, we've got Tatiana Weston-Webb in white, Georgia Fish, Tia Blanco, and Ellie Brooks. Sorry, Tia Blanco was in white there on her backhand, starting right in, 25-minute heats. Callie, wow, that last heat was a nail-biter.
Jeez, crazy how close it was. Paulina Doe making it there in second position, and as we see up and riding, just a quick, unfortunately not able to finish off on that wave. And red up and riding, that seems to be Tati Weston-Webb, straight from Fiji on her backhand.
How rad is that we get to watch a gal we've watched the past 2 weeks charging big barreling left-handers at Cloudbreak, just flip the script, come straight on a plane. She actually extended her trip because they put the women's finals on the first day of the men's waiting period for, I believe, the first time ever, just to, you know, try to capitalize on that swell. She got on a plane. She came down here the next day. No, you know, she didn't get to go home. She didn't get together any new boards. She just came straight here, and now she's on her backhand. On couldn't get much different than Cloudbreak from here. A fast, zippy right-hander, starts over cobblestones, ends over sand. She doesn't seem to be affecting her in one bit because she's already on a tail. We don't have scores right now, so we're just gonna infer as to what we think, and I think Tati's leading right now.
Yeah. An important event for Tatiana Weston-Webb. You mentioned that she's coming straight from Fiji, had to extend her flight, flew straight here. You only do that when it's important, and this event is key for not only those attempting to make it to the WCT, but for those competitors in the CT having a hard time breaking through to the top 10. So Tati flying all the way from Fiji as we see her once again up and riding.
Wow, live action. Nice float section right there. Wraps it around, beautiful backside hook for Tatiana Weston-Webb. I came up with a corny nickname for her. T double dubs. Stupid.
Sorry, guys. We're about to lose power.
So we have surfer in blue. Now surfer in blue is Georgia Fish coming around that section. Nice snapping turn. And Tia Blanco is out the back. Here goes Tia Blanco on her backhand. She has taken some big names out in competition, ranging from Pro Juniors, ISA, NSSA, whatever you got. Tia Blanco has probably won it. She's a gold medalist, and she has been very impressive in her I'd say the past 2 years on the QS. She's really kind of come into her own. And I can see this this event suiting Tia's style nicely, that nice smooth backhand approach.
It's crazy to see surfers of this generation, Tia Blanco, Tatiana Weston Webb, and like surfing a wave that back in the 70s got surfed by none other than Jerry Lopez, Simon Anderson, Mark Fu, Marvin Foster, and the Kong Gary Elkerton. Pretty crazy to think that, you know, these waves before the 60s were never surfed, and then slowly but surely more and more surfers started showing up. Imagine Jerry Lopez surfing here. I bet you not a lot of these girls know that they're surfing a wave that those guys pretty much discovered back in the 70s. As we see a quick in and out for blue. I think that was Ellie Brooks. No, I'm sorry, Georgia Fish from Australia.
Yeah, and then you got to take into consideration the Astro Deck Cabo Classic. And that was, you know, the Fletcher family put together an invitational event down here at Zippers. What other contests would you have? Christian Fletcher, Kelly Slater, Nathan Fletcher, Shane Beshen, you know, just the best of the era competing down here, early 90s. You know, we can go on and on there, but let's go to our winner of our last heat. Blasting through was Philippa Anderson. Philippa, welcome back to Cabo.
Hey,
looking
guys.
good out there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really fun. That was probably the most space I've had since I've been here out there. So, yeah, I'm happy to get through that one.
Now, Philippa, I know you're an outspoken advocate for female surfing around the globe. You're considered a vet in that last heat. You're going up against Brissa and Kira Pinkerton, two hard-charging rookies coming up. What do you think of this new crop of surfers fighting through these QS 6000s?
Yeah, definitely. When I saw them in my heat, it was always going to be hard. Every heat's really hard, and yeah, just to have the Grom surfing so well, not just the ability, but maybe just the headspace and, you know, the tactics that they use. At that age, I was probably still bodyboarding every now and then, so yeah, just to see the girls really sticking to us. And I just saw Kira at the shower. She was really disappointed, but she should, yeah, all the young Groms should be like just really happy with how they performed. Definitely in the future, they're gonna, yeah, give us girls a run for our money.
Philippa, congratulations. Kali Kranz over here on the booth.
Thanks.
You mentioned Groms, and yesterday in the afternoon, I'm not sure if you got a chance to head out there, but it seems to be pretty hard to find a wave out here at Zippers when it's not the 25 minutes you get to surf, because all the Groms are jonesing to get a wave, everyone else trying to get a wave. So must feel nice to get out there with only 3 people in the water.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't arrive too many days before the event. A few of the girls that I'm staying with did, and they said it was pretty uncrowded. Yeah, it's pretty tough in the water, and yeah, the Groms are just frothing. And when I was that age, you know, I just wanted to surf. And as I've gotten a bit older now, I just, yeah, still get excited, but just tone it down and maybe more focus on just keeping my body ready, so not getting surfed out. I tend to do that sometimes. So yeah, I've only had a few surfs out here, but yeah, it was really good to get a couple waves and not have to worry about hassling. But yeah, the Groms are putting up a good fight. Yeah, the surfing level is, yeah, it's really high.
Well, it seems
awesome
to be working for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Your
Yeah,
surfing
thanks.
level is really high. That was a joy to watch. We will see more of you, Philippa, and we're looking forward to it. Moving on into that next round, Philippa Anderson.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's great. You know, I've been watching Philippa down here in Cabo in particular the last couple of years, and she's always kind of like a quiet threat, and she just surfs her, you know, surfs her backside off through these heats. And right there was an example of, you know, not only veteran knowledge, she's obviously still a young lady, but veteran knowledge. You know, she knows about Cabo. She's been here the past couple years, and she's not going to take it lightly or take any of her competition lightly. Nor she should, but she proved right there that she is worthy of that high seed. A quick up and down. Surfer Georgia Fish went up and down. Now it's going to be surfer in red, Tatiana Weston Webb. She's got a lethal backhand. We'll see as she coils it up down the line. Nice bottom turn straight up in the lip. CT level surfing right here. Another backside snap. Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. We need to reset our situation here on the beach, but we'll be back with more. Just stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, surf fans, welcome back. Sorry about that brief intermission. Just a little power outage. I think somebody accidentally pulled the plug. And, hey, we got it right back on track. No harm, no foul. What you did miss was Tatiana Weston Webb taking the win. She had a grand total of 16.60. We will no doubt see that in replays. Don't worry, we'll get more of that action. Ellie Brooks got second, Tia Blanco third, Georgia Fish in fourth. And right now in the lineup, wow, 4 surf superstars, a couple of vets, a couple of surf superstars in the making. We've got Sage Erickson, Ayasa Brusa, Alyssa Spencer, and Chelsea Roette. 2 surfers from the USA, one from Barbados, one from Mexico. And here we go. This is going to be Sage Erickson. What would have been the turn of the contest? Goes down.
For
Sage
sure.
Erickson, a CT surfer, coming to Cabo. And I know you and I were both very excited to see what Sage Erickson could do down here in Los Cabos. Zippers looks like a wave that's going to play perfectly into her skill set.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see her surf. I'd never had the pleasure of seeing her surf personally. After watching that interview with Ronnie Blakey in the WSL, it seemed like she was really focused. She knows what her weaknesses are, and she's trying to improve on her strengths as well. As we see a quick in and out for Ayasa Brusa from Puerto Escondido. So, nice little power outage we had. We're trying to bring you the full Mexico experience. So power outages are a thing that are common for us.
It happens.
It happens. So those of you watching online,
yeah, that was a quickie. I've seen much worse. Hey, so we were gone for about 5 minutes, but we are back. And this is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Chris Cote, Kale Carranza, 2003 Mexican national champion, somewhere in that time frame. Still a ripper. I'd love to see Kale out here right now, but sorry, we're not going to see. We're giving way. QS 6000 women have taken over this spot, and today we've seen incredible performances from so many top-level surfers. Not only championship tour surfers coming to surf in the QS, we've seen pro juniors stepping it up, competing in the QS 6000. It's been something for every type of surf fan, and more to come on the day. I believe we have 5 heats left to go here in this round, so this is going to be a fun afternoon of surfing. And the waves have just gotten so much. They're so fun looking right now. This is kind of like your ideal dreamy setup. Imagine yourself under one of these umbrellas getting ready to go surf here at Zippers. What a day.
3 to 4 foot waves. Low tide was roughly an hour ago. We're going to see a really strong push in the tide. And as we see Ayasa Brusa from Mexico up and riding on her backhand, solid turn to get things started. Looking strong, looking motivated. She's probably pretty stoked to have Sage Erickson and Alyssa Spencer and Chelsea Roette in a heat. It's not every day that Mexican surfettes get to surf with the world's best. So interesting heat. Sage Erickson starting off with a 1.27. Maybe it would have been the other way around, somewhere out of 7, if she would have managed to finish that and complete that first maneuver. As we see another quick in and out for Sage Erickson.
A little too deep right there. Man, she had a good line to start that wave, but got caught behind.
This looks like a really good wave for Chelsea Roette from Barbados. Here goes Chelsea. First turn off the top. Jittering speed. Trying to read this tricky wave here at Zippers. Does well to get a second maneuver in. Nothing crazy, but chipping away. Best wave so far in this heat.
Are all good female surfers from Barbados named Chelsea? Is this a thing? We got Chelsea Tuak, now Chelsea Roette. Pretty cool to see Barbadians coming through, and I've watched them in past competitions. Some really talented surfers coming out of Barbados, and obviously when you have waves that good like they have year-round, you're going to get a talented field coming through. There's Chelsea Roette in green.
Barbados has obviously really famous wave, soup bowls, beautiful right. Pretty consistent as far as the Caribbean goes. The Caribbean not having that many waves that often, but soup bowls just seems to always have a little bit of a wave. But I think they have, actually I know they have a few more secret waves over there.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've done a really good job at selling that thing that Barbados is, it's just soup bowls.
Yeah.
Just go there, you just surf soup bowls. There's nothing else.
But there's really good waves all up and down that coast. I love the fact that they keep it secret. I think you want to find the waves, you have to put in the work. It's unfortunate for you're actually doing some people a disservice if you just give all the spots away right away. There's like, oh, we should go there, there, there. When you actually find something on your own, doing all the hard work, pays off.
Well, it's similar. I mean, similar to here. I mean, if you flew into Cabo, got off the airplane, and got in your car, the first break that you would come to surf is Zippers. So it's similar. You know, the most famous spot. Here goes Alyssa Spencer out of Encinitas, California, or San Clemente. She's all over Southern California. I see her surfing Seaside Reef a lot. So that keeps making me think she's from Encinitas. Here goes a quick up and down, Chelsea Rouette.
And Alyssa Spencer, 15 years old, if I'm not mistaken, Chris?
Yes.
She was part of the U.S. team over in France a couple weeks ago. We were talking about the U.S. team opting to take some newcomers. Alyssa Spencer in 2020 is going to be roughly 18 years of age.
Prime time.
Prime time to be ripping. Obviously now we see kind of a elongated lifespan in surfers, thankfully, thanks to probably Kelly Slater, amongst other people.
Who's still pretty good.
Who's still ripping.
Who could still win the world title. 18 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Surfer in red, Sage Erickson. Kind of a little stalled takeoff. Now she gets onto the open face. That's that big hack we wanted to see. Sage now out and around, straight onto the open face. And she is looking so confident here at Zippers on her third turn. We'll see what she's got to finish. Bam! Boom. That's just solid surfing right there. So now you've seen your first live appearance of Sage Erickson. The style, the power, the flow, everything's there, isn't it?
No surprise that Sage is one of the best in the world, obviously in the CT ranks. As we see 15-year-old Alyssa Spencer on her backhand. Beautiful combination of turns. And on her last wave, Sage Erickson. This is going to be the first proper wave of the event for Sage. She had a 1.27 and a 0.77. Great surfing there. Third turn, milking it all the way to the inside. And this is a tricky section that a lot of surfers have trouble with, but bang, banks off the lip. Beautiful surfing for Sage. There she goes.
Sage Erickson, another surfer, making the trip from Fiji to Cabo. And so far, it's paid off for Sage. She's got a big score coming through. And you hear the crowd going wild. That's because Ayasa Brusa is up. She's hammering her point home. About 6 turns on her backside.
Managing to maintain her speed.
Yeah, that's the you can hear the local pride. They are just stoked to be represented by Ayasa Brusa, surfer from here in Mexico.
Good surfing from Ayasa. She managed to get to fit a lot of turns in on that wave, and also displace a lot of water, and I really like that. Sometimes if you try and fit too many turns in, there's not that much water that gets pushed off the back of the board from the fins, but sure enough, look at that. You're right, Chris. It's like turn number 5, turn number 6 right in here. Interesting to see what the judges give it. 6 turns. Sage Erickson had 4. Obviously, Sage's wave a bit bigger, a bit more lined up. As we see her once again on screen, sitting a little bit wide with third priority. Opts to pull back. Plenty of waves in this heat. 16 minutes left.
I like that Sage is not taking any of these surfers lightly. You know, she's obviously the highest ranked out of all these surfers, and she's probably never surfed against Ayasa, maybe never even surfed against Chelsea, definitely not against Alyssa. Well, maybe against Alyssa in QS. Alyssa has had some experience in QS heats, but you know, Sage Erickson is used to surfing against Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore, you know, Steph Gilmore. She's used to surfing against CT surfers, so there's kind of a double-edged sword there, because you know, you're thinking, all right, well, I do have the veteran knowledge, but these guys have nothing to lose that I'm surfing against, so we'll see. And speaking of that veteran knowledge, and we've been talking about this trip that Tatiana Weston-Webb has made from Fiji in the finals to down here in Cabo. Tatiana Weston-Webb, don't look like you're affected one bit by jet lag. You absolutely ripped that last heat.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, the mission from Fiji was definitely not easy. I laid over in LA and I pretty much didn't sleep that night. So I am pretty jet lagged. But yeah, this wave is so much fun, and the girls are surfing amazing, and they're inspiring me even more to surf really well. And yeah, I'm just really motivated to switch from a wave like Fiji to this and just get to my backhand and work on it.
We've been talking about you guys really live in the dream life, but there's a lot in the middle that a lot of people don't know about or don't even discuss. Tell us about kind of what you had to do to get here, not only with all your boards and just the preparation, the change up in equipment. What was the transition from Fiji to Cabo like for you?
Yeah, luckily my mom brought small wave boards over from Hawaii for me because, it's not really easy to travel with 3 different board bags full of complete different boards for different waves. And my dad took home my big boards. And actually after this, I'm going to the Mentawai. So it's just been nonstop for me. And transition's hard. It's like a 10-hour flight from Fiji to LA and then only 2 hours from LA to here. But, I mean, just that extra night in LA kind of drives me nuts.
And then Mentawai's next. I take it back. You do live the dream life.
Yeah.
Hey, we just watched Alyssa Spencer, a little rookie upstart coming up from the Pro Junior ranks into the QS 6000, just detonate a wave on her backhand. What do you think of some of the young surfers that are coming up through the ranks here, surfing up from Pro Juniors to take it to you QSers and CT veterans?
Like I said, all the girls are so inspiring, especially my fellow goofy footers. She's actually amazing on her backhand. And, when I see surfers like that coming up the ranks, it just pushes me harder and makes me want to surf better. And I just saw Sage absolutely destroy a wave too. So this contest is definitely not going to be easy, and it's definitely going to be hard work. But, yeah, feeling good.
Hey, Tatiana Calacaranza over here. Congratulations. First off, amazing surfing.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you, you're used to surfing with Steph Gilmer.
Yes.
And a bunch of other surfers on the CT. Obviously, you know how good these girls are, but do you feel confident at all? Is there any sort of like, oh, I can totally win these heats in the QS, or do you go out there going, anyone can beat me, I'm going to take it to them?
I don't think any QS is easy. You have these surfers like Alyssa Spencer who comes up the ranks and they can just absolutely detonate waves and get 2 7s, and then you'll be needing 14 points, and that's never easy. So I feel really, really blessed being on tour and being surrounded by girls like Stephanie and Sally and Carissa, because they all make you want to surf better. And every session you're constantly surfing with them, and it's just the biggest motivation ever, and it's amazing. It really, truly is. And being a part of that is just, it really is a dream. And yeah, I don't take QSs lightly, that's for sure.
Well, we can tell by the way the effort you put forth in that last heat. Congratulations, Tatiana Weston Webb. We'll be seeing more of Tati coming up real soon. And right now we're watching a goofy foot attack.
Thanks,
Alyssa,
guys.
thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you, Tatiana. Congratulations.
So she must have been sending out the goofy vibes right there, because as she spoke both times, Alyssa Spencer came through, and Alyssa Spencer is throwing hammers. Right now, the score's dropping for her previous wave, an 8.83, blasting her into the lead over Sage Erickson. Sage has an 8 as well. We're on our way to one of the highest scoring heats of the day.
Alyssa Spencer just surfed, in my opinion, I think, for me, my favorite wave of the entire event.
I'm with you.
I'm a fellow goofy footer. Obviously, I appreciate good backside surfing, but the way she linked her turns, the way she displaced water, where she put her turns on the wave, well-deserved. We saw judges giving her 9s. Lower scores came in at 8.5 average, 8.83, more than well-deserved. She's currently in first, beating Sage Erickson in a WQS 6000.
A CT surfer, yeah.
A CT surfer,
yeah.
And she's 15.
Yeah. I'm not shocked, because I actually get to surf with Alyssa a lot. I know how good she surfs, but she's definitely right now, she's turned it up, because she obviously rips every time she goes out there, but she's on a kind of a new plane right now. And this is really fun to watch. But watch out, because Chelsea Roette, right, she's been quiet in the early portion of this heat, but oh, that was scary on the inside. But this is Alyssa's third wave. This is a 5.7. Look at the form there. When you talk about being appreciative of backhand surfing, I mean, that's how I want to surf on my backhand. You know, the style, everything's there. You see both arms. She's kind of got the back arm as her lever to kind of pull her around. That front arm's guiding her up into the lip.
I really like, yeah, and I really like the way that she was able to play around with her back foot and put it right way back on the tail pad to really push water with that back foot, moving it around a little bit. There's all these little subtleties that these surfers do on the flat sections. That back foot does move a little bit, but she had enough speed to where that back foot is way back on the pad as we see her once again. Alyssa Spencer, 15-year-old from the U.S., just putting on a surfing clinic.
Yeah, that wave only giving her the opportunity for one turn, but it was a good turn. Probably not going to better a 5.7, which is her low score. Now she's got a front row seat to Sage Erickson. I love when Sage takes off. You see a power boost. Gets around this big section, straight up in the lip, throwing the tail. Looking like Lisa Anderson right there. Her famous cover shot on Surfer Magazine. I just saw like a flash of that when she went up in that turn. She went down, but I like that. You can just see the urgency in her approach when she stands up, and now when she's paddling, you know, she is not giving an inch to any of the competition right now. Ayasa Brusa, she's got a 3.83 and a 2.7. I think Ayasa right now just needs to switch up her game a little bit, maybe try to incorporate a few different style turns into her waves. Coming up next, Alessa Kizan, Paige Hara, Brianna Cope, Reika Noro. This is going to be awesome.
Man, what's surfing? Sage Erickson having a little bit of trouble with that inside section. Comes to show that an experienced CT surfer having trouble with that inside section, it is not easy, Chris, to time it well. She was just a little bit too early. That backwash still playing a big part in this wave. Obviously low tide right now, not too much backwash, but as the day progresses, there's going to be more and more backwash on these waves.
So you're saying evening when we possibly get to surf, it's going to be backwashy?
Very
crowded?
Very much so.
Hey, you know what? I'm enjoying myself just as much as if I was out in the lineup right now watching these ladies just rip this place apart. Zippers is a wave I feel like that really suits this QS 6000 level. You know, this is a very consistent wave. Brianna Cope is coming up. It's fun to kind of watch the preparation. She's embarrassed now, so she's going to stop doing her warm-up. Stop filming her. She's in the zone. 7 minutes, 35 seconds ago. She's got plenty of time to get in the zone. These surfers paddle out. You know, it only takes about a minute or two to paddle out to the lineup here. It's really close to the beach. You know, it's different than it looks on the camera. You're really taking off only, you know, 30 or 40 yards from the beach, and you're going so fast down the line that you stay relatively close to the rocks and the sand. So we got a wave coming through. Roette does have priority. She's going to go ahead and let Sage Erickson go on what looks like a gem of a wave. Well, it looked like a gem of a wave.
Yeah, it's hard to see from this
Things
camera
changed.
angle. Yeah, the wave, those bigger waves kind of run off a little bit. There is a little bit of change in the angle of the swell. Just got word down south that the swell peaked down south in mainland Mexico today, noticeably bigger than days before. So it's good to have that little bit of intel, knowing that the swell has peaked down there. It looks like it's doing the same thing. It's a little bit bigger here than yesterday, a little bit more consistent. So according to our wave report, we are going to have slowly a decrease in the swell. Hopefully there's still more than enough swell for Saturday, but we know that today and tomorrow look like they're going to be the strong days of the swell, Chris.
6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. You know, I had mentioned food earlier as one of my favorite things about Cabo and the surrounding areas. And here's a spot, El Mercado, Centro Gastronómico. And this place is about, I want to say 30 different restaurants, all in one. There's markets, frozen yogurt. It's heaven. You know, you surf all day, you get a hunger, you go there, and you know, I got to be honest, it is kind of difficult because you walk in the door, you got 30 options, and they all look amazing. The hardest part is picking where to eat.
First world problems.
I know, right? You go in there, it's a beautiful place. It reminds me of like a Chelsea Market style, you know, New York City vibe. With it's just a big hall, and down this hall, 2 stories of food, bars, shops. You know, it's just a really cool spot. It's just up the road. So if you ever find yourself down here, and hey, if you can get here by Friday, we're gonna have a fun party there. We got Lily Miola coming from Maui. She's internationally acclaimed recording artist. She's bringing her whole band over here. They're going to play a set. Kayala Kennelly is going to be DJing after that. I might do a little yacht rock DJ set to start off the night.
Ooh.
So we'll get smooth and then smoother, and then Kayala's just going to bring the dance vibes to Cabo. It's going to be a really fun event.
As we see on screen.
The fun comes after the business, right? These ladies mean business.
See Elisa Cuson with a knee brace on her right knee. Kind of uncomfortable to surf with those knee braces, but thankfully we have them, because without them sometimes you wouldn't even be able to go out in the water.
Yeah, it's definitely peace of mind. If I don't know exactly what her knee issue is right now, but I know from my knee issues in the past and other surfers and talking about it, when you get the compression of those braces, you know, it not only stabilizes whatever, you know, you have in your knee, whether it's MCL, ACL, whatever, but it also kind of gives you peace of mind, like you're not going to injure that knee again with that brace on it. So I think, you know, a lot of it is just feeling that security. So who knows how bad she's injured. I know she's been surfing in that brace in the past couple days, so it's definitely not just something she threw on for this heat. She's actually been ripping the last couple of days as well, so we'll see how that goes for Alyssa Quizon. Right now, it's Alyssa Spencer in the lead, 8.83 and a 5.7, taking it to Sage Erickson. Sage is in second. She's right behind her. She got 12.77. Chelsea Roette right now with a 9.27. And here goes Ayasa Brusa, currently in fourth place, going vertical into the lip. That was about a 60-40 make.
Really motivated. Ayasa Brusa has really improved her surfing over the last 5 years or so. I got a chance to see her surf down in Puerto, and I was really impressed by how motivated she is. She's one of the few female surfers that actually spend time trying to get better at small waves. A lot of, obviously a lot of surfers in Puerto Escondido are really comfortable with really big, gnarly waves. It's nice to see this new generation of surfers, Johnny Corzo, Ayasa Brusa, that are surfing small waves and trying to be as good as everyone else in them. So,
yeah, it's easy to surf, you know, when the waves are perfect in most places. So, you know, it takes training and application to get yourself going in small waves. So, I got to agree with you. She has definitely improved. All of the young Mexican ladies have improved their surfing over the past 2-3 years, and I think that's really a testament to the importance of having events like this down here in Mexico. It's nothing like being inspired by the world's best when they come to your hometown.
Absolutely. And speaking of the world's best, this is one of them, Sage Erickson. Amazing power surfing from Sage. Quick 2 turns, but strong turns nonetheless. She's trying to replace a 4.77.
I'll give it to her. 2 blistering turns. Then you see Chelsea Roette down but not out. Nice, stylish snap up into the lip. Another turn. She's getting around this section on the inside. One more snap. She goes vertical. She ride it out. She does not, but she did some damage on the outside portion of that wave. So we're going to wait for scores to come through for Sage. She had back-to-back just power snaps. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges throw out there for Sage. If she does get something better than a 6.54, she's going to take first place back. But Alyssa Spencer at this point, with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, it's going to be tough for Chelsea to climb this rock. And for Ayasa, same thing. She needs an 8.94, which is not out of the question, but you know, she's taking off on a lot of these medium-sized, smaller waves. She hasn't really been picking off any of the sets. You know, I like how she's surfing, but it's kind of coming up to wave selection now.
Yeah, 100%. I think you can manufacture a score in the last 9 minutes of the heat, try and do a Hail Mary and get something huge. But when you have 25 minutes and surfers like Sage Erickson and Alyssa Spencer, you really have to make sure to be on the best waves. As we see Sage Erickson once again, who now currently is in first position. I think she heard all the cheering for Alyssa Spencer, said, I can do that.
And did it.
7.17 on her last wave with an 8.00. Now she has a 15.17, one of the highest heat scores of the event.
Yeah, that was just, she was a menace out in the lineup for the rest of the surfers she's going up against. She She did find herself in second place through the mid portion of that heat with Alyssa Spencer turning it on. She grabbed that lead right back on the strength of that last 7:17. So as it stands now, we got Sage Erickson, the vet, and Alyssa Spencer, the rookie, coming through in first and second place. Another fantastic heat. That heat made me want to go surfing.
I know, I wish we could just have a little break and have like a commentator's heat out there.
This is Sage Erickson. So Callie, you've now watched her for 25 minutes straight right in front of your eyeballs. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to go out and surf next to her because I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to be like, oh, I don't think I can't surf like that. So I'm just going to sit on the beach quietly and watch and just cheer her on.
Well, more surfing to come. Surf fans, this is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Power surfing rules today here at Zippers. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We are back. This is the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf live from Zippers here in San Jose del Cabo. We are at the tip of the Baja Peninsula, and there's no place I'd rather be right now. I'm with those gals that were in that tide pool right there. I'm having a ball. 23 minutes, 28 seconds on the clock. Alessa Cuizan, Brianna Cope, Paige Hareb, Raika Noro, Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Did you see that last heat? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was incredible to say the least. Alyssa Spencer, wow. You know, that one 883 that she had, in my mind I was thinking, 9, just because of those first few turns. Really critical in the top of the wave, a bigger set wave, and you really see the placement of her turns. That's what impresses me the most. But yeah, just an excellent job. Sage Erickson, no slouch either, getting first. But it wasn't easy though. She had to work for it. But this is Paige Hareb. She's a former CT surfer, done really well out here before. Not because of turns like those, and she does a couple of steering maneuvers. Wow, great surfing there, Christopher.
Yeah, the knives are out. That was an incredible just link of maneuvers. And again, Raika Noro. So I'm seeing a lot of goofy footers enjoying success here at Zippers. I think it's, we always kind of try to pick apart that point of regular versus goofy. I don't think either one has the advantage right now with the waves being this fun. In that last heat, Alyssa Spencer, goofy footer, dropping high 8s. Sage Erickson, the regular footer, going to the power snaps, feeling like she's at home in Santa Barbara surfing Rincon. But what a joy that was to watch that last heat. I'm going to be watching replays of that later this evening. That will get you psyched to surf. So as it stands now, waiting for scores to come through. Alessa Cuizan, she is a WCT surfer. Paige Hareb, like you said, former CT surfer. She wants back on. The only way to get back on tour is through the QS, and this QS 6000 here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf is definitely a stepping stone that you need to get yourself on the World Championship Tour. And we've seen surfers like Coco Ho, Laura Enever. You really utilize these important 6,000 events to just not only either get back on tour, get on tour, but solidify their place on both the Championship Tour and the QS Tour.
Yeah, and when we had the QS men's as well, Dylan Perlo won the first year, Matt Banting won the second year, and that actually helped Matt Banting qualify for the World Championship Tour. Just some great surfing here in Los Cabos has been done over the past couple of years. I think this year, wave-wise, has probably been the best. Conditions have been super clean, and Brianna Cope is one of those standout girls during the entire event that we've had it here in Los Cabos.
Whoa. How'd she manage to get the board back under her feet? Looked like she was slipping off on her bottom turn, her second turn, but she got right back under it, completed both maneuvers. Here goes Noro on her backhand. Straight up into the lip, wasting no time. And a different start here to this heat. In the previous heat, we had already seen 6s and 7s in the first minute or two. Looks like these 4 surfers in the lineup right now just kind of, Paige Harrop got the best of it with doing 18 turns across the inside section. She got a 6.33. Solid start for Paige Harrop from New Zealand. Obviously used to surfing left-hand point breaks in New Zealand. As a goofy footer, why wouldn't you? Raglan, one of the most fun waves in the world. And here goes Quizon.
Yeah, Alessa up and riding. Wow. Those are 2 radical maneuvers, and you can see she's wearing her knee brace there. She's actually been injured for a while. Did a QS 3000 in Barbados early this year, got second to Claire Bevilacqua, who made her heat earlier today. But yeah, she's still nursing an injury. I was talking to her boyfriend, Kyrie Belly, and she's saying that it was pretty bad, but she can actually surf now. She has to use a brace absolutely all the time to surf, though. But she says that it still hurts every now and then, especially with the more difficult maneuvers. But she's getting her work done here.
This is Paige Harrop, powerhouse. And in her off time, she trains through boxing. She'll knock either one of us out. She's good. She is an athlete, and she definitely does not take these heats lightly. You see her getting back out there, a fierce competitor. Super mellow on the beach, very sweet. But again, I mean, that story just continues throughout these heats. Sweet on the beach, beast in the lineup.
Sweet on the beach, mean in the lineup.
Exactly.
I love it. But the good thing for Alessa is that with conditions like these, this actually is a very similar break to Makaha, and Reiki is no slouch either in right-hand point breaks. Has a nice float there, not getting around that section though, Chris, so scores are going to stay mellow. But yeah, Paige, just you can see it in the strength of her legs. They're huge. She's got so much power in those things. It's crazy. 4.5 on her last wave, 1 turn. That's crazy.
The judges are really, they've kind of left the book open there. If you throw a big, powerful backside whip as a 1 maneuver wave, they will throw a 5 at you. And again, if you do, 5, I don't want to call them windshield wipers, but backside kind of snaps, you're going to get something kind of similar to that. Paige is a good example there, that 6.33. That came on the strength of a big turn out the back and then 4 or 5 snaps to the inside. So she kind of put those things together to get that big score, and then got the 4.5 for 1 turn. And there you go. I mean, that's the equation to perfection. Had she done that 1 big turn and then followed it up with those 5 snaps, she'd be looking at a 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how far these girls have gotten. But Alessa, she's up and riding again. Nice crack right there. You can see her brace, well placed. Ooh, yeah, she definitely doesn't want to do that. I hope she's all right. Seems like she is. I hope she's not wincing. But yeah, that was a little sketchy. But Brianna out the back again, Chris.
Yeah, Brianna, super smooth. Good placement on that first turn. Got a little bit caught behind, and as we've seen on every wave here at Zippers, you get caught even just a hair behind, you're going to get left in the dust. So we've just seen an incredible back-to-back kind of onslaught in that last heat. Sage Erickson going up against Alyssa Spencer, the vet against the rookie. Sage Erickson brought the power game out, came out on top. Sage, that was such a fun heat to watch. Tell me about the battle going on in the lineup. You really seemed to just turn it up at the end when you needed it.
Well, it's so fun out there, and there's a big difference between the easier surfed waves and then the ones that are a lot faster and racier. So, I haven't gotten the most practice out here this trip, but it was really fun, and Alyssa rips, and I think that's what's so fun about coming to QS contest besides the practice and points is seeing the upcoming girls and how good they're ripping and pushing me. I wasn't sitting out there comfortable with her whatsoever, so it was really fun and stoked to get 2 good turns on that one and get the lead again.
We were cheering here in the booth. In coming down to Cabo, this is a wave where you're really not going to get a lot of time to practice on your own like you did, for example, in Cloud Break when it was really almost reserved for the CT women. So coming down here, you've been down here before. You kind of know what this wave is like, but it seems like every day you almost have to just hit the reset button and just surf what comes to you. Tell us about the day-to-day. How did you get ready for that heat? And as the heat was transpiring, kind of what was going on in your mindset to get you through?
Yeah, Cabo is kind of probably the funnest place there is on tour. You know, even on the CT, like it is amazing down here. It's always sunny. The water's warm. I love to, my dad comes down every year, so we love going off-roading and going to East Cape and surfing down there. And that's probably why I need to surf zippers a lot more in practice. But it's, you know, the lineup's tough out there. It's a really small space, and there's juniors and the QS girls, so it's really packed. And I just like to keep a light-hearted spirit before. And, you know, I think definitely spending more time out there, you are better at wave selection and picking those easier waves. And I'm just so thankful there's waves this year. Last year was pretty stressful, I think not only on the surfers, but the event organizers. And it's really cool to see Zippers doing its thing and being a part of it and just, yeah, enjoying what's offered out there.
And Sage, it's Mitchell up here. Hey, first of all, congratulations. Second, you know, resetting from Fiji, big difference in waves and equipment as well. We know that equipment, every stop on tour is a lot more different, but you know, equipment out here, especially because conditions change so much with tides. What equipment are you riding out there right now?
Yeah, I think, you know, I always had my QS equipment dialed and a fatter, kind of wider board, and I found success on the QS. A couple years winning it, and on the CT those boards didn't really translate into the bigger conditions, so you know, I think I kind of made a rookie error. Instead of saving my or instead of bringing my good boards down here that have been my magic ones for the CT, I chose to try some others, so I'm unfamiliar with my equipment at the moment, but I think that is also fun for me to switch back and forth. And just before that heat I put a bigger fin in, and I think that's why a lot of times I was sticking out there, and I even felt pretty weak on some of my bottom turns. So I'm going back to what I know a little bit more in my next heat and hopefully gain momentum. And yeah, I mean, all my boards are really good. It's just picking the right ones and for the right conditions, and yeah.
Well, to us, it looked like you picked the exact right board, fins. Everything came together for you. A pleasure to watch you surf out there. We're looking forward to seeing more from you, Sage.
Thanks, guys. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias to you. And when you know we're putting this event together, kind of part of the team leading up to this thing, when the names start dropping down into the heat sheet, there's a few names that you just, oh, come on, let's see it. Let's see this name come through. Sage Erickson's one of them. Such a great surfer to have, you know, as just a spokesperson for our sport, and to have here, you know, enjoying Cabo. I know the Cabo Tourism Board is loving what she said right there about off-roading and just loving it down here. So, you know, it's great that we have the waves, because last year, you know, I feel like everybody loved the environment, everything so much, and it was just that thing of, you know, it would just be so awesome if there's waves. Well, we have waves, we're in Cabo, and you can just see the smiles. Every heat they won, so of course they're smiling, but also they're in Cabo, so the smile's twice as big.
Yeah,
it's just really fun to hear what they say about this place that's so special to just so many people, you know, Mexicans, Americans, travelers, visitors. Anytime you come and you get to experience Cabo, it stays with you.
Yeah, and I really appreciate her honesty there about, you know, her equipment and her fins, how she was feeling, what board she's been riding, what mistakes she made, because that takes a very dedicated and serious person to actually admit their faults. So for her to actually come out and say, you know what, I feel like I kind of made a rookie mistake. I shouldn't have put larger fins that I haven't ridden before my first heat out there, especially knowing that she got Alyssa, who dropped an 8.83 in that heat. You know, we said before, you can't underestimate anyone. She didn't, but she kind of underestimated herself in thinking that she could pull off something that she hadn't tested before. So for someone to come out and say, you know, I didn't feel as good, I felt like I was getting kind of stuck on bottom turns, that takes a lot of heart and spirit to say that out loud.
Yeah, meanwhile we're going, what are
you
talking
I know.
about?
I was like, you were surfing incredibly
well. You know what that tells us? She's got more to give.
Oh, wow.
And when you're dropping high 8s, 7s in your heat, throwing away 6s, and you still know subtle things that you can improve on, it's going to be dangerous for the rest of your competition. 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go. We're a little slow point in the middle of this heat. Paige Harrop right now with a 6.33 and a 4.5 in the lead. Alyssa Quizon, 5.77 and a 4.93. Brianna Cope, slow start, 3.93 and a 2. And Reka Noro, a 1.87 and a 1.5. So she's got some work to do. She needs to get an 8.83, but she still has time with 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go to put together a combination of scores, get herself in the advancing spot. After these heats, after this round, the QS 6,000 women are going to be going into 3 woman heats. So only one surfer will go home.
Yeah.
When you do go home in that next round, you get 17th place, 1,050 points, $750 US dollars. So the points increase, the money increases, the pride, your time in Cabo can increase.
Your time in the water as well.
That's right. And I think any one of these ladies in the field right now would do just about anything for more time alone at zippers on a day like today that is just so rippable.
Yeah, especially, warm water. Who wouldn't want to be down here? I think a couple of competitors come in. Autumn Hayes from Santa Cruz. A lot of competitors from Southern California. A couple from Australia. It's starting to turn into winter over there. So they're saying, hey, I came from a wetsuit all the way to trunks or a bikini. I want to maximize my time here. I want to make some heats and actually get some more money as well, and just, enjoy my time and get some ceviche as well. Food here is awesome, Chris.
Right. I mean, this place is really the embodiment of the endless summer. As corny as that sounds.
It is.
It is. I mean, you come down here any time of the year, and it is summer.
Always sunny.
8 minutes, 58 seconds to go. Some movement in the lineup from way deep. Reka Noro. Looks like she could find herself in a little gem. Gets the help with a little push from a whitewater on her backhand. Nice opening snap. She got to keep the pedal to the metal. Gets back on the open face. Beautiful second turn. Third snap for Reka. This will be her best wave by far. Fourth turn, fifth turn. That little wave was a grower. And Reka showed it who was boss right there. That was a solid effort.
Yeah, the first 3 in a row were pretty nice. And the placement of the turns were on the spot as well. So she really utilized her first priority well, Chris. I think that's going to be her best score, obviously, so far. Her best is a 1.87, but that's going to go at least into the mid-range. So with 8 minutes remaining, she's going to have to get back out there and probably get on a set wave to get a solid score. Because Alessa, she's in third priority right now. Paige with first, probably going to try to increase her lead as well. But the real person in this heat that you need to watch out for is Brianna Cope, because she has so much flow through her emotions that's the person that can sneak around you the most.
Yeah, she is a silent assassin. There's Alyssa Quizon. Beautiful spray off that backside turn. I could watch that second turn all day. Unfortunately, she went down in the third turn. And right behind her, Paige Harrop. Kind of got the Aki-esque takeoff right there. You see that back knee dips down towards the deck of her board, coiling up into a powerful backside snap. So Paige Harrop is looking to better 4.5. Could be right there, but here goes Brianna Cope. Like you said, watch out for Brianna. Beautiful opening carving snap. Another nice turn, sending spray flying. A little cheeky little shoulder whip right there. She pulls out. It's kind of like the most subtle claim I've seen yet.
It was a pretty nice one. We haven't seen too many. I'm actually surprised. It's because waves have been so good.
The field.
Yeah.
You need to claim more. 6 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Scores dropping through. Alyssa Quizon was looking to improve on a 4.93. Most likely will not. Paige Harrop looking to improve on a 4.5. Waiting for scores there. That puts Reka Noro all alone out the back with a set coming. All 3 of her surfing compadres are on the inside looking out. Just thinking, fall, fall, fall. But Reka's already made her mistakes in the seat. And she's reacted nicely from those mistakes. And one turn right there, she goes down. So the surfers paddling out have potentially dodged what could have been a huge score. The wave just did not cooperate for Reka. For Paige, improving 5.83 on her third scoring wave. Brianna Cope as well, 5.07. Now she is firmly back in this heat. Alessa Cuizon has to watch out for Brianna Cope.
Yeah, 5.07 lasted Brianna. Didn't go all the way up that she needed, but she now needs only a 5.64. And Reika, one really good turn on her last wave, but her previous, her best so far, 4.83. So she's still in fourth, but she only needs a 5.87 now. But, you know, going back to Paige, she bettered her last score as we see Brianna up and riding. Look at this one, Chris. Ooh, what? Almost made that thing, too. That was pretty sick.
Flaring it out.
Little innovation. I like that. When you see that from, you know, girls, especially at this time of the heat, 5 minutes remaining and she needs a score, she's pushing it. So if she made it one of those, that could possibly be the score she needs.
Well, that's an injection of excitement. Yeah. That really, when the judges see similar waves back to back to back and they see something like that, that's where you start to see those bonus scores being thrown out. Alessa Cuizon now, her backhand. This is a goofy-footed dominated heat right here. Second turn from Alessa. Man, she is just ripping this one all the way to the inside. Really looking.
I did not like that right there.
I was just going to say unaffected by her knee, but surfing through the pain right there. And, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you never want to see anyone coming back through.
Yeah.
Interesting to talk to her. She can make it through this heat. Obviously, she is in pain. And you know, sometimes when you're on a wave while flying down the line, Paige Harrop, we'll get back to Alessa. Nice snap. Look at that style.
Hockey.
So smooth, right?
Yeah. Just got, you know, a little hunched over, just like really projecting down the line. Reika on this one, she needs to score 5.87, but that was before last of Alessa's. So a nice turn, but with 4 minutes remaining, that's not going to be the score she needs. Paige really has that low center gravity style, a little hunched over. Really does remind me of Aki. A lot of power in her legs as well. But, you know, Alessa's going to drop a really good score. I'm pretty sure she's going to go all the way up into first. As we see, this was the previous of Reika. This is dropping in. That was a 4.83. That was the one wave that we really liked. Milked it all the way through, but a smaller wave, that's why the score didn't go super high. And Alessa got a 7.33 on the last one. That was a 4.83 by Reika. This is Paige's 5.83. Look at the second snap right here under the lip. Slides it. Boom. Look at her shoulders. Her shoulders follow her surfboard and come all the way around with her. And then Brianna, her best score so far, 5.07. Brings it up, taps it, and finishes off. And this is Alessa's 7.33, Chris.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to watch. You see, to me, her surfing is unaffected, right, by that front leg, and then as she comes down, right here is where she grabs the knee, and you can just tell she's in pain. And I don't think, well, she took her time getting kind of the steam up to paddle back out, and there you see she's just kind of taking a break. I don't think she's going to want to push it right here. She knows now that she's in first place. She's got a 5.77 on that last wave. There's 2 minutes 45 seconds to go. She's going to get back out there, but you can tell I mean, if I'm her, I'd nurse that thing, and it's almost like the Hail Mary, save it for the end. Here goes Brianna. Nice opening, quick snap.
Ooh.
Another tail sliding maneuver, and unfortunately, she's pearled.
Yeah, she was on
You
her
don't
way
hear
to
that
a
word
pretty decent
often,
score.
pearl.
Pearled, yeah.
Yeah.
It
That
happens
word.
a lot, though.
It does happen a lot. Maybe there's a new word for it. I don't even know.
Kukin?
Kukin. Spelled K-E-W-K?
Or K-O-O-K-I-N?
Kuking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the apostrophe at the end. So instead of the G, you just go the apostrophe.
Gotcha. So Brianna Cope, she needed a 7.09, and she was looking like she had some momentum going down the line. And the difference in score would have been if she made that maneuver and potentially got another third turn in. Could have been right up there in that 7 range. She went down through that second turn. She's got a minute and a half to go. Reika Noro is in third. She needs a 7.33. She's not out of this yet. She does have priority. Alessa Cuizon and Paige Harrop, first and second respectively.
Yeah, with, you know, priority going to Reika. She still has a very good opportunity, but not too many waves on the horizon. A minute 20 to go. Paige has second priority, so she's dropped down now to second. So really anything that White wants to go on, she'll probably not let her have it. 60 seconds, Chris, not easy. Honestly, though, we just saw Alessa a while ago on screen paddling back out. She still looked in pain to me. I really want to have a conversation with her and, you know, maybe tell her not to surf the next round if she absolutely doesn't have to, because there's more events throughout the year. And yeah, it's just hard to see someone like that be in so much pain while trying to, you know, make their dream happen. You know, it's tough.
Yeah, she is.
She's a warrior, though. I can tell you that.
I'm saying tough as nails for sure, but got to balance that out. So we'll see. At this point, it looks like we will most likely be talking to Alessa Quizon. She is in lead. Looked like Paige Harrop had all the momentum in this heat, but with that last wave, Alessa just takes one. And nothing quite coming in. Brianna most likely won't have a chance to get a second scoring wave to better that 393, which is unfortunate because she looked like she was on a roll coming in through this event.
Yeah, just a really nice pace through this wave, and I think it comes from surfing all those waves on Kauai, especially all the right-hand point breaks. It really suits her style. But, you know, congratulations to Alessa and Paige. Really, really well-surfed heat from all four women, and I think every heat has, you know, been pretty well-paced throughout the talent. So I'm excited to see what else comes.
All right, well, surfing through injury, unfortunately part of the game. Paige Harrop looking really strong. Her backhand on fire. But it was Alessa Quizon who came through. She's from the west side of Oahu. She made it happen.
Yeah, she did.
We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action. The QS 6000 Women's Roll On. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Welcome back to Zippers, surf fans. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We are live from San Jose del Cabo here in Baja California. The tip, Land's End, they call it. There's a look at some of the hundreds of awesome hotels you can find yourself at in just a quick flight. I know I sound like an infomercial here, but I really mean what I say. Come to Cabo. This place rules. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. These are 25-minute heats. We're going to start it off. Macy Callahan. And she had a win in her Pro Junior heat earlier this morning. She talked to our Pro Junior correspondent, Fisher DeVoe. She was fired up. She's back into it at the QS 6000 level. Bronte McCauley. She had some solid surfing here in the past couple of years. Teresa Bonvillatte. She lost out in the Pro Junior, but she is now fully focused on the QS 6000. And Mia Collins, a fiery competitor. This is another great heat, Mitch.
Yeah, I really like it. Two goofy foots and actually against two regular footers. So
that's fun too.
Yeah, it'll be a really nice contrast. Bronte starting off, we didn't see it on screen, but a 517, and Macy a 273. She's our reigning world champion for the WSL. She won earlier in January over at Kayama in New South Wales in Australia. So 16 years young. And she's got a really, really bright future ahead of her.
Here's Mia Collins, powerhouse surfer from Huntington Beach, California. Quick up and down right there. She was in fourth priority. Well, she's in fourth priority now after that quick up and down, but still plenty of time to go. 21 minutes, 43 seconds to go. Bronte starting with that 517. That's a good number for her. That's been a real kind of benchmark of a backup score. She can pile a 7 or an 8 on top of that. She can be looking good. Here we go, Teresa Bonvalat, surfer out of Portugal, speeding down the line. Teresa's really kind of shown that she's had a little bit of trouble cooperating or, you know, kind of fitting her surfing in with that backwash. You know, Portugal, the waves break really far out.
Yeah.
You know, either really far out or on the beach. So, you know, the backwash situation, maybe she's not quite used to it. You see she kind of extends her legs when she rides over it. So hopefully she's had enough heats out here now she can kind of start to react and surf her way through that backwash. We know what she's capable of. I've seen Teresa ripping waves in the past, so we know she's capable of an 8 or a 9. It's just a matter of kind of pulling it all back together and applying herself to the given wave that comes to her.
Yeah, as we see Mia Collins on screen, a daughter of longtime and former CT competitor Richie. He's a shaper. He also won Bell's Beach back in the day. I've been seeing him out a lot more in Huntington Beach because he's wearing a back brace now. He's had a lot of back problems in the past. Bronte McCauley in the red, last year's champion, CT surfer now during this season. A really good powerhouse surfer from Western Australia. Her dad, Dave, also a former CT surfer, a ripper.
You know that Dave and Richie have had heats.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
For sure. So the daughters are clashing now.
How fun.
It was that was expected, though. Like, when you have children and you're a former CT competitor, you know that something's going to happen in the future. But Macy Callahan, former World Junior Champion, current World Junior Champion, 16 years young. What a stacked heat. I mean, then we got one more to go after this. It is Coco Ho, Dominique Barona, who got second place last year. Coco, former champion. This is our 517 from Bronte McCauley. Nice opening carve. And look at that pace that she keeps. Really centered over her board the entire time and finishes strong. A little hung up. But what she did is she finishes the ride off, Chris. So it's a good way to start off your heat. You start off with a mid-range score at 517. It really keeps your pace throughout the entire heat.
You know, I think for Bronte as well, in winning this event last year when the waves were really small, she's got something to prove. I mean, however you pull inspiration, she might be thinking, all right, well, I won in small waves. Now that we do have waves, I want to prove that I can do it in waves of kind of consequence. So who knows what she's bringing in to this heat as her inspiration. I know she is traveling with her dad, so most likely giving her preheat pep talks. And with 18 minutes, 46 seconds to go, she's got a solid start at 517. I'm liking the flow. She didn't push too hard. Nothing was forced. So a solid start. Well, you know, on the flip side of that, Mia Collins, Teresa Bonvalat, as well as Macy, both just on that kind of 2 under the 1 mark. So some work to do.
Yeah, some small scores at the beginning of the heat, but still early stages. Only less than 7 minutes gone by. There's still plenty of time, but really, you know, getting off to that good start, I think Bronte's in a good position, especially because she has first priority after that. She caught the first wave of the entire heat, went straight out the back, and that's the benefits of actually traveling with someone that has been at this point in their life in the past. Her dad, Dave, shapes all her boards. He travels with her. At some point in her career, that's going to end as to where she's going to have to learn how to travel by herself. But right now, if you have the support of your parents or someone that can really be with you the entire time, I'd say go ahead and take it. The more comfortable you feel is actually the better. And Bronte's results have really worked up in the last couple of years. She got a first year, went down to a 6,000 event that was in El Salvador right after this event. She got third there, which really solidified her spot on the QS rankings. And we saw the little Pacifico stand. Have you had a Pacifico since you've been here, Chris? I feel like you have.
I have not. No, I don't indulge in Pacificos anymore, but I definitely offer them up to all my friends and family on the beach. I have been having a couple Red Bulls.
Some Aguas?
Yes, I have this cool boardwalk Los Cabos Open of Surf reusable water bottle that I've been filling up, trying to be eco-friendly down here. But yeah, you know, down here on the beach, it's like you're on a cruise ship. I mean,
pretty much.
You got your El Mercado stand with some gourmet food right here on the beach. You got the Pacifico stands. There's swings in there. I mean, the competitors are enjoying a poolside cabana behind us, and the vibe on the beach right now, especially in the afternoon, it's just a golden, epic vibe.
Yeah, it's an awesome place to be. I mean, I know we said that like a million times already, but look at further down the beach. That's like where most of the hotels are, and a couple girls walking down. That's Avery Adelo and Molly Kirk, both girls from Florida. A couple of surfers from Florida that are enjoying their time definitely in Los Cabos because it's flat over there right now.
Yeah.
A couple of our judges luckily are from Florida, so they know what's up, the Sunshine State as they call it. But they're super stoked to be out here in Los Cabos. They've been surfing every single day, at least 3 times a day. So you can see in their tan that they've been spending some time out in the water.
One of the best parts about coming to Cabo is going home with a tan and all your friends go, what's going on?
Well, they just make fun out of They just make fun of me. I get too dark.
15 minutes, 30 seconds go. Now we're into the action. This is Macy Callahan racing down the line. And we got an update from Alyssa Quizan. She had a MCL injury coming into this event, and we're not going to do a post-heat interview with her. We're going to just try to figure out if she's all right. So we're not going to, put her in that spotlight right now, and we'll give you an update as soon as we have anything further. We just say congratulations to Alyssa Quizan. Ripped that last heat, making it through with Paige Harrop. And back to the action here. The backhanders, Bronte McCauley, bam. Nice opening snap. You can see why she won this event last year. She is so solid, consistent, stylish, and right there, hammering at the very end, coming up on the sand. That was an incredible wave for Bronte McCauley. And again, perfect illustration as to how and why she won this event last year, why she's a threat to take it again.
Yeah, Teresa up and riding now in the white. Our Portuguese surfer, really nice carve there in the pocket. Stumbles a little bit on the second turn and then has to dismount at the end. Was not going to make it up in time right at the end, and it seems like Macy was having a look. Not going to opt to go on that one, but as he said, Bronte, beautiful pace to that wave. Really measured and composed and never rushed anything. That's the secret to this wave right here. You need speed at the beginning, but then once you make it out on the open face, you need to keep calm and collected. And here's Macy, Chris.
Wow, she just found an absolute gem. A wave that had a 9 written all over it. She knows it. That wave is still firing down the line. But she went down in her first turn. And when you find yourself alone out in the lineup and you see a wave like that coming straight at you, nobody on the planet can help but get a little bit oversight.
Yeah.
That wave was looking so good. And right there, she knows, what could have been on that wave. She has a 2.73 and a 2.33. Low scoring affair as of now. 5.17 being the highest score. I think we're going to have to wait till the second half of this heat to really see the big scores come through as they get a little bit more comfortable in this lineup. And here's a look at Bronte McCauley. This was a great wave, Mitchell.
Yeah, I really like this first turn. Slided to the fins, but look at how she keeps centered overboard as soon as she comes out of the turn. Looking straight into the wave, going up with her shoulders and coming down as well. She finishes right on the sand here. That's a complete maneuver. So even though it was right on the sand, she had to dismount because if not, her board was pretty much going to pearl straight into the sand. But that's a complete maneuver right there.
Yeah, I've seen broken boards from that inside section. So wisely pulling the eject cord, and scores are going to be coming through sizable for Bronte McCauley. And she's just going to be carrying the momentum that she gained here last year. And I'm excited to see what she ends up with. In watching that last wave, I was thinking, near excellent. Just the linkage of maneuvers, the way she just flowed from turn to turn to turn. And they were all backside snaps, but she made them all look just a little bit different.
Yeah.
So the judges appreciate. They don't want to see the same turn over and over and over. It's being creative on the wave, I think, adds a lot to your scoring potential. So with 12 minutes to go, the score comes through a 7.67, right there in that near excellent range. And she is well into the lead. She has comboed the field now. Macy Callahan, she's got a chance, but she needs 2 waves now. With a 12.84 total, Bronte McCauley now finds herself in the driver's seat.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody else in this heat has really gotten anything over a 3. Macy a couple of a high 2 and a low 2. Then Teresa a low 2 and a high 2 as well. And then Mia, her opening ride 0.9. Second ride's going to be maybe a 1. So really interesting heat so far as to where, you know, all 3 other girls besides Bronte have actually played a factor into this heat because they've had priority a couple times with some set waves. Maybe positioning-wise has been a little off, as Macy's going to use her second priority. This might be a runner, Chris.
Yeah, this thing's growing down the line. She kind of snuck this off the inside section. 2 big turns for Macy. What she got to finish here. Quick snap, possibly one more turn as this goes dry. She gets it. She completes it. Kind of gets exploded onto the sand, but she's fine. She gets her board back, and she's ready to get back out there. A solid wave that kind of came from out of nowhere. She's riding the Mount Biolas Mayhem surfboard, and it is looking like it's working. You can tell when surfers have complete control over their board. Macy does right there. And here we go. Now, this is more indicative of the surfing we're used to from Mia Collins. And right when I said that, I jinxed her. She got 10 minutes, 22 seconds to go. This is rare to see Mia this far back. You know, she started off that .90, and I think that maybe have set her back a little bit. 10 minutes, 13 seconds to go. She sat with priority for probably 5 minutes. And she was waiting for something of note to come through. So we'll see this last wave. This was Macy Callahan's wave. This thing was a grower down the line.
Yeah, I really like that first carve. That set up the pace for the entire wave. Nice second setup turn, and that's the money turn right here. Boom, right in the pocket, and finishes it off right on the sand. These are called ankle breakers right here, where you actually try to dismount and walk off. The only person that I've seen done it today is Mala Carr. But
yeah.
It's a little dangerous, and I hope all girls are all right. But a 5.9, not a bad score for Macy. It's a really solid score at this point of the heat, and she just needs to back it up. She needs a 6.95 to move up into first, but Bronte does have first priority, and she's in the lead.
All right. I think Bronte McCulley right now, even with 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go, she's going to be playing defense. So she's going to be kind of just waiting her turn. She's going to get herself back up to the top of the priority. And, well, here she goes. I was absolutely wrong. She's not playing defense at all. She's just hammering it down. Going for the big float, and she falls, but she'll get right back out there. Now Teresa Bonvalot, kind of underachieving so far in this heat. Well, that's the big snap that we expected from Teresa. Gets back up in the lip again. So this is going to be Teresa's best wave.
Whoa.
She likes it with the board shoot dismount. 3 big turns on a good wave for Teresa. That'll get her back into this heat. She needs a 5.71 to get into second place. That might do it. That might have done it for her.
Yeah, very possibly. The first 2 turns were really strong, but Macy, having a look at this one, she's smart. She's trying to back up that 5.9, and she's up and riding. She's got a runner right here. Nice carve. She's got to fit in a couple more and finish strong, actually. She does right there. Doesn't tap it as strong as I would have liked, but I mean, still a solid enough finish. Getting back to that 5.9 up. Definitely getting better the 2.73. But as you said, Bronte, look at her consistency in 3 waves. Starts up with the 5.17, goes 7.67, and straight off out the back, her last ride only a 1.2. But what she's trying to do is automatically try to better that 5.17. Here's Teresa's wave, though.
Yeah, this was a solid effort from Teresa right there, just managing to dodge her competitor while fitting in that second turn. That score comes through a 6.5, so now she just needs a 4.33 because this was a wave that Macy Callahan got that became her second scoring wave of 4.93. And great dismount, too.
Yeah.
Start to finish, great wave.
I just love how intense these girls are and how much they actually care about making it through a heat. You see at the end section, they're like hair in their faces, and they're having to take it away and like get it out of the way. It's intense, and I love that they truly appreciate the art of competition, and it's good to see them have that friendly competition vibe. At least out of the water, inside the water, they're definitely all game, But it's cool. It's cool to see that they truly do put a lot of emphasis and care into this. And Macy, backing up that 5.9 with a 4.93. Super smart right there. She had second priority, optimized it well. And Mia, you know, 2.27, not much after that. She needs an 8.56. Not out of the question. I mean, 6.20, still plenty of time. But with
She does have priority.
She has priority, but with 3 other girls at this level of competition, it's going to be hard for her to catch. Really, she wants 2 solid waves at this point in time of the heat. So she's not really looking for that 8.56. She's really looking more for maybe 2 6s or 2 7s. So really try to get 1 wave and immediately sprint out the back and get priority.
Yeah, it's almost as if she's doing the math in her head right now. As time's winding down, let's say, okay, I have 6 minutes to go. If I wait 2 minutes, make that kind of my goal. I'm only going to wait 2 minutes. Then I'm going to start to really hunt and try to find something. In 2 minutes time, you hope something comes to you, and then you give yourself, let's say, another 3 minutes. That's when you can really start to go in overdrive. Find something on the inside. Don't panic just yet. 5.5 minutes to go. So we're going to see as she sits in the lineup, she is potentially in the zone for something good that's coming through right now. Here's where she's just got to stay calm, just go back to everything she's learned in her already kind of long competitive career, and just make this wave happen. And here goes Mia Collins. This is a huge, huge wave for Mia. She drops off the bottom, straight up in the lip. Beautiful opening snap. Now we're getting somewhere. Need to get around this section, back onto the open face. Kind of a stalling top turn. There's another big turn for Mia Collins. Dropping down a step and can't quite finish that wave, but 2 good turns out of 4 definitely going to help her cause. So if she can drop something in that high 4 range, maybe a 5, she'll be right back in this and only need a smaller backup score.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that opening turn itself was just critical. I mean, she has to get around the section. That turn almost gets hung up, so she had to watch out a lot. But that 1 carve, sending a lot of spray. Judges love that. You know, didn't finish it off, but still, damage was then out the back, and that's exactly what I said. She needs to sprint, get out there, establish I mean, she's going to get 4th priority, but if all 3 other girls catch wave or another girl doesn't want wave, and she sees some potential on it, she has to go a 5.5. That's a good enough score. She only needs a 5.34 now. That's possible. She just did it on the last wave. She did something better on the last wave. So 4 minutes remaining. It's definitely possible, and you know, things are winding down. You know, Brontes kind of really have control of this heat. Macy needs a 6.95, Teresa a 4.33 to overtake Macy, and Mia a 5.34. But as we said, you know, first kind of really out of the game right now unless Macy gets a pretty solid score. The battle's for second as Macy really needs to defend that. But Bronte has first priority again.
Yeah, with 3 minutes 42 seconds to go, Mia Collins now has to kind of think, okay, where are the sneaky waves coming in? And we've seen Macy Callahan get some of these fast growers kind of from that inside portion of the wave. But Mia now has to get kind of right back out there, so she's directly in the mix. Now here's where she's got to just hope either a 5-wave set, 4-wave set comes through and everybody catches the wave, giving her the chance to get back into priority, or she can get a little sneaky and just kind of grab one of these medium-sized waves that grows down the line. That'll get her back into it. Hola. Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. His Spanish is way better than mine. And his backhand is lethal, folks, so watch out.
Not
have you, how have you enjoyed the Los Cabos Open of Surf thus far?
Incredible, Chris. Very proud to be here with you. Thank you for the opportunity, first of all. I want to thank our production crew. But, yeah, Los Cabos Open of Surf, my 3rd year in a row doing it. I'm just proud to be part of this event. And I surfed the first couple days that I was here. Really fun waves. Stoked that we have a lot of waves this year, and competition has been great. I love it. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and yeah, it's been awesome.
Kidding me? Thank you. Look at what we get to do together. Watch some of the best surfing we've seen in the history of the Los Cabos Open of Surf. We've got some super fun looking waves. It's been consistent all day. Macy Callahan might have just done enough to get herself into the lead. We saw it right there. So again, just when you think things are looking dire for Mia Collins, she is now in 2nd priority. So Teresa Bonvalot sits out the back with 1st priority. And here's the last 2 waves. Was this a difference maker for Macy Callahan?
It seems so. I mean, that 2nd turn, really nice and critical. 3rd one even more. She didn't finish the 4th one, though, but really damage was done out the back. So 3 in a row, pretty critical. 7.17.
She gets it.
She bumps all the way up to 1st. Great score. Now Bronte up in second, down in second, excuse me. So Teresa 6.35, Mia 7.35, but priority first white, second green. Not impossible. Some waves out the back, Chris.
Yeah, and so now, okay, Mia Collins now has first priority. Teresa Bonavilla exercises her priority. Big backside snap to start this wave off. Streaking down the line, and that's not what she wanted to happen. She goes down. So now here's decision time. Mia Collins, her job's a lot tougher. 7.35 needed to advance. And we will see if she makes the right decision. She's got 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. There are waves coming through. Green does have priority. Here's where she wants the Hail Mary to come into play. All right, Mia Collins from Huntington Beach, California. She's looking for a solid score, a 7.35. What will her opening turn be? Oh, up into the lip, and it was just like she was an inch or two behind the lip line there. She was standing up. That's not going to be the score she needed. I think she knows it right there. She is taking her time getting back to her board, just reacting. And she's got first row seat to see Teresa Bonvalot, kind of a similar situation. You know, I think both of those surfers knew the ramifications of those last two waves. They knew what they needed to do. It was going to have to be a perfect wave for Mia Collins to get a 7.35. I mean, that is a big score. Some of the best waves we've seen on the day have resulted in 7s, so she needed to get something.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mia, Bronte coming in with a second spot unless she gets a 5.4 on this wave. Not going to happen. Yeah, so big win for Macy Callahan over last year's champion, Bronte McCauley. Unfortunately, Teresa Bombolo and Mia Collins bowing out. But what a great heat. You know, it all kind of jammed into the last 5 minutes. I like it.
So heat 11 in the books here in round 4 of the QS 6000. We saw some shining moments from Mia Collins. 2 of them on this wave right here. 2 of the bigger turns we saw of the heat. But it was young Macy Callahan and Bronte McCauley making it through. Congratulations to all of our competitors. Just getting in a QS 6000 is huge. But getting deeper into the field, these heats are just going to get that much tougher. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. We're live from Zippers. This is 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. We're back. Epic afternoon vibes here at Zippers in San Jose del Cabo. And the QS 6000 round is going to be wrapping up with, man, there are a lot of past champions in this round. We got Coco Ho coming up. Coco Ho, Dominique Barona, Alyssa Locke, and Emily Nishimoto. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza. Man, and, you know, on the beach, vibes getting a lot lighter. You know, it's coming up to happy hour. People are chilling. They've been in the sun all day. They are relaxing out in the water. No way. It's getting even heated. Every heat is more and more heated than the last. That last heat, Macy Callahan and Bronte McCauley coming through. Again, goofy and a regular footer making it through.
What a pleasure to be here with you, Senor Chris Cote. I'm really excited to see how this day wraps up because Zippers is known for loving that high tide push. I think that's why our officials decided to throw a few more heats because the waves are pumping. We know that the peak of the swell is today. It might potentially be this afternoon. We might see some of the biggest sets of the day here at Zippers. And exciting to see Coco Ho, another amazing performer. Dominique Barona, who came in second last year, was so close to qualifying for the CT. That would have been huge. All the Latin folk were
over the moon seeing her. I think she was placed 6th on the QS after this event. Unfortunately, they didn't have any backup scores. But great surfing from Dominique Barona of Carolyn Marks, USA. I'm sorry, Alyssa Locke and Emily Nishimoto. Some great surfers from Japan, Chris.
Yeah, the field is deep from Japan for sure.
More and more emphasis is coming from Japan, possibly looking to strengthen their junior program, as we see up and riding Coco Ho.
Coco Ho, I mean, this is the form that she has used to win here in the past, and she just looks better and better every year.
And I love that sticker placement too. How important is sticker placement, you reckon, on a board, Chris? Pretty.
It can really play a role in how good the board works, and it's totally perception.
Don't you feel that
but
way as well?
When I used to be sponsored, you'd put stickers on your board and you go, oh yeah, this is a good board. And sometimes you'd put them on the board and you go, I messed it up, and the board's never the same. It's a weird mind trick.
As we see Dominique Barona on her backhand, really solid surfer. She's accustomed to surfing these long point breaks. Coming from Ecuador, surfing waves like Montañita, which is one of the most popular, most famous right-handers in all of Latin America. Super rippable. Doesn't really have any barrel sections to it. It's more of a rippable wave. You can get a little bit of a shampoo once in a while, but the wave is long, the wave is powerful, and that's where she learned to hit the lip like that backside.
She's inspiring me. I want to get out there on my backhand and do my best impersonation. Here we go, Coco Ho. How good is this style?
Just really loose, really fast. I like this tail waft right here. Wham! Back foot all the way back on the tail pad. Looking really loose. She looks comfortable. I don't think there's an ounce of nerves in that body right now. Coco
She knows
Ho.
exactly what it takes to win down here. And I feel like if you've won an event anywhere in the world, and it shows on the CT, men's, women's, wherever, if you've won an event somewhere, you automatically have more confidence when you go back because you've cracked the code. You know, you've figured out the format that it takes to win. You know, surfers, Kelly Slater, John, I mean, Andy Irons, these are those guys that won at Pipeline, right? They cracked the code. Even surfers that have won at Lowers, Taj Burrow. This is a guy who just twisted all the dials, made everything, okay, yeah, I know how to win at Lowers. He did it once. He can continue to be a threat to win there anytime he surfed. And I think that's kind of what Coco's got to be feeling now. This wave is really suiting her surfing, and I think that's going to show in the results. Here goes surfer in white, Alyssa Locke. On her backhand, she goes down a little late to the party there, getting up into the lip. She came all the way from Australia for this event.
Trying to fit 2 turns in. Pretty difficult. See the wave is starting to flatten out on this high tide as you see Dominique, aka Mimi Barona from Ecuador, trying to be busy. Talked to her a few minutes about a couple hours ago, saying that she sees that there's a lot of good waves. She knows what she has to do. And she's really stoked on the 25-minute format, saying that with 4 surfers out there, she really appreciates those extra 5 minutes. Clearly she has a strategy. She wants to get started right away, apply the pressure. So interesting to see how the rest of the competitors deal with that. Emily Nishimoto was just a 0.37. Alyssa Locke with 2.17. Dominique Barona with a 4 and a 3.67. And Coco Ho with a beautiful 5.5 on her last wave. I really like the way she's surfing, Chris.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I like that Dominique, just gusto, paddling back out, getting right back into the mix. Here goes Nishimoto having a paddle, trying to get up. She does. And for no reason. So Emily Nishimoto from Japan, just a quick up and down. She had first priority. She unfortunately wasted on a wave that did not offer her anything, but we've seen some good waves going through from that inside section on the paddle back out. So with priority, it's going to be Coco Ho. She's going to spin it, and she's having a look. Other surfers got to give way, and they do. Here goes Coco Ho.
Coco Ho.
That high line pump she takes, bam, straight up lip, blasting the tail out. Goes down. That would have been the turn of the event. Fortunately, she falls.
Crowd pleaser nonetheless.
Yes, you heard the cheers going up. Alyssa Locke down her backhand.
Alyssa Locke. Let's see what she has in store for us. A little bit late. Tricky section there. It's pretty hard on your backside to actually come off the bottom and readjust to that lip. You can do that more often on your front hand, but on your backhand, you pretty much already need to know where you're going to hit the lip. So
yeah, the late hits on your backhand are sketchy.
As we see lines out the back, you can see on this pulled back view how the waves are absolutely pumping. This is, in my opinion, going to be the peak of the swell in the next hour or so. Zippers like swell, but it doesn't like too much swell. Spoke a little bit with Sage Erickson saying that she stoked her swell, but she almost feels like it's a little too big right now. So she's also been down here quite a few times, knowing that Zippers likes kind of like a probably like 2 to 4 foot range is probably the best for Zippers.
Yeah. I'd say chest to head high is right in that money spot. And then, you know, sometimes that waist high is when you can really start to open up, because you get that launch pad when you take off, and sometimes waist high, it breaks closer in. It kind of hug the rocks and then end in the sand, and that's where we've seen some of these growers coming through. So we'll see this wave right here. This is the 4th wave of the set. Dominique Barona, ooh, that's going to be close with priority. Yes, and she does get it stripped away from her. She made it just a little bit too much of an effort. And you tell me the priority system right there. So she knows the mistake she made. She needed to decide whether or not to paddle for that wave, and she was kind of half in, half out, and they took it away from her. All right, so from that last heat, it was an incredible matchup. All 4 surfers getting involved. At the end of it, coming out on top was Macy Callahan. Macy, congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much.
So fun to watch you surfing just then as you were going up against Bronte McCulley, last year's winner. Didn't look like you're intimidated one bit. What is your mind frame going into these QS 6,000 heats, coming from the kind of the pro junior ranks, stepping up your game to the QS ranks?
Well, I guess I do get nervous a bit going up against the older girls, but I just give it my best go, and I have nothing to lose, and I've had a lot of practice through the junior ranks, and I feel like, you know, just doing that I've gotten better and stronger, and I've been able to compete in some QS events and get some good results. So I'm happy to be here and just surf. It's been really fun.
How many times have you been to Cabo?
This is just my 2nd time.
And are you going to come back? What do you think of this place?
Yeah, for sure. Love it. Mexico is so good.
Awesome. Well, we know you've got a lot of surfing to come.
Yeah.
Macy, thank you so much for coming down here, putting on a show like that. You are definitely moving up the list of favorites to take this entire contest out.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Macy Callahan right there, taking the win in that post-heat interview. She's just mellow, calm, cool, collected. She's just getting ready to cash some checks. She's making it through a heat. And meanwhile, out in the lineup, things are getting feisty. Dominique Barona on her backhand, fighting down the line. This is a much better wave than she's had on previous efforts.
Just going to town all the way to the inside. Great looking wave for Mimi Barona. A bit of variation
I love
in those
that
snaps.
look too. Get back on the board. Ah!
Yeah, she wants it. She wants it bad. She knows what it feels like to get to the final. I'm sure she wants to go again, and this time take it out. So Mimi Barona, great surfing. A bit of variation on those turns. I like the fact that as a backside surfer, you're sometimes limited to maybe like 2 or 3 options in a turn. She managed to do a little bit, kind of a few tweaks on some of those turns. Looked really good. Displacing a lot of water. Pretty colorful board as well, so I like the way it looks with that blue, beautiful Cabo water in the background.
Yeah, it's all good vibes, especially coming up in the golden hour. Here we go, surfer in white, Alyssa Locke. She's a 3.27 and a 2.17. Nice power snap, getting down the line, so much speed on that bottom turn. A nice finish for Alyssa. That'll be her best wave. Packing in a couple big power hooks as she made her way to the inside.
That's what
Alyssa
she
Locke
wanted.
will be on the board now.
Yeah, that's what she wanted to do on the previous wave. We talked about a little bit of mistiming on that second maneuver in her previous wave. This time she manages to hit it right where it should, climbs all the way up the foam and bounces off the top. So I really like that last maneuver. A bit more speed out of it as well. And the judges are really taking into consideration the speed and the flow that these surfers have. We saw Savannah Lima with one of the highest scores of the event, 9.0. with no real major maneuvers, just crazy flow and projecting out of the turn. So judges really liking that as we see Emily Nishimoto on her backhand.
Yeah, this is a replay from just a minute ago. This is a 5.83. So Emily, no slouch. She She wants back into this heat. She only needs a 3.95 now at this point. Coco Ho now drops to third, but this is live action, so Coco with priority speeding down the line. Goes vert, gonna finish strong. Goes down in the final maneuver, but I think she had a couple good turns out the back. And again, this heat is firing up. Emily Nishimoto now in her backhand. These waves are so fast, hence the name of this break, Zippers. Emily, again, that inside right now, it's kind of wreaking havoc on our surfers, making that last maneuver pretty difficult to finish, because if you do finish, you're pretty much on dry sand, which is better than dry rocks, I guess, but still can be sketchy.
I got a little bit scared on Coco Ho's last turn. Looks like the rail dug, and she kind of went over the handlebars with the fins coming out. This was one of the best waves of the heat. This is Mimi Barona from Ecuador on her backhand. This is turn number 2. And here she really lights it up. Beautiful spray, kind of like a wiggly Dantas kind of whack there, right all the way to the inside.
She saw the sand coming straight at her.
And Alyssa Locke finding her mojo, surfing way faster. That was that foam climb that we really liked. I think she liked it as well. And Coco Ho, really nice flow. It's a little bit late to the party in this last section. Speed float right there, and here, that's just a part that, ooh, scary.
Kind of sketched the way she felt. It looks like she's all good, getting back out there. Comes to a 4.10, and it's crazy to think of how good Coco's surfing right now. She's in 4th place. The scores, because look at the scores that have come through. Dominique Barona, 7.27. Emily, she gets that 5.83, and Alyssa Locke is sitting on a 6.5. So when we thought Coco Ho, who started this heat off with that 5.5, was looking really solid, now she finds herself in the position where, yeah, she needs a 4.34, but in actuality, she needs to place something on the board in that 7-8 realm if she really wants to stay safe. And she's got 10 minutes, 10 seconds to go, so plenty of time. You know that we're going to see a shuffle in that priority, but Alyssa, Emily, and Dominique are not going to make this easy for our past champion. They know how good Coco is, and you can bet they're going to try to do everything in their power to keep her off any waves that look like they have scoring potential.
100%. No mistakes. I think that's going to be the name of the game. Dominique Barona, very experienced competitor. We actually saw her in France also a couple weeks ago. She's now sitting in first position. She needs to replace a 4. She has first priority, 10 minutes left. So if she keeps her cool and manages to just wait patiently for a wave, she'll replace a 4.0 and make life way harder for Alyssa Locke and Coco Ho, who are currently in 3rd and 4th position respectively. Emily Nishimoto moves up to 2nd position with a 4.0. She needs to replace that 4.0, but not comfortable at all. Alyssa Locke has 2nd priority and has a 3.27 as her 2nd score. So Mimi Barona and Alyssa Locke, if they can pull it together, replace those bad scores and use the priority to their advantage, they're going to make life really difficult for Coco Ho, who currently just has a 5.5 and a 4.1. As we see surfers in the next heat.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the lineup, we got more Pro Junior action coming up on the women's side of things. We've seen no Pro Junior men today. It's been an all-female show, and it's been a great show. So we're going to continue on. We have the waves here. You know the term, don't look a gift horse in the mouth? I have no idea what that means, but all I know is it means, however it means figuratively, it means we've got waves, let's use them. So we're going to continue rolling on. So those Pro Junior women fans, get ready, get psyched, because we're sending out the Pro Junior women some of the best waves we've seen of this entire contest. Here we go. Back on the prowl. Dominique Barona on her backhand. Starts strong with a nice backside snap. Trying to get around this big section. It just keeps zipping away from her. She goes down. That gives Alyssa Locke priority, and it looks like she's about to exercise it. She does.
Let's see if she's in the right position. Looks like she's going to make it out to the open face. Beautiful. Oh, unfortunately digs her inside rail. That was money. That wave had it all. Fortunately, a couple mistakes. We were just talking about that. Let's see if those mistakes are going to cost Dominique Barona and Alyssa Locke pass into the next round.
Yeah, not only did she kind of miss that opportunity for what could potentially have been a really high-scoring wave, but she just handed priority over to Coco Ho, which could spell disaster. You know, we see how sparky Coco is looking right now. If she can find herself on a wave that offers up some opportunity, she is going to do some damage. 6 minutes, 57 seconds to go.
And Zippers providing the goods. We see Coco Ho out the back with priority. We see some sets looming out the back. Zippers appropriately named by none other than Herbie Fletcher. Previously this wave was known as Costa Azul. Herbie Fletcher naming Zippers, and since then
the thrill is back. Let's call this place Zippers.
As we see Dominique Barona with no priority opting to go on that inside section, and now out the back on a beautiful looking wave. Coco Ho in red. Beautiful top turn, gliding off the top. Another solid top turn.
There we go. Put your judging hat on. Kelly, was it a 4.34 or more?
Tough call as we see Alyssa Locke.
Oh, you got out of it right there because Alyssa Locke just saved you on her backhand. Another blistering snap. Almost makes it a 3 but 2 solid turns for Alyssa. Now that's going to make things interesting again because Alyssa only needed a 3.33. This is where being a judge is very difficult when you are kind of put up against the wall and you need to drop 3 scores. And 3 scores that could potentially turn the tide of this whole heat. Did Coco Ho do enough? Did Dominique Barona improve? Did Alyssa Locke get something better than a 3.3? How does this shuffle out at the end?
They're going to have a really strong think. Luckily for them, they have 5 cameras recording the action, so they can actually look at the replays and compare waves. Really love that first turn straight into a second. Perfect timing there for Coco Ho. 2 turns, but solid turns nonetheless. And then Alyssa Locke here. First, nice turn, and then this is the one that, bam. That's where the points came from. Unfortunately, had she been able to finish that third maneuver, I think she would have easily, potentially even replaced the 6.5. But I think she's going to improve her situation. She had a 3.27 on the 6.5. So let's see how this pans out. Currently, Dominique Barona is in first position. Emily Nishimoto in second, Alyssa Locke in third, and Coco Ho in fourth. But she needed a 4.34. Safe to say she's going to get it, Chris.
Yeah, I agree. And with 4.5 minutes to go, as it stands now, all the names you just read, we're going to shuffle those. It's like a deck of cards. You just wait, and then as the score comes through, you start your shuffle. And just like that from fourth to first, Coco Ho, a 7.87. That's why she's a past champion. That's why she's a WCT competitor. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She knows she didn't need to waste time trying multiple snaps down the line. It was 2 big turns. And if I'm a competitor in an upcoming heat or even a heat tomorrow, I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe I just focus on 2 big turns instead of really pushing it, trying to hit turns and turns down the line. Of course, that all changes when you take off on the wave. You surf what the wave dictates, but Coco Ho just did it right.
And she made Dominique Barona and Alyssa Locke pay for their mistakes. They had priority. They went on 2 waves. Dominique, unfortunately, wasn't even able to get a strong score. Losing priority, Alyssa Locke fell on her last maneuver, and Coco Ho just went, okay, no worries, I got this. I'll take off on the best wave, do a couple turns, and slide all the way from fourth to first. Coco Ho in first. That is why she is the famous Coco Ho.
Yeah, it's like giving a ninja a sword. You know, the ninja's going to make it hard for you nonetheless, but then when you give the ninja a sword, good night.
Adios.
Adios. Hasta la vista. Here we go, 3 minutes to go. Things are getting down to the wire. Can Alyssa Locke climb back into one of these top spots? She needs a 4.91, a couple snaps to that outside section. Solid finishing maneuver. Can she fit one more in? Wave runs past her. Couple nice turns for Alyssa. Now up late over the falls. Nishimoto
doesn't let go of her rail, so the wave doesn't count.
All right, so, but she will lose her spot in priority, correct? If you do a barrel roll like that, that's considered paddling for a wave. That could be a question we asked the
That's a really
priority
good
judge.
question, actually.
She did an El Rolo, not on purpose. 2 minutes, 22 seconds to go. Coco Ho now in the lead, coming all the way from 4th place to 1st. Dominic Barona in 2nd, Alyssa Locke in 3rd. Not for lack of trying, she's got a 6.5 and a 4.2. Nishimoto needing a 5.58. She's not out of the woods just yet. One more wave could be the difference there.
So Coco Ho, the most popular surfer in this heat, looking at her Instagram, just shy of 600,000 followers, just a few more than what we have.
I'm one of them. I'm one of 600,000. I know you are too.
Coco Ho.
She puts up great clips. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Coco Ho is in 2nd priority, so she's actually in a really good position right now. It would take a lot for Alyssa and or Emily to fight back up through the priority bracket. Dominique Barona could be giving Coco, or doing Coco Ho a favor in blocking Alyssa or Emily, and then that would give Coco first priority. So right now, Barona is Coco's best friend.
And Mimi Barona is looking into the longest minute she's had today, knowing that Alyssa Locke only needs a 4.91 and Emily Nishimoto a 5.58. That is basically just average surfing for the caliber talent that these young ladies have. I don't see many waves out the back, Chris.
And I'm wondering if I'm Dominique Barona, do I paddle down towards Alyssa Locke? Because even if Nishimoto gets a wave, Dominique can always just drop in on her. She does have that top priority spot. 20 seconds to go. No, this set is coming close. There you see Dominique Barona making the move. She needs to block Alyssa, or at least sell her a dud of a wave. 7 seconds to go. Now it's time. Dominique can open up, so she gets a 2-for-1 hold off deal right there, holding Alyssa and Emily off that last wave. Perfect use of priority in a defensive stance. So as it goes, Coco Ho, who was sitting in 4th place about 5 minutes ago, gets the win surfing like this.
Just really beautiful, sharp surfing. I really like those tail drifts that she does. Unfortunately for Emily Nishimoto, she had the surfing, she had that great wave, as well as Alyssa Locke, but just not enough.
Not enough. Well, we got more surfing to come. We're going to go into women's pro junior surfing for 4 more heats today. We've got great waves, so stick around. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Stay tuned. Well, welcome back to the 2017 Los Cabos Open of Surf. Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. This is Zippers. We are live. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza. We're going into women's pro junior surfing. And we're deep. We're deep into this pro junior division. This is going to be round 2, heat number 1.
2 Americans, an Australian, and a Costa Rican. I'm sure there's people following online from Costa Rica, the land of Pura Vida, as we see the lone Costa Rican in the event, Leilani McGonigal, who's actually surfing really well. She made it to the final in the ISA Worlds over in France. couple weeks back. Brother to Noamar McConaughey, another amazing surfer from Costa Rica.
I don't know of a McConaughey that doesn't rip. The whole family rips. Parents, brothers.
It's hard not to.
Aunts,
when
uncles.
You grow up in Pavones, surfing perfect lefts all day long.
Right? He was born in the right place. Here we go, surfer in green. Well, this is Macy Callahan's back. Have you seen Mallrats? You know when he says the kid is back on the escalator? That's what we're seeing here. Macy Callahan. She's back out there. And she put on a show 2 heats ago. She took down some of the world's...
In first place.
Yeah, she took down last year's champ, Bronte McCauley. And Teresa Bonvalat and Mia Collins in that last heat. And now she's just back out there. And she's definitely got some confidence going into this heat, knowing she just took down some of the QS 6000ers. She goes, oh, we're pro juniors.
The frame of mind must be interesting, Chris, because years ago when you surf, if you were young enough to surf in both events, the Open was always like, I don't know if I'm going to win it. It's pretty tough. The guys are really good.
Yeah.
And then you'd go to the juniors with a little bit more confidence.
I got this.
Yeah, I got this. But it seems like in this event, that's not the case. You could make an open heat, and then you go to the juniors, and you're like, oh, my God, I got Leilani, I got Macy. Oh, my God, how am I going to do this?
Sophie Falzone. Yeah, again, the distinction between, I would say the opening rounds of the QS 6000 especially, the field there pretty level. Now that we're getting into the rounds where you have Coco Ho, Sage Erickson, Tatiana West and Webb, you're really starting to see the difference between those CT competitors, some of the veterans. The line was pretty blurry, I would say, yesterday. But coming into today, especially in these latter rounds, that's where you're going to see the difference. I mean, Coco Ho going up against a pro junior, it's going to be some savagery. And speaking of that, Coco Ho, she was in 4th place. We were all worried sick. She was not. She got priority, got that 7, got the lead. Coco, welcome back to Cabo. It's always so good to have you down here.
Hi, Chris. Thank you so much. I love it here.
Well, we can tell. And that was a couple of tense moments. But how do you feel when you're in 4th place and you're at the bottom of that priority chain and you're trying to kind of work your way back up and then everything just fell into place? You're staring at a really fun-looking wave. What's going through your head?
Yeah, it's almost painful having to take turns with 4. You have to watch a girl take a really good one, and I had a lot of trouble being patient and just waiting for one of those slow rolling ones. But I knew they were out there, and with 10 minutes, I was like, please stop, start a new heat. You're freaking yourself out, and that one came to me, and I just got to surf how I wanted to surf, and it worked out.
Congratulations, Coco. Kyle over here in the booth. I really like the way your board is riding. Is that a board that you've used previously, or is it a brand newie?
I just came from Fiji, so I've been on a lot of round tails, and I actually haven't ordered an epoxy in probably 2-3 years, maybe since I went down here in 2014, and it's an epoxy, so it was really fun. I even called my dad this morning. I was like, why haven't I been riding epoxies? But yeah.
I like that. So going back to the trusted equipment that you've had down here.
Yep.
And so, Coco, when you come back down to Cabo after Fiji, we've been talking about that transition coming from, paradise to paradise.
Yeah.
But it's not all fun and games, is it? How do you reset after every event and prepare yourself for the task at hand?
Yeah, it's like we're living in this fake world. We're in Fiji, and now we're going to Cabo, and it sounds so dreamy. But, no, it's a lot of work, and I was jet lagged the first 3 days I was here and all hazy and maybe too much buffet in Fiji. But now I can't escape the tacos and guacamole here. So, no, it is tough, and I'm just stoked we're in bikinis and in good waves.
Hey, we're stoked for all those things. The food, the bikinis, the waves, and stoked to see Coco Ho advancing through heats. Congratulations. We'll see more of you potentially tomorrow. We'll make the call at 8.
Thank
Congrats.
you.
Awesome surfing.
Thanks.
That was really fun to watch. And now we're watching more fun surfing. Leilani McConaughey on her backhand. Her first scoring wave was a 5.67, so she's going to be backing that up. Coco always, she's just smiling through these interviews, but there's so much going on in her head in the way of the board she's riding, getting and using the advice from Pops, Michael Ho, and the crew that she's with. And she's really got a smart competitive head on her shoulders, and I like the point where she said it's hard taking turns because if you're a Ho, Mason, Michael, Derek, you usually don't have to wait your turn for waves. You take any wave you want.
Yeah.
So for Coco, it's kind of funny to hear her say that she doesn't like having to wait to take turns.
And no stranger to Mexico, no stranger to Latin American countries. We saw a lot of surfing in Costa Rica. But let's get back to the heat at hand. Beautiful surfing from Macy Callahan from Australia. And we see out the back, Alexa Musk from the USA. See if she can make it around this section. Nice little tap there. Tough section to deal with, Chris. Girls are having a hard time trying to position themselves on the point. You want to sit further back and connect a few turns before getting to that inside section, but many times it's really tough to make it around that section.
What are you seeing difference-wise? High, low tide. What are they going against here at high tide? Higher tide, I should say.
I think there's certain factors that I hadn't considered previously until really taking into consideration the tide, and that is usually when we think of the first wave of the set, it has a little bit more water, so you think, okay, I'm going to take off on the second wave. It's got a little bit less water, it'll wrap, hug that rock bottom a little bit better, but the first wave with this high tide goes up the beach and then comes back as a backwash. So many times this second wave of the set has crazy amounts of backwash. So you really have to look and check to see what the waves are doing in the previous heat and decide if you have priority, if you're going to go on the first one, if you're going on the second one, or if you're able actually to see a third wave. Sometimes the third wave has been looking better. So we were talking about that earlier and how important it is to choose your wave. But here at Zippers, it's not easy to tell if wave number 3 is going to be bigger than wave number 2. You can see the lines coming in, you can hear the whistling and all that, but at the end of the day, it's up to you to roll the dice and go, okay, wave 2 or wave 3.
Yeah. And you notice we've gone back to 20-minute heats here for the Pro Junior division. So we'll see how some of these ladies who have been surfing both divisions, they've just kind of had the luxury of surfing for 25 minutes. Now they're back to 20 minutes.
And I think the judges really appreciate if you can link your turns from way up the top of the point and make it to the inside. That's what Silvana Lima was doing. Obviously, there's a lot of scoring potential on those insiders, but maybe just one kind of half turn and then one solid turn on the inside. We're going into a higher tide today, much higher than we had in the morning. Roughly in about 3.5 hours, we'll have peak high tide. So that inside section where we saw a few competitors doing a nice little floaters or little lip slides towards the end, that's gone.
Now it's a dump zone. 15 minutes, 15 seconds to go here in round 2, heat number 1. We got to mention El Mercado. They've been on the beach here, cooking for the fans, cooking for the crew, and for the surfers. They've got a beautiful location just up the road from Zippers. El Mercado Centro Gastronomico, meaning the food center. Yeah, this is where you got to eat. And go there, and they could say gastronomico heaven.
Yeah, it's a fancy way of saying eat here.
Eat here and be stoked. This is a place where there's about 20 different restaurants. You've got candy stores. You've got ice cream stores. The place is foodie heaven. It's just up the road.
Ceviche, pasta, and we see Leilani McGonigal opting to use her priority on her backhand. This surfer from Pavones, Costa Rica, land of Pura Vida. All of those Costa Ricans listening online. Big hola on behalf of myself, Kyle Carranza, and Chris Cote. We love that country.
Absolutely.
Great waves, great people. No surprise that you guys are producing some of the world's best surfers nowadays. Noemar, Leilani, Cali Munoz, Diego Naranjo, Luis Vindas. There's so many. Hopefully one of these guys can make it to the CT. It'll be the first time we see a Latin surfer in the CT. But out in the water right now, Leilani, the lone Tican, is in first place with a 5.67 and a 4.0. 2 waves, well surfed. Applying the pressure, Macy Callahan from Australia with a 7.5. She only needs a 2.17. And here we see Alexa Musk from the USA, a little bit off rhythm with that wave. She'll paddle back out and regroup. Remember, the waves are changing as the tide is coming up. Some of the local gals checking out the action. And green up and riding. Macy Callahan, who needs to replace 0.77, only needing a 2.17. to go into the first position. Safe to say, she's going to do it, Chris.
And the footwork, the flow, in between her maneuvers. I mean, you can tell she surfs her fair share of point breaks, and she's kind of got that classic style. You know, the upper body is still, the legs are kind of doing the work, the hips moving, and she makes the transition from turn to turn look really nice.
A lot of similarities in some of these girls surfing. You were mentioning some girls look like Carissa Moore. There's a little bit of Stephanie Gilmore, and Coco Ho is here. So it's really interesting to see how these surfers try and pick the best things from each surfer and apply them to their own surfing. I mean, as a young surfer, we always had, I had my favorite surfer was always like Rob Machado or Kalani Rob, and I'm sure you had your favorite surfer. You always tried to imitate what they did and play and pause, and imagine being able to not only see them surf live, but compete against them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream come true. And I've never been able to surf against Aki, sadly enough. Maybe someday. This was the surfer in green, Macy Callahan, like you said. And then Alexa Musk behind her. That's when she just had to whip it out and stay out of the way of Leilani McGonigal, who had priority. So priority is a pretty cool thing. It's like when you're, when you're in tag, it's like you have to stay away from this person. You can't even look at the wave that they're on. And if you're on the wave, you got to pull out, or else you will be docked. And the priority penalty is stiff. Very difficult to make it through a heat after suffering a priority penalty. And with that last wave, Macy Callahan, she gets a 7-1-7. The judge is loving the flow and the style from Macy Callahan. She's continuing on the tradition that she set in that last heat, taking the win. She's in first now. Leilani McGonigal drops second. Sophie Falzone in third. Alexa Musk in fourth.
Wow, 7.5 and 7.17. That is the way you want to surf your Heat 1, Round 2 of the Junior Women's here in Cabo San Lucas, as we see Ana Laura Gonzalez from Mexico. Maybe a little bit nervous, a little bit focused. It'd be interesting to see into her head and see what she's thinking. You know, she's looking at some of the world's best. She knows what she has to do. She surfed this wave before. She knows she has to be on the good ones. She saw Leila Takeda and Regina Pioli fall short because of wave selection. So let's see if she takes a page from their loss, and applies that gained knowledge into her heat. See some local people coming in to check out the action. Such an awesome beach, Chris, to come down and see the world's best surfers so close, right? It's the perfect scenario for surfing. It's like a little amphitheater. It's like kind of wrapped around this beautiful little bay, waves wrapping from right to left. You can be on the beach. You can come up and cruise up at the hotel, hang out in the pool. You have all these options of where to hang. So,
pretty dreamy scenario. You just painted me a really nice picture. I want to be here.
So we see some manta rays, flying manta rays way out the back.
So cool. There you see surfers in the lineup now, trying to get back into position. Under 5 minutes to go. Running down the beach, Samantha Sibley. Having a look right there. Macy Callahan, she's in fourth priority, so she's just kind of able to kind of just work her way around the lineup now.
Kind of a slow heat, Chris. We had a lot of waves in the previous heat. Now with the tide coming up, there's more lulls and longer lulls. So the girls now can't really afford any mistakes. They really have to be on the good waves. And we start seeing now that the wave is starting to focus more and more up on the right-hand side of your screen. We see surfer in blue, Alexa Musk from the USA, paddling towards the peak. Those are the waves that you want. Those are the waves that kind of hug that rock shelf and line up beautifully. You don't want those waves to have a long wall because they tend to close out. Let's see if Alexa Musk manages to make it around this section. Unfortunately, not enough speed. Comes unstuck. Some great waves out the back. First priority red, second priority white. Let's see who goes on which wave. Leilani McGonigal.
She needs a 9 to take the lead. She's pretty safe in second. Bam! That was about to be a huge turn, which would have translated into a big score, but she goes down, and out the back, your current leader, most likely heat winner as it stands now, Macy Callahan. Up and out.
Wow, what a turn for Leilani McGonigal. It was 50-50 whether she was going to land it or not. She landed on her feet on the board, but just got a little bit too much rotation. That outside fin catching, forcing her rail to dig. As we see Sophie Falzone from the USA. Tough wave, a lot of soup, a lot of foam in there. Doesn't ride out into the open face, but out the back, left alone. Macy Callahan opts to go on this wave. Good looking wave. This seems to be better wave for Macy. Beautiful wrap. I mentioned
a two-stager.
Look at that. Look at that flow. She's in rhythm. She already won a heat 2 heats ago in the Open Women's. Let's see if she can carry that momentum into these junior women's heats. This is round 2, heat 1. Macy Callahan with a 7.5 and a 7.17.
Massive heat total.
Wow.
Now we're down to under 2 minutes to go here in women's round 2, heat number 1 of the women's pro junior division. Yes, we've got our Voltron commentary team all united. Ian Folke and Matt Myers to fill out our team of myself, Kelly Carranza, Mitchell Salazar, and Fisher DeVoe. I think Maddie Peterson might join us a few more times through the week, so we got a lot of surfing yet to come here at the Los Cabos Open of Surf. Yesterday, they called it on the WSL, the WorldSurfLeague.com, they called it the Marathon Day. And it was 7 to 6:30 at night. 7 a.m. to 6:30 at night.
Better than picking strawberries or working construction, that's for sure.
You're right. And, yep, the vibe is up. It's getting lit down here in the hula hoop zone.
I heard you're really good at hula hooping, Chris.
Well, I got one saved for me. Right after this ends, I'm going straight down there to hoop it up.
As we see, with under a minute remaining, Macy Callahan, our heat leader. Kind of a victory lap for Macy. Leilani McGonigal currently in second position, paddling for this wave. Let's see if she can catch it. Leilani, unfortunately, no. Tricky wave, Chris. This zippers.
It is, especially when the tide gets high like this. You know, you're going to get a little bit less opportunity because the wave kind of tightens up. And also, you know, it's going to be a little bit more choosy when it comes to the ones that are good.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that at high tide, at zippers, the advantage is on the regular footers.
Yeah, I think just with the bounce, with the reaction time you need to have, you really just got to be on your game, and it's going to be tough on your backhand. That's going to be it for round 2, heat number 1. We've got 3 more heats on the day. This is women's pro junior surfing. These are 20-minute heats hitting the lineup. With Macy Callahan taking the win there, Leilani McGonigal in second, and Macy, you know, just tightening the screws on this heat throughout the entire heat. She was in second for a while, but once she got first, she hung on tight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more pro junior action. This is the Los Cabos Open of Surf. All right, we are back. And like I said just a minute ago, the rest of our commentary crew has arrived. That's not them right there on that wave. Sitting right back, JOJ, just off the jet, Ian Folke from San Clemente, California. Joined here by myself, Chris Cote, just in time for the last 3 heats of the day. All in a day's work.
Yeah, man, we are excited to be here. Matt Myers and I just flew in from Orange County. We you know, I actually was here a couple weeks ago for the SEMA event, which is, you know, something I do once a year in Cabo, but I love this place, and I'm so pumped to be back here, so thanks for having us.
You escaped the June gloom like me, didn't you?
Oh, man, it's been brutal, and to come down here and see Cabo as glassy as it is really nice.
And to see these 4 surfers in the lineup enjoying beautiful zippers, it's kind of been firing all day. I don't want to rub it in. I know you just got here, but here's who we have in this heat right now. Tiare Thompson, Rachel Presti, Ana Laura Gonzalez, and Julia Camargo. So Ana Laura Gonzalez, she is representing Mexico. She is a ISA competitor who's just gotten back from France. She had a solid result over there. And Tiare Thompson, she's been on a tear throughout this entire event. Rachel Presti surfed up a division in the QS 6000. So catch everybody up. We are in round number 2 here in the Women's Pro Junior Division. We saw 2 solid rounds of QS 6000 surfing. So we worked our way all the way through Women's round 4, heats number 1 through 12. And we have the waves, so we always say if you have the waves, run the heats. And that's what we're going to do for the remainder of today.
And, you know, for people who haven't been down to Cabo ever, or maybe been down once or twice, they may have been graced with these conditions. But when I walked up with Matt Myers, I'm like, it's pumping, it's glassy, there's waves, and people are ripping. We got to catch a little bit of the contest in the airport on our way down here. And one thing I took notice of was how many people are surfing in multiple divisions. There's girls surfing the juniors, they're surfing the QS. Julie Camargo earlier made her heat just by the skin of her teeth, but she did, and she's surfing again this afternoon. And, you know, I often, you know, wonder, you know, what does that take out of the body surfing that many heats in a day if you're making all of them? I mean, it's pretty exciting, but I assume...
When you're 16 years old.
The energy. I know. I don't want to age myself by talking about that, but...
I know, right. We could surf all these heats in one day. Well, we want to welcome the rest of our commentary crew down here. Ian Folk just got here, and we actually started the webcast early by a day. So these guys hustled, got themselves on a plane. Chris Cote, Ian, welcome to Cabo.
Thank you.
Like we said, you watched earlier today. We knew the waves were going to be pumping all day, so we decided just pull the ripcord and let's do this. So QS 6000 level, you know, we've now seen the household names join the party.
Yep.
Coco Ho, Laura Never, you know, some of the best of the best. Sage Erickson, absolutely on fire. And you said it just a minute ago, they're going up against some surfers who are surfing up a division.
That's
a lot
right.
of double division surfers. The vets so far have been looking really solid.
Yeah, I mean, and the girls that are competing on the CT just came back from Fiji, so this environment probably seems very fun for them. Surfing-wise, it must feel like child's play. If you're a regular foot and you've been going left in Tabby for a week, it's probably nice to go right.
Yeah, you're in death-defying waves, and now you're in playful waves.
Now you're throwing tail, now you're doing speed floaters, you're getting down the line. You might even, you know, for some of the more progressive girls, you might even be looking for an air section out here. You know, I think it's it just speaks volumes about their talent level and the ability to switch venues, switch equipment, come down here with confidence, and get through some heats.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We've talked to a couple of the surfers that have come from Fiji. Tatiana Weston Webb, great example. So here's the kind of logistics she had to go through. So they put that contest, you know, they extended it out to give Tatiana and Courtney Collong the best opportunity to show their skills. They waited to the very first day of the men's waiting period, extended their stay by 3 or 4 days. She actually had to figure it out to get the board she needs for this event to LA to get on her layover. She's traded board bags out. She's got another trip just after this to Mentawais. That's 3 different unique sets of surfboards that she needs to have. So she's kind of putting this all together. Meanwhile, has to get her competitive mindset on. I saw her 2 days ago just zombified.
I bet.
She put it all together and she just blasted through her last heat. You know what that travel is all about. So we'll get back to the joys of surf travel with 14 minutes, 26 seconds to go. Let's go down to our Pro Junior reporter, Fisher DeVoe. Who you got down there, Fish?
Hey guys, I'm here with Macy Callahan. Macy, are you stoked or what? You've already won 2 heats today here at the Los Cabos Opener Surf. What was your game plan out there? You had the confidence going into your second heat because you already won 1 today.
Yeah, I just finished off my QS heat and I was really happy to make that one and pretty much just put the J straight on and went out there. I didn't really have a game plan, but I just got a couple good ones, so I'm happy.
Awesome. So how have you been enjoying your stay down here in Cabo?
Yeah, it's been really fun. The weather's really nice and the waves are really fun too. So, and the food's amazing.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time and congratulations on your win.
Good food, good waves, good times. And anytime you, as a pro junior, you get a post-heat interview with Fisher DeVoe, it's got to feel good.
Fish is the man. He's been doing a great job. I was loving his work earlier. And actually, Macy, I saw one of her heats this morning, and in the couple heats that I saw, I really felt like she was a standout.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is kind of the first year where the line between QS 6000 surfer and pro junior surfer is very blurry. It wasn't until the last couple of heats where you started to see, you know, Tatiana, Sage Erickson, Kokoho, the difference became a little bit more clear. But in watching Macy Callahan, I mean, she took down Bronte McCauley in that last heat. Bronte won this event last year. So it's going to be really interesting as we get deeper into the rounds here to really see how this thing shakes out. We could see a double winner. We've seen, I think, the only name I can think of in the past is Chloe Andino that's won a star-rated event as a pro junior and a QS surfer, and it could very well happen here. Here's your surfer in blue, Rachel Presti. You said you want to see progressive surfing. You almost had it at the end of this wave, but what a beautiful surfed wave from the outside all the way to the inside.
Yeah, just an unfortunate little bobble in there. That's kind of what happens on the inside at Zippers. There's a little refraction from the beach. It gets shallow on the reef, and you get a little bit of a hiccup. But what I really liked there, Zippers is a pretty fast lateral down the line wave. And I loved how she kind of started her vertical approach early. She timed it perfectly. From what I saw earlier before I jumped on the plane, there were competitors that were really struggling to get down the line to get to that open face, but either it was her wave selection or her timing or both that allowed her to get off those 3 maneuvers. And based on the heat totals currently, she's going to be in a strong position with about 12 minutes left.
Yeah, we're looking at kind of that average early teen range, 12, 13, 14, kind of being the safe zone for some of our surfers. And then you have, you know, Summer Macedo, who's been dropping 15s throughout this whole event. Some of the highest scoring heats have been by our pro junior surfers, either in their pro junior heats or up in the QS 6000 heats. So the difference has been, you know, getting that big score. You look at what Rachel Presti has, a 6.5. Okay, that's a solid base for her. Now she's got the luxury to wait, sit, and choose. She's going to have to let this, you know, priority system kind of shuffle the deck here. She's going to hope she can maybe sell some waves to Julia or Tiari, but she's in a good position right now. She's already, you know, she's sitting down there at the bottom, but a lot of waves coming through. High tide, they jam-pack the sets in here. It looks like we have a paddle. It's going to be surfer in white with priority, so all the other surfers are going to have to give way. They do. This is a nice down the line racing little wave here for Ana Laura Gonzalez, surfer from Mexico. And right behind her, surfer in green, Julia Camargo.
Julia up and riding, nice little top turn, setting up for this wrap around into the power source. And she's going to come back up, and she's going to work her way to the inside. She's looking at that section right there and does a great job to keep that nose out of the water. That's kind of the inside Zippers section, which gets tricky, and onto the sand she goes. These girls are fearless. They're taking to the beach, and Zippers is a little bit of a shorter wave, although it packs a lot of punch and you can get a lot of maneuvers in. You know, they're looking to maximize the potential here and, you know, really utilize their priority. And I'm assuming she had second priority there, and she did well to take that wave off her competitors.
Yeah, I think it started off with Ana Laura Gonzalez with priority, and she went on an okay wave, and then just right behind her getting the best of that last wave. So that leaves Rachel Presti, just as we thought. You know, she's in fourth priority 30 seconds ago, and now she's already in second priority. So that gives first priority to Tiari Thompson. Tiari has been competing in the amateur ranks for quite some time now. She's worked her way up to the pro junior division. I'm sure she competes in the QS division as well. Tiari is a strong competitor. And right now, she's not sitting on any scores of note. She's got a 1.5. So the only real wave that will help anybody at the end of this heat is Rachel Presti's 6.5. But again, a lot of waves coming through. I'm looking for a grower. It's going to be Tiari Thompson, speeding down the line, waiting for this section. Might have waited a bit too long. As you see, you really got to be decisive in your approach here. She looked like she could potentially have had the opportunity to fit in a turn or two there, but she might have been waiting to get on that open face. And as we all know, if you've ever surfed Zippers, if you wait for the open face here, you're going to be finding yourself in the whitewater real quick.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I touched on before. It's like you gotta make a wave that gives you that opportunity to get vertical quickly, or you need to make the decision to get down the line to get to that open face. And it felt like she kind of was trying to get vertical, but just didn't get down the line far enough, fast enough to make it happen.
So there you have it, Rachel Presti now. She was kind of in a hole down in 4th priority, and just like that, everything switches around. So now she's got a full 8.5 minutes that she can really control the lineup. Usually surfers only hang on to priority for, I don't know, a minute, 2 to 3 minutes. Sometimes if they're real stubborn and they really want to wait for that big score, they'll wait 4 to 5 minutes. But at the 8-minute mark, we're going to see priority switch a couple more times. Rachel Presti has been around the block. She knows that she needs to get a solid backup score. You know, a 4, maybe a 5 would do a really big favor here.
That's kind of the numbers I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That would put her in a safe spot. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see if Rachel's the kind of girl that goes for the 8-point ride, or if her strategy is like, hey, just get what I need to get through this heat, and I'll show up and blow up in the next one.
Yeah. Well, you know, she's got some space between her and 2nd, 3rd, so hopefully she'll blow it up. Ana Laura Gonzalez now. It's a quick up and down. You know, I like the attack there, but that wave just kind of zipped away from her. Surfer from Mexico, usually you hear the cheers from the beach coming up when she stands up. Here's Camargo. Watch out for the backwash coming down the line. Nice reaction time, a little ollie over the speed bump there. Nice turn on the open face of that wave, so nothing crazy, but it's definitely going to replace that too.
She definitely looks like she's tuned up her game plan from the heat that I saw prior. She I'm not sure if it was her first heat, but she looked a little bit shaky. This heat, she looks a lot more comfortable on her feet, and just a little more confident in the water. Some of the turns that I've seen her doing, and I'm not sure if it's a situation where the conditions have improved, or she's just taken a deep breath and said, hey, I'm just going to go do my work, and hopefully it's good enough in the eyes of the judges.
She's still got time. 6 minutes, 24 seconds to go.
A lot of consistency in this heat, and Chris, I'm not sure if it's been all day, and I'm excited to see what the rest of this afternoon brings. But you know, bringing up the point of priority, is priority a curse when it's this consistent, or is it something you want to hold on to?
Yeah, this is kind of where decisions come into play. So Gonzalez right there, she had a nice opening turn, but you can tell she's just getting a little bit more confident with each wave she catches. I think she was really nervous going out into this heat. Saw her sitting on the beach, just kind of had a stoic face on. And you know, when you catch a couple waves, even if you fall on them, sometimes if you can react like, okay, you know what, I've wiped off the nerves, now it's time to surf this heat. And luckily for her, she's still in this right now, only needing a 4.4, so definitely not out of this heat. With some low scores in second, 4.10, 3.20 for Julie Camargo, so no one's really yet broken the bank. And you know, I think Rachel Presti still has some room to grow with a 6.5 and a 1. So this heat's still pretty wide open, and you definitely know what Tiare Thompson is capable of, so I'd watch out for her.
Hey, it's Caroline Marks.
Yeah,
a couple of girls hanging out in the competitive area.
Florida contingent.
Yep. And I'm not sure if anyone picked it up in that last exchange, but I do think Rachel Presti actually paddled for one of those waves and lost her first spot in priority. Luckily, she was second in line, so she got second again, so she still has some control in this heat. But girls throwing shakas, having a great time. Caroline Marks getting a little hazing from fellow competitors. We've been seeing her a lot in San Clemente, and she and my wife Rosie have had a couple surfs together. And you know, Caroline's just a class act and a great girl, and really has an incredible amount of surfing potential. Still, maybe not yet to prove, but to show. I think people know she's got it, and I'm just really excited to see where her career takes her.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch the transition from her being just the absolute dominator in amateur events to now the pro junior level and the QS 6000 level. Okay, well, she's won everything there is to win in the amateur ranks.
That's right.
Now it's time to step it up, and she's doing it with every heat. Her last heat, she just looked like an absolute terror out here on her backhand. And if the waves stay this size, even a little bit smaller, I'm expecting big things from Caroline Marks. Her backhand is just looking lethal out here at Zippers.
This is Ana Laura up again. She's definitely taking advantage of the inside bowl, and again, she just goes down a little bit early. To me, it looks like she's searching for something. Maybe just get her score line up and get something under her belt she feels good about. But you know, attacking that inside bowl, you're going to lose probably a little bit in the judge's eyes as far as size of wave. You also are going to be able to probably compete less maneuvers. However, I do think that if you catch the right one on the reef on the inside, it could be a nice smooth runner. But so far, she's just been battling that backwash.
Yeah, you can tell she's a little bit desperate on that inside, and we have seen scores come out of that inside pocket, but she's not making it easy on herself because she just continuously finds herself in fourth priority. She maybe doesn't have as much experience as Rachel or Julia with the priority system. And meanwhile, Tiari Thompson, who's in first priority, knowing full well that she needs a 5.33, so she needs a pretty decent wave to get that score. But I think that's why she's kind of posted up, sitting out the back. She doesn't really want to waste any opportunity. She needs to be first in line if a set comes through.
That's right, and Anna Laura may have a different game plan. She might have said, "Hey, it's really consistent out here. I'm gonna sit on the inside. I'm gonna catch 100 waves, and if I get second and move on, that's cool. If I can get first, amazing." But she might have a different game plan. And from what I've seen in this heat so far, with just under 3 minutes left, there's been a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, she just keeps coming unglued.
As we get down to the wire here, hopefully we'll see some junior men tomorrow. It's been all ladies today, and that's been a good thing because we've seen some incredible surfing. But I know we all know junior men, they've just been watching all day. This place firing. They want to go so bad.
They're all frothed up on tacos, chomping at the bit, got their boards waxed, fins in.
Yeah, they
doing squats on the beach.
They've been hovering. Girls are, get out of here. It's our day.
Since I was gone all day, standouts for you? Any standout performances that we should look forward to again tomorrow? People that really blew up their heat? You mentioned a couple names, but I'd love a little recap.
Yeah, in the afternoon, the waves just started pulsing, and some of the surfers that stood out, for sure, for me, Chelsea Tuak had a great heat. Paulina Adu and Philippa Anderson kind of had a little battle going on out there. Tatiana Weston-Webb just went nuts. Her backhand out here is just pure savagery. Sage Erickson and Alyssa Spencer. That was kind of a veteran and a rookie matchup. Alyssa Spencer dropped a near 9. And again, the goofy versus regular battles have been pretty awesome.
Any advantage to being goofy foot out here over regular, do you think?
At low tide sometimes when you're on your backhand, the inside little racers, you can just throw turns up, bam, bam, bam. And at high tide, it seems a little bit more difficult to get those backhand turns going. As you see on her forehand, Tiari Thompson, it's a little bit easier to kind of react to the bumps and a little bit more open face, and you can kind of stay on that open face, whereas on your backhand, you're really just trying to attack the lip. Beautiful turn for Presti.
Presti's
currently
board
it's
looks
first.
great.
Yeah, she's got that little positive vibe up on the nose.
Yeah, she does. And I think, considering she was trying to replace a 1, she definitely did that. And then, again, Julia up and riding, just trying to find that open face, cracks a little floater off the top. She's actually navigating that backwash pretty well. She's had a couple times where her nose has wanted to poke, and she's managed her weight shift perfectly to complete the maneuver. She's currently in second and might get up on that 3.2. We'll find out here in a second.
So 19 seconds to go.
That was a big exchange, Chris, for that end of that heat right there.
Yeah, so Tiari Thompson's going to be waiting for a score. Julia Camargo, she's got to be worried now about what Tiari Thompson just dropped. So Tiari needed a 5.33 to change things up. And Rachel Presti, she's just going to make things a little bit more safe for herself. So Presti hangs on to the lead. Tiari Thompson jumps up 1 spot, but it's not going to be enough. So it's going to be Rachel Presti and Julia Camargo advancing through. USA and Brazil making it through. That means we've got 2 more heats on the day. Briscoe Tate here with Ian Folke. We've got to do a birthday shout out here to our director, David Bowen. It's his birthday. It's
happy birthday,
the
David.
voice in our ears. You guys can't hear him at home, but he's doing a great job. Just trust us. From what you've seen, all these replays and the action you're seeing, he is 23, a 2 or a 4. Can't really read that. Anyway,
Yeah, it looks like 23 to me.
It's his birthday, so happy birthday, David.
Yeah, happy birthday, David, man. Thanks for all your work.
So we've got 2 more heats to go. Coming up next, Mia Collins, Kayla Casino, Madeline Zurli, and Summer Macedo. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned. The Los Cabos Open of Surf rolls on. This is Women's Pro Junior Surfing.
And welcome back to the Los Cabos Open of Surfing. Ian Folk here alongside a good friend of mine and Rip Curl North American team manager Matt Myers. Matt, welcome to the booth, man. Just off the jet, just like me.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, we had a flight down here this afternoon together, and we arrived straight to the beach and straight into it. So extremely stoked to be here, and it's a beautiful day, plenty of fun waves, and the girls are on fire.
Yeah, we're just getting started. Well, everyone, thank you for joining us. San Jose del Cabo, Mexico in Costa Azul. The wave is zippers. We are going to be your host for the next heat. We've got Summer Macedo looking like she dropped a huge score. We'd love to get a replay on that. She's dropped an 8.33 right out of the gates in the heat. She's from Hawaii. We've got Mia Collins from the USA, Kayla Cosino from the USA, and Madeline Zuli also from the USA. So we've got the lone Hawaiian Summer. Matt, I've heard a lot about Summer over the years. Can you give me any background on her approach to surfing and where she's from?
Yeah, Summer's a definite powerhouse, and she's a natural footer coming out of Maui, I believe. Her father is, I believe, a Brazilian, and he moved up to Hawaii probably at some point a few years back, and she's got a younger brother, Ocean Macedo, who's another standout surfer. I've seen him over the years dominating the lineups and getting huge results. So the tandem between the brother and sister, they're quite the 1-2. And Summer, she's won a lot of big events I've been down to, NSSA Nationals, U.S. Championships, even the Rip Curl Grom Search. So she's got plenty of trophies, I'm sure, back at home.
They're just stacking them up, racking them up. Well, it is a beautiful day down here in Cabo. Thank you for joining us. If you're tuning in to the WSL webcast, we've got 4 juniors in the water on the ladies' side, and just a couple more heats left for the day. And it looks like a little lifeguard training down on the beach. Junior lifeguards program happening here right down in Cabo. Everyone's enjoying the beach, and hey, we're right here. I'm Ian. This is Matt, and we're going to be here with you guys for the next few days. So thanks for joining us. Matt, speaking of the Macedo family, there's been a lot of parallels in surfing with brother-sister combos. Obvious one, Rip Curl team riders, Owen and Tyler. What do you take from that? Do they push each other? What do you think the brother-sister or brother-brother or sister-sister relationships are in surfing, and how do they progress each other?
And yeah, exactly. That's maybe the first combination that went to my mind as I was thinking about it. I was kind of shooting right back at you with the 3 brothers that you're working with, the Gudauskas brothers out of San Clemente. But yeah, that brotherly love. Looks like we might be jumping quickly to a replay here of Mia Collins, surfer out of Newport Beach, who I actually see quite often, as that's where I'm from as well. And she's snapping a couple turns there on her forehand, kind of working this through the inside, and she's done. And here we go. Here's the big score right here from Macedo. She releases the fins there, and again, aggressively up through the lip, throwing a ton of water. A nice combination, pretty similar turns, those first 3, and then she wraps the cutty there, and the judges are loving that, eating it up, and that's an excellent scoring ride. 8.33 up and riding. Who we have here?
We've got Madeline with live action on her backhand. She's going to come up and rip it in the top, a little quick floater snap, trying to find an open face, up in the lip again. She's carrying a ton of speed as she drives through, and she just ejects right before that inside section, and that looks like one of the Zippers racers we were talking about earlier with Chris. It's some of them just run away from you, and she did well to get a couple taps off the lip there. And we'll definitely see how the judges appreciate that in a couple minutes. But it looks like Mia Collins got a 4.5 first wave, and more live action. Kayla on her forehand, Billabong team rider, driving down the line. She's looking for that open face. She gets up into it and snaps it one time, flying down the line, and just does the Hawaiian kick out. How fun are those?
Those are fun. When you're down on the beach on the North Shore in the Triple Crown season, the crowd goes way more crazy for the kick out than anything else.
Yeah, I think it's something that most surf fans can appreciate. They may not understand the subtleties of a front side snap or carve, but everyone knows the feeling of a good flyaway.
Exactly.
Oh, well, it is. That water looks warm and pretty inviting. I think probably before dark we're going to have to jump in and rinse off the jet lag.
We are dipping it off. That's a guarantee.
Cool.
As scores are trickling in here for blue and white. So, everyone's getting that first wave on the board. Waiting for a couple of them to drop in, and then we're going to have kind of our first situation here.
And just like she's done it in past heats, Summer is dominating this heat, and it sounds like we've got the past heat winner with the legend, Fisher DeVoe, downstairs. Fish, what do you got for us? Looks like we got Fish downstairs at some point. We're going to reconnect with him in a minute. But Summer Macedo out in front with an 8.33. Mia Collins right behind her, about half the score with 4.5. And a couple other scores trickling in for the rest of the crew for their first waves. So we'll update you guys on that with about 13 and a half minutes remaining. I've been lucky enough to come down to Cabo quite a few times, Matt, and I have to say it is rare to see it this glassy at this point in the day. I think it's a pretty special kickoff for us for our first heat.
Yeah, I mean, you when we rocked up, you're like, wow, it's still glassy. And I was kind of expecting it to be glassy. So I guess on the regular day, you get a little bit onshore wind, I'm guessing, at this point in the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. It'll typically glass off right before dark, but key surf times in Cabo and San Jose and the East Cape are definitely the morning vibe. You get a little bit of that glassy offshore, and it looks like we have a set approaching. Priority is with Summer. Very dangerous situation for her competitors as she paddles into this beautiful looking wave. And we're expecting her to do work right here. She's generating a ton of speed, looking for a corner, rips it off the top, throwing tons of spray, drives through her bottom turn, and just goes down. And what we saw there, Matt, is the zipper's hiccup is what I call it. It's a little bit of backwash. It's a little bit of thin lip. It's hard to negotiate. She's done well. I'm sure she's just going to shake that off. She didn't look too frustrated by that. And I would say that was a missed opportunity to probably seal this heat up with those first two turns, but plenty of time with 12 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time. It did look like there was a little bit of backwash that kind of got in the mix there on Summer's turn, and I really liked how aggressive and powerful she went into that thing. She was not holding anything back, and the score still came through at a 4.27, which is going to back up that 8.33, so it's putting her firmly out front in the lead, as looks like red has priority, but white is the surfer looking at this one, and here she goes.
And Madeline back up on her backhand. She's going to look for that open face. And just again, a little bit of a hiccup there, and there's a lot to be said about board choice here, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Fisher, what's up, brother? How you doing downstairs? Heard you got past heat winner with us. Can you give us a breakdown?
Yeah, guys, I'm with our heat winner, Rachel Presley. She's from Florida. So I noticed, Rachel, the conditions are changing out there. The tide's getting higher. What was your game plan going in there?
I was pretty much just trying to get like a quick, fast, good wave and just back it up as fast as I could and then work off of what I have.
Awesome, and you look really good on your board. I noticed that, so tell me a little about your board.
It's a OK model, Sharp Eye board. It's 5'7" and perfectly meant for these waves.
Awesome, well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you, Fisher, and congratulations, Rachel. Man, I just off the top of my head, I can think of a few World Tour surfers who are riding those Sharp Eyes and doing pretty well themselves.
Yeah, and the OK model, I think that's a little Oliver Kurtz shout out. I don't know if you know Oliver.
Oh, yeah, I do know Oliver.
He's
He'll be very happy about that shout out. Yeah,
right?
What's up, Oliver, if you're watching?
Yeah, he's an entertaining one. He likes to surf all different types of waves. He charges anything from Chopu. And he's also known to launch some pretty big airs and have a lot of fun in the late night as well. So he's got the complete package.
He does, yeah. His last few edits have been really fun to watch. Some nice diversity in the surfing and travels that he does. Beautiful look at Cabo San Jose right there as you go further east. Just around that corner, there's another beautiful harbor like Cabo San Lucas, filled with mega yachts and good vibes. And we're just doing a little pan over the beach here. We were talking on the plane, Matt, talking about Cabo and the quality of wave and the type of surfing that can be done. And, most people would think, hey, a little bit of a softer right-hand point break, maybe epoxy, maybe polyurethane, maybe swallowtail. Based on what you've seen in the short period of time you've been here, like what would you call a solid board choice?
I mean, myself personally, as we see the set kind of pulling in here, is like I'd be looking for something a little bit more volume, a little bit wider, maybe a tad bit thicker and a little bit shorter. But, here we go, Mia Collins on her forehand, taking it to the lip here, kind of a little quick snap as she looks for a little more open wall and snaps there. Pretty solid, and she's going to finish that one. So kind of the quick 1-2 for Mia.
Smart surfing by Mia, and we got live action up again. This is Kayla with a really nice looking slower pace wave. She went huge up into the lip right there and came down, stuck it. Wasn't able to complete another maneuver, but that may be just good enough. It potentially improve on her 283 and start building house for her. You've done a lot of competitive surfing yourself, Matt, and if anyone's been watching heats for even the last event, you hear the comment building house a lot when it comes to the score line. Can you break down for the viewers what that means? Let's see if Madeline's going to take this wave.
Here she goes once again.
It's a little bit late. but timing might be perfect. She's going to get it off the top right there. She sets up this next turn, and she didn't find what she liked. So, perfect example. Madeline's trying to build some house. She's got a 5.83, but what exactly does that mean?
So exactly. So, I mean, the whole kind of point of when you're dropping into a heat is you don't want to go necessarily too big right off the beginning of the heat. You might, blow the fins out too far, and you might take a wipe out or fall or whatnot. So the key is just to get a couple of solid scores just to start it off, maybe something in the 5 range, a 6 range. Once you have those, settled scores in there, you have the foundation of the house, that's when you could really elevate your game, step it up, maybe blow the fins out a little bit farther, get a little more aggressive, a little bit more critical, and then that's when you're going to be dropping, those 7, 8 plus point ride scores, and that's when your house is built. You got it's nice and furnished, and you're ready to relax and kick the feet up.
Very, very, very cool. Great analysis there as we saw a mean turn from Mia Collins. And then Kayla up into the lip again and just gets slammed on the backwash. And so speaking of building house, that's kind of what Mia Collins is doing. She's sitting on a 4.5. She had a beautiful, what appeared to be a single turn wave, but it was pretty aggressive. It was pretty critical. She kind of dropped the purse, picked it back up, and rode away cleanly with speed. So we'll see how the judges react to that. With about 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat, it's round 2, heat 3 of the women's junior contest down here at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing.
And here we go, a little replay. So here is that wave from Mia. It came in at a 5.07, so she's just picking her spot. That was just a little setup turn for Mia, and this is where the real turn came, and the points came from there. She puts her arm back a little bit and comes complete. So this is the 1-2 for Mia, and that's the mid-range score. And just barely holding on. A lot of bump there. And I always love her surfboards. They're really bright. A lot of action, little 80s throwback.
Yep, throwback to Pops. So smart surfing there. She was able to basically bag 2 waves, and it looks like she might potentially improve on her scores. So now she's sitting on a 5.07 and a 4.87. That drops her into second place, which is a qualifying place. First and second move on to the next round. So, as she's building house, Matt, she now knows what a 5-point ride is, correct?
Exactly.
And so she now knows what she needs to do to build on top of that. She's got a little bit of a foundation, but she might want to put on a roof or add a little barbecue to the back or even drop in a pool. What do you think she has to do to upgrade that 5 and really put her stamp on this heat?
It's going to just come down to wave choice, So she's going to have to, now that she's got those 5-point rides, she's just going to sit there and be like, I am not going to take off on anything that's not going to better my situation. So
how hard is that to do?
I mean, it's tough because sometimes you see a wave come in and you're like, I don't know, can I get a better wave score on this? And we're all surfers. We all love riding waves. So when a wave comes, it's hard to hold back and let one go by. So that really is the key. A lot of the times in competition surfing is just to stay true to your roots, know that you're looking for that bigger score, and wait for the higher quality wave to come in.
It's a man who surfed a couple heats himself, dropping the knowledge, Matt Myers.
But let's check the situation. So I don't know a ton about Madeline, but she's been taking a couple. She has one solid score, the 5.83, and she's just looking for a 4.11 to move up into the advancing position.
And now sitting in second priority. And once again, heat leader Summer Macedo finds herself in first priority. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. That's a dangerous place for her competitors. She's probably feeling pretty good having first priority with 5 minutes remaining, that she should be able to lock up this heat. But the crazy thing about priority and consistent surf and just surfing in general is you never know what's going to happen.
Never know. You're dealing with Mother Ocean, and she could do whatever she wants to you.
That's right. Does look like a couple waves here appearing, and Summer's showing some interest. She paddles aggressively, which she is. It's her wave. She has first priority, and she's going to definitely try to put her stamp on this heat with a nice snap up into the lip, driving in to another floater snap. It's carrying tons of speed, negotiating that backwash perfectly. 3 snaps. I feel like her strength is up into the lip on the few waves that we've seen, and she's point of difference from other surfers. And Madeline trying to back up her first score with a nice 2-turn combo there. And she's got tons of open face to work with. There's 3 and she's out the back, and that you probably out of the screen, that actually dumps right on the sand. So there was a reason she kicked out and didn't finish there. She probably thought she had done enough, and she probably didn't want to break the nose off her board.
No, that was a great exchange right there by the surfers in that green and white. So Summer, what I saw in that wave was full confidence. So 3 big turns, great pace to the wave, good connection with the lip, and a lot of down the line speed. So excited to see what the judges think, but I think it's going to be another, personally I believe it's going to be another excellent scoring ride, and she's going to most likely have the rest of this heat potentially in combination.
And with 3 minutes and 45 seconds, Kayla up and riding again on her forehand. Nice speed turn. Snaps it one more time, does well to get that rail out of the water, and she just was looking for that final maneuver that could have given her the score. She currently needs a 4.95, but that doesn't take into consideration Summer's last wave, which we haven't seen. She's solidly in first place.
And the key score coming in right now is that Madeline needed the 4.11, but just not enough. 3.93, didn't quite get herself there. So judges are looking for a little bit more as Mia in red with priority is taking a look at this one.
And Mia taking off on a beautiful looking wave. Tons of open face to work with is what you want to find here at Zippers. Snaps it off the top one more time. She's going to just go into a little layback, and you know, she is in second place. I would call that a mistake. She would have maybe just liked to finish that wave. And Summer again on an absolute heater right behind her, snaps it well up into the lip. Clearly the informed surfer of this heat, and she's just throwing spray everywhere. She is on fire. She's going to finish this off and just doesn't want to she doesn't want to sand crab that thing.
No, she you know, she's got that connection with the ocean right now, and every time she finds herself out the back, the beautiful set wave approaches, and she's completely taking advantage of those opportunities, and the score coming in for her third wave is looking solid.
How important is rhythm in the ocean, Matt, when you're surfing a heat? You've surfed a bunch of QS heats, junior heats. I mean,
well, that's what it's all about. You know, like if you're not in rhythm, no matter how good you're surfing, if you're not catching those waves, you're not going to be able to put scores on the board. So obviously, if you're in rhythm, if you're patient, if you're catching the right waves, like your chances, your opportunities to advance skyrocket.
$1 million question right here. How do you get the rhythm?
Whew. If I knew, I probably would have made it farther in my surf career than whatever happened. But
all right, take us through this, Matt. There's a little replay of the heat.
I love this wave by Summer right here. Look at all the speed she carries down the line, keeping her head looking at the next section, up and through the lip 1, 2, and 3 times. And she was just feeling it right there. And here we go, Mia. Once again, she got her own combination of turns. A quick snap in a second, and then right here, once again for her, she kind of pushed the fins a little too hard, went into layback, couldn't quite pull that one off. And Summer, somehow she got back on the outside and found this gem of a wave. And I'm not sure if this is going to go into her top 2, but it's going to be another great score. She really, truly is feeling it right now.
Yeah, we are seeing some big numbers drop. Actually, one of the judges gave her a 10, and she locks in a 9.10 to solidly put her in first place with a 17.43 heat total.
Wow.
And, I mean, I've only been here for a heat, but that's the best score I've seen, and phenomenal surfing by Summer, and probably a sign of things to come for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I know. We're watching the pro junior action right now, but that 9.1 and that 8.33 from Summer, that would be a massive score in the QS division as well.
Definitely. So with 40 seconds remaining, Mia Collins in second priority behind first priority, fourth place, Kayla Cosino. So, is this Kayla up and riding right now?
Very
big snap
wave.
off the top. Very important wave, Matt says. She sticks that floater and just comes unglued, unfortunately. So that's probably going to be her last chance to get a wave in this heat.
And it looks like the competitors in third and fourth are on the inside with, obviously they're not going to have any more chances here. We're down to 12 seconds left in the heat. So, the top seeds, the girls, kind of the bigger names in the event are the ones out ahead as Summer and Mia are looking to probably advance well into this event.
And that's the end of that heat. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to go right into the next heat. We're going to have some info for you guys on that. And the ocean looks like it's taking a little bit of a break here. So, Matt, your first trip to Cabo. Let's get back to that in a second. Heat recap.
Yeah, so Summer Macedo. Look how much connection she has to that lip. A deep bottom turn. Her timing is just impeccable. And here we go. Mia making it happen here. I think she kind of learned a couple things from this heat, but Summer is definitely the standout. And, she'll probably be signing some autographs for some fans, doing a post-heat interview. And, sounds like we're going to be going to a commercial break here briefly, and we'll be coming right back at the end of the heat.
Bienvenidos a Los Cabos. Welcome back. Round 2, heat number 4 here of the Pro Junior Women. Chris Cote with Matt Myers. Matt Myers just off the jet, straight into the commentary box. That is teamwork right there. I know that you were excited to get down here. You are very familiar. You work at Rip Curl, and you're familiar with up-and-coming young surfers. You spent a lot of time down at Rip Curl Grom Search.
Yep.
So these surfers in the lineup right now, Kira Pinkerton, Molly Kerr, Havana Cabrero, and Alyssa Locke. Sure you've seen some of these gals surf in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I recognize actually all 4 of the names. I don't know a whole lot about Alyssa Locke out of Australia, but I'd be curious to get to know her a little bit more this week. But Kira Pinkerton, I just hung out with all last weekend in Huntington Beach. We had our kickoff event of the Grom Search 2017 tour, and she dominated at HB Pier. The waves were pumping, solid 6-foot south swell, and she took the big win in the girls 16 and under. So Kira, hot off that win. I'm sure she's looking to back it up this week.
You already handed her checks.
I handed her a check, was that 2 days ago?
Nice.
And I was like, I'll see you in Cabo.
Well, now that explains to me the confidence that she has coming into this event. She was taking down names in the QS 6000, and now she is fully focused here on the Pro Junior event. And she had a gnarly heat in her last QS 6000 heat. She had Pauline Adu and Philippa Anderson and Brissa Hennessy.
Wow.
That's probably the most stacked heat of this entire event.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And she got third. I mean, she put up a hell of a fight.
I think these type of waves fit her surfing pretty well.
Absolutely. So now she's got anger on her side. She lost that QS 6000 heat, so now she's going to try to take it out on her Pro Junior competition. So these are 20-minute heats. This is the last heat of the day. And it's great that we started strong on Monday, got through a bunch of heats. We had a marathon day. We thinned the field a little bit. And today we've been going since 8 o'clock. So that really gives us the luxury to pick and choose throughout the week. This is most likely going to be your peak day of swell here at Zippers. So it's kind of cool. We're going to get the opportunity to really cherry pick the best times of day. So we do have a Pro Junior correspondent down here. His name is Fisher DeVoe. He is on the beach right now with a lady who's been blitzing through heats, Summer Macedo.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here with our heat winner, Summer Macedo. Summer, how stoked are you to be here for the second year? You were here last year, now you're here again. How stoked are you to be here again?
Yeah, Cabo was really fun. The waves were actually really good in that heat. I was really surprised because on high tide it's been closing out and there's been a lot of backwash and bump on the face, but yeah, I caught a few fun ones.
Awesome. How stoked are you for compared to last year? The waves are a lot better at this event.
Yeah, definitely. Last year I made it pretty far even though it was really small, but I definitely prefer waves to no waves.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your heat win. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, Fish. Yeah, Summer Macedo, you can tell even Fisher got intimidated right there. She is a force to be reckoned with. That's the 3rd heat now that she has posted that has been the highest heat total of the day. She's already done it twice in the QS level. Now she's doing it in the Pro Junior level. Summer Macedo is the easy pick right now to win this whole thing.
She's about as hot as that hula hooper right there as far as in the water action. I mean,
when it comes to just being in form.
In form and on fire and looking good and feeling the vibe. So Summer's just going to hopefully bottle that up and bring it to the next couple days of competition, keep that flare going because she's definitely the standout thus far, and there's no stopping her at this point.
Yeah, 17.43. She's the only surfer I think I've seen of the day who's gotten anywhere near that mark. And, we saw Sage Erickson, we saw Tatiana Weston Webb, a couple of the QS 6000 surfers got up there, but, man, Summer is just, it's like she's just been shot out of a cannon straight to Cabo.
You guys had quite a few of the CT girls here today.
Yes, we have a bunch of CT girls that have made that quick transition. The Tatiana Weston Webb really had one day to get here from Fiji after getting 2nd place. They extended the waiting period for the women there to run the finals on the best day of that swell. So she came in hot straight from Fiji, had to just do a little board bag swap in LA. It's working for her. She's now acclimated to Cabo, surfing really well. And here we go on her backhand. So this is your first look at Alyssa Locke in competition, and she had a couple of really fiery heats in the QS 6000 division as well. It was a great turn for her. Here goes Kira Pinkerton. Kira wanting revenge. after a close loss in the QS 6000. And you can see her relationship with this wave. She's really feeling comfortable here and surfing with a lot of spark.
Yeah, Chris, this is actually my only, second heat, first time here at Zippers, and I already noticed that the kick out on the inside is one of those entertaining factors we're going to be seeing all day long.
Yes,
I'm
especially
assuming
high tide.
Yeah. So it's a high tide thing. We see jumping over rocks, airing over their board. There's a lot of different types of kickouts we'll be seeing.
Yeah, there's some cool techniques. Maud Lacar, who's from France, so she is just a master of the straight to the sand kickout. She had the best runoff of the day.
Oh, ran off. Like she ran off her board, on her feet,
just,
up the sand.
Yeah, like she was walking down a curb. She just
Ballet
made it look
dancer.
so good. 12 minutes, 52 seconds to go. Here we go. This is Cabrero from Puerto Rico, up and out real quick.
Yeah, Havana, I believe she's the daughter of Carlos Cabrero. I don't know if you remember that name.
Awesome. Oh, yeah. Legend.
He's a ripper, huh?
Yeah,
Out of Puerto
Carlos
Rico?
rules. And still ripping.
Yeah, I think he owns one of the surf shops down there, I believe. And, yeah, great family, very passionate, big lovers of the sport of surfing. And really excited to see Havana here. I haven't got to see her surf all that often, so it's another one of those surfers I'd love to check out and see what she's got.
Here we go. It looked like
That was
Molly Kirk. Yeah, she had priority. And that's a great example of how you will have priority stripped from you in a way you do not want, because if you miss a wave, the judges are not going to give you any leniency. They will take your priority right away. And here's Alyssa Locke again, straight back out, wondering what's going on. She gets back up into the lip. Wow, so
solid.
Reacting nicely from kind of a weird start, wondering what happened there with Alyssa. Maybe another competitor was in her way, but she made full use of it. Here goes Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, Pinkerton's looking at this one. She's going to find some open face here. Nice bottom turn. And she releases the fins, almost takes the rail, but she's feeling that. And then there's that kick out again. And just going back to Alyssa's wave, that was some interesting, body mechanics. She kind of had like a little like sign language going on with her hands as she was dropping in on that wave. I don't know if she was motioning at a competitor or the judges, but
could be a manta ray. We've seen those out here.
She reacted well and absolutely destroyed the lip on that backhand turn, that second snap. So scores are coming in, and they're looking really good for Alyssa Locke, as her first wave was a 7.0, and the next one is going to be well up into the excellent range. And it's an 8.87, so she's going to be sitting pretty for the next 11 minutes, I believe.
Judges like the start, where she just released a little fire
Yeah,
and then
right.
went straight into it. Okay, we'll take a look now. So, yeah, so what happened? Okay, so a competitor was paddling out, and then, so why did the judges deem this a near excellent wave?
Just because she really, she went vertical up into the section, she connected with the lip, and then used her fins and brought them up and reconnected. So, a critical turn and a critical section right on the sand, and it was handsomely rewarded with that 8.87. So let's see, as a couple other scores are coming in here, and Pinkerton, she's sitting on a 5.93 and a 5.17. That's got her, comfortably in second place, as the surfers in third and fourth at the moment are comboed.
Yeah, you can bet the body language paddling back out would have been a little different if she fell on that first turn. It would have been all about the competitor that got in her way. When you're rewarded in high 8,
we'll have to have
really
Fish
not a lot
ask
to
her about
complain
that
about.
one.
Kira Pinkerton now getting things going through this inside section. Quick snap, and she's out. Kira Pinkerton staying very busy. She looks out to see Cabrero again just caught behind. Now this is a wave that if you're just a little bit out of position, it will zip right by you. I learned something today. I learned that Herbie Fletcher named this wave.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Callie Carranza told me.
Very interesting. I wonder what year that was and how he came up with it.
I know that Herbie's been coming here forever, since
Yeah.
the 70s, and this wave was called Costa Azul for a while, and kind of that encompassed these 3 waves. Surfers like to, every peak deserves its own name.
right?
Yeah, so now
Exactly.
you have 3 different names. You got Old Man's, The Rock, and then now Zippers, and it's pretty clear that this wave, when you see it on its day, zipping down the line, the name fits.
Yeah, and Kira zipped through that one as she just dropped her best score, a 7.0, and the judges really like that one, well into that good range. And the combination has extended for Kirk and Cabrero, who are now looking for a 12.94. So they have their work cut out for them. But there's enough time, Chris. We got just under 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and now Alyssa's kind of reaching that Summer Macedo area, 15.87 total.
Oh, yeah.
8.87 and a 7. Solid.
This is where she can just kind of go out the back and set her buoy down and just really relax and wait for a bomb, because she's not going to want to look for anything that's not going to, you know, up the ante of that 7.
Yeah, and she's got priority, plenty of time. Here goes surfer in blue, Molly Kirk. Now she's in a battle for second place to start. Ooh. She goes a little too vertical, goes down.
And Molly was just kind of looking to just get something on the board. At this point in the heat, when you're sitting on a couple throwaway scores, really anything is going to help you here, just to gain a little bit of confidence, get the mojo going. And, you know, it was her best wave, but it's still only a 1.77, so she's going to have to go reset and kind of refocus.
Under 8 minutes to go. So something we've been kind of talking about on the QS 6000 side of things, and that goes for the pro juniors as well. Not a lot of opportunities in the schedule this year for these surfers to get points. So each and every event becomes that much more important for these pro juniors. I mean, this is an event that has been a springboard for surfers in the past to get up into the World Championships, to eventually go on to potentially win a World Junior title. And all of the current or previous World Junior champions have come through Cabo, so it's pretty fun to watch. And then on the QS 6000 side of things, you're looking at a bunch of surfers who have, you know, they have the potential to qualify 2018, 2019. So again, you know, the Coco Hose, Nikki Van Dyke, they've used this contest as a springboard to get those much needed points. Again, the 6,000 level in the QS, there's only a handful of opportunities there. You got Cabo and you got the Supergirl Pro coming up just in a couple weeks. So if you can get the momentum, get a good chunk of points here, go into Supergirl, then you really set yourself up for potential CT glory.
That's right. I mean, there's, like, as you've said, there's not a whole lot of QSs at this level, so it's going to bring a lot of those CT competitors down here, and it's going to bring all those hungry girls in the junior age range. And you know, we'll see who kind of stands up top after this one, because there's most likely whoever wins this event will probably be in that, you know, that top 10, top 5 picture at the end of the year.
6 minutes, 20 seconds to go. This is where the clock's going to start going quickly. Cabrero now. She's had some trouble finding the open face, but here she goes. She's straight up in the lip. Maybe another series of maneuvers like that second turn. She hangs on nicely. That's what the judges are looking for. Surfing on the edge. You know, like that she showed control by the way she kind of stood up out of that turn, but you kind of got to be on the edge of out of control to really get the judges' attention, especially this late in the day. They've been watching surfing all day long.
Nice and hot.
Yeah, and Alyssa Locke showed exactly what you need to do. Just blam, just knock them out of their seats, and you will be rewarded. They don't get tired next door, the judges. They are fully on it all day long, so they're watching it, but you know, it just takes a little bit extra to wow them these late heats in the afternoon.
That's right. I really like the pace that Havana had on that wave, and she took her time. As we do see Pinkerton here, nice aggressive late turn, but it's just going to be a one and done for the surfer in red. And the score has come in for the girl surfer in white, and it was a 4.97, so you know, just that average score, but it's really going to help her out, because now she's looking for a 7.96 to get into the advancing stage. So we have Alyssa here, Chris.
Yeah, Alyssa Locke now, she just wants a 9. She's already got her high 8, and bam! You could tell she was just throwing it all out there. So she's winning right now by 2.94. Kira Pinkerton in second place, Havana third, Molly Kerr comboed in fourth. She's got just under 5 minutes to go. She still has time. It's not a crazy combo. You would need an 8 and a 6 or something to get herself out of there.
Yeah, Molly's going to have a small score here, but it is going to get her out of the combination, which is extremely important, especially with this late in the heat with under 5 minutes remaining, and it's going to come in at the 3.5 point range, and 3.43. So she needs a 9.5, a near perfect score. And you never know what's going to happen. It's not out of the question.
Seen it, and there's plenty of waves coming through. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Set on the horizon. It looks like Havana has priority, so she has her pick of any wave out here. She can drop in. All these surfers can do is watch, and I don't think she had a paddle for that wave. You really got to make an effort for them to strip your priority away.
Yeah, she didn't commit. But again, back to her wave. It only came in at a 4.97. Personally, I thought it might have been a little bit higher, as she really attacked the lip aggressively. She slid the fins out, as you said, and kind of lost a little bit of control. You didn't know if she was going to pull it off, and then she rode out clean. So it's one of those surfers I haven't seen a ton of, but I did like what I saw there.
Making her way back out. Alyssa Locke, she's got to be feeling good about her lead right now as time's winding down. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. So again, this is the last heat of the day. Women's Pro Junior action will continue on. We'll be making the call tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. for a potential 8 o'clock start.
Okay.
And we've got Pro Junior men's, boys, whatever you want to call them, guys. They're waiting in the wings, and they have been chomping at the bit to get out here. They've been up in this pool watching the waves go all day long, and they've been loving what they are seeing. We do have, I believe, 2 rounds of 8 heats for the men's Pro Junior, and then on the women's side of things, QS 6000, only about 8 heats left to go as well. And then we're going to give out some hardware.
And we're marching our way through this event pretty quickly here, Chris. I showed up expecting, maybe to be in that first or second round, but we're well and truly through those, early rounds, and it's kind of like getting into the nitty-gritty time of the event. And as you said, if you have the boys or the men, I mean, they're the age of a boy, but they look like pretty big men.
They surf like men.
Yeah, they do.
2 minutes, 28 seconds to go. Situation is still as it stood a couple minutes ago. Cabrero still has priority, and this is where she needs to just wait it out. She needs to wait for a set. She needs a pretty decent score. She needs something over a 7.96, so that would be a pretty big ask.
She's going to be looking for something, one of those quality set waves that opens up and offers multiple, big turns. So we'll see if she gets what she's hoping for. And at this point in the heat, that's all you can ask for. You have priority, you have an opportunity, and just comes down to if the ocean provides or not.
Minute 45. She's getting a little antsy. Surfer in white holds priority. And you see she's okay. So she was paddling to get in position. She didn't paddle for the wave. So again, priority is safe. But now time is going by by the blink of an eye. Every second just goes.
Did you guys see any interferences or priority interferences today?
We saw some close calls,
Yeah.
but really clean day of surfing. I think we've only seen one interference in the whole contest. So really clean day of surfing. Our priority judges have been spot on throughout the day. No complaints from the surfers as far as judging goes either. So we have the best of the best, the cream of the crop judges right over here. So everything has been really smooth, and we've had waves all day. The highlights package is going to be pretty awesome.
No, I
from
can't wait
today.
to see that.
Here we go, Cabrero, last chance, 50 seconds on the clock. She needs a 7.96. It's not going to do it, but I feel like she had to go. Sometimes you can feel the energy when you're out there, and it seemed like the energy was kind of getting really low through the end of this heat. So she'll move down now to 4th priority. Happy hour is about to start here. 30 seconds to go. It's going to be Alyssa Locke and Kira Pinkerton moving through.
Yeah, time is ticking away, and Alyssa Locke out of Australia, she came a long way for this event, and she has made her intentions well known here as she dropped some massive scores. So we're down to just 10 seconds remaining. And yeah, Pinkerton, she might have went down in the QS, but she is moving through to the girls' quarterfinals, and we'll be seeing her probably most likely again tomorrow.
All right, so there you have it. We are through a round here in the Women's Pro Junior division. Well, actually, we have 4 more heats here in round number 2, so more surfing on the Pro Junior side of things for the women. Don't forget, we've got Pro Junior men waiting in the wings, ready to rip, and much more action to come from the QS 6000. This was that wave we saw from...
That was the turn I really liked from Havana. And, here's Pinkerton, nice and aggressive. She's always surfing fast on her YLS surfboards, and that was those little hand signal. Pretty classic there for Alyssa. And this was that aggressive turn that really stuck out to the judges and put her well out into the lead. And look at that, Chris. The lineup is packed.
Yeah, I was just going to say we should go surfing, but I'm taking that back. Let the Groms have it for Pro Junior action. We're going to come back from this quick break and show you some of the highlights of the day. Tons of waves in that excellent range. We're going to bring them all to you. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, surf fans, you have just witnessed an incredible day of some of the world's best female surfing I've seen in a long time. QS 6000 level has just reached new heights as CT surfers go up against pro junior surfers, going up against QS veterans. It's a big mashup, and we've seen these manta rays are jumping for joy. They're that fired up.
They're having a good time, aren't they?
Yeah, that is cool. So we are live from Zippers here in San Jose del Cabo, Land's End here in beautiful Los Cabos. And we've been talking about it all day. You're socked in, June gloom, San Diego. Come on down. Hour-and-a-half flight. Are you kidding me?
And I've been stuck in that June gloom.
Yeah. Here's your top 5 event scores. Summer Macedo. I mean,
Wow,
three of 5. Summer Macedo. The 9.10, the highest single wave score of this entire event. Alyssa Locke on that last heat came through with an 8.87 out of nowhere to get herself second on the board, but it's really been the Summer Macedo show. Macy Callahan, and here's another thing. All these surfers with the event top 5 scores, they're all pro juniors. And these scores came from both the pro junior and the QS 6000.
Really good mix. And Summer I'd say her hand or wrist is getting sore down on the beach. She's probably still signing autographs.
Absolutely.
For all those performances she did right there. So congrats to Summer. As I said earlier, hopefully she bottles up that little energy or whatever she had today and gets to release a little bit more for the rest of the event.
Yeah, well, the good news is since we went through so many heats Monday and today, now we have the opportunity to give ourselves, the pick of the litter. Well, now here's the QS women's event scores. So, again, Summer Macedo, second on the board with a 9. Actually tied for first with Savannah Lima. Savannah absolutely ripping through the warm-up sessions all the way into our heats. Tatiana Weston Webb on her back end, an 8.93. Alyssa Spencer, a pro junior competitor, coming up to the QS 6000, dropping an 8.83.
She surfs at your home spot.
Oh, yeah. She is just on fire, her backhand. And then Keely Andrew, again, standing out. Well, before we wrap up the day here, let's go one more time to our pro junior reporter on the beach, Fisher DeVoe, who's with the winner of that last heat, Alyssa Locke.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with our heat winner, Alyssa Locke. So tell me, Alyssa, how does Zippers compare to your home wave in Australia?
Yeah, it's really similar. Fast waves back at home and really fun waves, yeah.
Awesome, and do you got any future trips coming up soon?
Yeah, I head over to America in about a month or something like that, so yeah.
Awesome, well, have a good time there, and good job on your win.
Yeah, good job is right. She did it with, on the strength of really 2 just brutal backhand whips.
Vicious.
And that was that big score, the 8.87, and it's almost like she had protested at the beginning that almost one of her competitors was in her way. You can imagine she was on her way to a 10 if she did get that first turn. You never know.
Excuse me, I'm coming through here. Look out. I'm about to throw buckets on your head.
Yeah, that's the way you want to wrap up your day. These gals in the pro junior division didn't quite know if they were going to surf or not at the end of the day today, but we noticed that the waves were just pulsing, so we kept going out. And here is a great opportunity for you at home, or for you, Matt. You missed some of the highlights on the day. We're going to show you our top 9 waves. These are some incredible performances from the very beginning of the day. Bat rays were getting 10s all day doing massive airs. This was Alyssa Spencer's 8.10. Her backhand is lethal.
I would definitely recognize this surfing as she is one of the athletes on my pro women's team, and I'm a huge fan of hers, obviously. And this looks like Summer, I'm guessing, from the early morning.
Yeah,
and
Summer Macedo
snapping up to the lip there. And here we go, Savannah Lima, one of my favorite women surfers from all over the world, because she has so much energy. You ever heard her post-heat interviews?
Oh, yeah.
Straight fire.
She's fired up, but she dropped a 9. Keely Andrew, super smooth. She has had some big results here in Cabo in the past, blowing the tail, making a really tricky wave look very easy. And here goes Tatiana Weston Webb. Again, the backsiders have been proving deadly in conditions like this.
That's that CT talent right there. Just cool, calm, and collected. She just attacked that wave on her backhand. And I'm guessing this looks like Sage.
Sage Erickson, another CT standout coming down to Cabo.
Is she a former winner here?
She's not a former winner here, but she's gotten very close.
The Supergirls, right? I've seen her take a couple of victories over the years.
Yep, and she is she can get herself on a roll here. Watch out when she gets Oceanside. This is Alyssa Spencer again, an 8.83.
Wow, connected well there. Nice pace on that turn and got the fins out the back. once again. I just love the minimal movements between her turns. She really takes a good pace to the wave and stomps it cleanly there. And this looks
Summer
like
Macedo.
the heat I just announced a few minutes ago, and this was the best wave I saw since I've been down here. And Summer Macedo absolutely tearing it to pieces. She's feeling it right there on the kick out.
Highest single wave of the day, and here's that kind of odd start to Alyssa Locke's incredible finish. 2 turns is all it took for Alyssa Locke to drop an 8.83. Those are your highlights of the day. Folks, we have so much more surfing to come. Chris Cote, Matt Myers, on behalf of our whole commentary crew, production crew behind us, the birthday boy, our director, Dave Bowen. We're going to say goodnight for tonight, or I should say hasta la vista, buenos tardes. However you want to put it, we'll be back here tomorrow bright and early. We're going to make a call at 7:30 for a possible 8 o'clock start. We don't know which division yet. You got to tune in to find out. Could be Pro Junior Men, QS 6,000 women, or Pro Junior Women. Either way, we know we're going to see incredible surfing. We're out for now. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Every mountain, every hill, every valley, every field, love is everywhere. Love is here, and love is there, and love is there everywhere. Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere.